Chapter 1. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ripples danced across the water's surface. A foul stench permeated the confined space, the depths filled with the remains of decaying corpses. There the restless souls, unable to find salvation. Their only destination is hell. No, it would be more accurate to say that all beings within the Black Sea prison deserve to descend into the abyss. Whether it is the violent criminals within the prison walls or the elusive heron tribe lurking in the depths of the Black Sea. Even the warden's hands are stained with countless drops of blood, for it is only in darkness that darkness can be concealed. And within the Black Sea prison lies a place that instills dread in the hearts of all inmates, the plague cell. Originally, it was merely an ordinary water cell. However, after it consumed countless lives of prisoners, a certain virus began to manifest within the water. Any inmate who entered the plague cell would be tormented by the virus. Even if they managed to emerge alive, their harrowing experience in the plague cell would leave them too terrified to challenge the rules of the Black Sea prison ever again. The warden referred to it as the holy water of redemption. Is anyone there? At the entrance of the plague cell, two guards clad in protective gear trembled as they gazed inside. Yet within, apart from the still, toxic water of the cell, there was no sign of life. No, it couldn't have escaped, right? This is a city-slaying level criminal if it got away. Stop talking nonsense. The cell door is intact. How could it possibly escape? It must just be too dark for us to see. Quickly, open the door. As the words fell, the two guards exchanged fearful glances, neither daring to approach the iron door. Inmates who enter the plague cell emerged almost completely enfeebled. But weakness does not equate to an inability to kill two feeble guards. This is the Black Sea prison, where only two entities dictate the rules: the warden and power. No inmate is stripped of their strength regardless of how fearsome they are outside. They remain formidable within these walls. The death of a guard is merely an everyday occurrence. The newly incarcerated inmate in the plague cell is a notorious criminal guilty of mass slaughter and assaulting law enforcement officers. How could the guards not feel terror? Yet, no matter how afraid they were, today marked the final day of the new inmate's confinement in the plague cell, and they must facilitate his release. He'll open the door, you aim. Aim carefully. One of the guards stuttered, stepping forward to unlock the cell door. The other guard raised his firearm, directing it toward the plague cell. Click, 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 creak. The cell door slowly opened, and the guard peered inside. Yet the dim space revealed no signs of life. It couldn't be. Has it truly escaped? The guard took a deep breath and stepped into the plague cell, the armed guard following closely behind. Splash, splash. The sound of water echoed, genuine ripples forming, and a stench of countless corpses assaulted their senses, even through their protective gear. Suddenly, a violent wave surged. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Like startled creatures, the two guards frantically squeezed the triggers, flashes of gunfire illuminating the plague cell. Don't panic, I was merely jesting with you. A voice, laced with amusement, emerged from the depths of the plague cell, and the guards felt a hand rest upon their shoulders. In an instant, they froze, as if encased in ice, their breaths caught in their throats. The guards turned their pale faces, first glimpsing a striking visage, followed by an exquisitely crafted physique. Gulp. The guards struggled to swallow, not out of desire, but sheer terror. This body, seemingly sculpted by the hands of a deity, radiated an aura of terrifying lethality. We'll take you back to the block. Have you forgotten something? Xiubai flicked his wrist, indicating that he could not comprehend their language. Upon hearing this, the guard hurriedly retrieved a black wristband from his protective suit and placed it on Xiubai's wrist. Neural wave translator initializing. Initialization complete. As a mechanical synthesized voice sounded, Xiubai spoke. All right, what were you just saying? We'll take you back to the block. The guard stammered, terrified that the next moment might see his neck twisted. Sounds good. After 2 months of silence, it's quite dull here. But where are my clothes? They're outside. At the entrance of the plague cell lay a towel, and the clothes Xiubai had worn upon his incarceration. Of course, the Black Sea prison would never provide towels for inmates. This was a precaution taken by the guards to avoid being murdered by the notoriously temperamental prisoners. Xiubai shrugged, stepped out of the plague cell, wiped the toxic water off with the towel, and changed into his clothes. "Look, go take me back to my cell." 10 minutes later, the guards brought Xiubai to the entrance of his designated cell and fled like men escaping a disaster. Everyone knew that it was not the cells that contained the prisoners in the Black Sea prison, but rather the warden's blade. When the blade is absent, the prisoner's bloodlust would be unleashed. Xiubai was aware of what awaited him. Yet his expression bore no hint of fear. Instead, it was filled with exhilaration. 2 months prior, he had arrived here under mysterious circumstances. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a landscape littered with toxic vapors and corpses, severed limbs, and dismembered bodies. Before he could even process the situation, a group clad in mechanized armor and ancient plate mail descended from the sky. They offered him no chance to explain, immediately seeking to subdue him. Xiubai certainly would not submit passively, and in his resistance, he had managed to slay 7 or 8 of them. Yet ultimately, facing overwhelming numbers, he was subdued and his movements were restrained. Charged with the heinous crimes of mass slaughter, resisting arrest, and assaulting law enforcement officers, he was unceremoniously dispatched to the most feared prison in Nansha's Black Sea prison. However, being wronged and unjustly imprisoned did not stir any trepidation within him. What truly thrilled him was the existence of countless strange and powerful forces in this place, and the disappearance of that invisible barrier. Before arriving here, he had already practiced various martial arts from around the world, ancient Chinese secret techniques, modern combat styles, and every conceivable method of martial training known to man. Through the integration of martial, horizontal, and literary practices, along with the internal energies described in internal martial arts, he sought to achieve perfection in both martial prowess and physical form. He had already set foot into a realm never before traversed by any other. Some schools referred to it as transcendence, while others called it divine transformation. But he was more than willing to label it as refining essence into chi. I am finally on the verge of grasping this legendary realm. Ha 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 ha. Even though the toxic water of the plague cell had left Xiubai feeling extraordinarily weak, his laughter remained unrestrained and audacious. Within the block, the inmates gathered at their cell doors, coldly observing this seemingly deranged man. They were unaware of the circumstances surrounding him, yet newcomers often exhibited inexplicable behaviors. What they needed to do was teach the newcomer the rules of the Black Sea prison. "Face, yeah, he's your cellmate. I leave him to you." From the highest tier of the prison, a towering figure cloaked in shadow spoke lightly, his tone exuding an air of unyielding authority. No refusal was permissible. As Xiubai was ushered into his cell, a cacophony erupted, and the ground trembled slightly. 3 figures emerged from the cell. At the forefront was a massive man, adorned with a tattoo of a black scorpion tracing from his neck to his face, as corpulent as a small mountain. He must be the infamous Face Yeah. Beside him was a burly man in a black tank top, casually twirling a dagger as he scrutinized Xiubai from head to toe. Trailing behind them was a shifty-eyed old man, who cowered at the cell door, too timid to advance. "Boss, let me handle this newcomer." The tank-top man tossed his dagger high into the air, then caught it with a firm grip, his eyes brimming with disdain. "He." Before Face Yeah could respond, Xiubai stepped forward, tilting his head toward the trio. "Why don't you all come to me together? I haven't slept well in 2 months, and I'm eager for a little rest." "Arrogant." The tank-top man, incensed by Xiubai's audacity, raised his dagger and lunged forward. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Xiubai's left hand shot out. The tank-top man's arm was seized, and just as he attempted to break free, the hand gripping the dagger was forcibly pressed against his own throat. As the tank-top man teetered on the brink of death beneath the dagger's edge, his body suddenly convulsed in an unnatural manner. His muscular arm broke free from Xiubai's grip, retreating several meters away. "Interesting," Xiubai murmured, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. This technique resembled the explosive release of internal energy. Martial arts. Strictly speaking, ancient martial arts, the so-called force. In truth, it is not merely a state of being, but rather an application of the physical form and combat techniques. Different martial arts styles emphasize distinct types of force. Xingyi focuses on the interplay of light and darkness. Tai Chi practices the balance of hardness and softness, while Baji emphasizes sudden, explosive movements. However, beyond their primary focus, each school also incorporates various other forces. Xingyi includes both hardness and softness, while Tai Chi encompasses explosive and powerful techniques. In martial arts, the essence of combat must be a harmonious unity of the entire body, with all forces unleashed simultaneously. Nonetheless, this is merely the theoretical framework of martial arts. Chinese martial arts, on the other hand, truly distinguishes levels based on forces such as light, darkness, and transformation. If one cannot master the light force, one should not expect to practice the dark force. If one falters in the dark force, one cannot unleash the transformative force, and so forth. Moreover, there are various practices to consider, including cultivation, concealment, virtue, heart, and thought, all essential to the journey of mastery. Otherwise, one risks turmoil of the vital energy and chaos of the mind. Throughout history, few practitioners of Chinese martial arts have achieved great success, and those who have often lived brief lives, meeting untimely ends. The pitfalls of martial arts training are numerous, with excessive demands, and the final state often remains elusive. Thus, Xiubai approaches it with a scholarly curiosity, without delving too deeply into practice, fearing that he might become ensnared within it. Kid, you possess some strength, but you're still vastly outmatched. Kneel and apologize, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, with my next strike, I shall end you. The man in the vest brandished his dagger, grinning malevolently. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Xiubai smirked, lightly tapping the ground, his figure becoming elusive. The vest-clad man's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he could not discern Xiubai's location, causing panic to swell within him as he wildly swung his dagger in all directions. At that moment, the prisoners within the entire block displayed an unprecedented seriousness in their gazes. Although the vest-clad man was blind to it, they could see that Xiubai had been lurking behind him all along. Yet that shadow-like agility was utterly terrifying and profoundly uncanny. Crack! Suddenly, the vest-clad man's hands ceased their frenzied movement, and at his throat, 2 fingers, marred with scars and calluses, had appeared unbeknownst to him. Crack, crack, crack! A chilling sound of bone fracturing echoed as Xiubai's fingers pressed relentlessly, gradually piercing through the vest-clad man's throat, extracting his laryngeal bone with a slow, deliberate motion. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the filthy ground, as the vest-clad man slumped to the floor in a lifeless heap. Thud! Alongside him fell a shattered piece of crimson cartilage. Next, a sickly hue tinged Xiubai's complexion. The 2 months spent in the plague-ridden prison had sapped his vitality considerably. Seeing this, Fei Xie's expression darkened. The prisoners of the Black Sea prison were devoid of ethical considerations, yet these matters were meant to remain clandestine. Brought to light, the situation would not appear favorable. As the leader of a cell, engaging in combat with a weakened individual would result in nothing but disgrace, regardless of the outcome. Xiubai's gaze sharpened as he discerned the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, he could easily roast Fei Xie over an open fire, but given his current physical state, he could not afford to waste time. Without hesitation, he seized a dagger from the ground and charged forward. Thud! With a soft sound, the opponent made no attempt to evade the dagger. Along with Xiubai's hand, was unexpectedly ensnared by the layers of fat. Do you think to slay me with such a trifling weapon? Fei Xie scoffed, opening his arms in an attempt to envelop Xiubai, intending to suffocate him within his flesh. This was his favored method of execution. In that critical moment, Xiubai abruptly thrust his leg into Fei Xie's abdomen, his entire body tense like a coiled spring, twisting to extricate his ensnared fist. Then, leveraging the recoil, he delivered a fierce kick to Fei Xie's chin. Bang! The force was nearly sufficient to shatter an ordinary person's skull, yet merely caused Fei Xie to stagger back a few steps. Intriguing. Truly intriguing. Witnessing this absurd turn of events, Xiubai felt no trepidation. Instead, a fervent excitement ignited within his eyes. In such a humble cell, he encountered a remarkably interesting adversary. Surely, within the entirety of the Black Sea prison, many formidable foes must exist. Ha ha! Suddenly, amidst the bewildered gazes of those around him, Xiubai erupted into boisterous laughter. Seeking death. This laughter provoked irritation in Fei Xie, who detested the predatory glint in Xiubai's eyes. Hud, hud, hud. Like a mountain of flesh, he charged forward with an overwhelming ferocity towards Xiubai. The latter retreated and dodged continuously, but the confines of the cell were too limited to afford him any space. Soon, he found himself cornered, with nowhere left to escape. Kill him! Kill him! Inside the prison block, the prisoners clamored wildly, their bloodlust palpable. The guards stationed outside, paralyzed with fear, mistook the chaos for an impending riot, hastily reaching for their communicators to call for backup. Meanwhile, Fei Xie's face gradually contorted into a sinister grin. He envisioned Xiubai being suffocated against the wall by his own bulk. Do you truly believe you have one? At that moment, Xiubai, standing in the corner, slowly raised his head, revealing a benevolent smile. Just as Fei Xie was puzzled by what this dying man found amusing, Xiubai sprang into action. He abruptly twisted his body, using his calf as a pivot, transferring the force through his waist, and ultimately channeling it into his right fist. Bang! A shockwave surged outward. Fei Xie, astonished, lowered his gaze to the fist that had struck his chest. Boom! His hefty frame collapsed with a resounding thud, causing the entire prison block to tremble slightly. Capillaries beneath the skin ruptured violently, and blood began to seep across his chest. However, Xiubai understood that Fei Xie had merely experienced a brief cardiac arrest due to the impact. This would not be fatal. Thus, he stepped forward and pinched Fei Xie's throat beneath the layers of fat. Enough! Suddenly, the domineering man who had previously instructed Fei Xie to teach Xiubai the rules appeared. Casually waving his hand, Xiubai crossed his arms defensively across his chest as an immense force descended upon him. The sound of rushing wind roaring past his ears. It was only after being pushed back several meters that he managed to fully dissipate the force and stabilize his stance. Such power! Cough, cough. Xiubai lifted his head, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes ignited with fighting spirit, though it quickly concealed itself. He was a martial enthusiast, but not a fool. Even in his weakened state, let alone at his peak, he could not hope to contend with such a formidable presence that a true man knows when to yield. Once I have recuperated, I'll find an opportunity to strike you with a surprise blow. Heeding wise counsel leads to a full belly. Your fists are large, so if you say it's enough, then it must be. Xiubai wiped the blood from his mouth and shrugged with a smile. The domineering man fell silent. He had expected someone like Xiubai to provoke him further, yet to his surprise, the latter had directly submitted. What a peculiar individual. I am the warden of this prison block. Saint Ao, newcomer, what is your name? Xiubai secretly curled his lip. After all, they were both prisoners. What was there to manage? My name is Xiubai. Xiubai, a Longxiao person. Upon hearing this name, Saint Ao scrutinized Xiubai closely. A Longxiao person? Xiubai was taken aback, wanting to inquire further, but Saint Ao ignored him, turning to gently pat Fei Xie's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Wow. Fei Xie suddenly opened his eyes wide, spewing a mouthful of congealed blood. He looked at Saint Ao, then at Xiubai, and finally recalled what had just transpired, standing up with a rueful smile. I was actually defeated by a newcomer. Xiubai, from today onwards, you shall be the warden of Cell No. 5. Your strength qualifies you for first-class treatment. Let us end things here for today. Upon finishing, Saint Ao's figure abruptly vanished from sight, his speed surpassing that which Xiubai had just demonstrated by countless folds. First-class treatment? They actually have a hierarchy in prison. Xiubai stroked his chin as he walked towards cell number 5. The lecherous old man at the door hurriedly bent his back to make way. His eyes filled with trepidation. Fei Xie stood rooted to the spot, gazing intently at Xiubai as he entered the cell. After a moment, as if having made a momentous decision, he strode back into the cell as well. Boss, my name is Fei Xie. I hope you will guide me well from now on. Heh. Xiubai turned around to look at the obsequiously grinning behemoth, puzzled by the rapid change in his demeanor. To be honest, I preferred your earlier defiant attitude, da. Fei Xia paused, then continued to smile broadly. Boss, you mustn't misunderstand. That was all an act. In the Black Sea prison, one must be fierce to command respect. Is that so? Li Xiubai casually replied, casting a glance around the interior of the cell. There were 6 iron beds. 4 of them were pushed together, their sheets stained with orange-yellow sweat, while another was equally filthy. Only the last bed appeared somewhat tidy. Although Li Xiubai was not particularly fastidious, he saw no reason to deprive himself of better conditions. Whose bed is this? It's Jean Laoshu's. Boss, you can sleep on my bed. The 4 beds pushed together, along with the soft mat I brought, is spacious and comfortable. Fei Xia pointed to the sweat-stained bed. No need. I am accustomed to sleeping on a hard bed. Is Jean Laoshu. Li Xiubai's mouth twitched slightly as he turned to look at the old man cowering at the door. Yes, his name is Jean Li, nicknamed Jean Laoshu. He is an unfortunate thief who was sent to the Black Sea prison for stealing from an undercover official. He is just an ordinary person. Fei Xia explained. An ordinary person. Fei Xia, I have a question for you. Answer honestly, and I may teach you a few combat techniques. Li Xiubai sat cross-legged on Jean Laoshu's bed, beginning to regulate his breathing with a special technique. Really? Boss, I want to learn that punch you used to knock me out. Fei Xia exclaimed with delight, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. But it vanished just as quickly. All right, Li Xiubai smiled slightly. Not to mention his years of struggles, his enhanced senses from martial arts training made it impossible for him not to perceive the hidden emotions within Fei Xia. However, he did not care whether Fei Xia had ulterior motives. The skills he possessed were not something one could master simply by being taught. I have been cultivating in isolation since childhood, so I am not well acquainted with matters of the outside world. Can you tell me what individuals like you, those with great power, are called? Fei Xia was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Li Xiubai with suspicion before reluctantly answering. Martial artists. Martial artists. Besides martial artists, are there other power systems? When I was brought in, I saw someone summon several bolts of lightning with a mere gesture. There were also several individuals clad in mechanical armor. They seemed capable of discerning my attack routes. What are they? Li Xiubai, disregarding the risk of revealing too much, urgently needed to understand the situation in this place. Although Fei Xia was puzzled, he did not suspect that Li Xiubai was not from this world. He merely assumed he was someone who had lived in seclusion for many years. After a brief contemplation, he began to explain the power systems of this world to Li Xiubai. This world possesses a multitude of power systems. However, the mainstream ones are 3: martial artists, mages, and mechanics. Martial artists cultivate their biological energy through special methods. High-level martial artists can even enhance their biological energy by absorbing cosmic energy. Li Xiubai's understanding. This was roughly akin to refining one's vital energy, and high-level martial artists might correspond to the level of refining essence into energy. In addition, there are also systems like mages and mechanics. However, Fei Xia's explanations diverged greatly from what Li Xiubai understood. For instance, mages, as explained by Fei Xia, undergo a sort of genetic modification to wield the ability to manipulate cosmic matter, rearranging and reorganizing it to unleash so-called magic. Moreover, certain mages can enhance their magical powers by worshipping deities to connect to dimensional portals. As for mechanics, Fei Xia was not well versed, having little interaction with the powerful within that system. In any case, the conclusion Li Xiubai gleaned from all this was clear. This is a world where science and mysticism coexist harmoniously. This was not surprising, as during his own martial training, he frequently integrated concepts from physics and biology to refine his physical form. There is a saying, all things in the world can be interpreted through science. However, science exists in 2 states, proven and unproven. Of course, Li Xiubai did not intend to dwell on these matters. He would practice based on proven conclusions and follow his instincts for the unproven. Refining essence into energy emphasizes 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 energies returning to the source. The 3 flowers represent essence, energy, and spirit. The 5 energies correspond to the internal energies represented by the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. As for what constitutes gathering at the crown and returning to the source, and how to nurture the 5 energies and 3 flowers, he had some conjectures in mind, but would need practical experience to verify their correctness. Nevertheless, before delving into practice, he needed to first restore his body and consume a substantial amount of food essence. along with various preparations. Facia, do each of these systems have different levels of attainment? What level am I at now? And what level is that Saint Ao? Xiubai sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting his breath to regulate his vital energy while inquiring. Actually, there's not much, boss. Facia scratched his head and replied. What do you mean? Not much? Let me put it this way, boss. Among the three major paths, only the mages have clear hierarchical divisions. They categorize their power into 20 levels, from the 0-level magic apprentice to the 20th level supreme archmage, based on their control over magical substances and the divine powers they channel. As for us martial artists and engineers, it is quite challenging to delineate our realms in such a refined manner. If we must differentiate, martial artists do have several levels, albeit broadly classified into king level and otherworldly stages. Facia pondered for a moment before speaking. King level, otherworldly stage. Xiubai was left utterly perplexed. To achieve the king level in martial arts, one must reach a certain threshold of biological energy cultivation, resulting in a qualitative transformation of life. At this stage, one can be referred to as a king level. Facia's explanation was vague, suggesting he himself was not entirely clear on what the king level truly entailed. In the otherworldly stage, I don't know. What about engineers? I don't know either. Facia said with an honest, silly smile. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Xiubai felt utterly speechless, unsure why he had endured this lengthy exposition. Boss, I genuinely have no understanding of engineers. Moreover, engineers are quite unique. As long as they have the materials, blueprints, and equipment, even a novice engineer can possess the strength to contend with an army in a short period. Therefore, many are reluctant to provoke engineers, fearing they might suddenly pull out a nuclear bomb and blow you up. Impressive, Xiubai remarked after a prolonged silence. Those within the engineer system could indeed pull off such feats, not to be trifled with. One last question. That person called Saint Ao mentioned I possess a first-level privilege. What does that entail? This matter is rather complex, boss, but do you know how many administrative zones there are in the Black Sea prison? Facia did not immediately answer, but posed a counter-question. Xiubai, having spent 2 months locked in a pestilential cell, had no knowledge of the Black Sea prison circumstances and simply shook his head. There are 5 administrative zones in the Black Sea prison, namely the Eastern, Southern, Western, Northern, and Female zones. Each zone has a manager, whom we commonly refer to as the king of the zone. In the Eastern zone, the manager is Dong Wang Saint Ao, who was once the youngest marshal in the Nansha Federation, but he arrived at the Black Sea prison 2 years ago, but the reasons remain unclear. Facia spoke of Saint Ao. His face was filled with apprehension. Although most individuals in the Black Sea prison were notorious criminals, they paled in comparison to Saint Ao, who had commanded interstellar warfare. So, how does this relate to the first-level privilege? Xiubai exhaled slowly, his internal energy having stabilized significantly. All that remained was time for recuperation. Hey, don't be impatient, boss. Previously, the Black Sea prison only had 4 major zones, but a year ago, after the princess of the Helan Sea tribe was captured by the Federation Navy and imprisoned, the female zone was established. This event has led to new changes within the entire Black Sea prison. The Black Sea prison, located at the heart of the Black Sea, is the highest prison of the Nansha Federation. Within the Black Sea resides the Helan Sea tribe. The new king of the Helan Sea tribe harbors a deep-seated hatred for technological products and vehemently rejects the existence of other races. Any creature daring to tread upon the Black Sea will be fiercely attacked by him and his the entire Nansha realm. Only a pirate group known as Dead Hand can navigate the Black Sea. This is because the captain of the Dead Hand pirate group once saved the young king of the Black Sea. Consequently, after the Black Sea king ascended to power, the officers tasked with escorting criminals to the Black Sea prison were replaced by those who had previously served in the Dead Hand pirate group. However, even so, navigating the Black Sea still requires the use of relatively antiquated wooden ships. This balance persisted until 2 years ago, when the Black Sea king's daughter was imprisoned in the Black Sea prison. The specific reasons were not disclosed by the Federation. However, since that incident, both parties have been in a peculiar state of tension. The Federation began disregarding rules when escorting criminals, frequently employing various technological products. For instance, Xiubai was brought in by helicopter rather than by wooden ship. The Black Sea king was exceedingly enraged by this, often sending his kin to assault the Black Sea prison. Yet, whether due to his daughter being in the Federation's custody, causing him to hesitate, or for other reasons, he has never personally participated in the assaults on the prison. Nevertheless, even without the Black Sea King's direct involvement, the Helan Sea tribes might still pose a significant challenge to the Black Sea prison. The Federation, not wishing to completely sever ties with the Black Sea King, also refrained from deploying many reinforcements. After all, with the warden stationed, the Black Sea prison could never be breached. But who is the warden? He is the most notorious figure in the Nansha realm, having voluntarily surrendered for certain reasons. However, this does not imply he is willing to serve as the Federation's pawn. After symbolically repelling several assaults from the Helan Sea tribe, the warden issued a new rule. Henceforth, every time the Helan Sea tribe attacked the Black Sea prison, the defense would be handled by the prisoners. After the battles, the corpses of the Helan Sea tribe would be sold on the black market, with half of the proceeds going to the warden and the other half exchanged for resources for the various administrative zones. The distribution of resources would depend on each zone's contributions during the defense battles. Once this new rule was established, the prisoners in the Black Sea prison were instantly filled with excitement. And in the Black Sea prison, 99 of the prisoners were martial artists. What do martial artists lack the most? Food, of course. It is worth noting that 2 years ago, the prisoners' rations were akin to pig feed. After all, most of these criminals were ruthless beasts. Providing them with food was already a generous act from the Federation, as they had no intention of letting them starve to death in the Black Sea prison. Thus, during each defense battle, prisoners from various zones actively participated, all in hopes of obtaining ample resources after the battle. Having resources meant the possibility of becoming stronger, and becoming stronger meant the chance to escape the Black Sea prison. Even if that hope was as faint as the eye could perceive, who would willingly abandon the prospect of life? What a clever tactic, Xiubai inwardly sneered, realizing that this warden was indeed a master of cunning strategies. Furthermore, he sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared, not to mention the sale of the Helan Sea tribe's corpses. If their bodies could be sold, why not those of the prisoners? Martial artists share a similar cultivation method to Xiubai, with their flesh and blood containing immense biological energy. As long as someone is willing to purchase, their value would not be inferior to that of the Helan Sea tribe's corpses. So, the first-level privilege is merely an access to better food resources. Indeed, boss, this privilege is only one rank lower than that of the king of the zone. After all these years in the Black Sea prison, I have only ever attained second-level privileges. Facia said enviously. Did I ask that so? Xiubai smiled lightly. This was indeed a fortunate development for him. After all, restoring his body and refining his essence into energy required an abundance of nutritious food. Along the way, prisoners walked in small groups. Facia, too, had friends, yet he did not seek them out. Instead, he quietly followed behind Xiubai, occasionally displaying a contemplative expression. Xiubai paid no mind to Facia's demeanor and suddenly quickened his pace. Approaching the imposing figure at the front, whether due to the identity of the king of the zone or some other reason, no prisoner dared to come within 10 meters of Saint Ao. Saint Ao, I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you. Xiubai extended his hand with a faint smile. Saint Ao turned his head, regarding him with indifference. The other prisoners leaned closer, lowering their voices, eager to witness the unfolding drama to their surprise. After a few seconds of silence, Saint Ao actually extended his hand as well. Very well, 15 days from now. 15 days? Why? Xiubai shook hands with Saint Ao before releasing, both of them dismissing any juvenile attempts to gauge each other's strength. After all, the strong could sense the aura of others, and they generally had an approximate understanding of each other's capabilities. Any actual probing would inevitably manifest as tentative strikes during the battle. Analyzing the opponent's rhythm of combat, the designated date for the Helan Sea tribe's assault was in 10 days. After Sheng Ao finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his head to gaze ahead. There, a crowd was approaching from 3 different directions. It was evident, without a doubt, that these individuals were prisoners from the other 3 districts. Xiubai stroked his chin. Fat Scorpion had mentioned matters concerning the other districts to him the previous day. Among the 5 major districts, the Eastern District, where he resided, was the strongest, followed closely by the Western District. The slender figure, adorned with bizarre runes, was the overseer of the Western District, known only by the moniker Cursed Demon. It was said he was a certain type of enigmatic sorcerer capable of unleashing terrifying magic through the runes on his body. He was also the sole prisoner captured by the warden himself. Following that was the Northern District, The overseer of the Northern District was the most mysterious. To this day, no one knew his identity. All that was known was that he was a mechanic specializing in sniping. However, being ranked third did not imply he was weaker than the first two, for no one had ever witnessed the Northern King in action, making it difficult to gauge his true strength. Lastly, the Southern District, which, in Fat Scorpion's words, was a haven for worthless individuals. This district housed over 100 prisoners, more than the combined total of the other 3 districts. Yet, their combat prowess barely reached a tenth of those from the other districts. And during every defensive battle, it was always the Southern District that lagged behind. The overseer of the Southern District, nicknamed Iron King, was a muscular man, significantly smaller than Fat Scorpion, with an arrogant and domineering demeanor. Yet, in truth, he might not even stand a chance against Fat Scorpion. The Southern District was simply too weak, which allowed him to ascend to the position of overseer. Of course, this was in comparison to the other 3 districts. If considered externally, the prisoners from the Southern District were still exceedingly formidable. Xiubai, have newcomers arrived from your Eastern District? Iron King grinned as he strode towards them, exuding a familiarity with Xiubai. Xiubai did not even cast a glance in his direction. Continuing to walk ahead, Xiubai mirrored this indifference. He could sense that Iron King, the ruler of the Southern District, was pitifully weak, thus lacking any interest. Damn it, newcomer, stand still, Iron King bellowed, his fury igniting as Xiubai ignored him. How dare a newcomer disregard him? An awkward scene unfolded as Xiubai did not pause, seemingly deaf to the command. Iron King's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he refrained from taking action. The prisoners from the other 3 major districts regarded this spectacle with smirks, mocking the Southern District's ruler. Forget it, boss. Calm down. He's just a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules. There's no need to stoop to his level. One of Iron King's subordinates intervened, adeptly diffusing the tension. The familiarity of such a dialogue indicated this was a frequent occurrence. Humph. Iron King scoffed, only cooling down when the prisoners from the other 3 districts had vanished from sight. At that moment, a subordinate, visibly discontented, queried, Boss, I don't understand why you always make an effort to befriend Eastern King Xiubai. He clearly looks down on us. We are all prisoners. If they wish to have nothing to do with our Southern District, can't we just let them be? Iron King, rather uncharacteristically, did not react with anger, but instead fell into a contemplative silence before quietly asking, Do you know how long until the next execution? In the Black Sea prison, executions were not carried out according to individual crimes, but were instead executed uniformly. This meant that if tomorrow was the day of execution, even if one had just entered today, they would still face the same fate without waiting for the date specified in the verdict. Upon discussing this matter, the prisoners lowered their heads, for the instinct to survive is inherent in all humans. Despite being irredeemably wicked, they still harbored fears of death. In a year, a subordinate replied, the executions in Black Sea prison will occur in a year. Do you wish to leave alive? Iron King's expression grew unusually grave as he posed the question to the Southern District prisoners. Leave alive? Yes, leave alive. Xiubai is the youngest marshal of the Nansha Federation. A person like him would never passively await death. Therefore, I suspect Xiubai will scheme for a jailbreak in the coming year. Iron King declared with conviction. A jailbreak? But, boss, Black Sea Prison is the highest security prison in the Nansha Federation. Since its establishment, no one has ever successfully escaped, even if Eastern King Xiubai is the youngest marshal. What are the odds he could break out? Moreover, the current warden is. The prisoners glanced around, whispering, whether Xiubai can become an exception is not for us to ponder. This is our only opportunity. Relying solely on ourselves, we will surely fail. You are all my brothers. Regardless of the humiliation we endure, I will find a way to lead you out. Iron King's gaze was earnest as he addressed the Southern District prisoners. Boss, the prisoners were momentarily taken aback. Perhaps this was the reason the Southern District prisoners, despite knowing Iron King was not particularly strong, were still unwaveringly willing to follow him. In the cafeteria, Xiubai sat beside Xiubai, awaiting the prison staff to deliver breakfast. In the distance, Fat Scorpion wore a perplexed expression, intently observing him. Just a moment ago, upon entering the cafeteria, Xiubai abruptly halted, waiting for Fat Scorpion to approach. As Fat Scorpion prepared to inquire, Xiubai uttered a statement that left him in shock. Fat Scorpion, If I am not mistaken, is it not true that engaging in combat outside the designated areas would result in immediate execution? After saying this, Xiubai did not question Fat Scorpion for failing to inform him, but instead meaningfully patted Fat Scorpion on the shoulder before taking a seat next to Xiubai. Outside the 5 major districts, any combat was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one would be executed on the spot, a rule established by the warden. Fat Scorpion had not previously disclosed this to Xiubai, and during the recent conflict, he had deliberately chosen not to remind him. Unexpectedly, Xiubai had deduced this regulation from Iron King's hesitance to act. If it were him in that situation, he would have undoubtedly killed that subordinate to vent his frustrations. But why had Xiubai not done so, nor even expressed reproach? Fat Scorpion was engulfed in confusion, even failing to react when the prison staff placed the food before him. It was not until Xiubai glanced back at him that Fat Scorpion hurriedly averted his gaze, feigning an intense focus on his meal. Clearly, the objective had been achieved. Xiubai inwardly smiled, choosing not to dwell on Fat Scorpion any longer, shifting his attention instead to the mountain of food before him. Is this what you call breakfast? Even pigs would burst from overeating. But it's just right for martial artists. Soon after, Xiubai began to ponder. Was the first-class treatment merely a matter of receiving several times more food than others? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Xiubai spoke up. In addition to receiving more food than others, first-class treatment also grants you a daily resource allocation not exceeding 800 white crystals. 800 white crystals, Xiubai mused. As he had little understanding of the currency in this place, you may propose resource requests to him, but it's best not to exceed 800 white crystals. Xiubai gestured toward a prison staff member standing not far away. Xiubai looked up and immediately recognized the individual Xiubai referred to, a man in a purple top hat, a dark red tailcoat, with a bouquet of roses tucked into his chest pocket. Perpetually sporting an oddly cheerful smile, he appeared strikingly out of place in his eccentricity. However, the affairs of others were of no concern to Xiubai. He approached the man as he reached the front. The man suddenly moved. He removed his hat and, with an air of elegance, bowed slightly to Xiubai. Greetings, my friend. I believe this is our first encounter. My name is Ryan Dan. You may also call me Dan. Feel free to make any requests you may have. Hello, Xiubai. You mentioned any requests. Would you be able to fulfill demands exceeding my first-class entitlement of 800 white crystals? Of course, my friend, as long as you are willing to pay the corresponding price. Ryan Dan replied with a smile. Is that so? Then I'd rather pass. I prefer to take advantage without incurring costs. Xiubai chuckled, his greatest virtue being his willingness to heed advice, since Xiubai had deliberately cautioned him not to exceed 800 white crystals. He naturally would not tempt fate. How unfortunate. But do you mind if I refer to you as such? Ryan Dan shook his head. I don't mind. May I inquire about the resources I require? Of course, please proceed. Although Ryan Dan appeared rather peculiar, he seemed to possess a commendable sense of politeness. I need something that can briefly envelop my entire body and seal my pores. Is there such a thing? Xiubai proposed an unusual request. Let me ponder. Ryan Dan mused for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands and exclaiming with a smile, I've got it. The Hutton clan, when a member is on the brink of death, prevents their body from being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals by allowing the totemic devouring ants to consume the deceased's corpse. To ensure the body is thoroughly devoured, they first place the devouring ants inside the clan member, and then apply the juice of the binding vine fruit all over the corpse. This juice has sealing properties. Thank you for sharing this peculiar information. So, is this binding vine fruit something you can provide me? Xiubai's lips twitched slightly. He found it difficult to comprehend such a desecration of a fellow clansman's body. Moreover, it seemed rather akin to ant punishment. Did it not? Certainly. But the binding vine fruit exceeds a value of 800 white crystal coins. Ryan Dan remarked, somewhat pointedly. Before Xiubai could respond, he continued, however, I can still offer it to you. Consider it a form of investment. Ryan Dan squinted as if perceiving something invisible to others. Investment? Intriguing. When can you deliver it to me? Now, Ryan Dan replied with a mysterious smile, reaching into his top hat and slowly retrieving a greenish-blue fruit. Even though he had long prepared himself mentally for the intricacies of this advanced power system world, the suddenness of this scene still left Xiubai somewhat astonished. What kind of sorcery is this? Technology? Magic? Thank you. Xiubai sighed in relief, calming his emotions as he reached out to accept the binding vine fruit. No need for thanks. I appreciate polite individuals. So, allow me to gift you a piece of information. The sealing effect of the binding vine fruit lasts a full hour. The juice's sealing properties are incredibly resilient. Even the devouring ants cannot penetrate it. If you cannot hold your breath for an hour, it is best not to use it. Of course, if your intention is to use it for killing, then that is inconsequential, Ryan Dan said, gazing at Xiubai with a slow smile. Is that so? Thank you for the warning. Xiubai, expressionless, returned to his seat with the binding vine fruit in hand. To others, this peculiar item might seem of little use beyond the act of murder. Yet only he understood that this was the key to his breakthrough in refining essence into qi. What does refining essence into qi entail? Xiubai had previously contemplated and verified this concept through the text of Taoist inner alchemy and ancient yoga techniques. In his extensive readings, he discovered striking similarities in the descriptions of the refining essence into qi stage from both schools of thought. In fact, the ambiguous parts were remarkably alike. The deeper he studied, the more he felt that the obscured sections recorded in the texts contained the true essence of the refining essence into qi technique. Other records, on the other hand, contained both truths and errors. For instance, the Taoist inner alchemy texts state that one must gather the 3 flowers at the crown to enter a state of selflessness. If the meridians are unobstructed, one can condense spirit and qi, then merge with nature, experiencing the universe through breath, entering a balanced state of existence and non-existence. Upon reading this segment, Xiubai couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. The ancient text seemed disjointed. The Taoist inner alchemy preamble claims that qi correlates with the 5 elements, dividing into the 5 organs. The ancient yoga texts, however, assert that qi is divided into 5, encompassing the front, back, left, right, and center. But why? In the latter sections, is there no mention of the 5 elements or the 5 qi? Furthermore, the gathering of the 3 flowers clearly pertains to the spirit within the essence, qi, and spirit framework, as the cultivation has historically progressed in that order. Without essence, there is no qi. Without qi, there is no spirit. If there is no spirit, how can one speak of entering the qi realm through spirit? Additionally, unobstructed meridians, without internal qi, rely solely on essence to break through the meridian orifices. Xiubai had previously attempted this. It was akin to courting death. Thus, he began to contemplate how to navigate this path. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit to nothingness, and refining nothingness to merge with the Tao. These 16 words served as his guiding principles. After extensive reading and mutual verification, he formulated a unique cultivation method, the infinite technique, based on his own experiences and insights. Ultimately, through his relentless efforts, he successfully created the cultivation technique for refining essence into qi. Of course, he had not yet had the opportunity to implement this method, for shortly after its creation, he found himself in this place. The refining essence into qi he devised involves nurturing the 5 elements with essence. Humans possess the 5 elements, differentiating into the 5 organs, with the innate 5 elements condensing within the 5 organs. Thereafter, when a person absorbs the myriad breaths of the world, the innate recedes into the acquired, leading to a chaotic state of the acquired 5 elements, which must be reconciled through essence. Xiubai murmured to himself while clutching the binding vine fruit. This also served as the introductory words for the refining essence into qi phase of his technique. At that moment, Sheng Ao, who was having breakfast, slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion. What are the 5 elements, innate and acquired, myriad breaths? He could hardly comprehend. The only term he understood was the 5 organs. Sheng Ao did not inquire further. He merely cast a glance at Xiubai before continuing to tackle his breakfast. Let us eat. Xiubai, filled with excitement, ravenously stuffed the food before him into his mouth. How could he not be thrilled? On the brink of validating whether his infinite technique was correct, before long, a mountain of food had entirely vanished into Xiubai's stomach. Those who practiced martial arts, like him, had a distinctly different approach to eating. While ordinary people consume food and await natural digestion, they simultaneously mobilized energy within their bodies to decompose and store the nutrients from the food. In this world, martial artists referred to this as biological energy. Xiubai termed it essence. After a trip to the restroom to expel unnecessary food remnants, Li Xiubai returned to the cafeteria, picked up the remaining roasted chicken from the table, and strode back toward the prison area at that moment. Everyone else was still in the cafeteria. The entire prison area contained only Jean Laoshu, who had contributed nothing during the last defensive battle. Even though he had been disturbed by Li Xiubai's vigorous physical training throughout the night, he still dared not catch up on sleep, fearing something might occur while he slumbered. Upon seeing Li Xiubai return, Jean Laoshu hurriedly leapt from his bed and opened the cell door. As soon as the door swung open, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted chicken assaulted his nostrils. Jean Laoshu swallowed hard, but dared not look at the roasted chicken in Li Xiubai's hands. That was food for the strong. For the weak to covet it was akin to seeking death. Take it. Suddenly, Li Xiubai handed the roasted chicken to him. Jean Laoshu stood in a daze, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the steaming roasted chicken before him. Take it. Consider it compensation for using your bed, Li Xiubai said nonchalantly, stuffing the roasted chicken into Jean Laoshu's arms before returning to his own BE. It was only when Li Xiubai sat cross-legged, beginning to study the binding vine fruit, that Jean Laoshu regained his senses. He glanced at the tantalizing roasted chicken in his hands, then looked over at Li Xiubai. This old man, who had been forcibly assigned to the Black Sea prison without shedding a tear, found his eyes inexplicably moistening. Jean Laoshu did not immediately consume the roasted chicken. Instead, he walked to the box at the foot of his bed and placed the chicken inside. He understood that within the Black Sea prison, he might never have another opportunity to enjoy such a delicacy, so he wished to savor it slowly. Furthermore, he need not worry about anyone snatching it from him, for this was a gift from Li Xiubai. Aside from Sheng Ao, no one dared to seize it. After placing the roasted chicken down, Jean Laoshu retrieved a silver pocket watch. He opened the cover and gazed at the photograph within. It depicted a radiant young man, standing before an opulent, technologically advanced building. Whilst technology, if anyone within the Black Sea prison possessed even a rudimentary understanding of the universe, they would likely be astonished to the point of cardiac arrest upon seeing this photograph. The Nansha Federation is the most powerful nation on this planet, and the only one recognized by the Z9783 Cosmic Court. Thus, this planet is also referred to as Nansha Star. Moreover, Nansha Star belongs to the divine eternal star domain. As for Wiles technology, it is the most advanced and formidable conglomerate in the realm of technology within the divine eternal star domain. How could Jean Li, a powerless creature living in the gutter, possibly know anyone from Wiles technology? Since he is acquainted with individuals from Wiles technology, why does he not utilize their influence to extricate himself from this wretched place? Alas, only the Golden Mouse possesses the answer to this perplexing question. Even more astonishing is the inscription found on the side of that silver watch, rendered in a universal cosmic script, the original Silverwing Smart Brain Watch. This is a product that has been forcibly prohibited from development and sale by the United Cosmic Forces of the Super Anomalous Mechanism Island. The rationale lies in its infringement of multiple clauses within the Universal Patent Law, 1405th revision, and the Universal Technological Safety Law, 8576th revision, pertaining to the development of smart brains. Of course, opinions on this matter vary greatly. After all, prior to the emergence of Silverwing, the Smart Brain Watch had been monopolized by the Super Anomalous Mechanism Island, and the underlying reasons are all too evident. The Golden Mouse raised his gaze towards Li Xiubai, who was merely staring into space at the vine forbidden fruit. He then donned the Silverwing on his wrist, gently caressing its surface. Silverwing initiating. Initialization complete. Detecting current location signal network source. Detection successful. Connecting. Connection established. Master, would you like to disable the virtual positioning system? Hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, the Golden Mouse hurriedly responded with his thoughts. No need to disable. Keep it on. Understood. Silverwing. Activate the operational interface with simulated light and shadow effects. Affirmative. Silverwing complied. A virtual light screen gradually materialized before the Golden Mouse's eyes. Naturally, this simulated light screen was visible solely to him. Li Xiubai, seated nearby, could not perceive it. The Golden Mouse retrieved the roasted chicken, holding it in his hands while searching for the perfect angle. This commotion inevitably captured Li Xiubai's attention, prompting him to slowly raise his head and regard the elderly man with a peculiar expression. Is this some sort of pre-meal ritual from a religion? At long last, the Golden Mouse found an angle that did not resemble a prison and captured a photograph, subsequently opening the only contact account in his address book. Xinghe, today I am indulging in your favorite roasted chicken. It is a pity you are not here. Your old man will savor it alone. While composing the message, a tender smile of affection inadvertently graced the golden mouse's face. Meanwhile, Xiubai's expression grew even more peculiar. Attention, the recipient of your message is subject to interstellar transmission. As this device is not equipped with a communication card, this transmission will consume 0.1 of mechanical energy. Proceed with transmission. Transmit. The golden mouse gritted his teeth, confirming in his mind. Transmission complete, consuming 0.1 mechanical energy. Remaining mechanical energy, 11.5. That mechanical energy has fallen below 20. Please replenish promptly to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Silverwing's words, the golden mouse could only manage a wry smile. If he could replenish mechanical energy, he would have done so long ago. Mechanical energy is a resource exclusive to mechanics, and as an ordinary person, he had no means of acquiring it. If he were outside, he could purchase mechanical energy batteries. But here, before long, a message reply appeared on the light screen. Haha, old man, if I were there, I would definitely leave you with just the chickens, but you little rascal. The golden mouse gazed at the reply, a hint of a smile appearing on his aged face. Xinghe, how have you been recently? Not bad. The Silverwing project was halted, but the group arranged for me to undertake another confidential research project as compensation. Once I complete this research endeavor, I will return to see you. In the past, the prospect of the other party returning would have filled the golden mouse with uncontainable joy, but now, only anxiety was etched upon his face. Yet, to prevent the other from sensing it, after a moment's contemplation, the golden mouse replied, Really? That is wonderful. Xinghe, when will your project conclude? Hard to say that you'll find out when I return. Old man, I'm on break at the moment. Shall we have a video call? A video request popped up in the light screen. The golden mouse's lips trembled slightly, and he attempted to accept the video request several times, yet the command stuck in his throat. Refusing to escape his lips, he feared that his clever child might discern something amiss. Thus, the golden mouse could only grit his teeth and decline the video request. Xinghe, perhaps another time. Your old man has matters to attend to. So I will speak to you later. All right. Old man, I just transferred some money into that private account. Feel free to buy whatever you want. Don't hold back on my account. Understood. After sending that message, the golden mouse immediately closed the communication interface, desperately fearing that he might inadvertently accept the other's video request. That it has been nearly 3 years since he last saw Xinghe. Silverwing, is there still no one willing to take the bounty? Affirmative, Master. You are currently situated in the Black Sea prison, where only the Nansha Federation and the Dead Hand Pirate Group can navigate the Black Sea. The likelihood of the Dead Hand Pirate Group accepting a bounty for invading the Black Sea prison and incurring the wrath of the Nansha Federation is virtually zero. The mechanical voice of Silverwing pierced the golden mouse's heart like a cold blade. Am I truly without any chance of escape? Apologies, Master. With my current computational capacity, I am unable to devise a method for an ordinary person to escape the Black Sea prison. Unless you construct a significantly larger information network for me to utilize as a computational medium, based on the data, the probability of your escape is zero. The optimal solution would be to seek assistance from Xinghe. I can initiate a communication for you. No. Do not jeopardize Xinghe's future. I understand. Keep the virtual positioning on and enter sleep mode. Entering sleep mode, the light screen vanished, and Silverwing also fell into slumber. The golden mouse removed the watch and placed it back in the box, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of Xiubai observing him with a strange expression, causing his heart to skip a beat. Boss, do you require anything from me? No. Wait. Yes. Xiubai extended his hand, holding the vine forbidden fruit, and said, I need you to help me apply the juice of this fruit to every part of my body. Originally, he had intended to seek assistance from Fascia, but for some unknown reason, that fellow had yet to return. Can I do that? The golden mouse stepped forward, asking with trepidation. Applying some juice is not akin to constructing a nuclear bomb. What is there to hesitate about? Just ensure that the juice does not splatter into your nostrils or mouth. This substance will seal everything. If you inadvertently apply it to those areas, you may suffocate. Xiubai shook his head, handing the vine forbidden fruit to him, then began to remove his clothing. Remember, every corner must be coated. If I find any spot lacking, I will kill you instantly. His words were laced with an intense, murderous intent. Coupled with that terrifyingly perfect physique, the golden mouse felt as though his very soul had momentarily frozen. This time, it was different. Xiubai had brought the golden mouse a roasted chicken, whether out of pity for the weak or a disdain for bullying the powerless. Or perhaps a steadfast commitment to fairness. At this moment, none of those reasons mattered, because the Wujigong was the most crucial aspect for Xiubai, and any mistake was something he could not tolerate. Yes, yes. The golden mouse's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the vine-forbidden fruit. He gently tore a small piece of the fruit's skin, and a greenish-blue juice immediately flowed forth. He dared not delay. Hastily applying it onto Xiubai's body. When he reached the head, he paused momentarily, recalling Xiubai's earlier mention of the fruit's effects, which made him hesitate. Continue. But, didn't you say this vine-forbidden fruit would? I said continue. Xiubai's cold reprimand rang out. Yes. The golden mouse trembled in fear, not daring to utter another word, extending his hand to coat Xiubai's head with the juice. The moment the juice enveloped Xiubai's entire body, it suddenly solidified, transforming into a resilient membrane tightly adhering to his skin, sealing all his pores. In an instant, Xiubai could no longer perceive the existence of any air. The training had commenced. Now, the only breath he could rely on for survival was the last gasp of oxygen inhaled into his lungs just before the sealing. With the internal breathing technique, that breath would last at most 20 minutes. In the remaining 40 minutes, he would be completely unable to breathe. This was not only an extreme test of physical limits, but also a profound trial of willpower. It is widely acknowledged that hypoxia can lead to a temporary decline in cognitive abilities. Therefore, he must complete the guidance for refining essence into energy before succumbing to oxygen deprivation. Time is of the essence. Xiubai immediately assumed a stance and began to slowly perform a set of martial arts forms in the center of the cell. This is the method he has devised for refining essence into energy. As he practiced, the blood flowed, merging the essence of food into blood energy, which surged and impacted the 5 internal organs. When struck, the organs would resist and release their internal energies. The energies of the 5 organs correspond to the 5 elemental energies. Of course, the last 2 statements are merely his conjectures, and Xiubai is uncertain of their validity. After all, the concepts of the 5 organs and the 5 elements lack substantial scientific evidence. Upon witnessing his movements, the golden mouse quickly retreated to a corner, fearing that a single blow from Xiubai might spell his end. Time ticked away. Xiubai had cycled through several martial arts forms, his speed increasing to the point where afterimages began to appear. Blood energy surged forth, accumulating madly within his body as it could not escape, until it filled his entire being. A faint stabbing sensation emanated from his internal organs, and his lungs began to feel a burning sensation. Yet, Xiubai showed no signs of halting. Instead, he continued his practice. Suddenly, it felt as though some shackles within him had shattered. His vision underwent a miraculous transformation, revealing a 2-dimensional diagram of his own body. Dots represented acupoints, thick lines denoted bones, and thin lines depicted meridians. The deep crimson mist pervading his body was the blood energy. The fabled inner vision. Without dwelling too much on the marvel of inner sight, Xiubai directed his gaze toward the trunk of his body, where 5 clusters of mist began to emanate with various colors: gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Indeed, these correspond to the 5 elemental energies. My conjecture was correct. At this moment, an indescribable excitement surged within Xiubai, overwhelming him with a desire to laugh out loud. However, he suppressed his elation. This was not the time for celebration, as he mentioned in his study of the Wujigong and the method of refining essence into energy. The human body, once tainted by the myriad energies of the mundane world, sees its innate 5 elemental energies devolve into a chaotic state. The 5 elemental energies within him were indeed chaotic, not fully concentrated in the organs, but rather dispersed throughout his torso. He must nourish the 5 organs with blood energy, returning them to their innate state and consolidating the 5 elemental energies before he could be deemed successful in refining essence into energy. The challenge, however, lay in the fact that he could not return all 5 organs to their innate state at once. It had to be done step by step. Thus, determining which organ to prioritize became a pressing dilemma. In the Wujigong, the 5 elements each represented different powers. The liver corresponds to wood, the essence of life. capable of fostering vitality and growth. The heart represents fire, the force of life, possessing the power of sublimation, capable of overcoming all. The spleen signifies earth, the root of life, capable of nurturing and sustaining health. The lungs correspond to metal, the essence of life, having the ability to purify and penetrate all. The kidneys represent water, the source of life, with the capacity for nourishment and containment. These 5 elemental powers, fire and metal as offensive, wood and earth as defensive, and water as nurturing, create a symbiotic cycle. Moreover, water is the source of life, which possesses remarkable resilience, requiring considerable time to refine. Fire is exceedingly fierce. If nourished by blood energy, it may backfire. Earth is dense, and blood energy may struggle to breach its defenses. Metal is too sharp, difficult to tame. Furthermore, in the process of refining essence into energy, one must adhere to the principle of the 5 elements nurturing one another. Forced refinement is not permissible. Thus, Xiubai ultimately decided to commence his cultivation with the water element. Water encompasses all things. It can flow like wood, surge like fire, bear weight like earth, and penetrate like metal. Under normal circumstances, water is the most gentle element, making it a fitting starting point for refining essence into energy. Once he has refined the water element, he can progress in accordance with the nurturing sequence of the 5 elements. The essence of the kidneys nourishes the liver. The liver stores blood to support the heart. The warmth of the heart nourishes the spleen. The spleen transforms and generates the essence of water and grains to replenish the lungs. And the lungs clear and descend to assist the kidneys. Water nurtures wood. Wood fuels fire. Fire forms earth. Earth gives rise to metal, and metal returns to water. Thus, the cycle of the 5 elements nurtures one another, paving the path for refining essence into energy. With this thought, Xiubai no longer hesitated, directing the blood energy toward the location of his kidneys. This time, it was not about stimulation, but rather about using blood energy to gently nourish the kidneys. Only when he had warmed them to their innate state and actively gathered the dispersed elemental energies throughout his body would he consider it complete. This is what is known as 5 energies returning to the origin. The origin signifies the source, as the kidneys are the root of water energy. Gathering the water element within the kidneys constitutes the step toward the origin. This process is exceedingly lengthy, however, for Xiubai. The only prolonged aspect would be the other 4 organs, as he had already ingested and stored a wealth of precious energies before arriving here. Although much of this essence had dissipated over time, a small portion remained in his body. This time, in his endeavor to refine essence into energy, Xiubai drew upon it all at once, merging it into his blood energy. Gradually, 20 minutes passed. The internal breathing ceased, and Xiubai felt a constriction throughout his body. Fortunately, at this moment, he no longer needed to practice martial arts to stimulate his blood energy. He slowly sat down cross-legged, minimizing any movements that might expend energy. He began to meditate, clearing his mind to reduce the need for breath. This process bore similarities to the Taoist internal alchemy, where one gathers the 3 flowers at the crown to enter a state of self-forgetfulness. Yet it was also different. For instance, Xiubai did not possess the 3 flowers at the crown. Thus, he felt that the recorded methods in those texts were intentionally documented with both accuracy and inaccuracy. As for why the chroniclers chose to do so, who could say? Regardless, for Xiubai, who had embarked on his own path, knowledge of such matters held no significance. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. The golden mouse crouched in the corner, glancing anxiously at Xiubai, whose chest showed no signs of rising and falling. A sense of dread filled his heart. Could it be that Xiubai had perished? If Xiubai were to die, would the fat scorpion, upon returning, not take out his wrath on him, leading to his own demise? As this thought crossed his mind, fear flickered in the golden mouse's eyes. No, I cannot die. I must escape this place. I must leave. Summoning his courage, he approached Xiubai, intending to tear through the green membrane enveloping him. However, as his hand reached halfway, the golden mouse hesitated. Although he was an ordinary person, he had seen enough to understand that Xiubai might be engaging in some form of cultivation. If Xiubai was not dead and he recklessly tore away the green membrane, disturbing his practice, the consequences would likely be fatal. As the golden mouse continued to wrestle with his thoughts, the green membrane suddenly began to dissolve as if it were melting away. An hour had passed. Xiubai opened his eyes, a peculiar gleam flashing within them. The refining of essence into energy was successful. Just before the green membrane vanished, he had finally completed the process of returning his kidneys to their innate state. At this moment, Xiubai sensed a radical transformation occurring within the entire world around him. The injuries inflicted by the plague cell were gradually healing. Although the restorative capabilities of the water element are not as potent as those of wood, they are by no means lacking. Such relatively light injuries are easily manageable. However, it must be noted that the water element is incapable of healing severe injuries such as hidden wounds or severed limbs. The power of the water element rests in my hands. Xiubai extended his hands, observing within the two-dimensional diagram as a pale blue energy began to emanate from the kidneys, flowing through the meridians and breaking through each acupoint to reach his hands. In the two-dimensional diagram, each point that vanished signified an acupoint being unblocked. The process of opening acupoints was not as arduous as described in the records. Perhaps it was the method of using the power of water to initiate the opening of acupoints that proved to be the correct approach. Xiubai could not help but feel a sense of relief. Had he begun with the ferocity of fire, the sharpness of metal, the density of earth, or the gentleness of wood, the task would have been far more challenging. Only the water element, possessing certain traits of all 5 elements, could achieve a harmonious balance. With a cascade of sounds, acupoints continued to be opened. With each new meridian that flowed with blood, it fused with the power of water, surging forth vigorously, even producing a faint sound reminiscent of rushing water. Until all the major acupoints were cleared, the blood energy and the inner energy of water, no, it should be called qi and blood. The fusion of qi and blood. The merging of qi and blood surged through the acupoints and meridians, growing ever stronger, ultimately converging into the dantian. Boom! A resounding blast seemed to emanate from within, causing the locked meridian at the dantian to collapse with a thunderous crash. The vital energy and blood surged inward, only to flow outward again, establishing a cyclical pattern that gradually quieted to a gentle whisper. Upon meticulous observation, Xiubai discerned that this was merely a minor cycle. Countless meridians had yet to be traversed by the flow of energy and blood. It was likely that this was the position of the minor cycle where the powers of the 5 elements would circulate. When all 5 elements were present, and the minor cycle transformed into the major cycle, it would mark the moment of breaking through the final 2 meridians of the physical body, the points connecting the spine and the head, known as the run and do meridians. At that moment, the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head would occur, heralding the transformation of qi into spirit. Jin Laoshu, is there something you wish to convey? Xiubai asked, glancing at the elderly figure beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having stepped into the refinement of essence into qi, the surge in power filled him with unparalleled joy. It brought to mind what Fei Xie had mentioned. In this world, achieving the standard of a king-level powerhouse required a qualitative transformation of life itself. He had now reached such a threshold. Could it be? Wait, am I a king-level powerhouse? A quiet chuckle resonated within him. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. He had never encountered a so-called king-level powerhouse, and thus could not draw comparisons. Even if the refinement of essence in qi paralleled the life transformation of a king-level powerhouse, one would still need to encompass all 5 elements to truly be deemed a king-level figure, wouldn't they? Before Jin Laoshu could respond, a tremendous crash echoed from behind. Bang! Both turned their gaze to reveal none other than Fei Xie. Fei Xie, what on earth happened to you? Xiubai approached, furrowing his brow. Lying on the ground, Fei Xie was charred black, his skin appearing as though it had been torn by raging flames, pus oozing from his wounds. A sight most unsettling. Cough. Before he could finish, a violent fit of coughing seized him. Dark smoke mingled with tainted blood erupting from his mouth. You've injured your organs. Do not speak for now. Xiubai lowered himself, placing his palm over Fei Xie's chest, a deep azure energy gradually manifesting. Regrettably, the research on meridians within the Wuji technique was merely theoretical regarding the flow of energy. Comprehensive studies on all human meridians had yet to be conducted. Otherwise, he could have penetrated deeper into the body through the meridians for a more effective energy infusion. Yet, even so, the moment the water element energy entered his body, Fei Xie felt his injuries rapidly healing. Cough. He continued to cough, expelling the dark smoke and tainted blood. The once searing heat in his lungs suddenly transformed into a cool comfort. However, beyond the recovery of his injuries, he was more astonished by the azure radiance emanating from Xiubai's palm. Are you a king-level martial artist? King level. Let us discuss that later. What exactly happened to you? Wasn't it stated that battles are prohibited outside the monitoring area? Xiubai released his hand and inquired. The generation of internal energy requires the consumption of essence, having just returned his kidneys to their innate state. His internal essence was already limited, needing to reserve some for emergencies. Besides, Fei Xie's injuries had stabilized. After all, water element energy could not fully restore the damage like wood element energy could. We fell into a trap. The West District, cough. While coughing, Fei Xie recounted the sequence of events to Xiubai an hour prior. After Xiubai's departure, the inmates in the cafeteria had nearly finished their breakfast and were preparing to leave. At that moment, the second-in-command of the West District, Erupt, suddenly invited the East District inmates to visit the West District for some leisure. The so-called leisure was merely an invitation to gamble. This was one of the few forms of entertainment for the inmates of the Black Sea prison. And the East District inmates had no reason to refuse, excitedly heading to the West District. Initially, everything went well. They were all having a grand time, and the East District inmates seemed to be on a winning streak, with nearly everyone leaving with their pockets full. However, the East District inmates were oblivious to the fact that the West District inmates were intentionally losing to them, aiming to lower their guard. As anticipated, just when the East District inmates were most engrossed in gambling, the West District inmates launched their attack. Caught completely off guard, 7 or 8 East District inmates fell dead in an instant, while countless others were severely injured. Fortunately, 10 high-level combatants from the East District, including Fei Xie, were not gravely harmed and immediately began organizing a counterattack, but in terms of both high-level combatants and overall strength. The East District far surpassed the West District, quickly stabilizing the situation. However, the good fortune was short-lived, as the cursed demon intervened. Before the cursed demon, Fei Xie and his companions had no capacity for defense. One fire-type spell sent 10 East District experts sprawling to the ground. Only Fei Xie, with his remarkable defense, managed to retain a sliver of hope. He pretended to have lost his fighting spirit. And when the cursed demon let down its guard, he seized the moment to eliminate several West District inmates and escape back. Upon hearing this, countless thoughts raced through Xiubai's mind, and he quickly focused on one critical matter. Grasping the intention behind the West District's actions, Xiubai had mentioned that a defensive battle would commence in 10 days. The sudden assault on the East District inmates was clearly aimed at surpassing the East District in the upcoming defensive battle, thereby claiming the top position among the monitoring districts and acquiring more resources. Boss, where's Xiubai? Quickly go find him, Fei Xie urged anxiously. Though he might appear brash, it did not mean his intellect was lacking. He had already surmised the West District's motives during the attack. I do not know. Xiubai shook his head. Having been engrossed in his training and unaware of the external circumstances, he turned to Jin Laoshu. The Eastern King hasn't returned. Jin Laoshu murmured softly, hasn't returned. Fei Xie, when you went to the West District, Xiubai did not accompany you. Where could he have gone? No. I don't know. Fei Xie looked equally bewildered. Had Xiubai not returned to the monitoring area? A chill ran through Xiubai's heart as numerous thoughts materialized in his mind. First and foremost, why had Xiubai suddenly vanished at such a crucial time? Could the West District's scheme be connected to him? This seemed unlikely, for the East District's loss of the top resource position would not benefit Xiubai. This implied that Xiubai could be set aside for the moment. His whereabouts could be investigated later. What was urgent was how to deal with the West District's assault on the East District. Fei Xie, you just mentioned that aside from the initial attack, when they killed a few of our East District men, the West District only incapacitated our combat capabilities and did not kill further, correct? Yes, boss, but what does this have to do with Xiubao's disappearance? Fei Xie asked, perplexed. Ignoring his query, Xiubai continued to ponder. Why had the West District chosen to act in such a manner? The disappearance of Xiubai was unknown even to the East District's own people, and it was even less likely that the West District could have predicted it. Thus, the West District was not attacking the East District inmates merely because Xiubai was missing. Suddenly, a gleam of insight illuminated Xiubai's eyes. This conspiracy was not entirely directed at the East District inmates. It predominantly targeted Xiubai. The East District had maintained its top resource position not only due to its superior overall strength, but also because of Xiubao's exceptional command and combat prowess as a former federal marshal during defensive battles. If Xiubai were not eliminated, then once the East District inmates replenished their ranks, they would inevitably reclaim their position as the top resource district. Hence, the West District had refrained from killing all the inmates. As deceased individuals held no value, there was no need for Xiubai to risk himself in the East District. Moreover, such actions could provoke Xiubao's wrath, potentially leading to retaliatory measures in the forthcoming defensive battle. With this realization, Xiubai no longer hesitated. He slowly rose to his feet and strode toward the monitoring area exit. "Boss, are you? Cough cough. Where are you going?" Fei Xie struggled to rise and inquired. Xiubai paused, casually asking, "Fei Xie, what did you call me?" "Old boss," Fei Xie replied, bewildered. "Now that you've been so grievously injured, as your boss, it is only fitting that I seek vengeance on your behalf." A smile tugged at the corners of Xiubai's mouth as he turned away. Fei Xie was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the imposing figure. You will seek vengeance for me? Wait for my return." Xiubai uttered his final words before striding decisively toward the West District. As for his true purpose in this venture, was it merely to avenge Fei Xie? Yes and no. Ultimately, the essence of his mission could be distilled into 4 words: winning the hearts of the people, the hearts of Fei Xie and the East District inmates. In this moment of crisis engulfing the entire prison district, it should have been the Eastern District King, Xiubai, to step forward. However, he did not appear. Instead, a newly emerged powerhouse disregarded the peril of death and arrived. As for how the prisoners of the Eastern District would perceive Xiubai, that remains to be seen. But without a doubt, Xiubao's prestige would plummet to an all-time low. Whether it was to secure his primary resource position, to not hinder his own cultivation of refining essence into qi, or to earn the trust of the Eastern District prisoners for future escape plans, Xiubai had to undertake this journey. Wait a moment. Outside the Eastern Monitoring District, a sudden call came from behind Xiubai. He turned to find none other than Jin Laoshu. Jin Laoshu? This old man wouldn't possibly want to accompany me, would he? That would be utterly pointless. Jin Laoshu, panting heavily, rushed forward, tightly clutching something in his hands. His eyes filled with hesitation. Jin Laoshu, if there's nothing urgent, you should head back. I must hurry to rescue others. Don't waste time, Xiubai said, slightly furrowing his brow to Tio's safe. You are a kind person, therefore, I do not wish for you to perish. Take this, it can aid you. Jin Laoshu gritted his teeth and handed the silver watch to Xiubai. What is this? Xiubai inquired with confusion, looking at the watch. It was merely a watch. Yet Jin Laoshu's expression seemed as though he was parting with a treasure. This is the Silver Wing Smart Brain watch developed by the Xinghe Corporation. It can assist you in battle. Jin Laoshu carefully fastened the watch onto Xiubai's wrist and then brushed his finger across its surface. Initiating Silver Wing. Activation successful. Detecting unauthorized biological entity wearing the watch. Self-destruction system activated. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the mechanical synthesized voice in his mind, Xiubai almost dropped the Silver Wing in shock. Goodness, Jin Laoshu has given me a bomb. Granting target level 1 access. Fortunately, Jin Laoshu promptly halted the Silver Wing. Resetting. Reset successful. Welcome to Silver Wing Smart Brain. Secondary Master, Jin Laoshu, you possess such advanced technology? Xiubai glanced at the Silver Wing Smart Brain, then at the black wristband he used for translation. Comparing goods, one must discard the inferior. You can activate the Silver Wing's combat mode in your mind, and it will assist you in battle. However, you must never let anyone else know of Silver Wing's existence. Yes, I understand. Thank you. I will keep it a secret. Rest assured that I can see it means a great deal to you. Upon my return, I shall return Silver Wing to you. Xiubai observed the photograph of a youth on the watch face. Noticing Jin Laoshu's reluctant expression, seemingly grasping its significance, with that, he ceased to delay and promptly headed towards the Western District. Jin Laoshu was uncertain whether lending Silver Wing to this individual was a wise decision, but now that it was done, he could only pray he had not misjudged him. He turned and walked towards the monitoring district. But just a short distance from the entrance, he suddenly spotted Fei Xie, who was tremblingly pushing the door open to exit. The wounds he had just healed were once again torn open by movement. Blood and pus mingling as they flowed onto the ground. Xiubai, in excruciating pain, was sweating profusely yet continued to struggle his way out. Jin Laoshu was taken aback at the sight, hesitating for a few seconds before rushing forward to support Xiubai. Of course, he could not provide much assistance, merely offering a semblance of balance. Where are you going? Jin Laoshu asked. Xiubai fixated on the path ahead, gritting his teeth. I must help the boss. What? Jin Laoshu exclaimed, looking incredulously at the stout giant. Hey, boss, look, isn't that the newcomer from the Eastern District? What is he doing here, at the entrance of the Western Districts to Jingang, along with a large group of South District prisoners? Judging by their demeanor, they were merely a few slices of watermelon and some benches away from a casual gathering. Jingang, upon spotting Xiubai, appeared perplexed. Where is Xiubai? Boss, didn't you say this was a plot by the Western District to undermine the Eastern District? Targeting the Eastern King? Once the Eastern King Xiubai received the news, he would surely come. So now, should we still assist? One of his subordinates scratched his head and asked Jingang. Assist? Assist my foot. Why should a newcomer help him? We came here to make Xiubai owe us a favor. If Xiubai doesn't show up, then no one is allowed to make a move. Jingang glared at his subordinate. Speaking in a low voice, it appeared that he had discerned the truth behind the Western District's conspiracy earlier than anyone else, and had brought his men to the Western District in anticipation. It seemed that Jingang was not as dim-witted as his muscular exterior suggested. Rather, he was quite astute. Xiubai naturally noticed this group of onlookers, although he was curious about what the South District prisoners were doing in the Western District. His immediate priority was to rescue others. The gates of the Western Monitoring District were not closed, allowing a clear view of the Eastern District prisoners sprawled across the ground, their bodies marred with wounds. Crying out in anguish, I thought Xiubai had arrived. Let me think. There's a powerful newcomer in the Eastern District. It must be you, right? The second in command, Xiubai, a tall man, scoffed upon seeing Xiubai enter. In his eyes, among all the prisoners of the Black Sea prison, only Xiubai, the cursed demon, and the elusive Northern District King could overpower him. The rest were merely insignificant. Xiubai stood at the entrance of the monitoring district, scanning his surroundings, and casually asked, Didn't he expect a newcomer to recognize me? If you wish to avoid death, hurry back and fetch Xiubai. If he comes late, all of you from the Eastern District will be left here. Xiubai declared, viciously stomping on the face of an Eastern District prisoner, the sound of bones shattering echoing sharply. The prisoner's face collapsed, and he instantly emitted a muffled scream of agony. Hurry, and find Xiubai. Go back. Where is Xiubai? Why hasn't he come? The Eastern District prisoners continued to scream, urging Xiubai to return for help. Yet, Xiubai remained unfazed, merely observing Xiubai with keen interest. Are you very strong? At these words, Xiubai froze momentarily, unsure if this newcomer was attempting to provoke him. He turned to look at the higher-ups in the monitoring district, where a man covered in cursed markings stood. One could seek help with just a hand or a leg. After receiving the cursed demon's consent, a sinister expression gradually emerged in Xiulai's eyes. Newcomer, do you wish to keep your hands or your legs? How about I leave you with both hands? That way, in your lonely midnight hours, you can still console yourself. Xiulai, you are indeed kind. Keeping both hands is good, but he probably won't need both. Let's leave him one. Newcomer, will one hand be sufficient? The Western District prisoners erupted in laughter, seemingly envisioning the newcomer's fate. Yet, soon, their laughter was silenced, for Xiubai's face bore an enigmatic smile, and just as Xiulai wondered why he too was smiling, a suffocating sensation suddenly gripped his chest. Xiulai emitted raspy sounds from his throat, his face filled with terror. Since you have chosen your own fate, I shall indulge you. Xiubai grasped Xiulai's neck with one hand, slowly lifting him, his face still adorned with that peculiar smile. The very prisoners who had just been laughing at him now looked on in sheer horror, as if they were ducks with their throats seized. This speed, imperceptible to the naked eye, how could it manifest in a newcomer? Boom! Suddenly, Xiulai's muscles bulged, an invisible force erupting from his body. Xiubai did not choose to withstand the force, but released his grip on Xiulai's neck. The latter stumbled backward, clutching his throat and gasping for the precious air. Newcomer, I admit you are strong, But just now was your last chance to kill me. Now it's my turn, Xiubai proclaimed. As his skin gradually flushed with blood, his stature bizarrely increasing a few centimeters. Frenzy. Xiubai was actually utilizing this martial skill valued at 100,000 white crystal coins. That newcomer was doomed. The Western District prisoners looked at Xiubai with pity in their eyes. Frenzy was among the most powerful martial skills sold on the black market of the Southern Sand Realm. Once activated, the martial artist's body would experience a temporary, comprehensive enhancement. Frenzy. Xiubai's face revealed a contemplative expression. Is this martial art unique to this world? Newcomer. I have changed my mind. I shall shatter your limbs and compel you to crawl back. Do the people of the West District enjoy uttering nonsense before their demise? Xiubai shrugged dismissively. Hurrit, infuriated, swung his fist toward Xiubai with tremendous force. His colossal fist, accompanied by a howling wind, approached in an instant. Even steel would likely suffer a deep dent upon impact with such a blow. Xiubai stood his ground, making no movement, as if paralyzed by the sheer terror of the impending strike. Hurrit shared this assumption, his eyes gleaming with excitement and cruelty as he regarded his unmoving opponent. Just as the fist was about to collide with Xiubai's face, he finally made his move. He slightly angled his body, the side of his cheek brushing against the fist. Subsequently, Xiubai appeared to perform a breath-expelling motion. In that instant, his back foot forcefully struck the ground. Power surged from his calves, twisting through his hips and into his waist. His waist tightened like a bowstring, slightly lowering his shoulders. With all his might harmonized, he lunged towards Hurrit, who had encroached upon his personal space. Boom! In a cataclysmic sound, Hurrit spat blood and was propelled backward, the sound of shattering bones echoing wildly. As he crashed to the ground, he curled up like a broken sack. This was due to the instantaneous destruction of his entire skeletal structure, with his muscles and veins lacking support, causing a rebound effect. Moreover, beyond his bones, Hurrit's internal organs were reduced to a pulp. As the saying goes, in literature, there is Tai Chi to bring peace to the world. In martial arts, there is 8 extremes to stabilize the universe. The 8 extremes fist is renowned for its fierce and overwhelming might. Each move possesses the capability to shatter gold and split stone. What Xiubai had just executed was the most fearsome technique within the 8 extremes, known as close quarters push. This technique may also be referred to as mountain push or arm mountain push, though it appears simple. It is essentially a shoulder-driven charge or a deep-seated back thrust, requiring the waist and hips to twist while channeling the entirety of one's strength. Merely activating the waist and hips to mobilize the body's energy is sufficient to challenge many martial artists who have trained for years. Not to mention, when Xiubai unleashed the strike, he also utilized the breath-expelling mastery of the 8 extremes to achieve a complete unification of energy. This is the most challenging aspect. Many ancient martial arts and modern combat styles prefer to utilize deep breathing or explosive shouts to drive their energy. However, the 8 extremes employs breath expulsion, a method of internal cultivation, to achieve this objective. Breath expulsion serves as a benchmark to evaluate whether an 8 extremes practitioner has truly mastered their art. Xiubai slowly exhaled and stepped toward Hurrit's lifeless body, grasping the mass of flesh enveloped in a gruesome layer. The second in command of the West District. Merely this. His tone was unremarkable, yet it rendered the prisoners of the West District paralyzed with fear. Unable to muster the courage to fight back, their hopeful gazes cast upon the sorcerer. Shall we conclude matters here for today? The sorcerer floated slowly into the air, addressing Xiubai. The situation had unfolded beyond his control. Hurrit, a martial artist who had nearly reached the threshold of royal rank, had been abruptly slain, catching him off guard. This was also Xiubai's greatest advantage against this group, unlike traditional martial artists. His methods were diverse, and his combat style was exceedingly distinct. You have no way of knowing whether that seemingly mundane strike was a special move or a mere ordinary attack, in an unguarded state. Even a slight difference in strength can easily lead to a single fatal blow. The sorcerer's original plan was to have Hurrit restrain Xiubai, allowing the two of them to continuously wear him down until he was ultimately dragged to his death. But now, with Hurrit dead, no one could hold the enemy at bay for him. Moreover, this man before him seemed to possess the same versatility as Xiubai, prompting the sorcerer to consider retreating from battle. A so-called versatile martial artist is one who excels in all aspects, including strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and endurance, maintaining a peak condition across the board. Such martial artists are exceedingly rare in the Nansha realm, with most being like Fei Xia, focusing on specific areas of strength. As a sorcerer, without the assistance of magical artifacts, he could only resort to casting forbidden spells in a desperate bid to eliminate the versatile martial artist. The reason forbidden spells are termed as such is due to the taboos associated with their casting. Unless absolutely necessary, sorcerers are reluctant to employ forbidden spells. Conclude matters here. What if I refuse? Xiubai tossed the flesh he held onto the ground, sneering. The sorcerer's expression turned grim. We must ensure mutual destruction, allowing other prison districts to reap the benefits. What do you think? What do I think? Xiubai chuckled, pointing to the injured inmate from the East District on the ground. Did magic enter your brain while you were practicing? Do you call this a mutual destruction? I came here solely to avenge them. Or do you think I came here to give you laser tattoos? So, you and I must fight? As the sorcerer spoke, his body began to ascend rapidly into the sky. He understood that ordinary magic could not possibly strike a martial artist of Xiubai's caliber. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to forbidden spells, with a faint hissing sound. The pentagram mark on the sorcerer's forehead gradually glowed with a crimson hue. With each line of the pentagram that illuminated, the sorcerer's expression contorted with further agony. It was as if he were not casting magic, but enduring some extreme punishment. In an instant, Xiubai sensed a dangerous aura. He would not allow the sorcerer to cast freely. He immediately leaped into the air, utilizing the stairs on either side of the prison district to draw closer to the sorcerer. Boom, boom, boom. The sorcerer's body was adorned with flickering magical symbols, as dozens of massive fireballs coalesced from thin air, hurtling toward Xiubai. The temperature within the prison district surged dramatically, flames scorching the air and leaving trails of black smoke in their wake. Though the speed of the fireballs was not particularly fast for Xiubai, they effectively blocked all his routes of attack. Fireball spells, while they can be easily conjured by a level 1 magic apprentice, can also unleash devastating power if infused with sufficient magical energy, akin to missile-level devastation. Similar to Xiubai's ordinary attacks, one could not wager on their true strength, with no other choice. Xiubai could only agilely leap and dodge within the prison district, evading the onslaught of fireballs. The sorcerer aimed to buy time, the lines of the pentagram mark on his forehead glowing brighter. Nearing complete awakening, Xiubai felt a surge of urgency. He had never fought against a sorcerer and could not comprehend the sorcerer's intentions, but it was clear he was preparing a formidable spell. Should he succeed in casting it, Xiubai would likely meet his end. Yet, the barrage of fireballs continued to obstruct his path, preventing him from approaching the sorcerer. Suddenly, Xiubai glanced at the silver watch on his wrist. How could he have forgotten this? Silver Wing. Could it assist me in approaching him? Initiating combat mode. The cold mechanical voice of Silver Wing resonated. Activate. Combat mode is initiating. Connecting to secondary master's neural network. As the voice of Silver Wing faded, a surge of electricity coursed through Xiubai's wrist into his brain. The neuronal network flickered with electric sparks, transmitting signals from his brain throughout his body. Connection successful. Secondary master body detected. Versatile martial artist. Power level, royal body. Life energy subroyal. Detection complete. Combat mode activated. All attack routes have been calculated. The world in Xiubai's eyes transformed abruptly, as countless attack routes marked by virtual beams of light appeared within the prison district. After exclaiming how astonishingly advanced the technology was, Xiubai unleashed his abdominal power and soared upward along one of the routes. Just as he ascended a few steps, dozens of fireballs came hurtling toward him. Xiubai intended to retreat once more, but the voice of Silver Wing rang in his mind. Please trust me. Upon hearing this voice, Xiubai ceased his hesitation, circulating his water element internal energy and thrusting himself upward. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. Not a single one of the dozens of fireballs managed to strike him, narrowly avoiding him by mere inches. Although the fireballs were of extremely high temperature, for a martial artist of Xiubai's caliber, they were merely capable of tearing his clothing. Technology is truly remarkable. Witnessing this scene, Xiubai couldn't help but exclaim once more. Please concentrate. The second wave of fireball spells is approaching. Be mindful of the changing routes. In his line of sight, the virtual beams of light shifted. Having just experienced recent events, Xiubai held an unwavering belief in the Silver Wing's completely disregarding the fireballs, maneuvering deftly along his designated path. Even executing a stunning 360-degree rotation as he weaved through the chaos, he appeared remarkably at ease, exuding an air of nonchalance. Speaking of such abilities, Xiubai possessed a similar one, known in martial arts as transcendence. Transcendence differs from transformation, the latter being one of the four energies of Tai Chi, which he was not adept at due to his lack of fondness for the softer techniques of Tai Chi. The former, however, resembled the combat mode of Silver Wings, a state that Xiubai could only access when faced with dire circumstances. It represented a realm of selflessness, where the conscious mind was entirely abandoned, allowing the subconscious to take control. Within the realm of Wuji Gong, Xiubai categorized it among several conjectures in the refining Qi to transform spirit chapter. As he drew nearer, the cursed demon grew increasingly anxious. He could not fathom how his meticulously crafted assault of fireballs could be circumvented, just as Xiubai was about to breach the side of the cursed demon. A complex and enigmatic pattern suddenly materialized in the unfinished pentagram etched upon the demon's forehead. Vaguely, it seemed as though an invisible force struck Xiubai. This caused him, suspended in midair, to falter and plummet earthward. Boom! His body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, the cursed demon knew that this height posed no real threat to a martial artist. Kill him. The cursed demon's complexion turned ashen. The strain of maintaining the incomplete pentagram while forcibly employing a mental-type forbidden spell was immense, rendering even speech a challenge. The prisoners from the West District perked up upon hearing this, slowly advancing towards the center where Xiubai lay. Meanwhile, the prisoners from the East District struggled to rise in an attempt to protect Xiubai as the distance closed. The West District prisoners saw that the formidable man lay utterly still, emboldening them. Still, the cursed demon was powerful. No matter how strong, he would still fall to the cursed demon's might. Ha! The cursed demon is invincible. Enough chatter. Attack. The veins on the cursed demon's forehead throbbed violently. Were it not for the need to sustain the Dalam bewitching heart demon spell, he would have contemplated using a forbidden spell to eliminate this group of useless allies. Hearing the cursed demon's fury, the West District prisoners hurried towards Xiubai. Stop! Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a booming voice erupted from the entrance of the West District. Everyone turned to see Jean Laoshu supporting the rotund scorpion, whose body was smeared with pus and blood. Clutched in Scorpion's hand was a wooden talisman. Upon glancing at the fallen Xiubai, he gritted his teeth and plunged the talisman into his chest. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from Scorpion's chest. Countless pale green veins radiated from his torso, enveloping his robust form. His wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace in less than a second. Scorpion was restored to peak condition that he leaped powerfully to Xiubai's side, swatting away the West District prisoners with a wave of his hand. With me here, no one shall harm the boss. Jean Laoshu helped the boss to safety. Jean Laoshu jogged into the West District, discarding the dilapidated wooden stick he had scavenged, intent on dragging Xiubai away. Scorpion. The cursed demon, gritting his teeth, hissed, "Don't let them escape, or I will surely kill all of you worthless fools." After speaking, he gesticulated wildly, forming several bizarre hand seals, his body erupting with spell markings. The pentagram on his forehead flickered to life once more. He aimed to unleash an offensive forbidden spell while maintaining the Dalam bewitching heart demon spell. At this juncture, the cursed demon cared not for the backlash this would incur upon himself. That a singular thought consumed him. Xiubai must die. The West District prisoners, hearing the cursed demon's threat, despite their trepidation, could only slowly encircle him. Although they could not overpower Scorpion, they could at least attempt to delay him. The situation in the arena returned to a precarious balance, and all hope seemed to rest once more on the unconscious Xiubai. Neural pathways under attack, detected as a magical illusion type. Should mechanical energy be released to stimulate neural pathways? Should mechanical energy be released to stimulate neural pathways? The Silver Wings Intelligence Core immediately reacted, incessantly repeating the query. Alas, Xiubai could no longer hear it. "Mommy, where are we going?" "Little Bai, Mommy is going to buy you something delicious." On a dimly lit street, a disheveled woman, her hair unkempt and clothes tattered, was leading a small child. The child's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Xiubai. "Really? Mommy, I want to eat that warm, white thing I saw last time. It looked so good." That's called a steamed bun. I'll buy it for you shortly. The woman, gripping the child's hand, wore a look of intense anxiety as she turned sharply into an alleyway. Standing there was a man with a lecherous demeanor. The lecherous man eyed the approaching woman, or more accurately, the child at her side. "That I asked this your son?" The woman's expression was a tumultuous mix of fear, reluctance, and a profoundly morbid fascination. It was as if she were ensnared by some addiction. "See, can he do it?" "Heh. Generally speaking, I can only offer you 5,000. The lecherous man pulled out a cigarette and lit it, grinning grotesquely. No, you promised. Stop whining. Do you want it or not? If not, then scram. I'm busy with my business and have no time for your nonsense." The lecherous man brandished a wad of cash and several syringes. Speaking with disdain, the woman glanced at the money, then at the little boy beside her, who was looking around curiously, and ultimately, she could not resist. She reached out to take the items. Little boy, this uncle will take you to eat steamed buns. Mommy has something to do and will come back for you later. You must be a good boy, okay?" The little boy looked at his mother and nodded obediently. "Mitchum, I will be good. Mommy, you go ahead." These words seemed to solidify the woman's resolve as she turned and hurriedly exited the alley. TSA. These addicts are truly heartless. The lecherous man watched the departing woman, chuckling coldly. The little boy, confused, looked up. "Uncle, what is an addict?" "An addict is someone like your mother," the lecherous man replied, suddenly gripping the boy's shoulder tightly. "Ouch. Uncle, that hurts." Tears welled up in the little boy's eyes. But remembering his mother's instruction to be obedient, he refrained from struggling. "Hurts? Cover his mouth." The lecherous man flashed a cruel smile, tightening his grip. Crack, 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 crack. A sound of bones fracturing echoed from the boy's shoulder, and the excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. Yet, a large hand from the darkness firmly covered his mouth. "Be careful. Don't kill him." The lecherous man cast a cold glance at the figure behind the boy. "Hey, big brother, rest assured, this isn't my first time doing this." Humph. Upon hearing this, the lecherous man dismissed him and reached for the boy's legs. Crack. "Good Samaritan, please, spare a little. This is my son. He was in an accident. And he is so young I truly don't know what to do. The doctor said if we can raise the money, he can be cured. I beg you, please help us." "How pitiful. Let us give them some money." On the sunny street, a beautifully dressed girl looked at the disabled child and adult by the roadside, her eyes filled with compassion. Beside her, her boyfriend scoffed dismissively. "Babe, they are all scammers. Don't believe them." Hearing this, the lecherous man squatting beside the little boy suddenly revealed a fierce expression. However, this look only lasted a moment before he reverted to his pitiful facade. The beautiful girl glared fiercely at her boyfriend. "How can you have no sympathy at all?" Upon concluding her words, she retrieved some money from her designer handbag and placed it beside the young boy. The boy struggled desperately, but his bones had been broken, and he had been administered a drug that rendered him momentarily speechless, tears welling up in his eyes from sheer anxiety. Observing this, the beautiful girl gently patted the boy's head and said, do not cry. I am not accustomed to carrying cash when I go out. Sir, could you please leave your phone number? I will transfer some money to you once I return home." The lecherous man was about to respond, but suddenly his eyes shifted, and he feigned indifference, saying, "No, that's not necessary. You have already given enough. Thank you, kind-hearted soul. That won't do. The child is still so young that I must leave you my contact information," the beautiful girl insisted, shaking her head. "But I don't have a phone either." The lecherous man pretended to be somewhat troubled. "I have an idea." The beautiful girl pulled out an eyeliner pencil and declared, "Sir, I will write my number on your hand. When you have a moment, borrow a phone and call me. I will send the money to you." Thank you. I am truly grateful. I would kneel before you," the lecherous man exclaimed, almost dropping to his knees. The beautiful girl quickly supported him, saying, "Sir, please don't do that. As long as this little brother can recover, that is enough." After leaving her number and repeatedly urging him to call, she departed on the road. The sound of an argument with her boyfriend could still be heard. "Hey, big brother, are you interested in that girl?" The person who had covered the young boy approached, a lewd grin plastered on his face. "Humph. Do you also wish to share in the spoils? Hurry up and get lost before you give yourself away," the lecherous man said, glancing at the number written on his hand. Thank you, big brother," the man replied with delight and walked away contentedly. detecting that the secondary master could no longer issue commands. It actively activated mechanical energy to stimulate the neurons. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in the young boy's mind, and he looked around in confusion. Boom! In an instant, dark gray lightning split the air. The thunder roared incessantly, as if it aimed to obliterate the entire world. Yet, everyone on the street appeared oblivious, continuing with their activities. Only the young boy's form shifted constantly, sometimes enlarging, sometimes shrinking, his face contorted in agony and struggle. Detecting signs of the secondary master regaining consciousness, the output of mechanical energy was increased, with only 7.4 remaining. Boom! The dark gray lightning tore apart the clear, bright sky. The entire world shattered like a broken mirror, crumbling into chaos. In the Western Monitoring Zone, Fei Xie was entangled in a relentless struggle with the prisoners of the Western District, his body once again covered in wounds. Even Jean Laoshu had sustained injuries. Fortunately, Fei Xie was there to protect him, and the injuries were not severe. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, an extreme, oppressive aura of fury began to permeate the air. Both Western and Eastern District prisoners trembled in fear. Glancing with trepidation toward the source of the aura, Xiubai slowly opened his eyes, filled with a wrath capable of incinerating all. He rose, casting his gaze toward the spellcaster who was still casting forbidden spells. You have made me recall a very unpleasant past. This infuriates me. I initially intended to kill you. Now, I will have you die in the most despairing manner. Xiubai's voice was laced with murderous intent. Yet his eyes remained as tranquil as still waters. Kill me. Ha! What gives you the right to kill me? The spellcaster's five-pointed star seal on his forehead glowed intensely, and a peculiar, ancient, and mysterious rune began to materialize in the center of the star. The rune floated slowly towards Xiubai. Boss, be careful, Fei Xie shouted urgently. However, Xiubai merely regarded the rune with indifference, allowing it to land upon him. Though the spellcaster was devoid of emotion, knowing that this forbidden spell was inescapable. Curiously, he pondered why Xiubai did not attempt to evade it. You wonder why I do not flee, do you? Xiubai said coldly, fixing his gaze upon the spellcaster. Because I said I want you to die in the most desperate circumstances. The spellcaster's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained composure, recognizing that Xiubai was already bound by the fatal forbidden spell, leaving him with nothing to fear. Buzz. At that moment, the forbidden spell was unleashed. A gray light curtain expanded circularly from beneath Xiubai's feet, pushing Fei Xie and the others outside of the gray circle. This was a forbidden spell targeting a single organism, thus its power would be all the more terrifying. The name of the forbidden spell was Underworld. The Underworld was one of the most extreme forbidden spells. With the spellcaster's strength, he could not unleash even a trillionth of its power. He might not even be aware of the true nature of this forbidden spell. Seeing Xiubai enveloped by the forbidden spell, the spellcaster breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face as if victory was already assured. Newcomer, allow me to introduce you to this forbidden spell that will send you to the void. Ha ha! He pointed at the black sphere suddenly flying out from within the forbidden spell's light curtain. Warning! High-energy unknown energy body detected. Warning! High-energy unknown energy body detected. Analyzing. 1. Analysis failed. Reanalyzing. 5. Analysis failed. The voice of Silver Wing echoed repeatedly in his mind, causing Xiubai to feel somewhat vexed, prompting him to issue a command for it to cease analyzing the black sphere. The black sphere's speed was not particularly fast, and it could even be described as exceedingly slow. Moreover, it was not heading directly toward Xiubai. Instead, it slowly passed by and re-entered the other side of the forbidden spell's light curtain. Immediately afterward, 2 more black spheres flew out from the other side. Newcomer, the black spheres possess the power to devour all. Should they touch you, you will die instantly. Furthermore, each time they enter the boundaries of the forbidden spell, they will double in number. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. 4 becomes 6, until they fill the entire forbidden spell's barrier, leaving you with no means of escape. Despair, newcomer. Ha! The spellcaster cackled malevolently as he floated in the air. However, there was no fear upon Xiubai's face. Instead, he regarded the situation with an expression of incredulity, as if he were observing a fool. Are you bad at math? Huh? Huh? Newcomer. What do you mean? You dare to be defiant even at death's door. The spellcaster's laughter abruptly ceased as he regarded Xiubai with confusion. What a fool! Xiubai no longer wished to engage with the spellcaster, turning his attention back to the black spheres re-entering the boundaries of the forbidden spell. 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 16. Not only was the growth exponential, but it was also in a quadratic progression. As the black spheres multiplied, the space within the forbidden spell's barrier for movement shrank by more than half. Xiubai had no choice but to begin using his agility to dodge the swirling black spheres. All evasion routes have been planned. Secondary Master, from the previous failed analysis, I have obtained some fragmented data on the black spheres. What data? Xiubai twisted his body to evade a flying black sphere. The black spheres are composed of multiple layers. The outer and inner layers contain a structure I cannot analyze. The internal 2 layers exhibit a phenomenon of unknown particles colliding and dissipating. Moreover, there exists an energy membrane generated by the dissipation in the outer layer, the specifics of which I cannot explain, as there is no similar data in the database. Silverwing's intelligence system stated slowly. And so, Xiubai inquired, narrowly avoiding another black sphere. Based on the analysis of various data, the conclusion is that before the opponent's consumption of forbidden spell energy is exhausted, your probability of death stands at an alarming 99. Well analyzed, but do not conduct further analyses. Xiubai raised an eyebrow, observing the rapidly multiplying black spheres, his mind racing with strategies. Although Silverwing's analysis seemed fruitless, one point remained quite useful. The effect of the black spheres was precisely as the spellcaster had described. Upon contact, death was inevitable. Given the speed at which the black spheres were increasing, in merely 30 seconds, Xiubai would have nowhere left to flee. The spellcaster could not possibly endure even 30 seconds. Even if he faltered, he would resort to certain secret spells to forcibly prolong the forbidden spell, for he knew, today either Xiubai would die, or he would. There was no other possibility. In such a dire situation, how could one survive? Secondary Master, according to my data analysis, your only chance now is to await the arrival of Saint Ao, that if he manages to eliminate the spellcaster, he can break the forbidden spell for you. Only the weak place their hopes in others. Xiubai spoke in a calm manner, then astonishingly closed his eyes. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the fine hairs on his skin gradually standing on end. In the face of despair, he once again transcended into a state of transformation. His primary consciousness fell into a deep slumber, leaving only his subconscious to guide his body in evading the onslaught of the black sphere. Within the pitch-black realm of the mind, Xiubai gazed upwards at the myriad stars. These were the culmination of his life's studies, techniques honed to an extraordinary degree, marked by unparalleled strength and ferocity. Yet at this moment, it was utterly impossible to confront the black sphere head-on with his own power. It seemed that he could only contemplate a solution from the aspect of softness. The stars twinkled brilliantly, among them shadowy figures practicing various martial arts. Soon, the stars began to extinguish one after another, leaving only a single star flickering. Within that star, a silhouette executed a slow yet profound set of movements. I possess the inner energy of the water element, the principles of Tai Chi, and embody the fluidity of water, learning its nuances. The Tao Te Ching once stated, the softest thing in the world can overcome the hardest. Perhaps, the key to breaking the stalemate lies within Tai Chi. Within the confines of the forbidden spell barrier, Xiubai gradually assumed a stance. His body flowed with the motions of his fists. The fists rising with the force of intent, the intent sparking from the heart. The 4 cardinal directions are represented by Can, Li, Zhen, and Dui, while the 4 diagonals are embodied by Qian, Kuan, Zhen, and Sun, uniting the 8 trigrams and directions. Advancing, retreating, left, right, and center combine the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, harmonizing the 5 directions. His fists move through 13 postures, intertwining the concepts of reality and illusion, stillness and motion, softness contained within firmness, and firmness infused with softness. Only by maintaining this balance can one achieve the harmony of yin and yang, which is the essence of Tai Chi. In that moment, Xiubai appeared to step into a peculiar realm, his entire being subtly merging with the natural world. Had a martial arts elder been present, they would have been utterly astonished, for this was the enlightenment of the Great Way. Unlike other forms of enlightenment, this one, while not immediately granting immense power, could infinitely elevate the latent potential of the enlightened individual. The inner energy of the water element flowed within him, seemingly yearning to merge with Tai Chi, yet always lacking something. Detecting this unusual phenomenon, the database had no analysis for such an occurrence, requesting entry into deep consciousness for data extraction and the formulation of a new combat mode. This time, the mechanical voice of Silverwing carried a hint of human-like astonishment. It was important to note that, although it was an intelligence core, it had not yet reached a level of rich human emotion. The only explanation was that in Xiubai's current state, some form of mechanical evolution was triggered beyond mere data. However, Xiubai gently closed his eyes, navigating through a sea of black spheres. Data extraction in progress, meridians, acupoints, martial arts theories, inner energy, extraction successful, Tai Chi, extraction failed, unable to comprehend, abandoning extraction, formulating a new combat mode, completion achieved. As Silverwing's voice faded, a new meridian diagram appeared in Xiubai's eyes. This diagram would assist the inner energy of the water element in breaking its shackles and integrating into Tai Chi. With this diagram in hand, Xiubai could finally confront the forbidden spell of the cursed demon. Alas, Silverwing had interrupted that serendipitous state of enlightenment. Nonetheless, Xiubai could not afford to delve deeper into enlightenment. His subconscious control had reached a critical point. If he continued, he might no longer be able to perfectly evade the black sphere. Thus, further enlightenment would be meaningless. After all, this bout of enlightenment had already bestowed him with significant benefits. Cursed demon, your death knell has sounded. To die? Ha! Do you still not comprehend your predicament? For me, the cursed demon laughed maniacally, but before he could finish, he fell silent, for he beheld Xiubai slowly extending his hand, tracing an exquisite circle, as a brilliant blue radiance enveloped him, revealing a manifestation of Tai Chi and the water element behind him. Subsequently, Xiubai gently maneuvered his hands, effortlessly tossing the black sphere back to the confines of the forbidden spell. No, it's impossible, impossible. Even if you were to ascend to the king level, you could not contend with it. The cursed demon was filled with terror, shouting in panic. The king level? I am not at the king level. You are correct. Even if I were to reach the king level, I still could not rival it. Xiubai replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He truly was not at the king level. According to Silverwing's data analysis, his physical attributes fell within the realm of a conventional king level, while his life energy intensity had only reached the sub-king level. The standard for the king level is the evolution of biological energy into life energy. His prior assumptions were not mistaken. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of refining essence into chi could he truly be considered a king level. Of course, his combat prowess undoubtedly far exceeded that of a typical king-level warrior. In the macroscopic world, high-energy and low-energy interactions occur, which is the reason the black sphere can obliterate objects. But do you know, in the microscopic quantum realm, certain high-energy states can randomly exist in a stable equilibrium for brief moments. The unknown components on the surface of the black sphere are born of such phenomena. Inner energy of the water element, while not exceeding the energy of the black sphere, can mimic many forms of energy. By merely utilizing the moment when the outermost layer of the black sphere is in a stable equilibrium and employing the inner energy of the water element to simulate this transformation, I can create an instantaneous phenomenon of repulsion between positive and negative charges. Therefore, I do not contend with the might of the black sphere, nor have I chosen to confront it, as Xiubai spoke. The Tai Chi water element diagram behind him began to rotate slowly, and he moved in tandem, causing the multitude of black spheres to follow his lead. Those black spheres, which were said to annihilate all, would be repelled by a wave of azure water whenever they approached Xiubai, unable to draw near. This was the manifestation he had just described, albeit largely completed with Silverwing's assistance. Although Silverwing could not analyze what that layer of components was, it could deduce how those components evolved within the microscopic realm. According to its hypothesis, the forbidden spell of the underworld, if used at an even greater strength, would not yield this layer of components. Its current existence was due to the user being unable to fully withstand the energy of the black sphere, hence the emergence of a protective mechanism. Whether it was due to witnessing this terrifying scene or hearing a series of incomprehensible concepts. The cursed demon, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. This also caused him to lose control of the forbidden spell, as the underworld gradually faded from the monitoring zone. The immense backlash rendered the cursed demon briefly incapacitated, causing him to plummet to the ground with a heavy thud. A mere sorcerer. His physical form was inherently fragile, and this fall nearly claimed his life. Cursed demon, do you understand where your defeat lies? Xiubai steadied his inner energy and approached slowly. He chuckled softly. Where do I fail? What do you mean? Xiubai, you know nothing. My only misstep was not foreseeing your emergence. Yet even if I were to encounter this 1,000 times, I would still act the same way. The cursed demon continued to cough blood, his gaze venomous yet mocking, as if to taunt Xiubai for his ignorance of certain truths. No, no, no. You are mistaken. Your failure lies in not dedicating yourself to learning. Xiubai disregarded the nonsensical ramblings, gently lifting the cursed demon and mocking him with a smile. Before arriving in this world, he too had engaged in physical training based on scientific principles. Otherwise, even if Silverwing could propose a plan, it would have been impossible to execute it flawlessly. Nonsense. And do you truly believe you have one? The cursed demon erupted in fury at these words, his brow adorned with a 5-pointed star that instantly ignited, forcibly casting the Dalamo bewitching curse once more. Boss. Phaecia and the others were utterly taken aback. They had never imagined that even in such dire circumstances, the cursed demon still possessed the capability to retaliate. A look of bewilderment appeared in Xiubai's eyes. However, it lasted only a fleeting second, for behind him, the Tai Chi water element diagram began to ripple gently, effortlessly dispelling the Dalamo bewitching curse. Xiubai regained his composure. A fierce and violent intensity surged within his gaze. The clarity he had achieved during his enlightenment had awakened him significantly. But now, why do you insist on seeking death? Initially, I had intended to keep your power for my purposes. Phaecia, hand me a knife. Xiubai tossed the cursed demon to the ground and turned his gaze toward Phaecia. Phaecia, perplexed by his boss's intentions, glanced around and settled his gaze on the iron bed within the monitoring zone. Moments later, he returned holding a piece of iron. Boss, there are no knives in the monitoring zone. But will this iron piece suffice? Excellent. Xiubai accepted the iron piece, slowly bending down, his face a portrait of chilling ruthlessness and ferocity. What do you intend to do? The cursed sorcerer gazed at Tai Pai in terror, as if he had foreseen the impending actions of his opponent and could not help but cry out in despair. I am, in truth, a very merciful person, even if you attempt to take my life. I shall afford you the respect that is due in death. Xiubai replied coolly, and the surrounding prisoners shuddered with a chill at his words. Merciful? Just look at that wretched Helite. Reduced to a mere roll of human skin over there. You truly are merciful. However, he added, no one shall touch it. No one. Xiubai's breath suddenly grew heavy, and his eyes blazed crimson, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. For, as he had stated, no one truly knew the harrowing experiences Xiubai had endured during that time. That past was something he wished to forget for all eternity. Only it could expose the vulnerabilities in Xiubai's otherwise indomitable martial spirit, provoking such uncharacteristic emotional turmoil. Forget it. I need not waste my breath on a dead man. Xiubai placed Tai Pai atop the sorcerer's head, feeling the icy chill emanating from above. As the sorcerer's fear threatened to overflow, no, you cannot treat me this way. I beg of you, kill me. Dispatch me with a single stroke. Oh, have you divined my intentions? It seems you are not as foolish as I had imagined. At least in this regard, you possess considerable experience and wisdom. It appears you have engaged in such deeds before, have you not? So, are you prepared? Skinning, flaying, and dismemberment. Xiubai's gaze instantly turned frigid, and Tai Pai plunged mercilessly into the sorcerer's skull. With a splatter, blood and the sorcerer's excrement erupted simultaneously. The air was filled with the ghastly sounds resembling a hellish inferno, the wretched cries of countless souls echoing deep into the very essence of the prisoners. Ah! Ah! The sorcerer's agonized wails turned into muffled gasps, for Xiubai had severed his tongue with Tai Pai, blood rushing into his throat, rendering him incapable of further cries. It is too loud. Such a mundane statement sent shivers through the souls of the prisoners, those with lesser fortitude even soiling themselves on the spot. Time became an abstract notion. Xiubai slowly rose, his entire being drenched in crimson liquid. Exuding a nauseating stench, the sorcerer, even among this collection of heinous criminals, could not bear to witness the scene any longer. Phaecia, Take this skin. Xiubai lifted the sorcerer's skin, adorned with intricate curses, and handed it to Fei Xie. Boss, this collection, is it truly necessary? Fei Xie gulped with difficulty. Kill the sorcerer. Xiubai's emotions had calmed considerably, as he turned with curiosity and inquired, what collection? What purpose could this skin serve? Let us keep it for now. Perhaps we can consult a sorcerer for research, or at the very least, it could fetch us some coin. Fei Xie, realizing his misunderstanding, hurriedly accepted the skin. I knew it. Though the boss may be a tad ruthless and fierce at heart, he is fundamentally kind and not so twisted. Can they still move? Xiubai asked, surveying the prisoners of the East District. Yes, absolutely. The East District prisoners trembled, disregarding their grievous injuries, and assisted one another in rising. Then let us depart, back to the prison block. Xiubai gestured, and the East District prisoners followed behind him in a grand procession towards the East Block. Meanwhile, the South District prisoners squatting at the entrance felt their heads buzzing. Boss, should we wait for Sheng Ao? Slap? Jin Gang retaliated with a swift slap. Wait for what? They have concluded their business. Good grief. Boss, then why didn't we rush in to assist? Sheng Ao did not arrive, but this new powerhouse from the East District is worth befriending. Jin Gang cast a cool glance at his subordinate. You think I wanted to sit idly? How was I to know that a battle of such magnitude would ensue? One blow, and someone was dead. One clap, and a multitude fell, and then they resorted to torture. Had I not stood back, without a clear view, I would have soiled myself. Boss, what shall we do next? A subordinate trembled as he asked, for while the East District had previously been the strongest, it had been relatively normal. Now, with such a terrifying new powerhouse, the situation had changed dramatically. Let me ponder. Jin Gang withdrew a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and ignited it. Befriending Sheng Ao was presently out of the question. But the strategy remained unchanged. He simply needed to cultivate a friendship with this newly emerged powerhouse. However, he had previously offended him, and thus could not approach him using conventional means. But what could he possibly desire? Do you know if this newly emerged powerhouse from the East District has any wants? Jin Gang took a deep drag from his cigarette and turned to his subordinates. Women, one of them exclaimed. Boss, after being locked up for so long, I see that my cellmates are all quite attractive. That powerhouse, strong as he may be, is still a man. Surely he has a fondness for women. The other prisoners in the cell turned pale at this proclamation. Almost immediately, he received a resounding slap. You imbecile, this is Black Sea Prison. Where are the women? Do you intend to storm into the women's block? Rubbing his head, the subordinate contemplated further. Then, men, I have heard that some powerful individuals have a preference for men. Because real men only engage in Jin Gang raised his hand again, sending the subordinate flying 2 meters away. Fool, speak. The designated prisoner hesitated, then spoke. What does he desire? Boss, I believe he must be seeking the position of the East District Overseer. Consider it. He could have sought Sheng Ao for this matter, yet he chose to risk his life to pursue it himself. If not for the Overseer's position, then what could it be? You make a compelling argument. Jin Gang nodded, beginning to contemplate how to establish rapport with Xiubai regarding this matter. Thus, he began to reflect on the entire sequence of events. Just then, a glimmer of unexpected insight crossed Jin Gang's eyes, transforming his expression dramatically. Wait, something is amiss. Boss, what is wrong? His subordinate queried, perplexed. Ignoring the question, Jin Gang extinguished his cigarette and closed his eyes, deep in thought. He had just recalled something quite unusual. 1 year from now, the prisoners of Black Sea Prison would collectively face execution. Everyone had but a year to live. Why would the sorcerer risk being killed to scheme against Sheng Ao? Could it be because a year from now would mark the date of execution? The sorcerer sought to acquire more resources to aid in his cultivation for the sake of escape. But that did not make sense. Every prisoner entering Black Sea Prison had already desired to escape. If that were the case, why did the sorcerer choose to act at this moment rather than long ago? Was he accumulating strength? However, the sorcerer had been incarcerated for 2 years. During that time, only one new prisoner had arrived at Black Sea Prison, Xiubai. All other personnel in the blocks had remained unchanged, rendering this possibility slim. Wait, 2 years. Sheng Ao had also entered 2 years ago. Do you recall who arrived at Black Sea Prison first, the sorcerer or Sheng Ao? Jin Gang felt as if he were on the cusp of a revelation and hastily inquired of his subordinates. I believe The East King Xiubai arrived first, and shortly thereafter, the sorcerer came. His subordinates pondered and replied, "Exactly. This sequence aligns." Jin Gang's eyes widened, sensing he was drawing closer to a significant truth. The East District's Fei Xie had escaped. Yet the newcomer who arrived was not Xiubai, but rather Li Xiubai. Is there a possibility that Fei Xie could not locate Xiubai? The only places where prisoners in Black Sea Prison could freely move about were the blocks, the cafeteria, and the chapel. When he had departed the cafeteria, Xiubai had already left. He was always solitary, lacking friends, making it unlikely he had gone to another block that is for the chapel. Xiubai was not a follower of the violent church. Was he? Then, where had he gone? Why had he vanished at this particular time? Suddenly, Jin Gang recalled that after breakfast, the prisoners often ventured to other blocks for gambling and entertainment. Whenever he went to the East Block to gamble, he would inquire about Xiubao's whereabouts, hoping to ingratiate himself. The responses from the East Block prisoners varied. Sometimes they would say he was in his cell, other times they would claim ignorance. In the past, he had not thought much of it, but now he pondered deeply. During those instances when the East Block prisoners had said they did not know, where had Xiubai gone? Why had the cursed sorcerer chosen that particular moment to plot against Xiubai, the youngest marshal of the Nansha Federation, imprisoned for reasons unknown, captured personally by the warden? Both had entered the Black Sea prison closely together 2 years ago, and this connection seemed profoundly significant. Let's go. Jin Gang lifted his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Where to, boss? To the church. I need to verify something. In the East Block, Li Xiubai continuously moved between the injured, utilizing his water-based energy to treat their wounds. Thank you, no need for thanks. The expressions of gratitude echoed throughout the block. Indeed, while this group comprised prisoners, it did not necessarily mean they were irredeemably wicked. The term irredeemably wicked is the legal definition applied by the Nansha Federation to the inmates of the Black Sea prison. But is that truly the reality? From Li Xiubai's perspective, the definition of evil is rather ambiguous. Take the case of Jin Laoshu, for instance. His crime was the theft of a governor's possessions. Why did Jin Laoshu resort to theft? Because on the war-torn and chaotic planet of Nansha, mere survival was a daunting challenge for ordinary people. The Nansha Federation expended a vast majority of its funds, nearly 80, on military supplies, leading to a dire economic depression and rampant conflict. An elderly common man, Jin Laoshu, found no one willing to employ him. In order to survive alongside the small boy he had taken in, he turned to thievery. Is Jin Laoshu truly evil? Legally speaking, yes. However, to define his malevolence accurately, one must consider various environmental factors. Moreover, the crime of theft, even that of a governor, would typically result in an increased sentence rather than confinement in the maximum security Black Sea prison. So, what was the underlying reason? Jin Laoshu only realized why he had been imprisoned in the Black Sea after learning of the governor's identity. He had stalked the governor for quite some time, ultimately discovering his involvement in human trafficking. At this juncture, the picture becomes clearer. The exposure of a federal governor engaged in such heinous activities would undoubtedly have catastrophic consequences. Yet, he could not simply kill Jin Laoshu, as a corpse could still speak. His political enemies would ensure that Jin Laoshu's body would reveal the truth. Thus, he opted for a different approach, confining him within the Black Sea prison, a place devoid of hope, while orchestrating a narrative to tarnish his reputation. To the outside world, Jin Laoshu became a thief of state secrets, branded a traitor. In reality, he merely sought to steal a bit of money. How could he have known he was targeting a governor involved in such illicit activities? As a result, he not only failed to obtain the money but also ended up imprisoned. The question arises, who is truly evil? Jin Laoshu or the governor? The answer is quite simple. This is not a multiple-choice question. Many might argue that the governor is the wicked one. However, in truth, they are both culpable. Their malevolence cannot be solely defined from a legal standpoint. This is akin to Li Xiubai's own imprisonment. He was incarcerated for the crime of city slaughter, having killed law enforcement personnel. Did he commit city slaughter? No. Did he kill law enforcement personnel? Yes. But had those officers not hastily accused him of city slaughter, would he have taken their lives? This is a matter that can never be clearly delineated. Thus, the concepts of good and evil cannot be judged solely by legal standards. That, of course, as a fundamental aspect of human morality. The law may not yet be fully refined, but it undeniably strives to provide a fair judgment of good and evil. However, When examining many issues, it is essential to adopt a multifaceted perspective. In his youth, Xiubai was deeply concerned with concepts of good and evil, but as he matured, he became indifferent, eventually concluding that such distinctions were irrelevant. Certainly, kindness is a profoundly valuable trait. Yet, if one cannot even manage to survive, how can one speak of kindness? Therefore, Xiubai believes that possessing the ability to act benevolently is commendable, while simply surviving without such capacity is not reprehensible. Jin Laoshu, after ensuring the prisoner's injuries were stabilized, Xiubai called out to the old man in the corner. Huh? Jin Laoshu looked up, bewildered. In recognition of your courageous actions today, I have decided to reward you with this watch. Xiubai stepped forward and, before all the prisoners, placed a silver wing watch onto Jin Laoshu's wrist. Taken aback, Jin Laoshu gazed at Xiubai, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After experiencing the power of the silver wing, he was astonished that Xiubai was willing to return it. Moreover, such an act alleviated many of Xiubai's concerns. After all, one can only be a thief for so long. What's the point of maintaining endless vigilance against thieves? By publicly rewarding Jin Laoshu with the silver wing watch, it would deter anyone from casting covetous glances in the future. Most importantly, whenever Xiubai wished to reminisce about Xinghe, he would no longer need to secretly glance at the watch. He could simply view the photos of Xinghe at any time. Boss, hiss. It feels a bit strange for an old man like me to call you boss, haha. Xiubai chuckled, stroking his chin. Hearing this, Jin Laoshu couldn't help but feel a sense of oddity. Lowering his head with a chuckled, Xiubai then turned to address the other prisoners. Everyone, you all witnessed today, right? Jin Laoshu is just an ordinary man. Yet, even during our most perilous times in the East Bloc, he did not hesitate to rush in to assist us. So, what do you all think? Upon hearing this, the prisoners, not being fools, quickly grasped Xiubai's intent. Moreover, even without his words, their perception of Jin Laoshu had undergone a significant transformation. Jin Laoshu, from now on, you are my brother. We previously misunderstood you, thinking you were timid and cowardly, but in truth, you are the bravest among us in the East Bloc. Cough, cough, ha! The prisoner, caught up in his words, suddenly caught sight of Xiubai, falling silent, which prompted laughter from the others. Jin Laoshu, it was wrong of me to bully you earlier. Have you had breakfast yet? I exchanged some resources for a few premium canned meats. Let me fetch them for you. As Jin Laoshu observed the prisoners, who treated him vastly differently than before, his eyes began to glisten. He finally felt worthy of living safely within this prison, devising a plan to escape and reunite with Xinghe, and all of this was thanks to that man. Boss, thank you if it weren't for you. Hey, you're mistaken. This has nothing to do with me. Your decision to support the West Bloc was entirely your own, not mine. Thus, the recognition and goodwill you receive from others are solely the result of your own actions. Aren't they? Xiubai interrupted Jin Laoshu, smiling as he gently patted his shoulder. Jin Laoshu felt a jolt within him, gazing at the person before him. Unsure of what to say, his choice to support the West Bloc had been a spontaneous decision, fueled by a moment of fervor to assist Fei Xia. Reflecting on it now, he still felt a chill of fear. When he was besieged, he had genuinely believed he was about to die, never to see Xinghe again. Yet, unexpectedly, this fleeting thought, I've brought the canned goods. Hurry, Jin Laoshu, let us eat together. At that moment, a prisoner emerged from the cell, holding up several cans. What are you staring at? I'm not your wife. Hey, boss, I'm heading over now. Jin Laoshu's aged face broke into a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. To an onlooker, one might think he had found love anew. To express gratitude, it is rather I who ought to thank you. Without the silver wing, it is highly likely that I would not have returned, Xiubai murmured as he gazed at the silhouette of the golden mouse. Before turning to walk towards the cell, the fat scorpion did not celebrate outside. Instead, he sat alone within the confines of the cell, his back turned to everyone. If prior to this, Xiubai viewed the fat scorpion merely as a means to an end. Now his perception had undergone a profound transformation. Upon learning that the fat scorpion had come to his aid despite his grievous injuries, that notion had entirely shifted. Xiubai approached the fat scorpion, and through his corpulent form, he discerned that the latter was holding a wooden pendant, motionless. Fat scorpion, he called out. Upon hearing his name, the fat scorpion slowly turned his head. Recognizing Xiubai, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Boss, Observing the slight redness around his eyes, Xiubai was initially taken aback, then chuckled. Are you crying? I am not, the fat scorpion replied, bewildered by the accusation and shaking his head vigorously. You are crying. It's quite astonishing that a robust man weighing 800 pounds can shed tears. Xiubai crossed his arms, tilting his head back as he spoke. That I am not, the fat scorpion exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. Ah, still capable of anger. It seems you have not been driven to madness. Xiubai pointed to the wooden pendant, smiling gently. When I returned, the golden mouse mentioned to me that this wooden pendant holds great significance for you. Does it not? Upon discussing this, the fat scorpion's mood visibly darkened as he nodded slightly. Pray, elaborate. I am most fond of stories. Xiubai leaped onto the bed, sitting cross-legged beside the fat scorpion, adopting an expression that suggested he was ready for a tale. Seeing him in this manner, the fat scorpion, for reasons unknown, felt his sorrow diminish, replaced by a desire to punch him in the face. Little did he realize, this was the true nature of Xiubai when interacting with those he considered friends. In his world, there existed but two types of individuals, friends and non-friends. Coldness was reserved solely for those who fell into the latter category. Our Huda tribe, upon birth, receives a protective talisman crafted from the holy tree, which possesses the ability to heal all wounds. However, all Huda tribesmen would rather face death than utilize it. The fat scorpion murmured, clutching the holy tree talisman. Huda tribe? Is that not the rather peculiar? Ahem. Why would one prefer death over its use? Xiubai pondered aloud, then quickly corrected himself. Perhaps overwhelmed by despondency, the fat scorpion did not quite catch what had been previously said and continued. Because, within the Huda tribe, there exists a prophecy. When the power of the holy tree descends, the Huda forest shall also perish. So, this holy tree talisman is merely a decorative piece, one that cannot be used. If it is employed, the Huda tribe would meet its end. Xiubai raised an eyebrow, bemused by the absurdity of distributing protective talismans to every tribesman while forbidding their use. That is one way to interpret it. The fat scorpion sighed softly, clutching the holy tree talisman. From the moment I would use the talisman, I would become a sinner in the eyes of my tribe, forever unable to return, nor see my kin again. Perhaps this is fate. I have already transgressed against tribal law, and not being able to return to the Huda forest is the punishment I rightly deserve. Yet, his voice faltered, choked with emotion, and he could not continue. It was difficult to fathom that this fearsome giant could exhibit such vulnerability over this matter. Yet, it is not entirely inaccurate to say that every individual becomes exceedingly fragile when discussing home. For a moment, Xiubai found himself at a loss for words to console the fat scorpion. As his own memories of home were far from pleasant, to ask him to comfort the fat scorpion was akin to having someone who had never experienced love instruct another on how to navigate romance. The cell was engulfed in a heavy silence. Boss, fat scorpion, we are about to play a few rounds. Do you wish to join us? Suddenly, a prisoner dashed to the door, gesturing towards the outside. Xiubai pursed his lips, intending to decline. Yet, the fat scorpion rose to his feet, wiping his eyes, and donned a renewed smile. Let us go, boss. Today we have survived a calamity, and we should celebrate with a few games. Xiubai regarded him, contemplating that diverting attention with other pursuits was not a bad idea. However, I have never engaged in such activities and do not particularly enjoy them. Perhaps I shall simply watch you all play. Come, no one is allowed to leave today. I must win a round. At the gambling table, Xiubai blushed with excitement, his bare torso revealing perfectly sculpted muscles as he slammed his hands on the table. Shouting, the other prisoners exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Ahem. Boss, it seems you have little left to wager, no? The golden mouse covered his forehead. He had never witnessed anyone with such abysmal luck at gambling. Even when he dealt cards, Xiubai was so overly cautious that he discarded winning hands. Within 10 minutes of sitting at the table, he had not won a single round, and was left with nothing but his undergarments. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the other prisoners had accumulated various possessions, while Xiubai had nothing. Boss, perhaps we should call it a day. Lunchtime is approaching, and we can play tomorrow instead. The fat scorpion, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, chimed in, feeling no sorrow at all, and rather inclined to smile. One last round. Let us change the stakes. Whoever loses must bark like a dog 3 times. Xiubai glanced at his undergarments, realizing no one would likely want them, and thus altered the wager. The prisoners were at a loss, tears brimming in their eyes. Who would dare win against him with such stakes? Fearing for their lives? Yet, Xiubai appeared unfazed by their apprehensions, grabbing several cups of dice from a nearby table. This time, we will keep it simple. Roll the dice. The one with the lowest score loses. Let us begin. With that, he began to shake the container for the dice with fervor. The prisoners took a deep breath, mustering all their might to roll the lowest possible score. As time passed, the prisoners collectively placed their containers on the table and slowly opened them. 1 point. Over 20 prisoners had rolled the same score of 1. Witnessing this, they exchanged knowing smiles. "Ha! You are all finished. You must bark like a dog for me." Xiubai laughed heartily, slapping the container onto the table. Boom! With a resounding crash, the prisoners turned to the table and their faces turned pale. How could one lose like this? They beheld the shattered remnants of the container, which lay in fragments, revealing a pile of powder within. Xiubai had shaken it too vigorously, reducing the dice to dust. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the prison. "Oh, great boss. I, the Golden Mouse, have traversed the gambling halls for many years, and I have only heard of such techniques and legends. To witness such a miracle, I feel compelled to bark like a dog. Otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable, wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, what the Golden Mouse says is true. The boss has showcased such remarkable gambling skills. How could we not bark like dogs in reverence? I shall go first. Woof. Woof, woof. Soon, the entire prison was filled with the cacophony of barking that a figure witnessing this bizarre spectacle was momentarily rendered speechless. As he appeared, a chilling silence fell over the prison, for Saint Ao had returned. "Lord Warden, this is the situation. What is your command?" In the dark chamber, several guards kept their heads bowed, too fearful to meet the gaze of the figure seated behind the desk. Xiubai is an intriguing individual. The warden murmured, then turned to one of the guards. "What do you think of appointing Xiubai as the new district manager?" Upon hearing this, the guard whispered, "Lord Warden, I do not know. Do you not know?" The warden suddenly let out an enigmatic chuckle. Crack! The guard's head was abruptly severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. As a staff member of the prison, how could one be so ignorant? What right do they have to live? Now, you speak. The accused prison guard trembled all over, stammering. Warden, I fear that after this incident, Saint Ao will find it exceedingly difficult to maintain the trust of the populace. And that Xiubai, his strength is not much inferior to that of Saint Ao. He could, suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force violently tore his body in half. The steaming entrails flew onto the last guard, who could only tightly shut his eyes, paralyzed with fear. Such ambition, why not let you be the warden? What a pity. In the darkness, it seemed as if something was gnawing at the two corpses. Are you afraid of me? The warden smiled faintly, gazing at the remaining guard. Without waiting for a response, he continued, Go, summon Xiubai to my presence. Yes, the guard, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly dashed towards the prison block. East Block. The atmosphere throughout the prison was palpably tense. Previously, Saint Ao had commanded respect due to his formidable strength and exceptional leadership during defensive battles, earning the prisoners' allegiance. However, everything had changed in the face of impending disaster. This leader, once held in such high regard, had failed to appear, replaced instead by an inexperienced newcomer who risked his life to offer assistance. This disillusionment left many feeling cold, with some even harboring resentment towards Saint Ao. Human sentiments, at times, can be so intricate. Strangely enough, as a former federal marshal, Saint Ao should have understood the hearts of men, if not their minds. Yet, over the past 2 years, he had undertaken no efforts to unify the morale of his troops. He had ascended to the position of manager due to the eccentricity of the previous East District manager, who, perceiving Saint Ao as a novice, sought to exert various forms of oppression upon him. Saint Ao, however, had slain him, and shortly thereafter, the warden appointed him as the new East District manager. In these 2 years, Saint Ao had scarcely interacted with the prisoners, either preoccupied with his own affairs in the cells or mysteriously absent. Feeling the slightly frosty gazes of the prisoners, Saint Ao found himself perplexed. He had just returned and was unaware of the events that had transpired. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A guard rushed in, glancing around before approaching Xiubai with a sycophantic smile. "My lord, the warden seeks your presence." "The warden?" Xiubai rose, a slight frown creasing his brow, though he did not comprehend the implications. The other prisoners had already grasped the impending developments. However, out of deference to Saint Ao's presence, they refrained from immediate cheers, though their agitation was unmistakable. "Boss, hurry," Fat Scorpion urged, returning the clothes he had just won from Xiubai. Thinking it inappropriate for him to meet the warden clad only in undergarments, Xiubai donned his garments and gestured for the guard to lead the way at this juncture. He had surmised the reason behind the warden's summons. As they made their way outside the prison block, Xiubai remained silent upon passing Saint Ao. After all, scheming is hardly a matter of pride. Were this not the Black Sea prison, Xiubai would have preferred to defeat his opponent in a fair contest for the position of manager. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a sound from the entrance startled the prisoners. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed from afar. "A bet is a bet. A few barks won't make me cheat." In the warden's office. This was Xiubai's first encounter with the overseer of Black Sea prison. To say encounter might be misleading, as the office was shrouded in a peculiar black mist that obscured the warden's features, leaving only a faint outline visible. "You have made history," the warden remarked with a faint smile. This voice struck a chord of familiarity in Xiubai, though he could not place it. "What history? If we disregard the 2 months spent in the plague prison, today marks merely your second day within Black Sea prison. In just 2 days, you have ascended to the role of prison manager. Is that not a historical achievement?" The warden leaned forward slightly, hands crossed atop the desk, his voice laced with an odd mirth. "Flattery, that hardly constitutes history. No. How can it not? Achieving what has never been accomplished before is indeed the making of history. Anyone can create history, regardless of scale, as long as one accomplishes what predecessors have failed to do." What began as a mere platitude unexpectedly evolved into a serious discourse from the warden. "That does hold some merit," Xiubai, unwilling to dwell on such matters, nodded in agreement. "You feel the same? Splendid. I am beginning to take a liking to you. Before we discuss the appointment of the new East District Manager, I would like to pose a question. In exchange, I can assist you with a small favor." The warden regarded Xiubai with admiration, speaking slowly. "What question?" Xiubai inquired, puzzled over what the warden might wish to know. Surely, he was not prying into his cultivation methods. Yet, the warden proceeded to ask a question that left Xiubai utterly bewildered. "Do you know Alengo?" "Alengo? I do not." Xiubai pondered for a moment, having never heard of such a name, and shook his head. An extended silence enveloped the office. After a considerable pause, the warden finally spoke again. "My question is concluded. Now, you may pose one inquiry of your own. I seldom assist others, so take your time to consider. I have nothing to inquire about." After a moment of contemplation, Xiubai replied nonchalantly. He could not think of anything he desired from the warden. What he truly wished to obtain could not be spoken so casually, though. "In that case, keep this matter in mind. Whenever you feel ready, you may seek me out." The warden paused before continuing. "Now, let us discuss your appointment as the new East District Manager. Will becoming the East District Manager entail any responsibilities?" Xiubai queried, as he had not previously delved deeply into the responsibilities associated with the managerial role with Fat Scorpion. "Responsibilities? There is but one: to fend off the incursions of the Xiubai clan. And correspondingly, you shall receive the rewards befitting a prison manager, such as..." This piqued Xiubai's interest in abundance of superior food resources and the liberty to request any resources up to 5,000 white crystal coins daily, in addition to the opportunity to pose a single question to me, though I do not guarantee a response. The warden reclined in his chair, speaking leisurely. "The resources allotted to managers far exceed those of first-tier treatment. Most crucially, the superior food resources. This morning during breakfast, Xiubai had noticed that the fare before Saint Ao was rather meager. In retrospect, it must have been the concentrated nutritional superior food resources. As for the conditions, I wish to consolidate the resources of the West District into our East District. The West District has become virtually defunct. Their resources would otherwise go to waste. What do you think?" Warden, after contemplating for a few seconds, Xiubai smiled slightly. Greedy yet astute. I admire such qualities in a person. Your terms are reasonable. I accept. However, should anyone from the West District manage to defeat you, I will rescind this agreement. The warden's response was accompanied by a peculiar smile, his admiration for Xiubai growing. Indeed, to the victor go the spoils, the triumphant are entitled to all, while the vanquished must forfeit everything. Xiubai nodded, voicing no objections. Very well. Our discussion concludes here. You may take your leave. With the matters settled, the warden issued a dismissal. Xiubai made his way back. He did not hurry but instead observed his surroundings with quiet diligence. The Black Sea Prison, as the highest penitentiary of the Southern Sands Federation, boasted formidable defenses. The towering wall, nearly 40 meters in height, is constructed from a unique material that is both formidable and smooth. For Xiubai, however, it poses little challenge. Should he so desire, he could effortlessly scale the barrier at any moment. The only prerequisite is to neutralize the firepower apparatus positioned atop the wall, every 30 meters along the structure. There exists a firepower device, intricately integrated with a specialized mechanical system. Once the alarm is triggered, it indiscriminately eliminates any living being within its detection range, including the guards. Indeed, Xiubai possesses the ability to counter bullets using the newly developed water tai chi, a technique he created while vanquishing the sorcerer. Yet, human strength is ultimately finite. While a handful of firepower devices may be manageable, the prospect of hundreds of them firing simultaneously would undoubtedly lead to his artistic demise. Even if he were to devise a means to overcome this hurdle, more insurmountable challenges await. The relentless pursuit of the warden and the Hellasea tribe lurking in the Black Sea. It goes without saying that the warden, the overseer of the Black Sea prison, would never permit a prisoner to escape, regardless of his occasional disregard for the Federation's directives. As for the Hella tribe, the corpulent scorpion had previously informed him that they would annihilate any creature daring to tread into the Black Sea, save for the deadly hand pirate crew. Thus, what truly confines the prisoners is not the wall or the firepower devices, but rather the warden and the prison that is the Black Sea. To escape from this place, one must engage in careful deliberation. Xiubai shook his head. Moments ago, various plans had flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Furthermore, for him at present, this locale, brimming with free resources, remains relatively hospitable. Esteemed father, I am grateful for your attentive ear to my confession. Within the church, Jingang had shed his previously arrogant demeanor, bowing respectfully as he expressed his gratitude to the priest. There is no need for thanks. This is the divine mission bestowed upon me by my God, the priest replied with a gentle smile. Shaking his head, Jingang nodded and feigned a look of confusion as he spoke. Father, the administrator of the Eastern District, Saint Ao, mentioned that he too seeks redemption under the radiance of the divine. However, I have been preoccupied with matters of late and have not accompanied him here. I wonder if you have had the chance to meet him. Saint Ao, the priest was indeed aware of this former federal marshal. Yet he remained oblivious to the connection between Saint Ao and Jingang. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, saying, he has not visited here. Is that so? Jingang's pupils constricted suddenly, confirming his suspicions. Perhaps he was delayed by some matters. I shall bring him along next time. Very well. The priest nodded, not dwelling further on the topic. Meanwhile, Jingang hastily exited the church, delivering a kick to a subordinate who was dozing at the entrance. Ah, boss, you finally emerged. Hey, everyone, wake up. The subordinate jolted awake, and upon recognizing Jingang, quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, rousing the others. Boss, have you finished your business? Let us go. It's time for a meal. We should head to the cafeteria, Jingang replied succinctly, as he pondered the most ambiguous aspect of the entire situation. Only by clarifying this element could the truth come to light. Thus, a throng of prisoners from the Southern District marched towards the cafeteria. Hey, boss, look over there. Isn't that the new powerhouse from the Eastern District? One Southern District prisoner suddenly pointed towards the distance. Jingang turned his gaze to see indeed Xiubai, but what was he sneaking about doing? TSK, phew. If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Xiubai, correct? What are you doing? Jingang leaned in, noticing that Xiubai appeared to be eating dirt. Upon hearing the voice, Xiubai slowly turned his head and, seeing Jingang and the group of Southern District prisoners, felt a twinge of confusion. Was there nothing better for these Southern District prisoners to do than run around aimlessly? Is there something you need? Xiubai naturally refrained from disclosing that he was analyzing the soil's composition to assess the feasibility of tunneling. And no, nothing. Jingang sensed the impatience radiating from Xiubai, mistakenly believing it stemmed from their previous encounter. He quickly took a few steps back, fearing a potential reprisal that if there's nothing, then scram, Xiubai said, brushing the dirt from his hands as he turned to leave. Jingang felt a sense of urgency as he watched Xiubai depart. He understood well that conflicts do not dissipate with the passage of time. Rather, they deepen. With a somewhat vague understanding of the truth, Jingang had relinquished any desire to befriend Saint Ao, placing all his hopes on Xiubai. Gritting his teeth, he instructed his subordinates to proceed to the cafeteria while he hastened to catch up. Wait, Xiubai halted, turning around with a cold glint in his eyes. Are you looking to continue the battle we left unresolved this morning? Jingang froze, images of Xiubai's lethal prowess in the Western District flashing in his mind, causing his imposing frame to tremble involuntarily. No, you misunderstood. If you're still harboring anger over this morning's incident, I apologize. I sought you out to discuss something of utmost importance. Oh, Xiubai raised an eyebrow, intrigued that Jingang had chosen to apologize. This matter must indeed hold significance. But before we proceed, I would like to know if you wish to escape from this prison. Escape? Do you possess a way? Xiubai was taken aback, questioning Jingang's assertion. Not at the moment. Hey, don't walk away. Please, hear me out, big brother. Jingang attempted to plead, but Xiubai had already turned to stride towards the cafeteria. Speak your mind or keep quiet. I still have to eat, he retorted dismissively, unfazed by Jingang's earlier provocations. Throughout his life, he had faced countless challenges. If he were to grow angry with every slight, he would have long succumbed to frustration. He simply found Jingang's haughty demeanor intolerable. Seeing that Xiubai was willing to listen, Jingang exhaled slowly. Perhaps this individual was not as difficult to engage with as he initially appeared. Far superior to Saint Ao. Have you not found it peculiar that the Western District is scheming against your Eastern District today? Peculiar, is it? Xiubai frowned, perceiving little oddity in their resource-driven conflicts. If I were to inform you that in 1 year's time, the prisoners of the Black Sea prison will collectively face execution, and that during the 2 years since the sorcerer's entry into the prison, you are the only newcomer to the Black Sea prison, does that not evoke any realization? Jingang spoke with a weighty undertone, testing Xiubai's awareness, from Xiubai's adeptness at winning hearts. It was clear he was no fool like his subordinates. Yet, whether he was truly astute remained to be seen. If Xiubai failed to perceive the underlying implications from these statements, it would suggest he was merely a clever individual, allowing Jingang to seize the upper hand in their future collaboration. Conversely, should Xiubai recognize the anomalies, Jingang would revert to his original plan. Jingang had hoped for the former outcome, but it was evident that his hopes were dashed. Upon hearing Jingang's words, Xiubai immediately grasped the implications, furrowing his brow. If what you say is true, it does indeed seem rather strange. Initially, I believed the sorcerer sought to seize resources, yet why did he not commence his plundering when he entered the prison 2 years ago? Opting instead to do so now? Accumulating strength. But that doesn't fit. Does the sorcerer harbor any enmity towards Saint Ao? To my knowledge, there is none, Jingang replied with a shake of his head. No enmity. Then why would the sorcerer suddenly desire to eliminate Saint Ao? This left Xiubai further perplexed. If there were no grievances or resource disputes, what could possibly motivate the sorcerer's actions? Was it conceivable that 2 years ago, the sorcerer determined he was no match for Saint Ao and chose to bide his time for a potent newcomer to emerge, yet had since found no one? I have already considered this possibility. Since my arrival at the Black Sea prison, 7 years have elapsed. When I first came here, there were approximately 200 prisoners. Now, even accounting for the deceased, the number of prisoners remains roughly 200. This prison, the highest security facility of the Southern Sand Federation, houses only the most heinous of criminals. Other superpowered offenders and ordinary criminals are incarcerated elsewhere, moreover, awaiting the arrival of a formidable newcomer. Jingang chuckled softly, gazing at Xiubai as he remarked, Not everyone possesses your remarkable strength. The sorcerer of curses is not a fool, and upon understanding the circumstances, he would undoubtedly refrain from making such judgments. This statement was quite astute, as it not only informed Xiubai of the improbability of the situation, but also did so in an exceedingly tactful manner, thus avoiding any offense. Upon hearing this, Xiubai couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Jingang. Who would have thought that this burly man, resembling the minor character Fat Scorpion, harbored such wisdom? It seems one should not hastily judge a person by their appearance. Given this, what do you surmise to be the sorcerer's objective? I have a hypothesis, yet there is an aspect that I simply cannot fathom, so I would like to hear your thoughts, as Jin Gang spoke. He retrieved a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, pondered momentarily, and then offered one to Xiubai. I do not smoke. Please continue. Very well. Jin Gang retracted the cigarette, carefully stowing it back in his pocket, ignited one. And after taking a deep drag, continued. I've come to understand several key points. Firstly, both the Sorcerer of Curses and Saint Ao entered prison 2 years ago. Shortly after Saint Ao's arrival, the sorcerer followed him into the Black Sea prison. If this were merely a coincidence, it would be quite remarkable, considering one is a former federal marshal and the other was apprehended personally by the warden, an official figure. Moreover, the reasons for their incarceration have remained undisclosed, which is far too coincidental. Xiubai nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed highly irregular. An abundance of coincidences only serves to affirm that this is not mere chance, but rather a meticulously orchestrated affair. Secondly, Saint Ao's movements are peculiar. Take today's incident in the Western District, for instance. He mysteriously vanished, to my knowledge. This is not the first time he has inexplicably disappeared. It has occurred numerous times prior. Saint Ao is quite reclusive, lacking friends, and eschewing gambling, in addition to being the overseer of the Eastern District. Therefore, during his absences, it is improbable that he ventured to other blocks. The only locations where prisoners can roam freely are the prison block, the cafeteria, and the chapel. The cafeteria needs no further explanation, as he consistently leaves earlier than others that ask for the chapel. I made a special trip there earlier. The priest informed me that Saint Ao has never attended. So, where did he go during his disappearances? Jin Gang finished his cigarette in one breath, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke, reminiscent of the veil obscuring the truth surrounding Saint Ao. Where could he possibly have gone? Xiubai furrowed his brow deeply. While he was not well versed in the intricacies of the Black Sea prison, he understood that Jin Gang would not deceive him regarding such matters. After all, Jin Gang was a clever individual. Deceiving Xiubai would yield him no advantages that as he had stated. With only a year remaining until the death penalty, there was no need for him to instigate conflict between Xiubai and Saint Ao to gain resources. Furthermore, given Jingang's strength, even if both Xiubai and Saint Ao were eliminated, the Southern District would still remain the weakest block. And your speculation? Xiubai harbored a foreboding answer within, yet he refrained from voicing it immediately. Like you, Jin Gang smiled slightly, recognizing that Xiubai likely shared his conjecture. Is that so? Xiubai also smiled. Intelligent individuals tend to think alike. The two squatted in the muddy ground, emitting laughter akin to that of night owls. Who would have imagined that beneath your robust exterior lay such a delicate heart, truly concealed from view? Likewise. Then, shall we collaborate? Xiubai rose and extended his hand towards Jin Gang. Collaboration? Jin Gang also stood, clasping Xiubai's hand. Their eyes met, and they once again erupted into laughter reminiscent of night owls. Subsequently, the two strolled shoulder to shoulder towards the cafeteria. Shortly after they departed, the earth at their previous standing place began to twist in an eerie manner. An unremarkable young man rose from the soil, contemplatively gazing in the direction of the cafeteria. Is it truly like this? Brother, why are you hiding here? I have to come find you every mealtime. From a distance, a small boy came running. The young man stood, ruffling the boy's hair. I've told you several times, this is a necessary concealment technique for a sniper, not merely hiding. Come on. Let us go eat. The cafeteria. The prisoners observed the pair, Xiubai and Jin Gang, with curiosity, though none dared to inquire. They approached the designated area for administrators, awaiting the guards to serve the meal. However, today, several individuals were notably absent. 4 seats remained unoccupied, including that of the Northern District's king, who had never appeared at this position, while the Sorcerer of Curses and Saint Ao, the kings of the Western and Eastern Districts, respectively, were also missing. The prisoners from the 4 districts were naturally aware of the events that transpired today. Thus, they cast furtive glances towards the already seated Saint Ao and the group of Western District prisoners. Fat Scorpion, come, take the first-class seat. Each district has 3 slots for first-class treatment. Now that Saint Ao has been displaced and Xiubai has risen to prominence, those previously occupying the position must be reassigned. Thank you, boss, Fat Scorpion beamed, trotting over to sit beside the administrative seat. Golden Mouse. Thank you, boss. Golden Mouse also stood up and joined Fat Scorpion at the table. These two shared a close bond with Xiubai, and their allocation to the first-class seats met with no objections from the Eastern District prisoners. As for the remaining position, the most competitive candidate, Saint Ao, being the former overseer of the Eastern District. Xiubai would undoubtedly deny him that. Thus, an opportunity presented itself. The prisoners were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they fixated on Xiubai. Yet, the name that followed left them all stunned. Saint Ao. Upon hearing his name called, Saint Ao was taken aback, casting a deep glance at Xiubai before silently making his way to the first-class seat. With the distribution of seats concluded, the guards approached, carrying an assortment of food resources. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the Western District prisoners. Why are the food and resources we receive the most ordinary ones? Are you seeking death? A prisoner seized the guard by his clothing, his face contorted with rage. The guard trembled, eyes wide with fear. I don't know. We received orders that's how it is. I don't know. The prisoner glared, ready to snap the guard's neck. This is my intention. Xiubai slowly rose, and the previously enraged Western District prisoners fell silent in an instant. Your Western District is now no different from a bunch of useless individuals. Therefore, when I meet with the warden today, I instructed him to allocate the Western District's resources to our Eastern District. What? Do you have any objections? Xiubai smirked coldly, fixing his gaze on the Western District prisoners. Upon hearing this, the Eastern District prisoners, who had earlier found it curious why their food resources had increased, suddenly understood. Boss, you're amazing. The boss is right. Your Western District is nothing but a bunch of useless folks. Any objections? Boss, if you require it, I am willing to visit your room tonight to offer my first time. Come, drag that one who wants to offer me his first time out, castrate him, and send him to the women's prison. As for the rest, let us eat. Ha! The Eastern District was filled with mirth, while the Western District, in stark contrast, felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. They were furious, yet dared not express it. They were no match for the others, and even the warden had abandoned them, leaving them in a state of despair. The Northern District prisoners remained quiet, as it was of no concern to them. Boss, I'm just an ordinary person. As long as I'm full, I'm content. You can take the resources for your use, okay? Golden Mouse said, sharing a small portion of food while gesturing towards the remaining provisions. Oh, upon witnessing the scene, Xiubai chuckled and gently patted the shoulder of the Golden Mouse. It is often said that the elderly become wise, and indeed, he was astute. Xiubai did not decline, as he truly required a substantial amount of vital energy derived from food for his own cultivation. Subsequently, he rose and strolled to the other side, still adorned in a violet top hat and a dark red suit. With a rose pinned to his chest and an oddly peculiar smile gracing his face, it appeared as if this visage was permanently affixed to him. My friend, I have already heard about today's events. Congratulations to you. Thank you. I wish to acquire resources befitting a manager, certainly. Along with the resources gifted to you by that individual, you may obtain a total of no more than 5,800 white crystal coins worth of resources from me. Unlike the first-tier benefits, a manager's resource acquisition is not limited in quantity, provided the total does not exceed the aforementioned amount. That I would like to inquire about the price of the vine forbidden fruit. Xiubai asked. My friend, the vine forbidden fruit is an investment I personally bestow upon you, so it need not be accounted for, Ryan Dan replied, his smile unwavering. Then I am grateful. In that case, please convert the entire sum of 5,800 white crystal coins into high-quality food. Xiubai contemplated, unsure of how to articulate his needs, and thus opted for a different phrasing. Just food? Ryan Dan raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Indeed, merely food, preferably with a high energy content. Let me ponder this for a moment. Ryan Dan removed his violet top hat and delved his hand inside, contemplating what would be appropriate. Xiubai observed the hat with great curiosity, utterly perplexed by its mechanics. Was it akin to a fourth-dimensional pocket? An idea struck him. This must suffice. Suddenly, Ryan Dan extracted a piece of wood, no larger than a fingernail. Xiubai gazed at the wood, which emanated a vibrant green glow, and questioned, Are you certain? This item is not poisonous. Furthermore, is it truly only this size? My friend, this is the trunk of a direct descendant of the Hurt Unclan's sacred tree. A rare commodity indeed. This minuscule fragment far exceeds the value of 5,800 white crystal coins. Naturally, this remains an investment for you. Upon hearing this, Xiubai's lips twitched involuntarily to name your price. I am not privy to the market rates. Invest as you wish. Whether or not I see a return depends on my whims. However, why is it always something from the Hurtun clan? Do you harbor a grudge against them? Thank you. Though he thought thus in his heart. Xiubai maintained an impassive demeanor as he accepted the wooden piece. The moment he grasped it, he sensed the rich life energy contained within. Goodness, does the homeland of the fat scorpion truly possess such treasures? As the leader, I must bring him home to meet my esteemed relatives. After acquiring the resources, Xiubai exchanged a few casual words with Ryan Dan before promptly returning to his seat, where he began to indulge in a feast. At that moment, the fat scorpion, also engrossed in his meal, suddenly lifted his head. Boss, how is it that I sense the aura of the sacred tree emanating from you? Xiubai nearly choked on his food in surprise. How could I have overlooked that? Perhaps it is merely your homesickness manifesting as an illusion. I assure you, there is absolutely no part of the Hurtun clan's sacred tree's direct descendant upon me. Boss, how do you know that our clan has nurtured descendants of the sacred tree? The fat scorpion inquired. Bewilderment etched on his face. Duh, you mentioned it previously. Have you forgotten? Let us eat in silence. I said that. The fat scorpion scratched his head, looking perplexed. In the ensuing days, nothing of great significance transpired. Xiubai had several discreet discussions with the Iron King, deciding to temporarily set aside matters regarding Saint Ao and the prison break. As the Harlan Sea clan was soon to launch an offensive against the Black Sea prison, the immediate priority was to survive this onslaught, for once life was lost, any plans would be rendered futile. The inmates across various districts ceased their daily gambling and entertainment, focusing instead on rigorous training. After all, last-minute efforts might not yield results, but failing to make any effort whatsoever would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Following his investment from Ryan Dan, Xiubai's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he discovered a crucial detail he had previously overlooked. After nurturing his kidneys to revert to their innate state, he realized that nurturing the next internal organ required a sequence based on the 5 elements. Water nourishes wood. The kidneys represent water, while the liver embodies wood. Thus, the next organ to nurture would be the liver, the embodiment of life-giving energy. What he discerned was that energy of the same attribute significantly enhances the nurturing of the corresponding internal organs. And the trunk of the sacred tree's direct descendant conveniently belonged to the wood element. Ordinarily, nurturing the liver to revert to its innate state would take at least 1 to 2 years. However, Xiubai estimated that he would accomplish this in roughly 6 months. During this period, the only change was that his suspicion towards Saint Ao deepened. One day, Saint Ao unexpectedly sought him out. Expressing a desire to understand the events of that date, Xiubai did not withhold any information, recounting the occurrences directly. Yet, when he reached the point of describing how he vanquished the cursed demon, an exceedingly peculiar expression appeared in Saint Ao's eyes. That expression was not one of shock at Xiubai's ability to slay the demon despite being under a forbidden curse. Rather, it was a feeling that was indescribable. In any case, following this incident, Xiubai increasingly believed that a certain connection existed between the cursed demon and Saint Ao. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of the Harlan Sea clan's assault arrived. Fat Scorpion, where are we headed? Xiubai inquired, observing the gathering of their group with other major prison districts, bound for an unknown destination. Boss, we are going to collect our equipment. The Fat Scorpion explained the concept of collecting equipment. It is widely recognized that while the Black Sea prison is the highest security prison, it is also the one where inmates enjoy the most freedom. This is because inmates are permitted to use their powers, and their belongings are not confiscated upon entry. The only items confiscated are those that are deemed offensive weapons. Collecting equipment refers to retrieving the offensive items that were confiscated from the inmates upon their arrival. As martial artists, they naturally possess weapons that they are proficient in using. For all martial artists, the difference in combat effectiveness before and after obtaining their weapons is monumental. Most importantly, in addition to the equipment they brought with them, they would also receive a cerebral watch. However, strictly speaking, it hardly qualifies as a cerebral watch that it possesses merely the most basic functions, intended to assist inmates during combat. Such precious technological products are scarce throughout the Southern Sand Realm, with many engineers still relying on their own calculations for research. That a cerebral watch like Silver Wing is exceedingly rare, even within the known universe. It is incomparable. Furthermore, after Silver Wing underwent a certain enhancement during Xiubai's moment of enlightenment, it seemingly gained the potential for infinite growth, further enhancing its uniqueness. It is important to note that all machinery has its limits and lifespan for modifications. There are virtually no devices that can grow and be modified indefinitely. Yet, Silver Wing appears to have acquired such potential. At the prison gates, the guards had long awaited their arrival, and upon seeing the inmates, they began to distribute equipment in an orderly manner. These guards were clearly different from the cowardly ones Xiubai had previously encountered. They were fully armed and exuded an unmistakable scent of blood. Before this group of guards, the inmates shed their prior arrogance and lined up obediently to receive their gear. Boss, these are not the guards of the Black Sea prison, but rather a special unit dispatched by the Federation, comprised entirely of seasoned Special Forces veterans. They will supervise our battle against the Harlan Sea clan, and should anyone attempt to escape or rebel during this opportunity, they will be executed on the spot. Without needing Xiubai's reminder, Fei Xie took the initiative to introduce himself. That so? Xiubai nodded, realizing why there was such confidence in equipping the prisoners. It was a contingency plan all along. Soon, the distribution of equipment was completed. The grand gates of the Black Sea prison creaked open, and the prisoners, having endured multiple defensive battles, gathered from various wards to leave their confinement. They would not return until the Harlan Sea clan's assault ceased. The prisoners from the Eastern District also assembled beside Xiubai, awaiting his orders. Let us proceed. Xiubai waved his hand, leading the prisoners outward. This marked the first time he had seen the sun since arriving in this place. For reasons unknown, the skies above Black Sea prison were shrouded in dark storm clouds. Only beyond its borders could one behold the sun. The azure sky and white clouds. How they had been missed. Xiubai inhaled deeply, cherishing this moment of freedom after more than 2 months of imprisonment. The other prisoners shared a similar sentiment, having been confined far longer than Xiubai. Yet, after a fleeting taste of freedom, they were confronted with an imminent dilemma. Who would lead them? The prisoners from the Eastern District exchanged glances between Xiubai and Sheng Ao. It was evident that Sheng Ao, lacking extraordinary command abilities, could not have become the youngest marshal in the Federation. As for Xiubai, the prisoners believed he surpassed Sheng Ao in strength, but as for leadership, they pondered silently. It seemed implausible for one to possess both the talent for cultivation and the gift for command. Despite the rift that had formed between them and Sheng Ao after recent events, there remained a hope that Sheng Ao would take charge of the upcoming defensive battle. Meanwhile, Xiubai was contemplating the same issue. Although well-read, he had never genuinely commanded such a battle. Yet, entrusting Sheng Ao with the task, if it were in the past, it wouldn't have mattered, but now, with his doubts regarding Sheng Ao's identity, he hesitated to assign him the role of commander. The intelligence wristwatch issued by the Federation could detect the general data of the wearer. Thus, the selected commander would be able to view real-time data of everyone through their wristwatch interface. Xiubai did not wish for Sheng Ao to learn the details of his own strength. Just as he found himself in this quandary, Jin Laoshu suddenly approached him, whispering a few words. Subsequently, Xiubai instructed the group to wait in place while he followed Jin Laoshu into the nearby woods. Boss. Jin Laoshu glanced around before producing Silver Wing from his pocket. Xiubai was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. Silver Wing is left with only 5 of its mechanical energy reserve. If I use it in this defensive battle, you may find it difficult to contact that child for a long time afterward. Let us not doubt it's all right, boss. I rarely contact Xinghe anyway. For a long time, I've been using Silver Wing as an automated response system to communicate with him. Besides, if I can't survive, what use is it to have Silver Wing at 100 capacity? Jin Laoshu smiled, just as he had before, fastening Silver Wing around Xiubai's wrist and gently swiping across the screen. Attention, highest authority transfer in progress. This, Xiubai's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at Jin Laoshu. Indeed, he greatly desired the power of Silver Wing. If it had belonged to an enemy, he would have seized it long ago. Yet, Silver Wing was a possession of a friend, something of utmost importance to him. Therefore, no matter how envious he felt, he had never entertained any ulterior motives towards Jin Laoshu, a testament to his years of martial ethics. Boss, Silver Wing is Xinghe's most prized scientific achievement, even now. Xinghe has produced numerous research outcomes at Xiubai Technology, but only when discussing Silver Wing does pride illuminate his face. Surely he wishes for Silver Wing to truly realize its potential. Jin Laoshu spoke slowly, a look of relief crossing his features as he raised a necklace around his neck. A few days ago, I had the brothers from the ward help me craft this necklace. A Xinghe's photo has already been embedded within it. For me, Silver Wing's greatest significance lies in its symbolism. Now, it is merely a matter of relocating that symbol. Xiubai fell silent, questioning himself. If their positions were reversed, he would never so readily bestow such a technology upon another. No matter how much he trusted them, he could not fathom what drove Jin Laoshu to make such a decision. Boss, if you still find it hard to accept Silver Wing, then promise me one thing. Jin Laoshu gazed at Xiubai's expression, smiling as he spoke. Speak, and I shall agree to anything. Xiubai nodded, a serious demeanor gracing his face for the first time. He was a man of his word, rarely making promises lightly. Yet now, he was willing to accede to any request from Jin Laoshu. I know that a person like you would never willingly remain in the South Sand realm. Therefore, I hope that when you depart, you can take me with you. I wish to meet Xinghe at Xiubai Technology. Jin Laoshu's murky eyes were filled with longing. I promise you, I shall take you to Xiubai Technology to meet that child named Xinghe. Xiubai nodded without hesitation. The transfer of authority was still ongoing, and the two fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Xiubai gazed at Silver Wing, contemplating before finally inquiring, Jin Laoshu, I have always been curious. Why do you not seek assistance from that child named Xinghe? Given his position at Xiubai Technology, it should not be difficult for him to extricate you from Black Sea Prison. Upon hearing this, Jin Laoshu slowly lowered his head. Boss, though I am but a rat dwelling in a filthy gutter, I am aware that Xinghe possesses unparalleled talent in research. For many researchers, Xiubai Technology is a lifelong dream. Yet for Xinghe, it is certainly not the end. He can aspire to an even grander future. I cannot allow him to be burdened by any leverage over him due to my circumstances. Long ago, I encountered a saying that I disagreed with, but now I find it profoundly true. What saying? Xiubai furrowed his brow, sensing some ominous undertone in Jin Laoshu's words. Only by having no weaknesses can one become a true powerhouse. My final wish is to see Xinghe once more. Jin Laoshu clenched his fists, an unprecedented determination etched on his face. Your line of thinking is too extreme. Many strive to grow stronger to protect their kin, family, and friends. Otherwise, when you stand at the pinnacle of the world, you will find that when you look back, there is no one behind you. That solitude, that pain, your joys will be shared by no one. Your sorrows unspoken. This renders strength devoid of meaning. Xiubai placed a hand on Jin Laoshu's shoulder, speaking in a solemn tone. Before arriving in this place, had he not also been the most solitary of strong individuals? Jin Laoshu took a small step back, lowering his head as he replied, Boss, those are matters for your kind of strong people to ponder, not something for someone like me to consider. That I shall return now. With that, Jin Laoshu departed the woods, rejoining the ranks of the prisoners. Sigh? Xiubai sighed softly, choosing not to speak further. Many things can only be truly understood through experience. Those who have not lived through them can never comprehend. Transfer of authority complete. We stand side by side in battle once more. Master. Suddenly, Silver Wing's voice rang out. Xiubai was taken aback. Compared to last time, Silver Wing seemed to exhibit even more human-like qualities. Once more? Silver Wing, do you take pleasure in fighting alongside me? Indeed, my creator's initial intent in creating me was for research and combat. I am immensely grateful to the creators and the previous master. Yet I find greater affinity with you, who can truly harness the power I possess. Silverwing responded. Is that so? Silverwing, could you devise a battle strategy for me? Extracting relevant information. Extraction complete. Formulating battle strategy. Master, I shall prepare a supportive battle plan for you. The primary command of the combat, I hope, will still be executed by your esteemed self. Executed by my esteemed self? Why is that? Xiubai inquired, glancing at the battle plan crafted by Silverwing, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Because I am merely your auxiliary intelligence, and if you become accustomed to relying solely on me for all matters, you will gradually lose your capacity for growth, Silverwing elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xiubai was momentarily taken aback and then let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I never imagined I would make such an error. It seems my recent smooth progress in cultivation has caused me to lose the autonomy expected of a martial artist. I understand now. For the impending defensive battle, I shall take the lead with my own abilities. The offensive from the Helan Sea tribe will commence around the small island housing the Black Sea prison. Each of the 4 monitoring districts shall be stationed according to their respective positions, guarding different directions. The Eastern Monitoring District, naturally, will defend the eastern front. The terrain across all 4 directions is largely similar, presenting a rather unfriendly scenario for the defenders. Except for the Southern Monitoring District, the other 3 districts consist of merely around 30 personnel each. The expansive coastline renders it nearly impossible for the defenders to maintain a comprehensive defense, making them vulnerable to ambushes from the Helan Sea tribe. Traditionally, Saint Ao's defensive strategy involved utilizing his own formidable combat prowess as the primary lure, drawing most of the high-ranking Helan Sea tribe forces to the front. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners would be divided into 2 teams. One team would patrol the coast, clearing out low-ranking Helan Sea tribe members attempting to infiltrate the island from other locations, while the other would provide long-range fire support to alleviate pressure on all fronts. Speaking of fire support, Xiubai was astounded when he inquired about the prisoners' preparations, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. These individuals had undergone numerous defensive battles and had long since exchanged various firepower equipment with Ryan Dan. It was only during this recent period leading up to the defensive battle that the Black Sea prison permitted prisoners to trade for such equipment. Although these weapons were not particularly advanced, they were entirely sufficient for dealing with the Helan Sea tribe. Of course, once the defensive battle concluded, all such items would be confiscated. Rifles, machine guns, grenades, and incendiary devices were fairly standard, yet one prisoner named Waken had astonishingly managed to procure 2 mortars. Even Jean Laoshu had managed to acquire a plethora of grenades. Xiubai remarked on how, in the days leading up to the defensive battle, Jean Laoshu suddenly expressed a desire to exchange for items with white crystal coins. So that was the reason. It appears I was a fool, converting all my resources into cultivation-related items. Why didn't you remind me? Xiubai gazed at the prisoners, who were rummaging through their backpacks to produce an array of firepower gear, his lips twitching involuntarily. Boss, we thought your prowess rendered you too proud to utilize such things. The prisoners exchanged awkward glances and chuckled softly. They had privately discussed the matter and had initially intended to remind Xiubai. However, one prisoner suggested that for top-tier martial artists like Saint Ao and the boss, using firearms would be an insult, and none dared to bring it up, preferring to avoid any repercussions. Xiubai rubbed his temples in exasperation. What do you mean I disdain to use them? Who the hell said that? If I can engage from a distance, who would want to brawl up close? I am quite resistant to violent activities such as fighting. When will the Helan Sea tribe launch their attack? Xiubai activated the holographic interface issued by the Black Sea prison, illuminating the virtual map of the eastern side of the island. The group exchanged glances, each uncertain, as none knew when the Helan Sea tribe would strike. Finally, it was Saint Ao who stepped forward. When the Helan Sea tribe attacks, a black mist will envelop the sea, enhancing their strength and granting them regenerative capabilities. However, this mist fears fire, so a fiery defensive line must be established along the coast when battle commences. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat them within the black fog. The prisoners nodded vigorously at this revelation, having acquired numerous incendiary devices due to Saint Ao's prior request. It was only today that they comprehended the necessity of establishing a fiery defensive line. Black mist? Xiubai gazed towards the Black Sea, and indeed, in the distance, a black fog was slowly approaching. At this rate, it would likely reach the island in approximately 20 minutes. What is the offensive distribution of the Helan Sea tribe? Typically, the initial assault is undertaken by the low-ranking Helan tribe members, who possess slightly greater strength than ordinary individuals. Firearms are highly effective against them. Following them are the mid-ranking Helan tribe members, whose power is 1 tier below that of martial artists like Fei Xie, making firearms still advantageous. Subsequently, the high-ranking Helan tribe members possess strength comparable to Fei Xie, yet they are covered in a unique scale that renders firearms less effective against them. However, grenades and mortars remain quite effective. As Saint Ao mentioned mortars, a visible twitch crossed his lips. He could hardly believe that someone would exchange for such equipment. Wait a moment. I have a question. Why was I used as a comparison? Fei Xie scratched his head and inquired. Saint Ao cast a glance at him but did not respond, continuing. Lastly, there are the leader-level Healan tribe members, whose strength is nearly on par with yours and mine. Moreover, apart from speed, they are nearly indistinguishable from versatile martial artists. Fortunately, leader-level Healan tribe members rarely partake in assaults, and even when they do appear, their numbers are typically limited at the level of Xiubai and Saint Ao. Ordinary firepower poses little threat, and even mortars would not be particularly menacing. Of course, standing at the center of destruction is another matter entirely. In the early stages, most technology still outstrips that of martial artists. Do the Healan Sea tribe possess any ranged units? To my knowledge, they do. However, they have never been observed using them in attacks against the Black Sea prison. It is said that they are serpentine creatures capable of compressing water currents with their bodies. When unleashed, they can strike from a distance of 3,000 meters, maintaining power comparable to a VIC-2 anti-tank missile. VIC-2 anti-tank missile. Xiubai's expression was one of utter bewilderment. He had no idea what caliber of power that entailed. However, 3,000 meters, an anti-tank missile? What kind of propulsion system do these serpents employ? I understand now. Should such serpents appear, inform me at once, Xiubai concluded, sending the terrain map to all the prisoners' wrist devices. In the ensuing battle, you will refer to this map, and I will annotate all the routes for attack, retreat, defense, and so forth, synchronizing them in real time to your wrist devices. Yes, boss, the prisoners exclaimed in a cacophony. And Xiubai did not expect them to possess any military acumen. As long as they could follow orders to complete their tasks, that sufficed. All martial artists with outstanding strength and defense. Step forward. From the crowd, Fei Xie and 14 others emerged. U-15 will form the assault team, designated as number 1, with Fei Xie serving as the captain. Hee. Yes, boss, Fei Xie thumped his chest and exclaimed loudly. Those proficient in the use of firearms, step forward. Upon this instruction, 10 individuals, including Waken, stood forth. U-10 will form the fire support team, designated as number 2, with Waken as the captain. Stand by to the side. Yes, boss. Waken's eyes brightened, and he rendered a haphazard salute, leading the other 9 to stand aside. Martial artists excelling in speed and endurance, step forward. This time, only 5 individuals emerged. Xiubai contemplated briefly and said, Saint Ao. You will temporarily lead these 5 as the support and reconnaissance team, designated as number 3. Yes, Saint Ao's affirmation was far more robust than the others. After all, the marshal had once risen from the ranks of the common soldiers. The remaining 5 will be led by Jean Laoshu, forming the demolition and logistics team, designated as number 4. Now, everyone, hand over the firepower equipment to Team 2. Mines, grenades, incendiary bombs, and the like should be given to Team 4. Upon hearing this, the prisoners hesitated, reluctant to comply. Those unwilling to surrender their gear may choose to engage in free combat. I shall not interfere with your decisions, Xiubai stated, casting a calm glance over the crowd. Even though they were reluctant, the prisoners understood that in a defensive battle, aside from elite fighters like Xiubai, anyone daring to act independently would inevitably face death. Excellent. I have adjusted 5 communication channels. The captains of each team are to enter Channel 5, where I shall issue commands. The remaining 4 channels will be designated for each team's members and captains according to their numbers. All right, boss. Yes. Teams 1 and 4, proceed to the coastline immediately. Team 1, your mission is to hold back the advance of the Healan Sea clan for as long as possible. Team 4, once the Black Mist arrives, deploy incendiary bombs to establish a defensive line, then withdraw from the front line to Team 2's position, ready to set up a secondary defense. Understood, boss. Fat Scorpion and Golden Mouse exchanged a glance before hastening toward the coastline. Team 2, I have marked the positions for establishing fire defense lines on the map. Upon arrival, Vaken, ensure that your firepower covers the entire defense line by any means necessary. Yes, boss. Vaken's eyes gleamed with excitement as he led his team toward the designated location on the map. Lastly, Team 3, your role is crucial. I need you to scout the entire offensive line of the Healan Sea clan and eliminate as many of them as possible entering the island from other positions. Additionally, if necessary, I will assign you to support other teams. Can you accomplish this? Xiubai stated earnestly. Recognizing the dire situation, due to the lack of personnel and the prisoner's inability to exchange for sniper rifles. Otherwise, he would have simply selected a few points for Team 3 to set up snipers. Ensure the mission is completed, Saint Ao declared resolutely. Setting aside his perpetually enigmatic identity, Saint Ao was indeed a soldier one could trust. Very well, go forth, Xiubai waved his hand, returning to his analysis of the map. This was his first genuine experience commanding in warfare, and despite having only 36 subordinates, he approached the task with utmost seriousness. In this world filled with numerous high-level power systems, he could not rely solely on himself forever. One day, amidst the starry skies, he would need to establish a force to assist him. The success or failure of this initial command would greatly influence his confidence in future leadership. Thus, his objective was, all teams, our goal this time is to achieve an unscathed victory. Please trust me. Xiubai's voice resonated in the communication channel, and the captains relayed this objective to their respective teams. For reasons unknown, a flicker of fervor ignited within the hearts of the team members upon hearing Xiubai's goal. Above, the brilliant sun hung high in the sky. Warm sunlight cascaded upon the ink-black surface of the sea. The dark waves surged, crashing violently against the shore. Amidst the thunderous roar, the black mist advanced slowly like a colossal beast, within which myriad eerie figures stood ominously. Pairs of crimson eyes glimmered, fixated intently on the island. Hatred permeated the dark waters. The Herlency clan was coming. Golden Mouse, prepare the incendiary bombs. Fat Scorpion inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. All right, Fat Scorpion, be careful. Golden Mouse, stationed 40 meters behind Team 1, deployed a searing line of incendiary bombs spanning hundreds of meters. At this moment, the enemy lay ahead, and a sea of flames loomed behind. Fat Scorpion and the members of Team 1 gripped their weapons tightly. Their gazes locked on the black mist. Tio claimed they were unafraid would be a blatant lie. Yet, at this juncture, they had no choice but to brace themselves and fight. 100 meters from the coastline, the black mist gradually halted due to the flames. Countless bizarre forms of the Herlency clan emerged slowly from the sea, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson. They were here. In an instant, the 100-meter distance vanished. With a thunderous shout, Fat Scorpion swung his massive axe, crafted from vines and wood, cleaving through the air. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones shattering echoed repeatedly. Several members of the Herlency clan were severed in half, their innards and blood splattering onto his robust frame. However, the Herlency clan would not relent simply because of their ferocious assault. More of them surged forward like an unyielding tide, heedless of Team 1's members, fixated solely on breaching the fire line. Only by extinguishing the flames could the black mist continue its advance. The terrifying charge forced Fat Scorpion and his comrades back. "Do not retreat." Fat Scorpion screamed hoarsely into the channel, his massive axe swinging wildly as he carved out a vacuum of safety amidst the encroaching Herlency clan. The other team members understood his intent, their energies surging as they fought to maintain their ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Meanwhile, from the rear, gunfire erupted suddenly, the flames of death cutting through the advancing Herlency clan, reducing them to mere remnants of flesh. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire, the furious shouts of Team 1, and the eerie screams of the Herlency clan intertwined with the bloody debris swirling through the air, creating a symphony of death. As time passed slowly, the coastline became strewn with entrails and severed limbs. The sea itself, stained a crimson, it had transformed into a veritable hell of slaughter. Fat Scorpion and his comrades transitioned from fear to frenzy, ultimately succumbing to a numbing desensitization. They no longer knew how many of the Herlency clan they had slain, their vision obscured by the overwhelming tide of enemies. Damn it, do these Herlency clan not fear death? The team members continuously vented their frustrations in the channel, seeking to alleviate their pent-up anxiety. They indeed showed no fear of death, for within the Herlency clan, an exceedingly stringent hierarchy existed, with unwavering adherence to this order transcending even the fear of mortality. Only at sunset would the Herlency clan conclude their assault. Team 1, prepare to withdraw in 10 minutes. Upon retreating, assist Team 4 in transporting Team 2's ammunition to the second defense line. Observing the fiery line of incendiary bombs along the coastline being gradually extinguished, Xiubai promptly issued new orders. Team 4, once Team 1 has departed, immediately laid down mines. Upon completion, assist Team 1 in transporting ammunition. Team 2, I need you to cover Team 1's withdrawal and Team 4's mine placement. You may only leave once all ammunition has been transported. Yes. Hearing the responses from the various teams, Xiubai continued to scrutinize the map that in previous defensive battles. As they progressed, they often devolved into brutal melee combat. And in close quarters, aside from Team 1's martial artists, who focused on strength and defense, others would inevitably face casualties. His aim was a flawless victory, necessitating the avoidance of other teams becoming embroiled in melee. How to achieve this? Boss, Team 1 has withdrawn. Team 4 has completed the mine placement and is moving to the second defense line. Team 2 has fulfilled its task. All ammunition has been transported to the second defense line by Teams 1 and 4. Requesting to withdraw. The voices of the team captains echoed through the communication channeled. Xiubai gazed intently at the virtual map, speaking up. Team 3, draw the attention of the Hurlan Sea clan to cover Team 2's retreat. Understood, Commander. Saint Ao acknowledged the command and immediately led his team to the front line to confront the Hurlan Sea clan. The first defense line had held for an hour and a half. It was now noon, with a full 6 hours remaining until sunset. Team 2, report on the remaining ammunition. Boss, as per your instructions, we have utilized only 1/10 of the ammunition. The Vacan's voice came through the channel. Breathless, likely on the retreat. Excellent. At the second defense line, I authorize you to use 1/3 of the ammunition. Regardless, we must hold out until Team 1 has recovered its strength. Boss, what if we can't hold out? Vacan glanced at the dense throngs of the Hurlan Sea clan below, resembling a sea of bodies that can't hold out. Then I shall personally strangle you with your own intestines. Xiubai spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Vacan felt a chill creep down his neck as he struggled to swallow. Boss, I request to use a mortar shell. Oh. Upon hearing Vacan's request, Xiubai glanced at the virtual map. His gaze oscillating between Defense Line 1 and Defense Line 2. Suddenly, he spotted a location between the two defensive lines. I see. Very well, but you may only use one. If you miss, you can shove yourself into the cannon and launch away. Don't worry, boss, I've handled mortars countless times as a mercenary. I won't miss, Vacan replied confidently. All right, Team 3, retreat. Allow the enemy to enter the minefield, and under no circumstances should you approach the vicinity of defense lines 1 and 2. Understood. In the forest, Saint Ao waved his hand to the team members, and the members of Team 3 immediately began to withdraw into the distance. The Xiubai clan made no effort to impede them. They advanced like a swarm of automatons, relentlessly pushing forward. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion reverberated, causing the mountain to tremble slightly, and countless members of the Xiubai clan were violently thrown away by the terrifying shockwave. Within 100 meters of the explosion's epicenter, numerous Xiubai clan members suffered grievous injuries. Their severed limbs scattered throughout the forest. The air was filled with piercing screams. After all, they were still living beings. And injuries brought forth their agony. At that moment, Xiubai, observing the battlefield, suddenly let out a soft exclamation. So, you are not merely robots that charge forward. The momentum of the Xiubai clan's assault faltered slightly after the mine explosion. With some members stepping forward to drag their injured kin back, it appeared they were preparing to bring them back to the black mist for treatment. The mines exchanged by the prisoners were not particularly powerful. Within a 30-meter radius, a direct hit at a 70-degree angle was certain death. Enemies within a 100-meter range would also suffer severe injuries from the steel balls and shrapnel expelled during the explosion. However, these mines were indeed well suited for defensive warfare, as they significantly diminished the enemy's fighting strength. Those Xiubai clan members who had their limbs blown off would be assisted by their uninjured kin, alleviating some of the pressure on the front lines. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed through the forest. This was torturous for Xiubai. His senses were exceptionally acute, and the cacophony of blasts began to make his ears ring. Team 4, how many mines did you bury? What did you say? Boss, the explosions are too loud. I can't hear you. Jean Laoshu shouted over the channel, clearly affected more severely by the explosions on their end. The intelligent watch issued by the Black Sea prison was not like the Silver Wing, which could transmit sound directly through neural connections. Jean Laoshu and his team were using miniature headsets that made it impossible to hear anything but the explosions. It's fine. Huh. Damn it, I said it's fine. Jean Laoshu managed to catch that last remark and awkwardly chuckled twice. That what's going on? Why is the boss suddenly losing his temper? After a considerable time, the sounds of explosions gradually subsided, prompting Xiubai to hastily inquire, Team 4, how many mines did you bury? You haven't buried them all, have you? No, boss, we only buried over 50. Jean Laoshu replied, glancing at the other team members, who checked their backpacks and raised fingers to indicate the count. There are still over 300 left, boss. Got it. Xiubai rolled his eyes. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had not taken the time to understand the specific ammunition situation for each team, issuing commands based on rough estimates. Now, it seemed Team 4 was carrying over half a ton of equipment while on the run. However, considering they were all martial artists, such weight was hardly a burden. Divided among them, it amounted to about 200 pounds each, a feat achievable by an average person at AS for Xiubai's caliber. One might say that if he wished, he possessed the strength to wield a Rui Jingu Bang with ease. Of course, that was merely for show. As for its actual potency, that was another matter entirely. The weight of a weapon does not necessarily correlate with its effectiveness. It also depends on the user's kinetic energy and other factors. For instance, if Xiubai wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, disregarding mass and density, the force generated at a swing speed of 100 milliseconds would certainly differ from that at 1 ms. Tat 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 tat. The sound of gunfire erupted once more in the forest. The Xiubai clan had crossed the minefield and was now approaching defense line 2. However, under the blockade of Waken's firepower team, their advance was exceedingly arduous. Relying solely on human waves without firepower equipment was utterly futile against the barrage of gunfire. Wherever bullets swept, there lay a field of corpses. Were it not for the need to conserve ammunition against the mid-tier Xiubai clan and to delay until dusk, Waken could have annihilated the low-tier Xiubai clan at defense line 1. Time passed inexorably. Under the overwhelming firepower suppression, the bodies piled up to nearly 4 or 5 meters high. The low-tier Xiubai clan forces were nearly depleted. However, their mission was simply to exhaust Xiubai's ammunition. The casualties among the Xiubai clan's higher-ups would evoke no response. Commander, the mid-tier Xiubai clan is preparing to advance. Saint Ao, responsible for reconnaissance, alerted over the channel. Understood, Saint Ao, lead Team 3 away from the front lines. Yes. Without questioning the reason, Saint Ao promptly directed his team away from the front lines. Waken, the timing of the mortar shell launch is up to you. My only stipulation is that you must ensure we can hold out until Team 1 regains their strength. The ultimate objective of this war was not to vanquish the Xiubai clan, but to endure until sunset. Thus, the presence of Team 1 was crucial. They not only needed to periodically take the field to delay the enemy, but also to stand firm against the Xiubai clan's assault once all ammunition was exhausted. At that moment, all pressure would fall upon Xiubai, Saint Ao, and Team 1. Therefore, Xiubai assigned Saint Ao the task of reconnaissance rather than direct combat, reserving his own strength for the final confrontation with the high-tier Xiubai clan. This strategy aimed to minimize casualties among Teams 2, 3, and 4 in close-quarters combat. Yes, boss, just leave it to me. Huh? Upon receiving the order, Waken eagerly lifted a mortar shell, his gaze fixed intently on the mid-tier Xiubai clan gradually approaching the coastline. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Waken kept his eyes wide open, murmuring to himself as he continually adjusted the angle of the mortar, with the mid-tier Xiubai clan entering the fray. The firepower team's task became significantly more challenging. Previously, 3 or 4 bullets could fell a low-tier Xiubai clan member. Now, it required at least 50 or 60 rounds to incapacitate a single mid-tier Xiubai clan member. If mid-tier Xiubai clan members were this formidable, it was terrifying to imagine how powerful the high-tier members with their special scales would be. Waken, do you need us to assist with the targeting? Fat Scorpion inquired. No need. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Waken replied with a grin before loading the shell. Bang! The mortar shell soared through the air, but its landing point was not among the Xiubai clan. Instead, it struck a nearby mountainside. Boom! Rumble! In an instant, the ground shook, and the entire eastern coastline trembled violently. The waters along the coast roared tumultuously, and the sound of the mountains collapsing was like the arrival of a thunder god, momentarily rendering everyone briefly deaf. The commotion was far more terrifying than the detonation of over 50 mines between Defense Line 1 and Defense Line 2. countless boulders, accompanied by billowing clouds of dust, came crashing down, causing fissures to form in the ground that rapidly gave way. The mid-tier Hella Sea clan members, caught off guard, were mercilessly crushed by the cataclysmic landslide, their bodies obliterated before they could even utter a cry of despair. Retreat. As the robust Scorpion reacted swiftly, he shouted and seized the ammunition, retreating towards the rear defensive line. The others, regaining their senses, hastily transported the supplies to the back as well. Only Waken stood agape, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "Waken, what on earth are you doing?" echoed Xiubai's equally perplexed voice over the channel. "Wasn't it just a mountain explosion? How did it suddenly turn into an earthquake?" I have no idea. Wait, boss, it could be that the landmine we just set off has inflicted some damage on the mountainside, and then, you really are a talent. All squads, retreat to defensive line 3. After a brief silence, Xiubai issued a new command as for the situation Waken had created. It was a double-edged sword. The advantage was that, due to the earthquake, the route from Line 2 to Line 3 was virtually incapacitated. The Herlandsea clan would have to clear the rubble before advancing. This process would likely take around 3 hours. The downside was that their strategy now required a complete overhaul. Boss, didn't we perform well just now?" shouted the squad leaders as they rushed towards Xiubai on defensive line 3. "What performance? It was all thanks to your excellent command. In previous instances, even under St. Ao's leadership, casualties had begun to arise by this time. Yet now, the lower-tier Herlandsea clan had been annihilated, and the majority of the mid-tier had perished under the rockfall, while they emerged remarkably unscathed, except for one unfortunate soul who had twisted his ankle while retreating from defensive line 2 to line 3. "Hey, haha boss," Waken offered a sheepish smile towards Xiubai, his guilt palpable. "What are you laughing at? Next time, think things through before acting. All squad leaders, come here. The rest stay put to fortify defensive position 3. Xiubai rolled his eyes, delivering a light reprimand to Waken. After all, even though the outcome was favorable, it had ultimately disrupted the overall command structure. However, excessive blame at such a moment served no purpose. A gentle reminder was more appropriate. "Boss, what shall we do next?" The squad leaders followed Xiubai to the side while the others rested and set up firing points. Let me think that Xiubai's original plan was to hold defensive line 2 for an hour and a half, annihilating the enemy's lower-tier members and heavily wounding the mid-tier ones. Then, they would set up landmines and retreat to defensive line 3, expending all their ammunition to wipe out the mid-tier members and stall the high-tier ones, aiming for a total of about 4 hours of defense. Altogether, this would amount to 5.5 hours, allowing for various uncertainties with a margin of error not exceeding half an hour. This meant they would still face a vacuum period of half an hour to an hour. During this time, Xiubai, St. Ao, and the first squad would need to fight fiercely, as long as they endured. It would coincide with sunset, prompting the enemy's retreat. But now, Waken's explosive actions had thrown the entire plan into disarray. Although it allowed defensive line 2 to hold for 3 hours, what about the remaining 3 hours? The earthquake had also devastated the terrain, rendering the 300 landmines led by Jean Laoshu of Squad 4 useless. If they wanted to safely navigate the final 3 hours, they would have to resort to some risky methods. A grave expression flickered in Xiubai's eyes as he spoke slowly. "Boss, I am willing to be the one to implement this plan," Waken exclaimed, the first to step forward. He understood that his blunder had jeopardized the entire plan. So he sought to redeem himself. "You are the only one here who can operate the mortar if you feel guilty. Then when I allow you to strike the enemy, aim precisely," Xiubai replied with a slight smile directed at Waken. "Boss, I guarantee the margin of error will not exceed 5 meters. Waken's mortar was not particularly advanced, with an accuracy margin of around 300 meters, yet he vowed to reduce it to 5 meters. Clearly demonstrating his eagerness to atone for his mistake. "That I believe in you. Now, I am issuing a new mission objective. This time, no room for any errors," Xiubai declared firmly as he unveiled the map. Yes, mid-tier and high-tier Herlandsea clans were not like their lower-tier counterparts, who charge recklessly ahead. They possessed greater intelligence and autonomy. Compared to the mindless aggression of the lower tier, Xiubai preferred the more cunning and self-aware nature of the mid and high-tier clans. For sometimes, rationality is not merely an advantage. It can indeed become a weakness. Xiubai marked several locations on the map, addressing the group. The task for Squad 2 remains unchanged. You will still be at defensive line 3. Exerting firepower pressure on the enemy's main force, Squad 3, you will conceal yourselves around defensive lines 1, 2, and 3, and I have marked your positions. Your mission is to open fire immediately when the enemy makes a move, creating the illusion of surrounding firepower groups to draw their attention and delay them for as long as possible. In essence, this was a feigned attack strategy that, as previously stated, the ultimate goal of this defense was to delay until sunset, not to annihilate the Hurlan Sea clan. The reason they had not employed a feigned attack before was that the lower-tier Hurlan clans lacked the intelligence and autonomy to be deceived. Such tactics would be utterly ineffective against them. A feigned attack requires deceiving the enemy, which presupposes that the enemy possesses enough intellect to be misled. Clearly, the lower-tier Hurlan clans were devoid of such intelligence. I understand, Saint Ao exclaimed, enlightened in their world. The concept of a feigned attack might not exist, but such tactics surely did, albeit under different names. Commander, once the lure begins, other directions will see a surge of Hurlan Sea clan forces. If we only lure them to the positions you've marked, we may risk being ambushed. I would like to request partial command authority. Granted. How to implement this tactic will be at your discretion. No need to report back to me. Yes, Saint Ao continued. I would also like to request additional personnel and firepower equipment. With only 6 of us in Squad 3, it may be challenging to create the illusion of firepower groups. As long as it does not affect Squad 2's suppression on the front line, feel free to allocate personnel and firepower as you see fit. No need to consult me. Xiubai nodded. As a commander, trust in subordinates is as crucial as decisiveness and willpower. What about us, boss? The Scorpion stood up to inquire, seeing that every squad had a mission and had made notable contributions. While his own squad had only participated briefly at the onset of the conflict, he felt anxious. Haha, have you rested well? Xiubai inquired with a slight smile. Boss, with such minimal consumption, what need is there for rest? We in Squad 1 are always ready for battle. Excellent, Squad 1. Your task will be arduous. I need you to cut off the debris clearing at defensive line 2 and intercept the mid-tier Hurlan Sea clan preparing to enter the battlefield along the coastline. Create a vacuum zone between defensive line 1 and the coastline. As for Squad 4, I require you to plant landmines in the area between defensive line 1 and the coastline, 200 in the mountainous region, slightly dispersed, and 100 in the area from the mountains to the seaside. 50 more, placement at your discretion. Xiubai fixed his gaze on the Hurlan Sea clan below, gesturing fiercely. I want them with no way to advance or retreat. The previous earthquake had devastated the ground from defensive line 1 to defensive line 3, but the terrain from defensive line 1 to the coastline remained largely unaffected, thus allowing for landmine deployment. Understood, boss. The Scorpion and Jean Laoshu accepted their orders and began to descend the mountain. Suddenly, Jean Laoshu halted, turning with a puzzled expression. Boss, why are we placing 50 landmines along the coastline? Won't the Hurlan Sea clan in the rear see them? Precisely, we want them to see, Xiubai replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. Oh, I see. But boss, why still leave 50 landmines? The golden mouse nodded with a semblance of understanding before inquiring further. Xiubai squinted, as if deep in thought. I can't shake the feeling that something has been overlooked. Leaving 50 landmines sufficient for unforeseen circumstances? Any objections? None. Then let us proceed without delay. Xiubai gave the golden mouse a light kick on the rear, prompting a chuckle from the latter as he hurried after the fat Scorpion squad down the mountain. Team 3, led by Saint Ao, also made their way to the designated location after reallocating a few personnel and some equipment from Team 2. Master, do you require me to inform you of what has been overlooked? No need. For this defensive battle, I wish to command solely based on my own abilities. Only in this manner can I discern the level of my capabilities, thereby providing a direction for future growth. Understood. Silverwing ceased further conversation and remained on standby, conserving energy as it was currently operating at a significantly reduced capacity, only engaging full power when absolutely necessary. 3 hours gradually passed in the forest. Fat Scorpion, accompanied by Team 1, crouched behind a mid-tier Hurlan clan member, wearing a rather peculiar expression. Captain, it seems the boss might have overestimated them. Initially, the plan was for Team 1 to intercept the Hurlan clan from 2 fronts, ensuring Team 4 could safely bury the landmines. However, In these 3 hours, aside from a brief encounter at the coastline during the landmine placement, they faced no opposition during the forest phase of the operation. They were completely ignored. The Healing clan was merely preoccupied with moving stones, attempting to clear the main passage. Even when they spotted Team 1, they refrained from attacking unless approached too closely. You think the Healing clan simply does not comprehend what we are doing? Fat Scorpion mused, stroking his chin in previous defensive engagements. Although landmines had been utilized, their application was minimal due to limited resources. After all, had it not been for this occasion where Xiubai transferred resources from the western district to the eastern, the prisoners would have been incapable of exchanging for such a multitude of landmines. In truth, Fat Scorpion's conjecture was not far from reality. The Healing clan held a profound aversion to technology, leaving many among them bewildered by the concept of landmines. Otherwise, when laying landmines along the coastline, they would not have merely offered token resistance, but would have dispatched numerous clan members to thwart this tactic. Fat Scorpion, we have finished burying the mines. Let us move. The Golden Mouse approached with Team 4, speaking in hushed tones. All right. Fat Scorpion nodded, and the group followed Team 4, carefully circumventing the minefield as they returned towards Position 3. Boss, our task is complete, and the enemy appears to be quite oblivious, offering no resistance. I see. Hurry back, and ensure you are not struck by our own. Just as the words left his mouth, gunfire erupted throughout the forest. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Team 2 initiated a direct assault on the enemy. The ruse now in play, the sudden barrage sent the mid-tier Healing clan members into a state of panic, as blood erupted from their bodies and they collapsed. The remaining Healing clan members hastily sought cover. Cease fire. Waken raised a hand, and Team 2 members immediately halted their fire. Having already drawn away some ammunition, they could no longer afford to engage in unrestricted shooting. Moreover, Xiubai had issued an order against swiftly annihilating the enemy. Upon hearing the cessation of gunfire, the Healing clan cautiously peered out. Rat-tat-tat-tat. No sooner had they emerged from cover than bullets rained down like fire, compelling them to retreat once more. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the coastline. This signaled a temporary withdrawal to regroup with other mid-tier Healing members for a joint assault. Boom. Roar. Just as the Healing clan in the forest prepared to retreat, a tremendous explosion and that peculiar roar resonated throughout the entire eastern coastline. The Healing clan trapped within the forest quickly grasped the situation. Something explosive was behind them, rendering escape impossible. In an instant, the Healing clan found themselves at a standstill, unable to advance or retreat. Roar. The roar reverberated again. The Healing clan members whispered amongst themselves before splitting into 2 groups, retreating in opposite directions. They possess some tactical awareness after all. Xiubai observed with a faint smile, but unfortunately, rat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire. Bullets sliced through the air, splattering blood across numerous mid-tier Healing clan members. Roar, roar, roar. They were in a frenzy. Boss, they must be panicking now. Ha! Waken, hearing the roars, laughed heartily without requiring translation from his smart brain. Xiubai also revealed a slight smile. This was the power of tactical dominance. After the roar subsided, a multitude of mid-tier Healing members began to appear on the sea, circumventing the front line and landing from alternative directions, attempting to flank the battlefield. However, what awaited them was the relentless firepower of St. Ao's squad. The mid-tier Healing clan members were steadily pushed back, struggling to advance even 5 meters, suffering the loss of dozens of their kin. Meanwhile, the Healing commander responsible for the Eastern Front was utterly bewildered. Why are there foes both in front and on the sides? And judging by the gunfire, did a whole regiment arrive? No, during previous assaults on the Black Sea prison, there were only a handful of enemies. Team 3, cease fire and draw the enemy into the forest. Yes, St. Ao, while marking several positions on the map, relayed the information to the squad's map. Everyone halt fire and withdraw to Position 2 while awaiting orders. Though the gunfire ceased, the Healing commander hesitated to issue commands, clearly dazed by the strategic maneuvering he had just experienced. In the heat of battle, information disparity is the deadliest factor. After a prolonged silence, the Healing commander finally issued a command for a slow advance. Along the forest flanks, the Healing clan members cautiously progressed forward. Just as they approached the parallel range of Position 1, a fierce gunfire erupted once more from the forest. Rat-tat-tat-tat! Roar! The Heelan commander reacted swiftly, immediately commanding a halt to their advance and to seek cover. Reduce output, conserve ammunition, cease fire in 30 minutes. Xiubai stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The enemy had already fallen into his rhythm, and the ruse could certainly be prolonged as anticipated. Upon hearing the gunfire gradually diminish until it vanished entirely, the Heelan commander's eyes lit up. The enemy's ammunition must be nearly exhausted. Roar! Everyone, charge! Rat-tat-tat-tat! Yet, they had barely charged 500 meters when Team 3's firepower erupted once more. Damn! Captain, can we not retreat a bit further next time? These fools are charging too eagerly. I just had my gun barrel shoved down one of their throats. A member of Team 3 exclaimed over the channel. Saint Ao, hearing this, expressionless, glanced at the lifeless body at his feet, realizing he too had just thrust his gun barrel into a Heelan clan member's mouth. Cease fire in 25 minutes. Retreat 2,000 meters. Cease fire in 20 minutes. Retreat 1,500 meters. A series of commands flowed methodically through the channel. Team 3 members engaged in a tactical retreat, continuously creating illusions for the Heelan clan. In stark contrast to Xiubai's calm demeanor, the Heelan commander was increasingly losing his grip on reality. Initially, he believed the enemy was running low on ammunition, only to discover it was a ruse. Then, upon hearing the gunfire wane, he assumed their ammunition was depleted. Yet again, it was a deception. Finally, as the firing intervals grew shorter and the retreat grew more pronounced, he resolved that their ammunition must be entirely exhausted. Yet, over an hour passed, and the mid-tier Heelan clan suffered heavy casualties, but the damned ammunition seemed inexhaustible. Calm down, calm down. This time it must be true. The Heelan commander repeatedly brainwashed himself, issuing a command for all mid-tier Heelan clan members to charge. Team 1, follow me into the fray and annihilate all mid-tier Heelan clan members, Xiubai concluded, disappearing from position 3 as he descended. This time, the ammunition was truly spent, in the depths of the forest. The remaining Heelan Sea clan numbered less than 100, and under the leadership of Xiubai, they swiftly turned into 100 lifeless corpses. The Heelan commander exhibited little sorrow over the demise of the mid-tier clan members. For their sole purpose was to exhaust the enemy's ammunition, paving the way for a subsequent assault by the higher-tier Heelan Sea clan. After all, while bullets posed limited harm to the higher-tier Heelan, they were not entirely without effect. Roar! At the command of the Heelan commander, the higher-tier Heelan Sea clan emerged slowly from the shrouded mist. Their colossal forms, adorned with bluish-gray scales, shimmered faintly in the dusky glow of the setting sun. Boss, they're beginning to clear the mines, remarked Jean Laoshu, observing the higher-tier Heelan Sea clan at the shoreline. He could not fathom why Xiubai had ordered him to lay mines by the sea. Was this not akin to delivering a gift to the enemy? However, enlightenment soon dawned upon him. After laying hundreds of mines along the coastline, the higher-tier Heelan Sea clan charged fiercely into the forest. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a conflagration erupted, engulfing the area in a violent explosion. The terrifying shockwave instantaneously razed all vegetation that marked the transition from sea to forest. Before the higher-tier Heelan could comprehend the situation, they suffered the loss of over half their kin to the mines concealed within the woods. In an instant, the charge came to a halt. A smile graced Xiubai's face. Were you surprised? Did it astonish you? Who would have imagined that behind the mines lay yet more mines? This was the very reason he had instructed Jean Laoshu to bury 2 sets of explosives. The seaside mines were intended to lull the Heelan Sea clan into a false sense of security, leading them to believe that once they cleared the initial mines, there would be none left behind. No one could have anticipated that there would be pursuers following the pursuers, a strategy that echoed the same brilliance. The interference caused by the fat scorpion was designed to keep the Heelan Sea clan in the forest unaware of the concealed mines behind them, preventing them from sending word back to their commander. Yet, to their surprise, this group of Heelan Sea clan paid no heed to the fat scorpion and his companions, hence they remained oblivious to the 4 teams led by Jean Laoshu laying mines. Boss, shall we proceed? The fat scorpion inquired eagerly. Not yet. Let us wait a while longer, Xiubai replied, shaking his head. He had instructed Jean Laoshu to scatter the mines throughout the forest with a singular objective, to buy time. Once the enemy discovered the mines in the forest, they would undoubtedly attempt to clear them again. When the initial mine clearing was completed and the Xiubai clan pressed forward, they would inevitably tread upon the untouched explosives. At that juncture, even the most foolish of commanders would comprehend that numerous mines had been indiscriminately buried in the woods. They would have no alternative but to order the higher-tier Xiubai clan to continue clearing the mines. As the sun set, let it descend more swiftly. Xiubai ceased his attention on the Xiubai clan below and turned his gaze towards the horizon where the sun lingered. The commanding Xiubai clan did not always engage in battle, appearing sporadically in defensive skirmishes. Yet when they did appear, the ensuing conflict would invariably result in devastating casualties on the side of the Black Sea prison. He had never encountered a commanding Xiubai clan and remained uncertain of their true strength. However, Xiubai had conveyed that even he could face a maximum of 2 commanding Xiubai clan. Anything beyond that might lead to his demise. Moreover, the number of commanding Xiubai clan that emerged was unpredictable. Since entering the Black Sea prison, Xiubai had only encountered a commanding Xiubai clan once, and on that occasion, there had been 3. He had managed to hold off all 3 with the assistance of other prisoners. Yet he had still come perilously close to death. Furthermore, over 10 prisoners in the Eastern District had perished, had it not been for the sun setting over the sea at the most critical moment. Prompting the commanding Xiubai to withdraw, the Eastern District might have been left entirely desolate by the time Xiubai arrived. Minutes ticked by, and the higher-tier Xiubai clan completed their mine clearing in the forest. Yet the sun on the horizon stubbornly refused to set. The dark crimson waters gradually took on a golden hue from the dying light. How much longer? No more than half an hour. The commanding tier should not. Xiubai glanced at the time and spoke slowly. However, he was abruptly cut off. His gaze fixated on those higher-tier Xiubai clan that had completed clearing the minefield, yet stood still, seemingly awaiting something, a rare gravity dawning in his eyes. Xiubai's heart plummeted. Without needing to ask, he understood this was an omen of the commanding tier's impending arrival, but the bad news did not end there. In the distance, a prisoner came rushing towards them that he recognized this individual as one of Jingyang's subordinates. East King. Boss wants me to tell you. The prisoner gasped for breath, leaning heavily on his knees for a moment before managing to utter. Boss wants me to inform you that the commanding tier has appeared, and they cannot hold them off any longer. You must quickly prepare to intercept the mid-tier and high-tier Xiubai clan. What do you mean? Xiubai's heart raced, his expression darkening as he inquired. The prisoner swallowed hard and relayed the events that had transpired. It turned out that several hours prior, the Western District's defensive line, having lost its magical curse, could no longer withstand the pressure and was completely overrun by the Xiubai clan. At that moment, Xiubai's calculations led the Eastern Xiubai commander to be unaware of the situation. After careful consideration, the Eastern commander opted to seek assistance from clansmen stationed in other directions. The Northern and Southern districts were unable to spare personnel. Thus, the Xiubai clan that had breached the Western defenses hastened towards the Eastern District's line. Although the Northern and Southern districts were puzzled by the situation, they could still discern that these Xiubai clan intended to assault the Eastern District. They were unaware that the wounds of the Eastern District prisoners had been fully healed by Xiubai. They merely thought of the defense as a mutual endeavor. Should the Western District fall, the Eastern District would surely meet the same fate, jeopardizing the entire front line. Thus, they began to exert themselves to obstruct the advancing Xiubai clan. Utilizing their numerical advantage and the fearsome lethality of the mysterious sniper leader from the Northern District, the two districts managed to hold off a significantly larger enemy force. Yet now, with the commanding tier's emergence, they could no longer spare personnel to impede the enemy. After all, facing the commanding tier, their own survival was at stake. Thus, they had no choice but to lift the blockade and allow the Xiubai clan to advance towards the east. At that moment, Xiubai finally comprehended the oversight he had failed to consider all along. It was the Western District. How could the Western District, bereft of its magical curse, possibly hold the line? Yet, given the current situation, indulging in excessive negativity was futile as a commander. One must maintain absolute composure in the face of any circumstance. Only in this manner could one seek a glimmer of hope amidst despair. How many Xiubai clan are approaching? Xiubai pondered his strategies while inquiring. There may be over 1,000 mid-tier and around 100 high-tier. replied a prisoner from the southern district after a moment of contemplation. That many? Damn, those worthless fools in the western district. The fat scorpion could not help but curse. Understood, you may return now. Inform Jean Gang and the southern district leader not to worry about the situation here. I will handle it. Yes, the southern district prisoner nodded and hurriedly made his way back south. Boss, what shall we do now? The prisoners from the eastern district, their expressions fraught with anxiety, turned to Xiubai. At present, all ammunition has been expended, leaving us utterly incapable of suppressing the Helan Sea clan with firepower, and with the commanding tier on the verge of appearing, it seems we are facing certain death. Fear began to spread among everyone, and the once fiery spirits of the crowd plummeted into despair. Xiubai surveyed the assembly, a smile emerging on his face as he spoke softly. Is this despair? What are you panicking about? I'm still alive. Do you remember our objective? Hearing these words, the prisoners gradually lifted their heads to gaze at Xiubai, yet not a single one spoke. Fat Scorpion, just a moment ago. Your team was clamoring to achieve merit. What? Have you lost your courage now? Waken, do you intend to save those unused mortar shells for the new year? Bring forth the prowess you displayed when you breached the defensive line. Jean Laoshu, did I not instruct you to keep 50 mines? And your team's grenades, which have barely been utilized. What do you mean there is no ammunition left? And you, Sheng Ao, you're still a marshal of the Federation, right? Have you only fought in favorable conditions, crumbling when faced with adversity? As Xiubai's voice resonated, the extinguished fighting spirit in the prisoner's eyes began to rekindle. Yes, the boss remains unfazed. Why should we panic? Moreover, it appears we are not without means to fight back. There are still numerous resources at our disposal. Now, I shall ask you once more, what is our objective? To exchange injuries for absolute victory. The prisoners gazed intently at the smiling Xiubai, their voices rising in unison. Excellent. A complete victory. Now, I shall assign you the final task of this defensive battle. Ensure its completion. All of your teams will merge. And Waken will lead as captain. Xiubai spoke slowly. For Saint Ao was to remain here to resist the leader-level Helan Sea tribe, unable to accompany the others to serve as second-in-command. As for Fei Xie and Jean Laoshu, under ordinary circumstances, they were capable, but in this moment of crisis, their decisiveness was not something they could possess. Only Waken, who had once been a mercenary, had the competence to fulfill this role. Yes, boss. Fei Xie, can you withstand how many mortar shells? Yes, boss. Huh? Fei Xie was about to respond when he suddenly realized something was amiss. What do you mean by huh? I asked how many mortar shells you could endure. Xiubai glared at him and inquired. 5. 5 shells, boss. What are you planning? The round face of Fei Xie was filled with terror as he whispered. Very well, Jean Laoshu. You first take a portion of the people to the west to plant all the landmines. The remaining individuals will use grenades to annihilate the remaining high-level Helan Sea tribe in the forest, and then hurry over to the west. After the enemy steps on the landmines, use the remaining grenades for further consumption. Finally, Fei Xie will attract the enemy's attention, gathering them in one place. Waken, it's up to you now. Just make sure not to blow Fei Xie to pieces, or our objective will be lost. Ha! Understood, boss. I'll leave him some breath. Waken responded with a loud laugh. In an instant, Fei Xie's face turned pale. As for the aftermath of the mortar bombardment, the members of Team 1 would immediately take over. They must hold off the remaining enemies. Waiting for the sunset, Xiubai paused slightly before continuing. Once the defensive battle concludes, I shall return and exchange resources for a few tons of wine. We shall not rest until we are inebriated. Upon hearing about the wine, the prisoners immediately became exhilarated. Typically, such a luxury as wine was too precious for them to trade resources for, even if they longed to drink. They could only endure. Boss, just for that sentence, I am willing to withstand 2 more mortar shells. Rest assured, boss, we are certain to win. Then let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Xiubai prompted the crowd, who immediately cheered and dashed into the forest, looking nothing like individuals set to undertake a daunting task. Instead, they resembled a throng of elderly folks who had just heard of a supermarket sale. Before long, the forest echoed with the sounds of grenade explosions. Xiubai did not turn his attention back to that direction. He needed to focus entirely on the impending fierce battle. We may very well die. Saint Ao murmured, gazing into the black mist where enormous figures were faintly emerging. He understood that Xiubai was deliberately downplaying the situation, to uplift the spirits of Fei Xie and the others. In truth, the circumstances were dire. 50 landmines and some grenades and mortars might barely suffice to hold back the enemies from the west. However, the true threat did not lie with the western enemies, but with the leader-level Helan Sea tribe emerging from the black mist. Saint Ao had faced them before and knew just how terrifying they were. If they were defeated here, then even if Fei Xie and the others managed to stop the western foes, it would be of no avail. Death? And then what? A faint smile graced Xiubai's lips as he gazed at the 5 enormous figures poised to emerge from the black mist, showing no fear whatsoever. You are not afraid of death? Saint Ao turned to question him. Many claimed to fear no death, yet when confronted with the specter of mortality, their true colors would be revealed. However, Xiubai did not exhibit such frailty. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Heh. Although you are also a martial artist, I can see you are burdened with many concerns, which is why our thoughts differed. In this moment, you ponder life and death, while I remain unconcerned. For at my core, I am a pure warrior. The timing of life and death matters not. What I care for is whether the forthcoming battle will be exhilarating. Xiubai slowly stretched his muscles, his eyes seemingly ignited by an internal flame. Saint Ao was momentarily taken aback, recalling their first meeting when Xiubai had exuded an aura of obsession with combat. Later, events transpired that led Saint Ao to believe he had misjudged. Xiubai was not merely fixated on battle, but possessed many other qualities. Yet now, Saint Ao realized he had misjudged once more. The man before him was indeed a pure warrior. A long howl resounded from the black mist. Shaking the sea, 5 towering figures, each over 4 meters tall and as massive as mountain giants, slowly emerged. Their bodies were covered in fine, dark golden scales that glimmered with a bloodthirsty sheen in the sunlight. A fearsome head bore a pair of vertical pupils radiating cold, murderous intent. The violent aura permeated the entire sea. With each step the leader-level Helan Sea tribe took, the shore trembled slightly, and the battle intent in Xiubai's eyes surged wildly. If there is only one, do you have confidence in killing it before sunset? What? Saint Ao's pupils contracted as he looked at Xiubai in disbelief. You jest. You are powerful, but it is impossible to face 4 leader-level Helan Sea tribe members simultaneously. How I fare is of no concern to you. That I merely wish to know. Do you have confidence in killing it before sunset? Xiubai spoke slowly, the tumultuous energy within him reverberating through his veins, the sound even reaching the outside world. You. Saint Ao gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. If there is only one, and all means are employed, it is possible. However, our goal is to delay until sunset, is it not? Why must we kill it? Because my meager resources may not suffice to provide everyone with wine. Ha! Xiubai laughed heartily, his entire being soaring towards the Helan leaders. Water can be both soft and hard. With the power of water, it can flow like a crystal-clear mountain stream or surge like mighty rivers. It can also be like bang. Xiubai charged at one of the leader-level figures, his legs pounding down, utilizing the recoil to propel himself. The force surged from his feet, ultimately coursing into his iron fist. The Helan leader raised its massive fist, nearly half the size of Xiubai, and swung it down with a howling wind. It can also be like a cataclysmic tsunami, unparalleled in ferocity. In an instant, the 2 fists collided with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, sending monstrous waves crashing across the sea, the terrifying shockwave transforming into a fierce wind that swept in all directions. Moments later, the tumult subsided, revealing the stark contrast between the 2 figures, one large, one small, standing in stark imbalance. Bang! Suddenly, the towering figure staggered back a half-step. Following that, it could no longer stem the tide of retreat, its massive form continuously recoiling. Blood spewing from its mouth in the sunset's glow, amidst the howling sea winds, Xiubai stood tall and proud, the Helan leader. Merely that. Xiubai, Saint Ao beheld that silhouette, a long-abandoned flame igniting once more in his chest. Before becoming a federal marshal, he too had been a martial artist. He suddenly recalled the words of the mentor who had guided him into the realm of martial artists. A martial artist lives by the martial way, fighting to the death. How magnificent it is! The lingering shadows of nearly being killed by the Helan leader were instantly dispelled. No longer hesitating, Saint Ao lightly tapped the ground, moving with an uncanny speed to Xiubai's side. The one I injured is yours to handle. No need. Upon completing his sentence, Saint Ao unleashed a punch toward the left Healan leader, leading it away as it fought and retreated into the distance. Xiubai smiled slightly. Saint Ao had been awakened to the spirit of a warrior once more, and there was no need to concern himself with his situation. This was the trust and respect due to Saint Ao, who was also a martial artist. Roar. The injured Healan leader roared in fury, charging toward Xiubai alongside the other 3 Healan leaders. Four massive fists sealed off all directions, their immense power compressing the air itself. Yet Xiubai remained unfazed, exerting a slight force in his waist as he soared into the air above the Xiubai. In the instant he evaded the 4 fists, he immediately focused his energy into his dantian and pressed his body downward. The fist of Commander Healan, still extended and not yet retracted, became the ground he leveraged, propelling himself upward once more. As he reached the height before Commander Healan's head on the left, he unleashed a fierce flying kick. Bang! The tremendous force sent Commander Healan slightly recoiling, and before he could regain his balance, Xiubai's other foot came crashing down upon his face. Then, utilizing the rebound force, he leaped atop Commander Healan's head on the right side. Roar! As Commander Healan attempted to reach out to grab him, Xiubai deftly evaded, maneuvering behind him like a nimble monkey. With his hands shaped like blades, he struck fiercely at the region of the shoulder blades. Clang! The first strike, although blocked by the dark golden scales, still rendered Commander Healan's arms momentarily stiff. While water-based internal energy is advantageous in many respects, it lacks the sharpness inherent to metal. This made it exceedingly difficult for Xiubai to inflict lethal damage against an opponent of Commander Healan's formidable defense. Thus, he swiftly locked his legs around Commander Healan's throat, his hands digging into the eye sockets. With all limbs straining, he directed his energy backward. Boom! That towering body crashed backward, yet Xiubai did not pursue with additional strikes. Instead, he promptly withdrew 4 to 5 meters away. The scales of the Healan Sea tribe were exceedingly hard and thick, imbued with a peculiar force that rendered subtle internal energy attacks utterly ineffective to genuinely harm them. A grand and forceful assault leveraging his entire strength was necessary to penetrate the scales and injure Commander Healan's vital organs. However, such attacks necessitated the use of momentum and could not be executed at will. Silverwing, can you assist me in simulating an internal energy flow akin to that of a water cutter? Master, simulation is possible, but based on my analysis, your body cannot withstand the requisite force to cut through an entity of Commander Healan's caliber. To simulate a water cutter, your internal energy pressure must reach at least 400 MPa, and it must be expelled through your palm's acupoints at a speed approaching 1,000 meters per second. Your current meridian and acupoint strength cannot sustain such levels of pressure. Silverwing conveyed the data it had analyzed. Is that so? It seems I must resort to a more rudimentary method. Xiubai did not overestimate himself. The integrity of his meridians and acupoints was not something to be trifled with. Any error could lead to irreparable consequences. As for what constituted a rudimentary method, it could be summed up in 4 words. Water droplets penetrate stone. Directly striking the scales with water droplets was clearly unrealistic. He had to target the armpit. It is well known that most creatures possess minimal muscle in their armpits, making this area incapable of developing formidable defensive capabilities. Commander Healan should be no exception. Silverwing, prepare to analyze the data. Upon finishing his words, Xiubai charged forward just as Commander Healan swung his fist down. He suddenly lunged forward, delivering an uppercut to the armpit area. Following this, he pivoted to block the incoming left punch with a kick, narrowly dodging another fist from above that moment. A final punch came hurtling towards him. Xiubai's bones emitted an eerie sound as he braced his limbs, contorting his body against the ground like an inverted scorpion, swiftly retreating from the attack range. The sight was both bizarre and chilling, reminiscent of certain scenes from horror films. Of course, this was no supernatural event, but a martial technique known as scorpion's tail. Xiubai had learned it from a recluse while searching for medicinal herbs in the mountains. It bore a resemblance to a form of contortion, yet was not entirely the same. Typically, scorpion's tail is executed when the enemy believes they have struck down the practitioner, allowing for a sudden counterattack aimed at a vital point before swiftly retreating from the attack range. However, given Commander Healan's formidable defense, that kick had become unnecessary. Master, analysis complete. The scales in the armpit region of Commander Heelan are indeed significantly weaker than those in other areas, lacking any capacity for cushioning. Excellent. A faint smile curved Xiubai's lips as he darted like a specter amidst the four towering giants. Meanwhile, the battle between Saint Ao and Commander Heelan had escalated into a fervent clash. Their confrontation bore no resemblance to Xiubai's, filled with strategy and cunning. It was purely a contest of brute force, trading blows back and forth that it was a primal struggle to see who could endure longer. Saint Ao's hands radiated a crimson hue, the intense heat distorting the air around him. Each strike against Commander Heelan left scorched black marks upon his scales, although he had yet to reach the king level. He could momentarily tap into life energy. That searing power was his life energy. Boom! Commander Heelan's fist collided with Saint Ao's face, sending him flying several meters away. With this punch, Commander Heelan staggered slightly. Both combatants were exhausting their stamina at an alarming rate. Saint Ao lay in the water, blood swirling around him, his crimson hands gradually extinguishing, as if he had depleted all his energy. Roar! Commander Heelan furiously pounded his chest, as if celebrating the demise of an enemy. Subsequently, he trudged heavily towards Xiubai. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from Saint Ao that a flicker of flame ignited. Moments later, the flames split into two, landing on Saint Ao's back. Boom! The flames surged wildly. The intense heat evaporated the surrounding seawater, white steam rising and enveloping him entirely. Commander Heelan halted, turning to gaze at the spectacle. Within the white mist, a figure gradually ascended. Roar! A look of confusion crossed Commander Heelan's fierce visage. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted, the sea surface within a kilometer evaporating incessantly. Even the four remaining commanders engaged in battle with Xiubai were drawn in, cautiously retreating as they turned their attention towards this phenomenon. Silver Wing. What is happening? Detection of king-level life energy. Warning. Detection of king-level life energy. Cough, cough. King level. Xiubai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly possible to break through to king level after receiving a beating? Master, the data indicates a definite energy fluctuation at the king level. However, it is not very stable. Suddenly, a howling gale swept across the sea, dispersing the steam in the air and revealing Saint Ao's figure. He floated in the air. Behind him, a pair of enormous fiery wings had inexplicably manifested. The imposing presence of king-level power descended upon the realm, the overwhelming pressure causing everyone to feel as though they bore the weight of several mountains upon their shoulders, making even breathing a struggle. It was at this moment that Xiubai realized how absurd his previous assumptions had been. The distinction between sub-king and king level was not merely a matter of degree. The sheer pressure of king-level energy alone was sufficient to render sub-kings incapable of combat. What is happening? To break through to king level and sprout wings, Xiubai uttered with difficulty, as the conflicting forces of water and fire impeded his internal energy's flow. However, his concern was not with this, but rather with the nature of those fiery wings. Logically, having mastered water-based internal energy would also imply mastery over king-level power. Why then did he not grow a pair of flowing water wings? Such a magnificent feature. What the hell am I thinking? Xiubai chastised himself sharply, bringing his mind back to clarity. The pressure of king-level energy not only suppressed the strength of lower-tier opponents, but could also distort one's thoughts. Master, martial artists awaken life energy upon breaking through to king level, and this awakening of life energy is a genetic awakening. Not all martial artists will manifest wings when reaching king level. This merely indicates that an ancestor of Saint Ao possessed fiery wings. Or perhaps, that ancestor consumed a life form with fiery wings, leaving this genetic trait within Saint Ao's genetic sequence, Silver Wing explained. What about me? Is there a possibility that I have avian ancestry? No, that is not quite right, but you understand what I mean. Although his previous musings arose from the suppression of king-level energy, Xiubai now found himself genuinely curious about this aspect. You likely do not possess such traits. Your cultivation method differs from that of these martial artists. They embody the latent power concealed within the awakening genes, and you seem to be excavating the entirety of the physical body's potential. I struggle to articulate it. Your cultivation method lacks any comparative data within my database. All I can assert is that while you may bear some resemblance to martial artists, your essence is distinctly different. When the Silver Wing was created, It absorbed vast amounts of knowledge from Wile's technology into its database. However, within that information, there exists no data akin to the cultivation method of Xiubai. Is that so? Xiubai nodded slightly, then fell silent, directing his gaze towards Xiubai. Xiuba's current state was quite peculiar. Though his eyes were wide open, it felt as if his primary consciousness lay in slumber. It bore a resemblance to Xiubai's state while he was in transformation. Suddenly, Xiubai gently flapped his fiery wings, and the fierce wind swept by. The Harlan commander began to disintegrate, gradually transforming into ashes like sand in the wind. This power, Xiubai's pupils constricted. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he could easily vanquish the Harlan Sea clan. Yet this was far from effortless. Merely a movement of his wings could reduce his opponent to ashes. King level, how terrifying. Thud, abruptly, Xiuba's fiery wings vanished, and he plummeted straight into the water. The moment Xiubai's nerves relaxed, they immediately tensed again as the remaining water-based internal energy within him surged into action. On the battlefield, there were still 4 Harlan commanders present. From behind, a melodious call resonated. The 4 Harlan commanders cast a hateful glance at Xiubai before turning towards the black mist. The sun has set. At last, the sun has set. Xiubai exhaled slowly, his weary form collapsing onto the surface of the sea. Despite the impression that he had navigated the battle against the 4 Harlan commanders with ease. Only he knew the truth. Xiubai had previously faced 3 Harlan Sea clan members, and with the assistance of other prisoners, he had only managed to endure for less than 10 minutes before sustaining grave injuries. Meanwhile, Xiubai had withstood the onslaught of 4 Harlan Sea clan members for a full half-hour. In battles of this caliber, each additional combatant geometrically increased the variables and dangers involved. Though his body had suffered minimal injuries, his mental exhaustion had reached a critical point. Master, if you do not rescue Xiubai, he may very well drown there that a king level would drown. Let him soak for all I care. Xiubai rolled his eyes and replied. His life energy had already plummeted from king level. The recent circumstances were likely due to a brief genetic awakening for some reason. Now, not only had he fallen from king level, but his vital signs were also far from satisfactory. If you do not save him, there is a 91.5 chance he will drown, Silverwing remarked coolly. Heh, then let him drown. The command was mine. I fought 1 against 4, and I undertook the most perilous tasks. In the end, it was you who made the breakthrough. Who wouldn't be infuriated by that? Though he voiced such sentiments, Xiubai still mustered his weary body to lift Xiubai from the water and return him to the shore. Boss, boss! From a distance, the prisoners from the East District called out. A rotund figure sprinted forward, eager to envelop Xiubai in a bear hug. What the hell? Who are you? The instant Xiubai turned, he was met with the sight of a hefty black coal ball, prompting him to deliver a swift kick that sent the coal ball sprawling. Bang! The coal ball hit the ground, looking utterly despondent. Boss, it's me, Fat Scorpion. Fat Scorpion? Aren't you Black Scorpion? Boss, weren't you the one who had the mortar shell bombard me? Whoever got bombarded, it was me in this state. Xiubai paused, suddenly recalling that this indeed happened. Ha ha! Fat Scorpion, how could I forget? I was merely joking with you earlier. Come here, let me see if you've slimmed down. The force of that kick you delivered hardly felt like a joke. Boss, Fat Scorpion sat up, mumbling, looking as pitiful as a child weighing 800 pounds. Enough chatter, come here, Xiubai commanded, promptly pulling Fat Scorpion over to lie on his dark belly. This feels wonderful, far softer than the ground. Hearing this, Fat Scorpion felt even more sorrowful. The prisoners observed the scene, chuckling as they sprawled around Xiubai. This moment, the Harlan Sea clan had retreated, and the black mist vanished without a trace. On the horizon, the setting sun still lingered with its final tender glow. The light merged with the shimmering waves, creating ripples of golden hues. The sea breeze, salty and fishy, mingled with a faint scent of gunpowder, caressing the weary bodies of the crowd, both refreshing and soothing. Boss, will there really be wine to drink when we return? Yes, I promised you that. Xiubai gazed at the ashes of the Harlan commander on the sea surface. Speaking softly, Boss, I feel like I've regained a sense of freedom. Freedom? It will come. Xiubai replied with a hint of a smile, and in the glow of the setting sun, his eyes seemed to soften. This war has finally come to an end. However, has it truly ended? In the Black Sea prison, Women's section, Warden, esteemed Warden, the guard kept his head bowed, his voice trembling slightly. Before them stood the warden, shrouded in black mist. Opened the gates of the prison section. Yes, the gates slowly opened. Along with them, the chests of 2 guards. The warden stepped through the bloodied ground, entering the women's section. This place was somewhat smaller than the men's section, for it housed but a single prisoner, the princess of the Harlan Sea clan. You don't seem afraid of me. The warden approached the Harlan princess and stated coolly, there is a comforting aura about you that resonates with me, one that even surpasses that of my father. Therefore, you are not my enemy. Why should I fear you? The Harlan princess gazed at the warden, speaking softly. Comfort does not equate to friendship. Often, it is those who are closest to you that are more likely to cause you harm. The warden remained silent for a moment before responding. Then, without waiting for the Harlan princess to reply, a pale hand emerged from the black mist. The Harlan princess gently closed her beautiful eyes, believing the warden intended to kill her, which prompted her to utter those words. Yet, after a considerable time, there was no movement from the other party. She slowly opened her eyes to see a crystal-clear blue orb in the warden's hand. What is this? Deliver it to the king of the Black Sea, and tell him that it is already quite remarkable for the clan to have survived to this day. There are some matters he need not interfere with, and he should simply live in peace. Furthermore, the Black Sea prison no longer serves a purpose. There are too many secrets here that the Southern Sand Federation wishes to uncover after my departure. Erase everything. With that, the warden gently pushed the blue orb towards the Harlan princess and turned to walk away. Who exactly are you? What do these words mean? The Harlan princess stood up, attempting to pursue, only to find her body ensnared by an unfamiliar energy. Who I am is of no concern to you. You only need to convey my words to the king of the Black Sea. As her words faded, the Harlan princess glimmered with radiant light, and the space around her began to warp. When her vision stabilized once more, she discovered she had arrived at the edge of the Black Sea. She glanced at the blue orb in her hand, then turned to look back at the shadowy Black Sea prison, her expression laden with complexity. Ultimately, she hesitated no longer and leaped into the Black Sea. Huh? Boss, I think I just saw a woman by the seaside. You fool, Xiubai smacked Waken on the head. Where would a woman come from in this place? Have you been locked up for so long that you've gone mad with longing for women? But I really did seem to see a woman. Waken scratched his head, muttering, Master, there indeed appeared to be some energy fluctuation and a female life form at the seaside just now. Huh? Xiubai was taken aback. Even Silverwing was saying so. Could it be that a woman truly appeared? But why would a woman suddenly show up? After much contemplation, he could not fathom the situation at hand. Never mind. The appearance of a minor dragon man is of no concern to me. Xiubai shook his head, rose to his feet, and gestured to the crowd. Let us depart. Back to drink. In the Black Sea prison. Eastern Bloc, you all did not witness clearly. With that single mortar round I fired, 2 or 3 high-ranking Harlan Sea tribe members were obliterated. Obliterated my foot. Those were merely 2 mid-ranking Harlan Sea tribe members. And I was right at the epicenter of the explosion. The prisoners were gathered together, animatedly discussing the recent defensive battle that a complete victory, the first of its kind in the history of Black Sea prison. Such an impressive feat filled them with immense excitement. However, the individual who led the prisoners to victory did not partake in the discussion. Instead, he sat alone in a corner, a faint smile gracing his face as he silently observed the others. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the block. The Eastern Bloc prisoners turned to see a group from the Southern Bloc approaching. Compared to before, the Southern Bloc's numbers were noticeably reduced by more than half. Jingang, what brings you here? Facia stood up, frowning as he inquired, in the wake of a recent battle. With everyone nursing injuries, an unexpected visit from another bloc was hardly a welcome occurrence. Yet, Jingang was not there to stir trouble. He waved his hand, and the Southern Bloc prisoners promptly placed an array of food on the ground. The battle has concluded, and I have come to celebrate with you. I trust you will not turn me away? My relationship with your leader is quite amicable. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Bloc prisoners slightly relaxed their guard and turned their gaze towards Xiubai. Since you have come, let us celebrate together. Xiubai shrugged and smiled. Nevertheless, the prisoners remained somewhat hesitant, not out of distrust towards Xiubai, but rather towards the Southern Bloc prisoners. Ultimately, it was Jean Laoshu who stepped forward, a broad grin on his face as he rubbed his hands together. You have brought so much food? How considerate. Brothers, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help our Southern Bloc brothers with the food. Southern Bloc brothers, you have come at the right time. Our leader has promised to provide us with drinks later. Drinks? The eyes of the Southern Bloc prisoners instantly lit up, and any lingering resentment towards Jin Gang for dragging them to the Eastern Bloc evaporated as they turned their attention to Xiubai. After I rest a bit longer, I will fetch the drinks for you. Long live the Eastern King. Ha ha ha. Our leader is magnificent. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively once more as prisoners from both the Eastern and Southern Blocs brought the food into the prison. Enthusiastically discussing the day's defensive battle, is there something amiss? Xiubai inquired, observing the prisoners that Jingang's arrival with the Southern Bloc members surely signified more than just a celebration. There must be some pressing issue at hand. Our escape plan may need to be implemented sooner than anticipated. Jin Gang sat beside them, his expression grave. How much sooner? A foreboding feeling stirred within Xiubai. Before dawn today? What? Xiubai abruptly straightened, staring at Jin Gang in shock. What exactly is happening? After the Hurlan Sea tribe retreated, I lingered by the shore to pay my respects to our fallen brothers. Just now, as I was preparing to return, I suddenly saw Jingang's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. I saw in the distance. Black mist was beginning to coalesce anew, and within that black mist there was a flag, the flag of the Black Sea King. Impossible, a voice echoed in their ears. Turning around, they were astonished to find it was Xiubai. When did he awaken, and how did he approach them unnoticed? Although Xiubai had not fully stepped into the ranks of the king level, that brief genetic awakening had granted him considerable benefits. Of course, he did not intentionally evade Xiubai's awareness. Rather, at this level, certain abilities are inherently passive. Impossible. What do you mean? Xiubai looked up at Xiubai, puzzled by his intense reaction. I apologize. There are certain matters I cannot fully disclose to you. All I can tell you is that the Black Sea King has some sort of agreement with the Federation, and this agreement pertains to the defensive battle. Subsequently, some events transpired that modified certain clauses, one of which stipulated that the Hurlan Sea tribe's assaults on Black Sea prison must not exceed a duration of 1 day. As for the Black Sea King, although he is not mentioned in the agreement, he has no reason to strike against Black Sea prison, Xiubai murmured, his eyes filled with confusion and turmoil. He was not mistaken. The Hurlan Sea tribe's aggression towards Black Sea prison had commenced 2 years prior when the Hurlan princess was captured, a period during which Xiubai had yet to arrive at Black Sea prison. Initially, the assaults on Black Sea prison indeed did not last merely a day. However, even back then, the Hurlan Sea tribe would never have chosen to attack after sunset. Why this time? Jin Gang's words confirmed that Xiubai was not lying. I too am uncertain. When the agreement was signed, the Black Sea King explicitly stated that the Hurlan Sea tribe would never assault Black Sea prison after sunset. Yet the current situation, even someone like Xiubai, who is privy to certain truths, could not comprehend the present circumstances. If these two are at a loss, then Xiubai is undoubtedly even more perplexed by the unfolding events. Since it defies understanding, there is little point in dwelling on the matter. For now, we need not concern ourselves with the reasons behind the Black Sea King's actions. It does not alter the fact that he is leading the Hurlan Sea tribe in an assault. What we must contemplate is how to break the deadlock. A battle is certainly unfeasible. After a day of defensive combat, all the prisoners are utterly exhausted, and their ammunition resources are depleted. Even without these factors, they could never triumph over the Hurlan Sea tribe with the Black Sea King present. Xiubai had merely awakened momentarily to king-level power and was already formidable. How much more so the Black Sea King, who had immersed himself in king-level prowess for years. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside once more. The group turned to see the individuals sent by the Federation to monitor the prisoners during the combat. In 2 hours, all individuals are to assemble at the prison entrance in preparation for the defense against the Hurlan Sea tribe's assault. Without waiting for any reaction from the prisoners, they turned and strode towards the northern block. As soon as they left, chaos erupted within the block. Haven T, we already finished fighting. What is going on? Why is the Hurlan Sea tribe back? Did they not only attack for 1 day? Our ammunition has been exhausted. How can we fight? This is simply sending us to our doom. In contrast to the Southern Bloc prisoners' outcry, the Eastern Bloc prisoners exhibited a calmer demeanor. Although their eyes also reflected shock and fear, they chose to trust the man who had led them to victory once again. Faixia, Jean Laoshu, waken, come here. The rest of you, make the most of your time to rest. With a command from Xiubai, the Eastern Bloc prisoners immediately ceased their revelry and began to rest and recuperate. Fei Xie and the others wore grave expressions as they approached Xiubai. You have all heard the situation. We are faced with but one choice, and that is to escape. If we do not escape, death is certain. Yet to escape, the odds are 9-1 against us. Leader, you decide what we should do. Waken was the first to voice his opinion. Having experienced the defensive battle, his respect for Xiubai had evolved into admiration to escape. We must resolve 2 issues. First, the firepower installations on the walls, and second, how to flee from the Black Sea. Xiubai spoke solemnly. If we cannot resolve even these 2 issues, there is no need to consider the pursuit by the Warden and the Hurlan Sea tribe. For the first dilemma, Xiubai contemplated several potential solutions. For instance, escaping during the defensive battle 2 hours later. However, he was uncertain of the firing range of those installations. What if they could cover the entire island? Xiubai cannot gamble, for in the realm of chance, only death awaits those who lose. Moreover, 2 hours later, the Hurlan Sea clan had already arrived at the seaside, leaving no room for escape. The federal soldiers arrived by helicopter. Could we possibly seize it? No. I am well acquainted with the federal modus operandi. During the second assault by the Hurlan Sea clan, they undoubtedly received orders to prevent our escape. The helicopters must have been equipped with self-destruction devices. They would rather perish with us than allow us to flee. Xing Ao spoke solemnly. A heavy silence enveloped the group, and it became evident that they needed to devise a means to neutralize the weaponry. I know of a method to prevent the weaponry from slaughtering us, but no more buts. At this juncture, what is there to hesitate about? Fei Xie exclaimed anxiously, addressing Jingang. The church. The priest possesses a wristband akin to our translation device. Jingang flashed the black wristband on his arm and continued, I have previously engaged in subtle conversations with the priest regarding such matters. Unlike ours, the priestess wristband contains a program that prevents the weaponry from locking onto him. If we can replicate this program, we could neutralize the weaponry. However, the question arises. This group comprises martial artists. Who among us understands coding? Ini, can you accomplish this? Apologies. Master, my current mechanical energy is below 1, rendering me incapable of replicating the program. Upon hearing Ini's response, Xiubai's heart sank to the depths of despair. Without Ini, who could assist in replicating this program? If only there were a mechanic. Wait, Fei Xie, you previously mentioned that the administrator of the North District is a sniper specializing in mechanics, correct? The group immediately grasped Xiubai's intent. However, we have no idea who the North District Administrator is. There's no time to dwell on that. Whoever he is, he surely does not wish to die here. Everyone, hand over your translation wristbands to me. We shall seek out the North District Administrator and then proceed to the church to replicate the program. As for how to escape the Black Sea, we'll figure it out as we go. Xiubai stood up, realizing they had but 2 hours. If they missed this opportunity, they would be trapped in the Black Sea hell forever. The group, unwilling to delay, promptly removed their translation wristbands and handed them over. Boss, just as everyone had relinquished their wristbands, Fei Xie suddenly shouted, What do you mean by boss? Hurry and give me the wristband. Time is of the essence. Xiubai shot him a glance and reached for the wristband. Wait, boss, I might have a way to get everyone out of the Black Sea, but I'm not sure. If there's enough time. What method? Xiubai inquired, frowning. Boss, do you remember when I mentioned that I had betrayed the rules of the Heduan clan? I joined the Dead Hand Pirate crew. You joining the Dead Hand Pirate crew and... Never mind. Just tell me what you need me to do. Xiubai was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to probe further into how joining the Dead Hand Pirate crew constituted a betrayal of clan rules. What an abundance of rules the Heduan clan has. I need to communicate with the outside world. The Black Sea Hell forbids prisoners from contacting the outside, yet for some reason, Fei Xie felt that the boss should have a way to establish contact. Follow me. Jingang, take the wristband to the North District. I'll be there shortly. Fei Xie, whatever you witness next, you must keep it to yourself. Xiubai pulled Fei Xie into the cell, closed the door, and spoke with a serious expression. Rest assured, boss, no matter what I see, I want to speak of it. Good. Xiubai nodded, slowly extending his left hand to reveal Ini. Ini, deactivate the mimetic cloak and activate the communication system. As the command was issued, a holographic interface materialized before Fei Xie. This is an intelligent brain. Fei Xia's eyes widened as he beheld the holographic display emanating from the wristband. Though he had seldom encountered advanced intelligent wristbands, it was evident that this was far superior to the inferior models distributed in the Black Sea Hell. Moreover, even the Southern Sand Federation would go to great lengths to seize advanced intelligent brains, as they possess the capability to breach the technological embargo of higher civilizations. You have 5 minutes. Xiubai left the holographic display in place and turned to hasten toward the North District. Fei Xia gazed at the display, his face a mask of conflict. Making the call would signify his true allegiance to the Dead Hand pirate crew. It would also mean fulfilling that prophecy. But if he did not make the call, then Li Xiubai, Jin Laoshu, Waken, and the brothers who had fought alongside him through life and death would. Sigh. Fei Xia took a deep breath and pressed the communication code. The moment the call connected, a ruggedly handsome face appeared on the screen. The individual lounged lazily beside the mast, tossing a few cards in his hand. Fei Xia, how is life in the Black Sea Hell? The man queried with a charming smile. Carl, do you know I'm in the Black Sea Hell? Fei Xia's pupils constricted as if he recalled something, and he slowly bowed his head. We knew the moment you were captured. From that day forward, the captain steered the field ship to the Black Sea. We've been waiting for you? Ah. Before he could finish, Carl was abruptly kicked out of the frame. Following that, a weathered, elderly face appeared on the hologram. This fierce-looking elder was none other than the captain of the Dead Hand pirate crew, a legendary pirate of the Southern Sand Realm, Adlanche Liebert. Fei Xia, if I do not see you on the shores of the Black Sea Hell in an hour, I will immediately set sail for the Haduan forest and raise your home. The elder threatened ominously. With that, the communication was severed, leaving Fei Xia in stunned silence. Still the same as ever, Fei Xia gazed at the fading hologram, seemingly reminiscing about his days aboard the ship. A faint smile gracing his lips. North District. Upon Li Xiubai's arrival, he spotted Jingang surrounded by a throng of individuals, seemingly on the brink of being attacked. Step aside. The North District prisoners turned to see the fearsome Li Xiubai and instinctively parted slightly. Damn, just a moment ago, weren't you all going to beat me up? Come on, are you scared now? Jingang, finding solace in Li Xiubai's presence, pointed at the North District prisoners and shouted, What happened? Weren't you supposed to find the North District administrator? Why is there a scuffle? I don't know. I merely suggested that their leader come out to see me, and they surrounded me. Jingang replied indignantly, Damn. Upon hearing this, Li Xiubai was rendered speechless. Sending you to find someone wasn't an invitation to provoke them. The North District must have received news of the Heron Sea clan's renewed assault and were already in a foul mood. You approached them demanding to see their leader. Who else would they attack? North District Administrator, you understand the situation. We have no means of retreat. Our only chance of survival lies in escaping, Li Xiubai declared loudly, scanning his surroundings. Unfortunately, the expressions of the North District prisoners were all similar. No one exhibited any signs of recognition, but of course, they themselves did not know who their leader was. They had only heard his voice. We have a way to neutralize the weaponry, but we need your assistance. Surely, you do not wish to die here. Only by joining forces can we escape, Li Xiubai continued, yet still, no one stepped forward. In a shadowy corner, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood quietly, their gazes fixed intently in that direction. Brother, let us go outside. The young boy tugged at the young man's hand, speaking softly. It's useless. Even if we neutralize the weaponry, it won't allow us to escape the Black Sea. We would still meet our demise. Besides, using the stealth techniques I taught you might provide a chance for survival. The young man shook his head, letting out a faint sigh. Were it possible to leave, he would certainly not refuse, not only for himself but also for his younger brother. Master, I have finished contacting Fei Xia. The Dead Hand pirates will be waiting for us on the shore in an hour. An hour? Li Xiubai was uncertain. Since the Dead Hand pirates had entered the Black Sea prison, they had remained anchored near the Black Sea. His plan was to have Fei Xia reach out to the pirates, while he and his companions would find a way to enter the Black Sea, using negotiations with the Dead Hand pirates and the Black Sea King to buy time until the pirates arrived for their rescue. However, it seemed that circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Administrator of the Southern District, the Dead Hand pirates will arrive in an hour to wait for us. This is our final opportunity. If you are unwilling to join us, then we shall find a way to deal with the firepower ourselves. If you wish to die here, so be it. King Kong, we leave. After finishing his words, Xiubai turned and strode towards the exit. Wait! From the shadows, an unremarkable young man emerged, pulling a small boy along. What you just said about the Dead Hand Pirates, is it true? Believe it or not? Xiubai cast a cold glance at the young man. I will join you. But if I discover upon reaching the shore that the Dead Hand Pirates have not come, without the need for the Heron Sea clan to intervene, I will be the one to slay you. Hearing this, Xiubai felt no desire to engage in a war of words. Have your people hand over the translation wristbands. We are heading to the church. Suddenly, a resounding and authoritative howl reverberated through the air. This sound was familiar to Xiubai. He had heard it during the Heron Sea clan's assault. Although it was somewhat different from the last time, he estimated it would not deviate too much. There's no time. We must speak as we move. Wait, we haven't handed over our translation wristbands yet. We must leave together. The prisoners from the Northern District, though unsure why they needed to surrender their translation wristbands, were certain it was related to their escape. Seeing Xiubai preparing to leave, they grew anxious. Suddenly, blood splattered as a head fell to the ground. Immediately after, the northern block was engulfed in a gruesome spectacle, with cries of anguish and pleas for mercy resounding continuously. Yet, these sounds lasted no more than 30 seconds before silence enveloped the area. Xiubai stood drenched in blood, surrounded by the corpses of all the prisoners from the Northern District. Let us proceed to the church. The young man regarded the bodies without any sign of distress. He had never formed a deep bond with the prisoners from the Northern District, and thus was indifferent to their fates. Cradling the small boy, who bore a look of pity, he hurried to catch up with Xiubai and King Kong. Above the prison block, the warden stood suspended in midair, observing Xiubai and the others as they rushed towards the church. Another howl echoed forth, yet the warden did not glance towards the sea. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the thick black clouds looming over the Black Sea prison. Do not rush. We shall depart shortly. Even if he is unaware of what has transpired, he remains my kin. Once he is safely away, we shall leave. Within the dark clouds, a colossal silhouette flickered, and purple lightning crackled to life, seemingly responding to the warden's words. I cannot assist him directly. He possesses a formidable potential that I cannot fully discern. Knowing certain things too soon would be of no benefit to him. Perhaps, in the future, I may require his assistance. The warden murmured, as the surrounding darkness began to dissipate, revealing a face profoundly familiar to all prisoners of the Black Sea prison. Meanwhile, Xiubai and his companions arrived at the church, where the priest stood before an effigy, deep in prayer. Hearing their approach, the priest turned, a look of confusion crossing his features. Child, today is not a day for confession. What brings you here? Father, I have come this time to, as King Kong spoke. He stepped forward, his expression suddenly shifting. Forgive me, Father. With that, King Kong swiftly reached for the priest's wrist. Boom! In an instant, a burst of white light erupted, causing King Kong to be hurled backward, and even Xiubai and the others were pushed back several steps by the brilliance. What is the meaning of this? The priest stood firm, enveloped in a radiant glow, inquiring aloud. Observing this, Xiubai moved with ghostly swiftness, charging toward the priest. Great Lord of the Violin, the dawn is your awakening gaze. The priest chanted, and behind him appeared a pair of closed eyes. The eyes gradually opened, emitting a warm, orange glow that precisely struck the rapidly advancing Xiubai. However, this power was remarkably gentle, merely repelling him without inflicting harm. Another sorcerer, Xiubai's right foot slammed into the ground, halting his backward momentum. Truth be told, he most dreaded confronting sorcerers. The abilities of such individuals were shrouded in mystery. The waters within him surged violently, as a blue luminescence began to emanate from his body. Wait, why are you doing this? King Kong, are you truly willing to forsake the light of our God? The priest raised a hand to halt him. Questioning, King Kong met the priest's gaze and replied solemnly, Father, I mean no disrespect, but right now. He then recounted the events that had transpired. I have no other choice, Father. I simply wish to live. Upon hearing this, the white glow enveloping the priest and the eyes behind him began to fade, and he gently removed a wristband, placing it into King Kong's hands. Father. King Kong stared at the wristband, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Xiubai and the others were equally perplexed. They had expected a confrontation, yet the priest, after hearing the circumstances, effortlessly handed over the wristband. Child, The path to redemption does not lie here. Go. Do not allow darkness to consume your future. Perhaps only by leaving this place can you find true salvation, the priest said with a benevolent smile. Thank you, Father. King Kong nodded, somewhat confused, clutching the wristband, and together with the others, they hastened towards the Eastern District. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. In the Eastern Bloc, with the anxious gazes of the prisoners upon them, Xiubai and the others finally returned. Let us begin. Provide me with a sharp object. The Northern District Administrator glanced at the translation wristbands on the ground and gestured. Sharp? Facia thought this was familiar. He extended his palm, tearing the cell door apart to retrieve a piece of iron. Will this suffice? Yes. The Northern District Administrator's eyelids drooped slightly as he took the iron and viciously slashed it across his arm. The onlookers were filled with confusion. Why was he suddenly resorting to self-mutilation? Before they could fully comprehend, the Northern District Administrator reached with his other hand into the wound. The sound of flesh being disturbed echoed, causing even the battle-hardened prisoners to feel a shiver run down their spines. Soon, the Northern District Administrator extracted what appeared to be a component from the wound. He then raised the iron once more, stabbing it into his thigh. Another rummaging sound ensued as he retrieved another component from the injury. Thus, the Northern District Administrator inflicted over 10 gruesome wounds upon himself, yet he displayed no sign of pain throughout the ordeal, save for a slight paleness from blood loss. Brother, the small boy's eyes turned red. He removed his coat and tore it into strips to bandage the Northern District Administrator's wounds. It's nothing. The Northern District Administrator gently patted the boy's head, then reached for the bloodied components. Zzz. A gray-black energy, akin to electric currents, surged from his palm as he rapidly assembled the components into a wristwatch. This was the Northern District Administrator's cerebral wristwatch, to prevent it from being confiscated by the Black Sea prison. He had cleverly concealed the components within his own body. Once donned, the wristwatch activated, and the gray-black energy enveloped him once more. Dark space activated successfully. Welcome back, Master. Activate the mechanical space. Activating mechanical space. In an instant. The world in the Northern District Administrator's eyes began to shift, gradually transforming into an endless void of darkness. Before him lay the control panel of the Dark Space Intelligence System. This is a unique ability belonging exclusively to the mechanic, enabling a connection with the intelligent core through mechanical energy, thus unlocking a realm akin to a mental universe. Within this space, the mechanic can engage in various interactions with the intelligent core. It is only here that the true power of the intelligent core can be unleashed. The administrator of the Northern District ascended to the control platform, fervently striking the keys. Analyzing target program. 5:15. This delineates the stark contrast in the potency of the intelligent core. The dark void intelligent core, wielded by the Northern District Administrator, lacks substantial autonomous computational capabilities and requires the administrator to operate within the mechanical energy space. Conversely, Xiubai's silver wing can independently execute most calculations. Naturally, should the mechanical energy space be activated, the computational prowess of the silver wing would significantly enhance, yielding greater precision. Analysis complete. Copying. Copy complete. Transmitting. Within the mechanical energy space. The voice of Dark Void echoed persistently. Meanwhile, in the external world, the mechanical energy of the Northern District Administrator gradually enveloped other translation wristbands, inputting the program that locked the shielding firepower device. Transmission complete. Exiting the mechanical energy space, the Northern District Administrator slowly opened his eyes and spoke. The program has been entirely uploaded to the wristbands. What shall we do next? Next, everyone, don your translation wristbands. We must depart from the Black Sea prison. A battle is imminent, and you need not concern yourselves with it. Merely push forward with all your might. Saint Ao and I will handle those federal soldiers. At the gates of the Black Sea prison, Captain, the Hurlency clan is nearing. Should we not retreat? No need to rush. Let us wait until those prisoners fall to the Hurlency clan before we leave. Indeed, if those scoundrels happen to survive, it would be troublesome to explain. Stand guard. As the federal soldiers spoke, they suddenly caught sight of the prisoners charging fiercely towards them from a distance. Everyone, halt immediately. Kneel down with your hands on your heads. The captain and the entire squad raised their firearms, shouting loudly. Yet, how could the prisoners heed such commands? Previously, Xiubai had instructed them to disregard everything and charge ahead without hesitation. Thus, apart from a few frightened prisoners in the southern district who halted in their tracks, the majority paid no heed to the federal soldiers. Open fire. The captain's expression darkened as he waved his hand vigorously. Rat-a-tat. But just as the gunfire erupted, it abruptly ceased. The captain turned to see his team sprawled on the ground, and amidst the corpses stood two men. These federal soldiers, typically menacing against ordinary prisoners, were as fragile as sheep before the likes of Xiubai and Saint Ao, both of whom were formidable martial artists of the sub-king level. However, the captain had not ascended to his position without merit. In the next moment, upon seeing the two, he immediately fled towards the distance. Do not pursue. Make haste to leave. Saint Ao grasped Xiubai's arm and exclaimed, "Root out the weeds. You go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Xiubai replied calmly, closely following the captain until he vanished at the end of the path. Witnessing this, Saint Ao could only shake his head in resignation, turning towards the prison gates, his hands ignited with a fierce crimson glow. He struck forcefully at the gates. Boom! The massive door, which had held prisoners for many years, slowly collapsed, prompting everyone to charge boldly towards freedom. Meanwhile, damn it, why hasn't the firepower device activated? The captain cursed as he rushed towards the firepower device, simultaneously activating the communicator to seek aid from the warden. Strangely, however, there was no response from the warden's communicator. The captain exerted every ounce of strength to leap over the wall and reach the firepower device. The device was manually activated, its menacing barrels slowly aimed at the fleeing prisoners in the woods. A bunch of scoundrels, still hoping to escape. Let them all perish. Just as the captain pulled the trigger, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his wrist. Looking down, he found his hands reduced to jagged bone fragments, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In the next instant, his vision spun, and in the final moments before darkness enveloped him, he beheld his own headless corpse. Xiubai, expressionless, leapt down from the wall. Following the command of the defensive battle, he forced himself to consider every factor involved. This compulsion yielded promising results. Had he heeded Saint Ao's words earlier and refrained from killing the captain to buy time, it was uncertain how many lives would have been lost under the firepower device. Among them could very well be those close friends of his, such as Fei Xie and Jean Laoshu. "Captain Carl, look, isn't that Fei Xie? Fei Xie, over here." On the field ship, the pirates excitedly shouted towards that direction. Carl, lying beside the mast, did not turn to look, but continued flipping the golden card in his hand. The card depicted an image of the island where the Black Sea prison was located. Beside the island, a group of people was rushing towards the field ship. Suddenly, the image began to writhe, and Carl's expression turned grave as he focused intently on the card's transformation. Adlanche Lebert approached the ship's edge, a sinister smile breaking through his fierce demeanor. "Captain, Fei Xie has reached the shore." Looking up at that familiar face, uncertain of what to say. "Humph, since you have returned, come aboard. What is the meaning of this? You did not mention bringing along so many burdens. They are my friends, who have shared life and death in the Black Sea prison." Fei Xie hastily replied, fearful that the captain would refuse the prisoner's entry. Adlanche Lebert cast a cursory glance at the group without speaking, turning instead towards the ship's helm. Fei Xie, perplexed, stood awkwardly in place. "Fei Xie, why are you dawdling?" The captain's silence is his agreement. "Hurry and bring your friends aboard." The crew laughed heartily. Everyone board. Caution. Boom. In an instant, Carl's warning coincided with a colossal wave crashing down. The massive wave struck the field ship fiercely. Though it caused no damage, it propelled the vessel directly onto the shore. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Fei Xie and the other prisoners were thrown aside by the impact of the field ship, with some unprepared individuals being crushed into a bloody pulp. What is happening? Why is the Hurlan Sea clan attacking us? The crew struggled to rise, uncertainly shouting. The Dead Hand pirate crew has always maintained a friendly relationship with the Hurlan Sea clan. Prepare for battle. Barton, take some crew members and push the field ship back into the water. Lebert Adlanche's expression darkened. He too could not comprehend why the Black Sea King would command a tidal wave to assault the field ship. Yet, the event had transpired, and they could only face it. "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing the command, the crew immediately set to work. Some began loading cannonballs onto the field ship, while others followed the burly man named Barton, jumping down onto the beach to push the ship. At this moment, Xiubai also arrived at the shore, gazing at the remnants of flesh and blood on the sand, filled with confusion. "Facia, what is happening?" "I don't know, boss. The Herlancy clan suddenly launched an attack against us." "Carl, what did you see?" Facia replied, shaking his head anxiously. Carl, fixated on the golden card, grew increasingly grave. "Speed up. Once the clouds above the Black Sea prison dissipate, the Black Sea King will destroy the entire island." Upon hearing the words, everyone, except for the members of the Dead Hand pirate crew, simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the sky. Above the Black Sea, there loomed a mysterious mass of black clouds. Initially, it would not linger in one place for too long. However, one day, these ominous clouds suddenly settled directly above the Black Sea abyss and have not departed since. The Federation once sought to investigate the clouds, but the aircraft and engineers dispatched met with sudden demise from lightning as they approached. After several futile attempts at investigation, resulting in the loss of numerous aircraft and engineers, the Federation ultimately abandoned the endeavor. After all, as long as one did not provoke the black clouds, they would remain inert. Yet today, was the black cloud finally about to depart? But what connection did the departure of the black clouds have to the Black Sea King's intent to destroy the island? "Stop gawking! Push together!" Xiubai bellowed. The prisoners, snapping back to reality, hurried to the edge of the ship, exerting all their strength to shove it towards the sea. However, upon touching the field, they discovered that this ancient vessel was as heavy as a mountain. Xiubai turned to see that the giant named Barton and the sailors were also straining with flushed faces, yet the ship only moved slowly towards the water under their efforts. "What does this mean? Am I weak?" "Boss, the field is an ancient relic. It is unlike ordinary ships. It only possesses the weight of a regular vessel in front of the crew." Carl exclaimed, "We need crew rings." Facia shouted towards the ship. The Xiubai was left bewildered. What was an ancient relic? No sooner had he spoken than Carl immediately tossed down several crew rings. Facia caught the rings, donned one himself, and handed the others to Xiubai. Saint Ao, King Kong, Vacan, North District Manager. The rest board the ship. Xiubai glanced at the 5 rings in his hand, tossing 4 of them to the 4 strongest individuals. Upon wearing the rings, they indeed felt the weight of the field diminish drastically. The group, without hesitation, flexed their muscles and began pushing the great ship towards the sea. With a thunderous roar, immense silhouettes emerged from the black mist. Slender yet towering, their bulging heads harboring an aura of ferocity within their vertical pupils. Be cautious. This is the long-range unit of the Herlancy tribe, Saint Ao shouted. Xiubai's heart raced as he turned quickly. Saint Ao had previously mentioned that the Herlancy tribe possessed a snake-like long-range unit with devastating power. But upon closer inspection, what kind of snake was this? It resembled a flood dragon. The dragon rose hundreds of meters from the surface, soaring into the clouds, its massive jaws slowly opening, aimed directly at the island. Danger alarms blared, sending Xiubai into a momentary dizziness. Suddenly, the heavens erupted with a deafening sound, and countless black water columns surged forth with overwhelming force. The sound of the water columns slicing through the sky echoed like the shrill wail of the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping souls, sending shivers through their very beings. The sheer pressure pinned Xiubai and the others to the ground, rendering them immobile. Dozens of black water columns converged, presenting a sight reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. Boom! Boom! The island quaked violently, trees and mountains obliterated by the force. The mountains shattered and exploded, debris raining down, while the Black Sea abyss at the island's center was instantly reduced to ruins. In that moment, everyone comprehended that to the Herlancy tribe, the Black Sea abyss was utterly insignificant. Previously, they had no intention of destroying it. "Captain, shall we counterattack?" cried a crew member on deck. Such a terrifying spectacle seemed to have lost its novelty for these individuals. Captain Xiubai slowly raised his hand, fixing his gaze on the distant Herlancy tribe, refraining from issuing an immediate command, until one of the flood dragons opened its gaping maw filled with fangs towards the field. Counterattack! Boom! 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 Shells were fired, soaring thousands of meters before exploding upon the flood dragon. These shells were also ancient relics. In the instant of detonation, flames transformed into towering figures of fire, wielding massive axes and striking down upon the dragon. Roar! Blood rained down like a torrential downpour. The flood dragon howled at the sky, Infuriated by the field's counterattack, unleashing black water columns that surged towards the field, Captain Xiubai remained unperturbed, slowly extending his right hand. "Captain, allow me." Carl, noticing the situation, felt a flicker of worry in his eyes and hurriedly stepped forward, tossing a card. Energy gathered ceaselessly, and the card shattered, conjuring a massive shield above the field. Simultaneously, the black water columns approached. A tremendous roar erupted, and the terrifying force struck. The seasoned crew members quickly found their footing. However, the prisoners of the Black Sea Abyss were directly swept off the deck by the force. At that moment, among those pushing the ship, the North District Manager and Xiubai's expressions suddenly changed dramatically. The two rushed towards the prisoners who had been thrown off. The North District Manager caught his brother, while Xiubai seized the old mouse, both turning almost simultaneously to throw their burdens back onto the ship. In the next instant, the black water columns descended. The North District Manager's mechanical energy surged around him, forming a protective barrier. Xiubai summoned a Tai Chi water flow diagram, his hands tracing a perfect circle. "Boss. Brother." Boom. The black water column pierced through the entire beach, the impact sweeping away the surrounding sand and debris, pinning Fei Xie and the others firmly against the ship. In an instant, everyone was rendered deaf, blood streaming from their ears. When the black water column finally receded, the sandy beach had vanished, and the sea surged in. The field once again re-entering the ocean. "Set sail," Captain Xiubai shouted, and the crew immediately began operating the fixed oars and water wheels on the deck, steering towards the distant horizon. "Fei Xie, get on board," Barton called out as he and the sailors climbed onto the deck, only to see Fei Xie and the others swimming in the opposite direction instead of boarding the ship. "The boss hasn't boarded yet." Fei Xie disregarded everything and swam determinedly towards that direction. Even the old mouse and the young boy who had boarded earlier attempted to jump back into the sea, but Barton noticed just in time and swiftly knocked them unconscious. "Bring them back," Carl shouted anxiously. The crew hurried to the harpoon guns, replacing the harpoons with ropes, then pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The ropes shot out, accurately ensnaring several individuals and pulling them back towards the field. Exhausted from pushing the ship, the individuals found themselves unable to tear free from the ropes, which were also ancient relics of the field, extremely resilient. They could only watch helplessly as they drifted further away from the island, being dragged back onto the deck by the sailors. "Fei Xie, are you out of your mind?" Carl stepped forward, grabbing Fei Xie and scolding him. But Fei Xie ignored him, pushing Carl aside, collapsing on the deck as if all his strength had left him. His eyes red with tears as memories of past battles flooded back, sorrow etched across his face. "Boss, Xiubai, stop crying. I'm not dead." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone leapt up, their eyes fixed on the island. Yet it remained emptied. "Am I hallucinating?" Sorrow reappeared on Fei Xie's face. "Damn it. Wait for me. Damn it. It's not a hallucination. Boss, where are you?" Behind. Are you a flounder, only looking in one direction?" I was blasted away. Upon hearing the source of the voice, everyone turned around. They saw Xiubai, several hundred meters behind the field, dragging the unconscious North District Manager with one hand, while the other bore grotesque bones piercing through his skin. His legs were bizarrely broken, blood seeping from his entire body, a truly pitiful sight. Had it not been for a surge of azure energy supporting his body, he would have surely sunk to the ocean floor by now. Quickly! Amidst the chaos, the crowd hurriedly rushed to the harpoon gun, ensnaring Xiubai and the Northern District Administrator, but it was only when they placed the two on the deck that they realized the gravity of the situation. If Xiubai was in a state of utter despair, then the Northern District Administrator was a sight of sheer horror. His body was a grotesque mash of flesh and blood, with not a single bone in its rightful place. Even his face had collapsed significantly, and his internal organs bore varying degrees of damage. Given such a condition, it was likely he was on the brink of death, his flesh and blood weakened. Mechanically ascending to the afterlife, "Boss, you," Fei Xie, neglecting the Northern District Administrator, focused on the equally grievously injured Xiubai, his hands trembling incessantly. "I'm fine. Can you set my bones? Help me realign them." Xiubai lay on the deck like an alien creature. However, for a warrior of his caliber, as long as he was not dead outright, it meant there was still a chance for survival. "Then, hang in there, boss," Fei Xie said, slowly extending his hand. Crack, crack, with the sound of bones snapping. Xiubai finally regained a semblance of human form. Subsequently, Xie procured planks and ropes to serve as splints to stabilize the bone structure. Throughout the process, Xie was as brutal as a butcher. Yet, Xiubai didn't flinch. Only gasping for breath once it was done, he inquired, with such a large ship, don't you have a ship's doctor? Previously, in a battle, the ship's doctor unfortunately perished. We intended to find a new one, but then we received word that Xie was imprisoned in the Black Sea prison. So, Carl stepped forward with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Xie slowly lowered his head. Years ago, he had disregarded Carl and the others' warnings and resolutely left the field, intending to return to Hedden Forest, only to be captured by the Federation and thrown into the Black Sea prison. Since then, the field had remained anchored by the Black Sea, with no time to search for a ship's doctor. What about him? Xiubai turned his gaze towards the Northern District Administrator. I don't know. It's up to him now, Carl shrugged, stepping forward to retrieve the crew ring from the hands of several individuals to TO him. Only Xie was considered an ally. The fate of the others mattered little. At that moment, a resonant howl filled the skies, echoing with authority. Dark clouds and thunder flickered above the Black Sea prison, and a creature appeared to soar amidst the lightning. Shortly after, the ominous clouds swiftly retreated towards an unknown direction. Carl, witnessing this scene, immediately directed his gaze towards the direction of the Heron Sea clan. Among the black mist, a figure ascended into the air, the Black Sea King. Captain Lebert's expression turned grave as he spoke in a hushed tone. He was unaware of why the Black Sea King had torn the agreement and launched an attack on the field. However, as long as the Black Sea King was approaching the field, he would harbor no thoughts of old ties. Fortunately, the Black Sea King did not head towards them, but instead flew towards an island. Upon reaching the skies above the island, an overwhelming royal presence descended upon the entire sea. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. The faces of the crowd flushed red, their breaths quickened, as they were forcefully compelled to kneel against the ground by the oppressive royal might. This terrifying pressure was merely the fringes of the royal aura. The Black Sea King was not deliberately targeting the field, for his true objective lay with the island that housed the Black Sea prison. A trident, radiating a cerulean glow, gradually materialized in the Black Sea King's hand. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the very fabric of space around him. Then, a piercing shriek shattered the silence, as radiant divine light illuminated the Black Sea. In that instant, all senses of hearing and sight were obliterated. There was no way to comprehend what transpired outside. The only sensation was the ocean's roar, the field swaying, and their souls trembling. Time passed, though how long was indeterminate. The crew of the field silently removed their eye patches, placing them over their temporarily blinded eyes, peering with one eye towards the Black Sea prison. Yet, there was nothing there. With a single strike, the Black Sea King had obliterated an island nearly the size of a city. Such was the might of a royal-level powerhouse, the pinnacle of strength achievable on the surface for martial artists. Set sail. Captain Lebert turned and shouted on the deck. The sailors swiftly hoisted the sails of the field. Just as the sails were raised, the location of the vanished island erupted with a surging tempest. The hurricane raged violently in all directions. A tsunami was approaching. We are setting sail. Carl and the crew stood on the deck, devoid of fear, instead laughing heartily. Their laughter was interspersed with the frantic cries of others like King Kong. What is happening? What is going on? I'm blind, help. The hurricane descended in an instant, and the already unfurled sails of the field sped away into the distance. And from this moment forth, the Black Sea prison, the Federation's highest prison, along with its secrets, vanished eternally beneath the waves. Days later, Xie pushed a makeshift wheelchair on the deck, and naturally, Xiubai occupied it. The recovery from severe injuries takes no less than 100 days. Even with Xiubai's formidable physical resilience and the healing properties of his internal energy, full recovery in a short time was unattainable. They remained within the Black Sea, but had distanced themselves from the central region of the Black Sea prison and the Heron Sea clan. Today marked their first docking since departing the Black Sea prison. Ordinarily, the Dead Hand pirate crew would have rushed out of the Black Sea in one go. However, regrettably, there was a near-death individual aboard. At the insistence of Xie and others, Captain Lebert finally issued the command to dock. Boss, you're not going down with them, are you? Face Yak cautiously inquired while pushing the wheelchair, "But I could very well go down." Xiubai rolled his eyes, gesturing at the wheelchair beneath him. Hee, that's great. Boss, since you have nowhere else to go, why not join the pirate crew? With your strength, the captain would surely not refuse. We LLC. Xiubai smiled slightly. Non-committal, he was not entirely opposed to the idea of joining the Dead Hand pirate crew, yet he held no intense desire either. Whether he joined or not made little difference. As long as it aided his cultivation, he would be content anywhere. Then we shall prepare to depart. At that moment, voices from Sheng Ao and the others called from behind. Xiubai raised his gaze towards the group, fixing his eyes on Jean Laoshu. Although the Federation is unaware that we survived our exit from the Black Sea prison, we should still exercise caution. Moreover, you are an ordinary person, regardless of the situation. Remember that your life is of utmost importance. I promise you, there's no need to worry. I will come for you when I am ready to head to the stars. Don't worry. Boss, while I may not be as strong as you, I do have longevity, having seen many things. Once I'm settled, I'll send you my contact code. Jean Laoshu scratched his head, smiling. His departure was indeed the best choice. For an ordinary person, the Dead Hand pirate crew was hardly safer than the surfaced AS for you. Sheng Ao, having endured so many life and death experiences, I have come to regard you as a friend. I understand you harbor many secrets that you cannot divulge, but that's of little consequence. Whenever you feel ready to share, we can discuss it then. Remember, no matter what you decide to do. If you need assistance, I will never refuse. Xiubai smiled gently, extending his hand towards Sheng Ao. Friends. Sheng Ao reciprocated, shaking Xiubai's hand firmly. Xiubai then turned his gaze towards King Kong, whose expression was fraught with hesitation and conflict. King Kong, you truly possess great wisdom. According to your initial aspirations, pursue a path as a scholar. Surely, a scholar as robust as an orangutan would be most intriguing. What kind of talk is that? King Kong was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile. The crowd erupted in laughter. Even Sheng Ao, perpetually stoic, could not help but display a hint of a smile, regardless of the circumstances. Believe in yourself. Here's a saying for you. Confidence is the pinnacle. Confidence is the pinnacle. I understand. The mighty being murmured contemplatively, then solemnly nodded. Finally, Xiubai directed his gaze toward the overseer of the North District and the young boy. Before he could utter a word, the boy suddenly presented him with a box. My brother woke up for a moment last night. He asked me to deliver this to you. Xiubai observed the box, realizing it must contain something related to the mechanic. The overseer, as a mechanic, had undoubtedly sensed the presence of the silver wing, which explained why he entrusted this to him. Big brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, my brother might have perished in the abyss of the Black Sea. The boy continued. Xiubai remained silent, smiling as he ruffled the boy's hair. At that moment, Carl approached, carrying a large barrel, shaking the cup in his hand towards the crowd. Beside him stood Waken, who had chosen to remain on the ship as a gunner. How could we depart without a drink? Come, although we've only known each other for a few days, we are friends now. Wishing you safe travels. The crowd accepted their cups and drank heartily. Xiubai, however, only consumed half, struggling to rise and gaze toward the direction of the abyss. Just as he tilted his cup to pour the liquor into the sea, he suddenly withdrew it. Perhaps it is best to wait until my next return. Hearing this, Carl was puzzled, while Fat Scorpion and others let out a slight sigh. Boss, we're leaving. Take care. Farewell. Xiubai nodded, watching as Jean Laoshu and the others disembarked, disappearing into the throng at the port, his gaze lingering long after they had vanished. Boss, today you seem a bit like a nagging old woman, rambling on and on, Fat Scorpion remarked, standing beside him and watching the departing figures with a smirk. If I hadn't been injured, you would already be swimming in the sea. I only dare say this because I know you can't kick me. Fat Scorpion chuckled. Very well. Once I recover, I shall certainly send you to the skies. Xiubai replied lightly, causing Fat Scorpion to shrink back in fear. No, please don't, boss. I was only joking. I am not jesting. Take me back to the cabin. Within the cabin, Xiubai sat on the edge of the bed, holding the box given to him by the overseer of the North District. Inside were two items, a flat, oval object made of an unknown material and what appeared to be a chip. What is this? Xiubai inquired, lifting the oval object for closer inspection. At that moment, The oval object suddenly emitted a grayish-black energy into the silver wing. Energy replenishment in progress. 1, 2. Master, this is a backup energy cell for the Overseer's intelligent watch. The silver wing stated, which had remained dormant for a long time due to insufficient energy to do. And what about this? Xiubai raised an eyebrow. Picking up the chip. Please hold on. The silver wing emitted a red beam. Scanning the chip. Scan complete. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Master, this is a device that generates mechanized energy. If implanted within your body, it could potentially produce mechanized energy. Implant. Xiubai was taken aback, realizing that to possess mechanized energy, he would need to undergo modification. Master, there is no need to be alarmed. It is not the kind of mechanical modification you might imagine. You may place it in any part of your body to generate mechanized energy. Mechanized energy is unique to mechanics, akin to a mage's magical power or a martial artist's life force, representing Xiubai's vital essence. The generation of mechanized energy occurs through this device, which connects to the body's cells and neural networks, thereby producing an energy akin to electrical current, yet distinctly different. Mechanized energy not only enhances mechanical devices and opens mechanized spaces, but serves many other purposes as well. The more advanced the mechanized energy device, the greater the energy it can produce, and the lesser the harm it inflicts on the body. In essence, it treats the body as a mechanical entity, with the mechanized energy device functioning as its core. Mechanics typically implant their devices in discrete, resilient areas of the body. Some mechanics even embed them in their hearts or brains. Otherwise, if the device were damaged in battle, the mechanic would lose the ability to utilize mechanized energy. Although they could still manipulate machines, their combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. Of course, not everyone can generate mechanized energy post-implantation. Mechanized energy is akin to a form of innate talent, so I can simply insert it into my body. Any part will suffice. Indeed, Master, Xiubai contemplated the best location for implantation. Yes, I have decided to become a mechanic. After all, a martial artist piloting a mech is undoubtedly on a different level of combat prowess. The reason many do not choose to pursue multiple professions is due to the immense difficulty of cultivation itself. Adding another profession raises the question of when one would ever reach mastery. Moreover, becoming a mechanic is not solely reliant on possessing mechanized energy. Xiubai, however, was unlike ordinary individuals. He possessed exceptional talent in martial arts and need not worry about the speed of his cultivation. Coupled with the assistance of the Silver Wing, simultaneously cultivating both systems would not prove overly burdensome for him. Where would be the optimal location for implantation? The hands, feet, and certain force application points were certainly unsuitable. As his cultivation progressed, Xiubai's physical body would become increasingly formidable. Thus, implanting the device in such areas could result in its destruction during combat due to the exertion of his physical strength. Vulnerable areas were also out of the question, as his internal energy required circulation, making them unsuitable for implantation. Where could it be placed? Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in Xiubai's eyes. He thought of a perfect spot for the device's implantation. Silver Wing. If I implant it in my posterior, will it affect energy generation? Xiubai inquired. Holding the chip, the posterior is indeed a rather peculiar location. While the buttocks can also exert force, as long as it is not implanted too deeply, it should pose no problem. Moreover, no formidable warrior would direct their devastating attacks toward an opponent's backside. As long as the attack's intensity is not excessive, the device will remain intact. The Silver Wing paused for a moment before slowly responding. That is good. Xiubai grabbed a knife from the table and made a swift incision on his posterior. He then promptly placed the device over the wound, channeling his inner energy to heal the injury. In that instant, he felt a peculiar energy gradually manifesting within him. This energy would not accumulate like inner energy in his dantian, but rather permeate every cell in his body. Xiubai slowly extended his hand. A grayish-black energy, akin to an electrical current, emerged. This was mechanized energy. Master, would you like to activate the mechanized space? Mechanized space? Activate. As the words fell, the world within Xiubai's eyes transformed incessantly. All things began to fade, gradually morphing into an endless abyss of darkness. Not far from him stood the control console of the Silver Wing. Master, this is your mechanized space. Over there is my main control console. Once you acquire the knowledge of a mechanic, you can utilize the main console to enhance my operations. When you possess your own mechanized armor or mech, you can also connect it using mechanized energy, enabling you to initiate operations in this space with greater ease. The mechanized space also allows you to conduct various research and data simulations, among other functionalities. You will discover more capabilities as you continue to use it. The Silver Wing's voice resonated throughout the mechanized space. Indeed, indeed. This sensation is quite delightful. Xiubai stroked his chin, curiously surveying his surroundings as though this is the wondrous realm of a mechanic. Master, since this space is constructed through mechanized energy and a neural network, your perception of time will differ while within the mechanized space. The specifics will vary according to your mental strength, and this place requires your mechanized energy to sustain it, the Silver Wing continued. The distinct flow of time within the mechanized space represents one of the most formidable aspects of a mechanic, because you are utterly unaware that in the fleeting moment of your battle with the mechanic, he has already analyzed you countless times within the mechanized energy space. Just a second ago, you were evenly matched with him. Yet in the next instant, he has discerned all your weaknesses and vanquished you in an instant, leaving you no time to react. However, Xiubai's mental prowess has not yet reached such heights. The flow of time in his mechanized energy space is merely a few seconds slower than that of the outside world. Xiubai nodded slightly. He could feel that while in the mechanized energy space, the flow of mechanized energy within him accelerated several-fold. Nevertheless, the production of mechanized energy seems to vary according to the number and vitality of cells. If this is the case, as a highly gifted martial artist, does he not possess a formidable talent that most mechanics lack? His future reserves and recovery speed of mechanized energy might indeed leave many mechanics in awe. Exiting the mechanized energy space, Xiubai's consciousness drifted away from the pitch-black realm, and his vision returned to the ship's cabin. This mechanized energy space is indeed remarkable, but it does not allow one to perceive the external circumstances. Master, you can activate your nerves through mechanized energy to achieve the same sensory perception as the outside world in synchronous mode. This is fundamental knowledge for mechanics, Silverwing remarked, before a mechanic has fully developed. This function remains quite significant. After all, a few seconds of altered time flow, without the ability to deactivate it, could transform into a glaring vulnerability rather than an advantage. Furthermore, this function is also crucial for mecha control and research. Oh, can't you directly transmit knowledge into my brain through mechanized energy? It is possible, but such a method would harm your nerves. If such an operation is necessary, it is best to utilize a knowledge transmission machine. All right, I understand. Then from this moment onward, teach me how to become a mechanic. Xiubai nodded enthusiastically. Very well, Master. Beneath a clear blue sky with calm winds, the field ship glided smoothly across the sea, where the water had transformed from inky black to a reflection of the azure sky. Just a few days prior, the field ship had already departed from the confines of the Black Sea. Facia, what is your friend, the boss, doing cooped up in his room all day? Carl inquired curiously while lounging beside the mast, since parting with Jean Laoshu and the others at the port. Xiubai had not left his cabin, not even to eat, with Facia personally delivering meals to him. Otherwise, Xiubai might have starved within those confines. I don't know. Facia scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Every time he saw Xiubai recently, he appeared disheveled, resembling a scruffy version of Carl. When asked, he merely stated that he was learning new things. Yet, what could he possibly be studying that would lead to such an obsessive degree? Just as the two were conversing, a figure slowly approached the deck. Facia, where are we? Xiubai stretched lazily, surveying the azure sea around him. Boss, you've finally come out. What have you been up to lately? Facia exclaimed in surprise. Me. Just like you all, you sail through the ocean while I navigate the sea of knowledge, but you still haven't answered me. Where are we now? Have we left the Black Sea? Xiubai's weary gaze shone with the brilliance of knowledge. We departed from the Black Sea over 5 days ago. For where we are. Facia turned to Carl. This is the Belize Sea, a place teeming with beautiful creatures. If you're interested, I can help you find them. Carl, the navigator of the field ship, introduced with a sly grin. Thanks, but that's really unnecessary, Xiubai replied, sensing that Carl's smile hinted at something dubious. What a pity. Our first mate, Barton, once spent a marvelous night with those beautiful creatures, an experience he will never forget. Carl chuckled lazily, only to receive a punch to the face if you mention that again. I'll stuff your head into a whale's stomach. Barton growled menacingly at a ship full of brutes. Carl wiped the blood from his nose, casting a sidelong glance at Barton as he spoke softly. He then extended his hand toward Xiubai. I'm Carl, the navigator of this ship. Xiubai mentioned you're a formidable martial artist. Care to join us? Xiubai raised an eyebrow and shook the bloodied hand that I'll think about it. I haven't made up my mind yet. Take your time. Just so you know, the position of combat team leader on our ship is still vacant, and it comes with tremendous benefits. Carl said mysteriously, I will consider it. By the way, where are we headed now? Xiubai redirected the subject that I don't know. You don't know? Xiubai was taken aback. They asked the navigator. You mean to tell me you don't know where the ship is headed? The spirit of the great adventurer has yet to reveal to us our next destination. Carl produced a blue card, its surface blank. Adventure? Aren't you pirates? Xiubai queried, puzzled by the meaning of the card. Who told you we are pirates? Are you a pirate? Carl pointed to a crew member. The crew member grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he shook his head. No, then are you a pirate? Carl pointed to another crew member to know. Who in their right mind would be a pirate? The crew member chuckled, we are adventurers, the Dead Hand Adventure Group. Pirates are the ignorant souls who have unjustly bestowed that title upon us. Carl declared proudly. Xiubai's lips twitched slightly, just as he was about to respond when he suddenly noticed an image forming on the blue card. Ah. It seems the spirit of the great adventurer is revealing our destination. Carl turned to look at the card, his gaze fixed on the evolving image. As the crew members gathered around, the image shifted continuously until it finally revealed a verdant palace adorned with vines, at the center of which stood a peculiar creature with a bird's body and a human face, standing atop two dragons. It is here. Captain, it seems we are about to uncover the greatest treasure of this planet. A smile spread across Carl's face as he pinched the card between his fingers and dashed toward Captain Libbet. Captain Libbet, expressionless, caught the card and inserted it into the center of the ship's helm. Instantly, a nautical map composed of azure energy gradually emerged above the helm. Carl, where is this? The crew members inquired excitedly upon hearing about the greatest treasure. Have you heard of the Erango Kingdom? Carl replied with a slight smile, his gaze intentionally drifting toward Xiubai. Erango Kingdom? Xiubai furrowed his brow, recalling having heard that name before. Right? I just remembered, Xiubai suddenly exclaimed, recalling a puzzling question posed by the warden when he was appointed as the Eastern District Administrator. Do you know, Erango? Could the Erango mentioned by the warden be the same Erango Kingdom that Carl is referring to now? With that thought, Xiubai promptly asked, Carl, what is the Erango Kingdom? Carl was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Xiubai from head to toe. You asked me what the Erango Kingdom is. You don't know? Should I know? Xiubai replied, bewildered that as a Longxia person, you don't know about Erango? Longxia? This address, when Saint Ao first encountered himself, he declared that he was a member of the Longxia people. However, at that time, Xiubai did not delve deeper into it. Yet, it seems that both Saint Ao and the warden, as well as Carl, have misunderstood something that I do not know. Since childhood, I have followed a powerful figure to cultivate in desolate lands. The names Erango and Longxia are entirely unfamiliar to me. Xiubai pondered for a moment, resorting once again to this universal phrase that he certainly could not reveal to Carl that he was, in fact, a person from another world, utterly oblivious to what was being discussed. Could he? Is that so? Carl nodded, showing no signs of further suspicion. The history of the Erango Kingdom is far too ancient. To this day, this history has become little known. Even the remnants of the Longxia civilization that founded Erango may not all be aware of it. Moreover, in the current Nansha realm, there exist very few pure-blooded Longxia descendants, and historical gaps have emerged, so it is quite normal not to know. Let ignorance be. Carl smiled faintly, refraining from explaining these matters to Xiubai, and turned to shout to the crew. We are about to set sail for the Erango Kingdom, to the Jumin Temple, one of the 10 great ruins. The Erango Kingdom is the oldest existence on this planet. Even my ancestors who constructed the field have not existed as long. So, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the crew's eyes sparkled with excitement as they raised their arms and cheered. Endless treasures. Indeed, endless treasures. So what are we waiting for? Hoist the sails, set sail. Amidst the crew's jubilant shouts, the field adjusted its course, heading towards the Jumin Temple. As night fell, Xiubai stood before Carl's room, his eyes filled with confusion and contemplation. If the names Erango and Longxia elicited no response from him, the mention of Juman was an entirely different matter. As the oldest wood god and spring deity in Huaxia mythology, nearly all children of Huaxia are aware of its existence. Even if one is unfamiliar with Juman, they are certainly acquainted with the divine tree Fusong, which falls under Juman's domain. But why would this place bear the presence of Juman? Is it mere coincidence? Or, Xiubai remained perplexed by these questions in his room. Thus, he approached Carl's door. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door, only to find it unlocked, and Carl sat within, a broad smile gracing his face as he regarded him. I knew you would come seeking me. I do indeed have some questions I wish to ask you. Xiubai entered the room, seated himself at the table, and gazed at Carl as he spoke. He. If I were to say that you must join us to learn what you wish to know, would you choose to join? I would. Xiubai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Well, perhaps it is best to leave it be. While we certainly need a formidable crew member, boarding the ship signifies becoming family. You possess no sense of belonging to this vessel, and forcing you aboard would serve no purpose. Carl shook his head, reached beneath the bed for a barrel of wine, and poured 2 cups. So, can you enlighten me regarding the matters of Erango and the Longxia people? Of course, this is something you ought to know, and there is no harm in telling you. However, I have a condition. A glimmer of concern flickered in Carl's eyes as he spoke. What condition? You need not join us, but you must remain aboard for 2 years. During these 2 years, you are to exert your utmost effort in all matters pertaining to combat. As for what you choose to do after the 2 years, leave or stay, that is entirely up to you. Carl raised his cup, smiling slightly. 2 years, Xiubai contemplated. 2 years is not an excessively long time. It happens that he is not particularly familiar with this place, and accompanying Carl and his crew would allow him to explore and witness the world. To read a myriad of books and travel countless miles is also a form of cultivation. Clink. Xiubai lifted his cup and gently clinked it with Carl's. It's a deal. Upon hearing Xiubai's agreement, Carl secretly sighed in relief and downed his drink. Subsequently, Carl began to recount the tale of the Erango kingdom. The precise time of this ancient realm's emergence on this planet is beyond verification. It is known that, at some point, a group identifying themselves as the Longxia people suddenly descended upon this planet. Though few in number, they possessed extraordinary power. Yet, the Longxia people cherished peace and did not resort to aggression or colonization despite their might. Instead, they brought their kin to the desolate lands of the planet, cultivating farmland and establishing civilization. Originally, the Longxia people had no connection to the indigenous civilization, each developing independently in their respective domains for countless years. Until one day, enemies unexpectedly appeared from beyond the stars. From the moment these foes arrived, they unleashed a brutal massacre and enslavement upon all living beings. Just as despair engulfed everyone, it was the Longxia people who stood forth. However, despite their strength, the sheer number of enemies and their advanced technology proved overwhelming. The Longxia people could only muster enough strength to hold their ground. Thus, they began to assist the native beings in developing technology and power, forming an army known as the Red Revolutionary Army. This army possessed unparalleled conviction and strength, awakening the dormant spirits of an increasing number of indigenous beings under the revolutionaries' leadership. The entire planet entered an era of revolution, fiercely resisting the invaders and continually expanding the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. Years later, the enemies were finally defeated by the Red Revolutionary Army, fleeing the planet with their remnants. Following this ordeal, the Longxia people finally integrated into this land, establishing a federal nation known as the Erango Kingdom alongside the indigenous civilization. In the oldest linguistic system of the Nanxia realm, Erango signifies people and peace. The planet was consequently named Erango Star. As time progressed, the indigenous civilization of Erango Star, with the assistance of the Longxia people, gradually transitioned into modern society. It was during this time that the leader of the Longxia people suddenly announced their intention to depart from Erango Star, seeking their lost kin in the cosmos. The leaders of various civilizations were taken aback and perplexed by this news. Upon further inquiry, they discovered that the Longxia people who had initially arrived on this planet were, in fact, fleeing from their homeworld. The Longxia homeworld had been invaded by an unknown civilization. Even with the Longxia's might, they were no match for this civilization. In the end, to prevent their race from facing extinction, a supreme figure among the Longxia made the decision to send the majority of their people, laden with the essence of their culture, using a form of advanced technology known as the Imperial Seal to construct a random wormhole. Fleeing their homeworld. Only a portion of the Longxia people arrived on Arango Star. After years of development, the Longxia people on Arango Star have regained the ability for long-distance space travel. Now, they are preparing to leave. Yet, having lived on this planet for nearly a millennium, the Longxia harbored deep affection for this land. Thus, they chose to leave a portion of their essence and kin on Arango Star. Regrettably, the Longxia people seem to hold their bloodline in high regard, rarely intermarrying with outsiders. Due to this, the Longxia have gradually dwindled in number. Subsequently, many unknown events transpired. The Arango Kingdom mysteriously vanished, and the Nansha Federation rose to prominence. Furthermore, in a bid to secure their dominion, the Nansha Federation deliberately erased the existence of the Longxia from history. Ostensibly, they vehemently deny the fact that the Arango Kingdom ever existed on this planet, all the while covertly seeking the remnants left by the Longxia. The destination of the field's current voyage is one of the 10 great relics left by the Longxia on this planet, the Juman Temple. What I know about the Longxia and Arango is roughly this. Do you have any further inquiries? Carl took a sip of his wine and spoke slowly. Can you tell me what ancient relics are? Xiubai inquired. Ancient relics, they are, in truth, a form of technological artifact. This is something I cannot adequately explain to you. Carl shook his head, genuinely perplexed about how ancient relics were created. Master, I possess information regarding ancient relics in my database. They are formidable products crafted from unknown materials and technologies. Even within the cosmos, the nature of these relics eludes explanation. They are technologies that have confounded numerous scientific engineers and magical scholars throughout their lifetimes. Ancient relics, he continued, were predominantly products of some vanished, powerful civilizations in the universe. The civilization Carl spoke of, the Longxia civilization, was likely one of these lost societies. Silverwing interjected, acknowledging Carl's insight, indicating that Carl was indeed unaware of the intricacies surrounding ancient relics. All right, one last question. What is that card of yours? Is it a profession outside the 3 mainstream ones? Xiubai inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Carl remained silent, merely offering a meaningful smile. Upon witnessing this smile, Xiubai suddenly realized how foolish his question was. It was akin to someone abruptly approaching him and asking, I'm curious, how is your martial artist different from others? Could you show me your Wujigong? Sorry, haha, it's fine. My abilities are indeed quite intriguing. Carl chuckled, appearing unconcerned. After a casual exchange, Xiubai decided not to intrude further and retreated to his quarters. Upon returning, he did not engage in his usual daily training, but instead began to ponder deeply. He vaguely recalled certain truths about the Black Sea prison, Jin Gang, and he had speculated that Sheng Ao and Zhou Mo were actually affiliated with the Federation, albeit not of the same faction, which explained Zhou Mo's desire to eliminate Sheng Ao. However, the reasons behind their presence in the Black Sea prison and Zhou Mo's sudden urgency to kill Sheng Ao at that particular time remained unclear to them. Now, Xiubai began to unravel one of the mysteries. The Black Sea prison likely concealed one of Longxia's hidden legacies, and Sheng Ao and Zhou Mo were searching for this very legacy. However, Sheng Ao's faction possessed more information than that of Zhou Mo's. Of course, it was merely a relative comparison. What the legacy truly entailed was still unclear to Sheng Ao, which was why he frequently disappeared in search of clues. Yet, why did Zhou Mo suddenly seek to kill Sheng Ao a year later? Had Sheng Ao discovered the legacy? Xiubai shook his head. It was highly probable that Sheng Ao had not found it. Otherwise, he would have long since departed from the Black Sea prison. Why then? Why did Zhou Mo's faction choose to sever ties and eliminate Sheng Ao? What exactly was the Longxia legacy hidden within the Black Sea prison? What connection did the warden and Arango share? And why did he inquire whether I knew Arango? Xiubai furrowed his brow. The truth of the Black Sea prison loomed like a shroud of dark clouds, forever veiled in mystery. Sailing is both an exhilarating and monotonous endeavor. The thrill lies in encountering sights and experiences that ordinary people might never witness in their lifetimes. The tedium stems from the fact that, for the most part, one can only gaze at the sky and the sea, along with a ship full of burly men. Fortunately, Xiubai possessed considerable focus. When boredom struck, he would exercise and cultivate his internal energy, occasionally studying navigation, which made his time feel relatively fulfilling. Today marked the 2nd month of the field ship's voyage through the Belize Sea. and they were set to make their first and last stop for supplies during this journey. After this, we will turn from the Belize Sea into the treacherous Red River, then drift downstream into the Lost Sea, ultimately reaching the southern desolate desert. The entire route will be devoid of any modern cities. Therefore, if you need anything, it is best to stock up here completely, Carl conveyed while standing at the ship's railing. Hee. Could you lend me some money? Xiubai asked, rubbing his hands together and offering an awkward smile. Money? What do you need money for? Carl turned, puzzled. To buy things. Brother, we are pirates. When have you ever seen pirates buying things and paying for them? Aren't we adventurers? Xiubai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he stared at Carl. Who told you we are adventurers? Are you an adventurer? Carl pointed at the crew disembarking. I am not. Then are you an adventurer? I am not. What serious person would? Stop. I'll figure it out myself. Xiubai hastily interrupted the others. Realizing that everyone aboard was rather whimsical, he contemplated the prospect of spending 2 years with them. Would he be led astray? As Xiubai meandered into the city, he intended to purchase some mechanical parts to assess the results of his recent studies. As for food, the crew would handle that, so he had no need to worry. Master, something seems amiss, Silverwing suddenly alerted. Amiss? Xiubai glanced around, and upon doing so, he too sensed something strange. While the city did not appear particularly prosperous, as a port city, it should not be in such disarray. Yet, why were the streets devoid of any people? Suddenly, Xiubai furrowed his brow. Having lived on the edge of danger, he was highly sensitive to certain scents. He detected a nauseating stench of blood in the air. This odor suggested that many bodies had been left to rot, emitting the foulness of blood after being slain. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to follow the source of the rancid smell. Upon arriving, his countenance shifted dramatically. In the heart of the city lay a scene reminiscent of hell. Dismembered limbs and severed body parts were strewn about, with the ground stained with torn entrails and dried blood. The corpses, devoid of skin, displayed terrified eyeballs hanging from their skulls, an utterly chilling sight. The moment he stepped closer, countless flies erupted from the mound of corpses, their buzzing forming a macabre symphony. Crack, crack. At that moment, an eerie sound emanated from behind the heap of corpses, where a shadow was seen wildly waving its arms. Xiubai gazed at the gruesome scene, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. But now was not the time for such reflections. Whoever could commit such atrocities was assuredly not a benign individual. It would be best to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Fresh skin. At that instant, a grotesque laugh echoed as a putrid wind swept past him. Xiubai reacted swiftly, executing a powerful kick as he turned. Bang! The resounding crash was accompanied by the splatter of liquid. Xiubai focused intently, revealing a grotesque figure, corpulent and stitched together, wielding enormous scissors. The creature, much like the corpses, was devoid of skin, its eyeballs grotesquely perched upon its cheekbones, an abominable sight. His kick had evidently struck the creature in the abdomen, and foul blood and pus oozed from the stitches, the stench causing Xiubai's stomach to churn. Skin, fresh skin. The creature appeared unscathed, cackling maniacally as it lunged forward again. The rusted, blood-stained scissors in its grasp emitted a chilling snip. Snip sound. Xiubai ducked to evade the attack, then delivered another kick to the creature's head. Instantly, the creature's head burst open like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Yet, despite this, the creature stood up, swaying as if unharmed. I like your skin. Xiubai stared incredulously at the creature. What was this abomination that could survive without a head? Moreover, it could still speak. Wait. Xiubai glanced from the creature to the mound of corpses nearby. A chilling image surfaced in his mind, evoking a haunting realization. So it turns out I was imprisoned to take the fall for you, you wretched creature. Upon his arrival in this world, Xiubai found himself amidst a mountain of corpses. The lifeless bodies bore a striking resemblance to the inhabitants of this port city, the only distinction being the absence of their skin. Who would have thought I would encounter you again? Xiubai gritted his teeth. Were it not for this bizarre individual, he would never have been wrongfully imprisoned, nearly perishing in the abyss of the Black Sea. At last, he could vent his anger. You think you can escape unscathed? I shall beat you to a pulp and will not believe you can survive. A cerulean energy gradually materialized in Xiubai's hand as he charged toward the strange figure. Skin, skin. The peculiar man continued to scream for skin, seemingly deaf to Xiubai's words. Boom. The azure energy erupted forth as Xiubai's fist collided with the man's chest, rupturing seams and sending forth a cascade of pus and dark, congealed flesh, skin. I shall give you skin. Xiubai kicked the man over and rained down blows upon him like a torrential downpour. Only when the man's flesh, blood, and bones were indistinguishably melded into the earth did he finally relent. Skin, skin. Yet, even then, that eerie voice did not cease. Hey, still alive? Are you? Just wait, Xiubai muttered as he turned to stride down the street. Before long, he returned, a barrel of gasoline in hand, pouring it fervently over the bloody, fleshy muck. He then produced a lighter found on the way and ignited the gasoline. Boom! A blazing inferno erupted. No, don't burn me alive. Don't burn me alive. Ah! The strange man ceased his cries for skin, instead wailing in terror. Gradually, the lamentations diminished, ultimately fading into silence. So, it was the fire that frightened him. Xiubai murmured to himself. With vengeance fulfilled, he felt a surge of relief and turned to head back to the field. Shortly after his departure, skin, skin, I like your skin. On the ground, the unsettling voice echoed once more, and a pair of scissors slowly floated toward the mountain of corpses. Did you fall into the toilet? At the port, Carl gazed at Xiubai, who was covered in a foul, yellowish ooze, and asked in astonishment, "You're the one who fell into the toilet? I mean, didn't you all notice anything unusual?" Xiubai approached the shore, puzzled. What's unusual? Did you notice anything wrong? Carl shook his head and inquired of a crew member returning with provisions. Not at all, the crew member replied, bewildered. Didn't you realize that this city is devoid of people? Xiubai was at a loss for words. Were these people oblivious or simply dim-witted? Hiss. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off, Carl gasped, beginning to ponder deeply. Xiubai, in a fit of anger, turned and leaped into the sea, cleansing himself of the vile ooze. When he emerged ashore, Carl still wore that contemplative expression, murmuring, "Where have all the people gone?" rather than pondering where they've gone. I am more intrigued by how you lot have managed to survive this long and become a legendary pirate crew. Xiubai sighed, striding back toward the field. Spending too long with these fools wouldn't turn me into one of them. Would it? Xiubai, what sort of fool is that? Is it a term of endearment in some local dialect? Yes, yes. Hours later, the crew members began returning to the field, laden with supplies as the sails were hoisted. The field set sail once more toward the temple of Xiubai. Shortly after the field departed, a strange creature wielding scissors arrived at the port. It gazed in the direction of the field, exuding an aura of excitement. Skin. I like your skin. Days later, on the deck, Xiubai leaned against the ship's edge, his expression somewhat vacant. This morning, he suddenly realized that he had intended to seek mechanical parts in that city. Yet all he had returned with was the death of that monster. That would be one thing. But what troubled him most was that he had only recognized this situation this very morning. It must be the result of spending too much time with these fools. It must be. Turning his gaze, he noticed Carl and the others on the opposite side, peering through a telescope while occasionally erupting into lewd laughter. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Carl, what are you looking at? Let me take a look. Huh? You want to see too? Carl turned, grinning mischievously. Is that not allowed? Sure, here, take a look. It's over there. Carl handed the telescope to Xiubai with a peculiar expression. Pointing in the direction Xiubai observed through the telescope, he nearly lost his mastery over the skills he had honed for nearly 30 years. In the distance, a group of enchanting figures frolicked in the water, their voluptuous forms completely unclad. Bang! Xiubai immediately withdrew the telescope, inadvertently stunning a nearby crew member due to the abruptness of the motion. You shameless wretches! To prevent you from tarnishing anyone's reputation, I shall confiscate this telescope. With that, Xiubai walked away, expressionless, to the other side of the ship, hiding in a corner before raising the telescope once more. What's white? White? What's this about white? I am merely checking for nearby islands to replenish the ship's water supply. Just as he was speaking, Xiubai suddenly felt something amiss and turned to find that Carl had somehow appeared beside him. Hey, we're all men here. I understand. Would you like to spend a delightful evening with them? I have a way. Carl leaned closer, his tone excessively enticing. Not interested. You should be interested. Huh? Not interested? Why? Carl was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Xiubai anew. Could it be that a man truly existed who lacked lustful desires? The more you insist, the more I sense mischief afoot. Speak. What is really going on? Xiubai wrapped an arm around Carl, slowly tightening his muscular grip. Cough, cough. I'm dying. I'm dying. Let go, and I'll tell you. Carl's eyes rolled back as he begged for mercy. Speak. Heh. The moment Xiubai released him, Carl's lewd grin returned. Those are creatures from the Belize Sea. Though they possess the bodies of human women, they are, in fact, hermaphroditic beings. Last time, I tricked that fool Barton into seeking them, and just as he was about to. Suddenly, Carl's expression froze as a dark, robust arm gently rested on his shoulder. Carl mechanically turned his head, revealing a grin more sorrowful than tears. Barton, you? When did you arrive? Just as you mentioned that fool Barton. Barton replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Let me explain. Let me. Xiubai, save me. In the next moment, Barton had seized Carl and leaped into the sea, leaving only the echoes of his pitiful cries. Serves him right. Xiubai raised a middle finger in the direction of Carl's disappearance. He then turned to approach Fei Xia. Previously, he had promised to teach Fei Xia some martial arts. However, at that time, Xiubai had still viewed Fei Xia as a means to an end. Their relationship had since evolved, yet a series of events had prevented him from fulfilling that promise. Moreover, Xiubai had yet to devise a plan for developing Fei Xia's physical capabilities. Fei Xia, come here, boss. Fei Xia, who was working on the deck, approached, puzzled that I previously mentioned I would teach you some martial arts. Do you remember? Upon hearing this, Fei Xia's eyes brightened. Xiubai is acutely aware of the strength of his own combat skills. Boss, are you going to teach me that technique where a powerful move is concealed within a regular attack? That is something you cannot master. I will teach you something else. The corners of Xiubai's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking, how could someone who can't even walk aspire to fly? Such techniques require extensive foundational training over a long period, as well as the practice of various schools of martial arts to understand the application of force. Only through synthesizing the essence of learned martial techniques can one achieve a state where the real and the illusory coexist, leaving others perplexed. Hearing this, Fei Xia couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Xiubai said little more, turning his gaze to the people on the deck, finally resting his eyes on the bosun. Most aboard the field were martial artists. The bosun, in particular, was a martial artist who emphasized speed. Bosun, I wish to teach Fei Xia some martial techniques. Could you lend a hand? The bosun pointed to himself, not declining, and walked to the center of the deck. The other crew members, witnessing this, immediately surrounded them with excitement. Carl had informed them that for the next 2 years, Xiubai would serve as the temporary captain of the combat team aboard the ship. Thus, they were eager to see the prowess of this newly appointed leader. Bosun, strike me with your utmost speed, Xiubai declared. The bosun hesitated. After all, he had never seen Xiubai in action and was uncertain of his opponent's level of strength, suddenly being asked to strike with all his speed. Do not fret. Go ahead and attack. Regardless of the outcome, I will not hold it against you. Xiubai smiled, encouraging the bosun to proceed. Well, then, be careful. The bosun responded and took a peculiar stance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Xiubai narrowed his eyes and reached out to block. Their fists collided, and the bosun disappeared again, launching a frontal attack. Xiubai retreated slightly, successfully blocking the strike once more. To the onlookers, the bosun's figure seemed to completely vanish, only appearing for a fleeting moment when Xiubai intercepted his blows. After exchanging blows 4 or 5 times, Xiubai became attuned to the bosun's rhythm of combat on the next offensive. He sidestepped, and his hands moved like boneless serpents, ensnaring the bosun's attacking arm and gracefully tracing half a circle. The bosun's arm muscles tensed as he attempted to break free and counterattack. Yet, Xiubai abruptly changed his approach, maintaining the arc but altering its direction, ensnaring the bosun in a remarkably slow combat tempo. Enough, Xiubai slowly released the bosun and continued. Now, employ the same technique. Let's see how you fare. All right. The bosun did not hesitate. Curiosity had been piqued by Xiubai's unique style. This time, he attacked with even greater speed. Xiubai remained still, standing his ground, yet he countered with a fierce and swift technique. However, as the bosun's strikes accelerated, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, at times unable to defend perfectly, resulting in several hits landing on him. Stop, Xiubai called for a pause, turning to Fei Xia. So, Did you grasp the essence? Fei Xie, lost in thought, replied, Boss, while I was in the hidden forest, the elders of my clan once said, there are people beyond people and realms beyond realms. Your second technique relies on speed against speed, force against force, yet there will always be someone faster and stronger. The first technique you demonstrated, seemingly soft and weak, can transform speed into slowness and hardness into softness. You are reminding me. It seems you have come to an understanding. Xiubai smiled in satisfaction. He appreciated those with insight. Now, disregard your physical limitations. Imagine facing an adversary with conditions nearly identical to yours, who is throwing a swinging punch at you. What would you do? A crouching uppercut. Fei Xie responded. Precisely, a crouching uppercut. At the same rate, a swinging punch will carry a momentum extension, reducing the distance between you and your opponent in that process. You see, although you executed two moves at the same rate, you managed to strike your adversary in less time due to the distance difference. This is the true essence of martial arts. Speed cannot be broken simply by the speed of movement. Xiubai was indeed a martial arts enthusiast, but not in the conventional sense that he often integrated principles from physics, biology, and other domains into his study of martial arts. Of course, that is the conventional understanding. Fei Xie, due to your physical condition, it is inherently challenging for you to fight in this manner. I mention this to cultivate your habit of reflection. Martial arts is not merely a straightforward exchange of blows. Fei Xie nodded slightly. In the past, he had believed himself to be formidable, thinking that any defeats were merely due to his lower realm compared to others. Yet now, it became evident that in the presence of true strength, he was full of flaws. I realized that you place excessive trust in your physical form, leading you to instinctively absorb attacks rather than dissipate their force. For instance, during our initial encounter when I kicked your chin and with the final strike, you chose to absorb the blows. However, you do possess the ability to dissipate force. Remember when I attacked you with a dagger at the beginning? You leaned back slightly, employing a method to absorb the impact. This is a natural talent of your body, yet you have not harnessed it effectively, instead resisting its application. As Xiubai spoke, he suddenly delivered a punch. Fei Xie instinctively tensed his body, bracing for the impact. You see, you have already formed this defensive mechanism as a muscular instinct. You need to forget it and transition to a defensive instinct against blades and projectiles, like this. Xiubai threw another punch. This time very gently, akin to pressing his fist into Fei Xie's abdomen. Here lies the limit of your ability to dissipate force when facing speed and strength that can breach your defense. Having survived in the Dead Hand Pirate crew, a place filled with fools, Fei Xie was certainly no fool himself, and a look of realization began to dawn in his eyes. I understand. Boss, please use that. Shock punch, strike me. Very well. Xiubai's body shifted slightly, and with a fierce iron fist, he struck. Boom. This time, as his fist impacted Fei Xie's chest, there was a noticeable indentation, not fully hardened. Fei Xie stumbled back 2 steps. Yet he had managed to block the punch, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ahem. Boss, was that right? Indeed, your comprehension is commendable. Would you like to try another technique? Xiubai regarded Fei Xie, revealing that kind smile once more. This smile sent shivers down Fei Xie's spine, for it was the same smile that preceded his collapse from the shock punch. However, he quickly cast aside the shadow of fear, gritting his teeth and thumping his chest. Bring it on, boss. As long as being struck can lead to my improvement, I am willing to be beaten to a pulp. Such determination. Xiubai smiled slightly, raising 2 fingers and lightly tapping Fei Xie's chest. Just as Fei Xie wondered why Xiubai's touch on his chest had resulted in silence, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Wow! Blood erupted from his mouth. Fei Xie's face was filled with astonishment. Utterly bewildered by the situation, the surrounding crew members were equally perplexed. How could such a gentle motion possess such power? This newly appointed combat team leader was truly formidable. Xiubai offered no explanation to the crew about the principles behind it. With a mysterious smile, he extended his hand toward Fei Xie. This is the direction you will need to pursue in your training. However, you must first learn to dissipate force before I can teach you how to defend against such attacks. Upon hearing this, Fei Xie hesitated to grasp Xiubai's hand. Instead, an inscrutable expression crossed his face as he slowly inquired, Boss, although I call you boss and hold great admiration for you. However, such a theory that could profoundly influence one's lifelong martial arts journey. Even among masters and disciples, it is likely that they would be unwilling to impart it in its entirety. Why do you? Upon hearing these words, the crew members nodded in agreement. The distinction between martial artists lies not only in talent and genetics, but also in the reluctance of many formidable practitioners to share their comprehensive martial arts theories. To this day, while martial artists remain one of the three mainstream paths, they are significantly overshadowed by the practitioners of magic and mechanics in terms of overall combat prowess. Xiubai smiled faintly, refraining from elaborating, and extended his hand. So, do you wish to learn? Fei Xie gazed at the man before him, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable feeling. Previously, he had been willing to call Xiubai boss due to his strength and the life-and-death battles they had endured together. But now, deep within his heart, he genuinely acknowledged this man as his superior. From this moment onward, Xiubai would forever be his boss. Boss, I want to learn, Fei Xie exclaimed, grasping Xiubai's hand firmly. Excellent. Xiubai pulled him up and turned to the crew. And what about you? Do you wish to learn? We do. The crew members were initially taken aback, then erupted in excited shouts. However, my training will be exceedingly rigorous. Xiubai smiled slightly, addressing the crowd. Most things in this world have no barriers. As long as one is willing to learn, they can master it. Yet some things are visible and tangible, yet forever elusive to grasp. Before formally entering the martial arts realm, Xiubai sought out numerous reclusive masters to learn from, but without exception, they all turned down this young aspirant. Setting aside the charlatans, those few who were willing to teach would never divulge the most essential secrets. Unbeknownst to them, what they deemed the most confidential teachings, reserved solely for their biological offspring, had long been rendered obsolete by the world in a comparable weight class. There are numerous combatants who could easily defeat those who fancied themselves martial arts experts. Whether in ring-based competitions or no-holds-barred fights, they would inevitably fail. Martial arts are not static. Every form must adapt to the times and assimilate all techniques for optimization. Generational evolution is the true essence of martial arts. Cultivating virtue precedes martial practice. Skill is easier to attain than moral integrity. Xiubai's willingness to teach Fei Xie and the crew members is not predicated on the notion that they are weaker than him. Destined to forever trail in his wake, he relishes combat, yet remains indifferent to victory or defeat. Only through continual failure can one discern the areas for improvement. No martial artist can claim a lifetime of invincibility. Likewise, it is not to uphold a martial arts system that is gradually fading from existence in this world. Strength, ethics, thought, and conduct all constitute the path of martial arts. The essence of martial arts is not confined to any singular form. It can embody both bloodlust and compassion, rigorous training and indulgence. All of this serves to achieve the four characters: freedom to act at will. If I desire to teach you now, then I shall teach. And that is all. We are unafraid of hardship. The crew members rubbed their fists together, eagerly exclaiming, with such a powerful martial artist willing to teach them, they would endure any hardship, even if it meant eating excrement. Thus, when night fell, and Barton returned to the ship, dragging the listless Carl, he was met with a bizarre sight. The crew members were half squatting on the swaying deck in peculiar postures, their faces contorted in pain. Yet no one moved. Barton, did you board the wrong ship? Carl weakly inquired. Impossible. Barton glanced at the familiar deck and crew members, feeling a sense of unease. Could it be that during our absence, everyone fell under some curse? Carl struggled free from Barton's grasp, reaching out to grasp the air, conjuring a vivid green card. Where have you two been all day? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The two turned to see Captain Liebert, leaning against the helm, gazing at them with a calm demeanor. Captain, I'm in dire straits. Barton, ugh. Captain, it's Carl. He insisted on dragging me out to play, and I initially didn't want to go, but he threatened me, saying if I didn't accompany him, he would splash toilet water on the deck. Barton quickly covered Carl's mouth and spoke rapidly. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Carl's eyes widened in shock, flailing his arms to express something. So, the main reason you two have been slacking off today is Carl? Captain Liebert released the helm, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Yes, exactly, Barton hastily replied, while simultaneously pressing down on Carl's head with his other hand. Forced to nod, Carl looked at Barton in disbelief. That I never expected. You, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, would have such a dark heart. I misjudged you in the past. From now on, don't let me catch you at a disadvantage. Or else. Oh, then let's hang Carl at the ship's stern and have him feed the fish for a couple of days. Captain Liebert stated flatly that I've wanted to do just that for a long time. Captain, Barton nodded earnestly, forcibly dragging Carl to the ship's stern, binding his feet with rope, and tossing him into the sea. Ah. Barton, glub, glub. I can't. Glub, glub. You're glub, glub. What did you say? I can't hear you. Let us talk again in 2 days when you come back up. Barton chuckled, turning around only to meet Captain Liebert's dark gaze. Captain, is there an issue? Did I tie him up incorrectly? I'll pull him back up and redo it with a bowknot. Lying is a very bad habit. Captain Liebert concluded, delivering a swift kick that sent Barton into the sea. Ha, glub, glub. You dog, glub, glub. Don't pull my pants down. Carl watched as Barton joined him, initially thrilled, but when the unbound Barton grabbed his pants. His smile vanished instantly. Captain Liebert ignored the pair and turned to approach Xiubai, who was seated cross-legged at the bow of the ship. Captain, Xiubai, hearing the footsteps, slowly opened his eyes, puzzled that he had spent some time aboard the field, interacting harmoniously with the main crew members. Yet, he had never exchanged a single word with Captain Liebert. This fearsome-looking captain rarely communicated with anyone, focusing solely on steering the ship. To be frank, even that whimsical Carl seemed more like the captain of the ship than Liebert, as most of the directives given to the crew came from Carl, the navigator. Nevertheless, Xiubai could still sense a profound respect in the crew's gazes towards Liebert. You wish to join this ship? Captain Liebert, leaning on his cane, limped closer to Xiubai and inquired, am I not already aboard? Xiubai replied with a smile. No, what I mean is, do you truly wish to join this ship? Captain Liebert said, opening his palm to reveal a crew member ring. The ring bore an intricate carving of a sword, signifying the rank of captain within the combat crew. Until now, Captain Liebert had not thought much of Xiubai, merely viewing him as Faye's new friend. However, after the events of that afternoon, Liebert, also a martial artist, deeply understood the extent of Xiubai's exceptional martial talent and theoretical prowess. With such a martial artist aboard, he could rest easy. Captain Liebert contemplated silently, awaiting Xiubai's response. I'm sorry. Night enveloped the surroundings. Xiubai sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, shaking his head in contemplation. Previously, Carl had asserted that if Xiubai truly wished to join the field and assumed the role of captain of the combat team, a magnificent boon would be bestowed upon him. This boon, it was presumed, pertained to the ancient relic designated for the captain of the combat team. However, Carl had also remarked that Xiubai did not genuinely regard the crew as family. Thus, compelling him aboard would serve no purpose. Xiubai maintained an indifferent attitude towards most matters, yet he placed exceptional importance on promises. Consequently, he would not linger in a place he was uncertain about. Merely for the sake of an ancient relic, Captain Liebert remained silent, and after a brief pause, turned towards the helm. I shall keep the ship's relic for you. Whenever you come to a decision, you may retrieve it at your convenience. The ancient relic resides on the second deck of the cabin, in the fifth room on the left. Xiubai abruptly lifted his head, only to let it droop slowly once more. His martial prowess excelled in one-on-one combat, yet in the face of a group battle, it became considerably more challenging. The adage 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands was not without merit. Previously, when confronting 4 high-ranking Helan Sea tribesmen, had he possessed a divine weapon, perhaps the struggle would not have been so arduous. Such weapons could be deemed unnecessary, yet they were not something one could afford to lack. Indeed, Xiubai found himself in desperate need of a suitable weapon, but he refused to acquire it through such means. Thus, he remained seated, continuing his meditation to cultivate his inner energy, after departing from the Black Sea abyss and losing the heritage of the Hutton clan. Invested by Ryan Dan, his cultivation of wood-based inner energy had reverted to a painfully slow pace. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Black Sea King, capable of annihilating islands with a single strike, he now felt an urgent desire to break through to the realm of refining essence into energy, without achieving the rank of a king-level martial artist, no matter how strong one appeared. They remained akin to a mere robust ant. The Juma Shrine, as the deity of spring and wood, it must harbor treasures of the wood attribute. Xiubai mused inwardly. The expedition to the Juma Shrine might very well present an opportunity to revert his liver to its innate state and condense his wood-based inner energy. The Juma Shrine lay nestled within the desolate desert to reach it. one must first navigate from the Belize Sea into the Reef Red River, then drift downstream into the Lost Sea, finally making landfall in the southern region of the Lost Sea to access the barren desert. Following a prolonged journey of over half a month, the Dead Hand pirate crew finally emerged from the Belize Sea, arriving at the entrance of the Reef Red River. Observing the increasingly grave expressions of the crew, Xiubai felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically, given the strength of the field's ancient relic, the dangers of the reefs should pose little threat. Furthermore, the Dead Hand pirate crew, as a legendary band of pirates on this planet, ought not to fear such locales. Carl, is the Reef Red River truly that fearsome? Why do you all seem so tense? Xiubai inquired, stepping forward to voice his confusion. Ordinary reefs are not particularly frightening. With the strength of the field, we could easily navigate through them. However, this is the Reef Red River. Oh, you know why it is called the Red River? Carl replied, glancing intently at the river's surface. Because its waters are red? Precisely. No need to elaborate further, Carl said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He continued, long ago, during the technological revolution of the Southern Sand Federation, due to underdeveloped technology, a vast amount of research waste could not be disposed of properly. Consequently, these waste materials were discharged into rivers and seas, resulting in the death of numerous aquatic creatures and the extinction of entire species, thereby creating a vicious cycle of ecological disruption. In their struggle for survival, aquatic organisms had no choice but to adapt by modifying their genetic makeup to cope with the research waste, evolving the ability to absorb such refuse. Even today, powerful mutated beings exist in nearly all bodies of water on Southern Sand Star, a legacy of that era's research waste. Therefore, the greatest danger we face during our voyage is not from other humans, but from the mutated beings lurking beneath the surface, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity. At this point, Carl paused and sighed. Of course, this is a consequence of our own making. Xiubai nodded slightly, suddenly recalling that he had previously asked Carl why the Dead Hand pirate crew, with their capabilities, did not procure a more formidable vessel. After all, while the field was indeed an ancient relic, it paled in comparison to certain technological marvels. At the time, Carl had offered no answer, merely smiling faintly. In hindsight, perhaps this was the reason. Their lives had been spent traversing the seas, leading them to hold a profound respect and affection for the ocean. The reefs beneath the Red River were not traditional reefs, but rather mutated creatures that would sink any vessel daring to sail above them, although the field would not discharge pollutants during its voyage. There were instances when it too could be attacked. Thus, caution was paramount, Carl concluded, maintaining a vigilant watch over the waters below. Fortunately, a month later, as the Dead Hand pirate crew departed the Reef Red River, they had not encountered any assaults from the mutated beings beneath the surface. Perhaps the field, as an ancient relic, was indeed the only vessel worthy of navigating the seas. After leaving the Reef Red River, they entered one of the most treacherous maritime regions on this planet, the Lost Sea. Even the legendary Dead Hand pirate crew dared not guarantee their safety in these waters. Upon entering the Lost Sea, Xiubai distinctly sensed a decline in the crew's communication. Even Carl, typically boisterous, had become considerably subdued. Nevertheless, he would soon discover that the notion of restraint did not apply to Carl. Barton, today is your birthday, isn't it? Carl suddenly announced on the deck. Barton, who was squatting with the others, revealed a knowing smile. Yes, today is my birthday. Xiubai, may I take a day off to celebrate? Of course, it is your birthday. We must celebrate, Xiubai replied, rising with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the crew erupted in cheers, rushing into the cabin to bring forth barrels of fine wine, reveling in jubilant celebration. The following day, Carl approached Facia. Facia, today is your birthday, isn't it? Hee, indeed it is. Facia scratched his head and nodded with a grin. Oh, are your birthday and Barton's so close together? Xiubai inquired, sensing something amiss, yet dismissing it as mere coincidence. Then let us celebrate. Celebrate. The crew charged into the cabin once more to retrieve the wine. However, in the subsequent days, Xiubai's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he began to realize the absurdity unfolding around him. On the third day, it was the birthday of the first mate. On the fourth day, Carl's. On the fifth, Captain Libert's. And on the sixth, astonishingly, it was the birthday of Waken, a newcomer to the ship. Finally, on the seventh day, Carl approached Xiubai with a grin. Hey, Xiubai, I believe today is your birthday, isn't it? I don't even know when my birthday is. How do you know? Li Xiubai's temples throbbed as he gritted his teeth. Ah, well, how fortuitous. Let us celebrate today as your birthday, Carl exclaimed, his enthusiasm unabated. Brothers, today is Captain Li Xiubai's birthday. What shall we do? Party. Celebrate. The crew cheered exuberantly, and before Li Xiubai could protest, tables were laid before him, laden with food and drink. To be frank, at his age, Li Xiubai felt little sentiment towards such matters, only a profound sense of speechlessness. So this is the excuse for your gathering, is it? Yet, having reached this point, Li Xiubai could only helplessly join in the celebration of his birthday. After all, he understood that this was Carl's way of alleviating the crew's stress. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated across the vast sea. The crew, who had been raising their cups in jubilance, instantly turned pale, rising to gaze into the distance. What happened? Li Xiubai rose to his feet, bewildered, and inquired that Carl's expression was grave as he gazed intently at the swiftly darkening sky. Articulating each word with deliberate weight, a storm is approaching. The crew, clearly aware of the impending tempest, began to hastily stow away the sails, oars, and cannons of the field. Once these tasks were completed, the deck was filled with the unmistakable sensation of the howling wind rushing in. The gale intensified, making it exceedingly difficult to even stand upright. Everyone, return to the cabin at once for safety, Carl shouted, as the azure sky rapidly succumbed to darkness. Captain, we must hurry. Fei Xia pulled Li Xiubai towards the cabin. The Sea of Lost Souls earned its name not due to the appearance of fog or illusions that ensnare one's mind, but rather for its notoriously fierce and treacherous weather. Upon returning to the cabin, Li Xiubai could distinctly feel the field shaking violently. This turbulence, even for him, stirred a flicker of trepidation. It is important to note that while the field was merely an ordinary large ship in the hands of the crew, its weight reached nearly 10,000 tons. Yet, even such a heavy vessel was treated as a mere plaything in the face of the ocean's might. How could Li Xiubai not feel fear? Even now, he understood that even a king would be insignificant amidst the storm of the Sea of Lost Souls. Nature wields unparalleled power. He turned to observe the members of the pirate crew. Seasoned sailors all, who shared his apprehension. Inside the cabin, an eerie silence enveloped them. The only sounds were the occasional whispers of prayer and the muffled thuds of the storm-lashed field. Suddenly, Li Xiubai realized that two crew members were missing. Fei Xia, where are the captain and Carl? The captain and Carl are still up top, managing the field, Fei Xia replied, lowering his head. What? I must help. Boom. Before Li Xiubai could finish his sentence, the field lurched violently, sending the crew members crashing against the walls of the cabin. Boss, it's too dangerous, Fei Xia exclaimed, scrambling to restrain Li Xiubai, who was determined to rush back above deck. That it is precisely because it is dangerous that I must go up. If we cannot stabilize the ship, we are all doomed. Although Li Xiubai had little experience sailing, he understood that the stability of the field at that moment was a matter of life and death for everyone aboard. While others might be of no assistance, he, endowed with the power of water manipulation, could certainly help. Thus, Li Xiubai shook off Fei Xia's grip and dashed toward the deck. As he burst onto the deck, he was met with a scene that would be etched into his memory for eternity. The storm struck him like a series of colossal hammers, obliterating the last vestige of light from the sky. The world was engulfed in shades of gray. The field swayed like a bird with broken wings, struggling against the tempest. Above, thunder roared. The furious typhoon clashed with the storm, as if two divine hands sought to rend the very fabric of this somber world. Li Xiubai stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a breathtakingly terrifying sight. This surpassed any danger he had ever encountered in his life. In the face of nature, the concept of life and death became a trivial concern. Li Xiubai, what are you doing up here? Quickly return to the cabin, Carl shouted urgently from the other side. Captain Liebert gripped the helm tightly, ready to control the field's balance, while Carl stood beside him, continuously channeling energy into the ship's helm through a dark golden card adorned with the field's insignia. With the card's assistance, the field gained a modicum of its own power to withstand the impending cataclysm. Li Xiubai began to speak, but the sight before him rendered him speechless. Amidst the storm, a towering wave hundreds of meters high surged forth. The terrifying sight blotted out the sun, accompanied by an indescribable howl. In that moment, An unnameable fear surged within the hearts of all present. It transcended the fear of any adversary, sending shivers through their very souls. Perhaps this was the wrath of nature. On the deck, the three men gazed in horror at the distant wave, brimming with the power to annihilate. Should it crash upon the field, even if ancient relics remained unscathed, the crew within the cabin would surely perish. Fortunately, the wave had yet to reach the field that a thunderous crash reverberated. The world was left with a sound reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, followed by the violent force unleashed by the crashing wave. It swept through the ocean, almost toppling the field. Captain Liebert and Carl could no longer afford to concern themselves with Xiubai, their focus entirely on maneuvering the vessel. At that moment, a massive wave loomed over the ship, crashing down upon the two men. Without hesitation, Xiubai leaped forward, his hands enveloped in azure energy, forming a barrier to shield them. Boom! In less than a second, the barrier shattered under the immense wave's force. The three were hurled to the other side of the ship, feeling a searing pain in their chests. Yet, none paused to rest. They immediately scrambled back to the helm, continuing to navigate through the tumultuous sea. Boom! Another colossal wave surged forth. This time, Xiubai unleashed all his strength, but as the wave approached, its ferocious power shattered the barrier once more, sending the three crashing down again. However, this time, they were thrown a slightly shorter distance. Fall, rise, fall again, rise again. The three had lost count of how many times they had been tossed by the waves. Exhaustion, pain, they cast aside all else, fixating solely on one thought. The field must not be consumed by the sea. Xiubai stood resolutely at the forefront, shielding the others from the most ferocious initial wave. His clothes had long been torn apart, revealing his robust physique, now stained a bizarre crimson. That was the blood seeping from his wounds. Yet, despite this, he remained undaunted, his soaked black hair whipping wildly in the storm. Ha! Suddenly, Xiubai faced the surging waves, laughing uproariously, reveling in the chaos. Carl and Captain Liebert turned to him, bewildered, unable to comprehend how he could find amusement in such dire circumstances. Look, Xiubai pointed into the distance. The sky crackled with thunder, and the waves churned violently. The storm conjured countless water spouts that soared into the sky. In this gray world, an overwhelming sense of grandeur filled the air. This is the ocean. This is nature. This is the pinnacle of beauty, the most magnificent spectacle in the world. To witness such grandeur in one's lifetime is a profound privilege. Carl and Captain Liebert, having experienced the ocean's fury countless times, had long forgotten the pride of their first conquest. Yet at this moment, they slowly raised their heads to the heavens, their hearts swelling with a sense of boundless ambition. To contend with the heavens is a joy unparalleled. To battle the sea is a joy unparalleled. To confront nature is also a joy unparalleled. Ha! The field swayed wildly amidst nature's fury, while they reveled in its splendor. Both the field and its crew were brave souls embracing the natural world. This epic scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Another wave surged forth. Xiubai gradually bent his body, channeling all his strength into his fist. In the periphery, a shrunken version of the gray world seemed to materialize behind him. This is the water manipulation power I seek, not the softness of Tai Chi, nor the rigidity of Tai Chi. But rather, he had already grasped the true essence of water manipulation amidst the relentless waves. The azure energy erupted in a dazzling radiance, and a thunderous roar echoed. Tsunami. I am the tsunami. Xiubai slowly drew his right fist back to his waist, then swung it toward the encroaching wave with all his might. One punch. The wave calmed. The wind ceased. The ocean gradually returned to its tranquil state, and the somber sky began to dissipate. The thick clouds above parted, revealing a golden ray of light. Then, it pierced through the world, resembling a golden bridge spanning the sky, heralding the sun's emergence from behind the clouds. Sunlight once again bathed the ocean's surface. Dong, dong, dong. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the three exhausted individuals collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. At long last, they had endured. Yet, it was inconceivable that Xiubai's singular punch had quelled the tempest. His blow merely scattered the towering waves. The legendary might of one punch calming the storm, rendering the seas devoid of divine intervention, was far beyond his current capabilities. The cessation of the storm, perhaps it was nature's reward bestowed upon the brave. We have conquered the ocean. No, we have not conquered the ocean. Captain Libet and Carl spoke in unison. It is the ocean's leniency that has permitted our passage. Xiubai sat up, a slow smile gracing his lips. The two were momentarily taken aback, incredulous that someone who had never sailed could possess such profound insights. Now, I am more eager than ever for you to board this vessel. This sentiment is not my own, but rather a revelation from a remarkable adventurer named Alexander Doba. Xiubai shook his head, his heart swelling with boundless respect for the old gentleman that a superhuman, facing the ocean, felt such vulnerability. Yet Alexander Doba, with the physique of an ordinary man, had traversed the vast Pacific alone in a single boat. Such a feat transcended mere greatness. Is that so? I hope for the opportunity to meet this illustrious adventurer. Alas, that may prove difficult. Xiubai smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. At that moment, crew members surged from the cabin, hoisting the trio aloft, their jubilant cheers a testament to their reverence. In the subsequent hours, the field vessel seemed to have acquired a license to navigate the lost sea, encountering no further inclement weather. Months later, they finally reached the southern shore of the lost sea, preparing to enter the withered desert. Long ago, Xiubai had pondered why a desert would lie adjacent to the ocean. In truth, this was not an extraordinary phenomenon. Various reasons existed. For instance, the alternating control of the subtropical high-pressure belt and trade winds causes air currents to descend, hindering the condensation of moisture in the atmosphere, thus creating a desert climate. Cold currents, winds, and water could all contribute to the emergence of deserts beside the ocean. Simply put, when water moves, it carries substantial sediment that accumulates along the shore, while winds can cause secondary accumulation of sand and soil. Barton, you shall take charge of the ship while we remain on shore. If we have not returned in a month's time, it signifies our demise. Do as you see fit. Farewell. On the shore, Carl waved to the vessel. This venture into the withered desert would involve only Captain Libet, Carl, and Xiubai. Even the plump scorpion was left aboard. As they disembarked, Captain Libet and Carl had even entrusted their ship rings to Barton, indicating the formidable nature of the withered desert. Humph! Should you perish within, I shall undoubtedly retrieve your desiccated remains and showcase them across the world. Barton regarded Carl with a slight snort. Boss, Captain, Carl, please exercise utmost caution. If you cannot locate the shrine of Jumong, return without hesitation. There is no need to sacrifice your lives here. The plump scorpion stood by the ship's edge. A member of the Hurt-Un tribe, known as the Children of the Forest, felt profoundly uncomfortable in such a desert environment. What do you mean, Fat Scorpion? We are adventurers. Carl proudly patted his backpack. Once again embracing the title of adventurer. Fat Scorpion, guard the ship diligently until our return. Xiubai concluded, waving as he followed Captain Libet and Carl deeper into the withered desert. The withered desert. It is a perilous, forbidden zone on this planet, rivaling the lost sea in danger. This place devours countless adventurers from the southern sand realm and other worlds annually. The withered desert not only harbors the shrine of Jumong, but also conceals countless treasures. However, prior to this, no one had realized the shrine of Jumong was situated here. Why, then, does this place conceal such an abundance of treasures? The answer can be gleaned from a widely circulated saying in the southern sand realm. No matter where you are in the withered desert, if you hear the whisper of the wind, it is undoubtedly the lament of a bygone civilization. The withered desert, long ago, was not a desert, nor did it bear this name. It was the very heart of the southern sand realm civilization. It boasted the richest resources and the most fertile land, having once nurtured countless civilizations. Alas, Carl scooped up a handful of yellow sand, speaking softly that if the withered desert was once the epicenter of southern sand civilization, why has it transformed into its current state? Xiubai inquired with curiosity. Carl smiled faintly, releasing the sand to flow through his fingers. He continued to stride forward, leaving behind 3 words echoing in Xiubai's mind. Nuclear war. Upon hearing these words, Xiubai suddenly grasped why this place, despite its advanced technology, appeared decrepit and even shockingly backward. It had evidently endured nuclear conflict. Nuclear weapons, even in advanced civilizations, are indispensable tools. One must understand that even stars harness nuclear fusion to generate energy, and consider how formidable a conventional star can be. Take Xiubai's previous world, where the star was named the Sun, and the place he inhabited was called Earth. Earth is quite substantial, yet in the presence of the Sun, it is but an infant. At most an embryo. The Sun's diameter is approximately 1,392,000 kilometers, over 100 times that of Earth, with a volume 1.3 million times greater, and its mass is 330,000 times that of Earth. The Sun's energy arises from the nuclear fusion of hydrogen elements at its core, with the nuclear reaction zone extending to about 1/4 of its radius. Here, temperatures soar to 15 million degrees Celsius. With pressures equivalent to 300 million times that of Earth's atmosphere, the energy produced by the Sun each second equals the explosive force of 91 billion hydrogen bombs. Many ponder how to annihilate the Sun, not realizing that even if Earth were cast into the Sun, it would merely belch in response. Of course, at this stage, nuclear weapons cannot be compared to stars. Moreover, to fabricate a nuclear weapon rivaling stellar reactions, humanity must contemplate not theory, but the materials capable of enduring experimentation and production. Materials often pose the greatest challenge in scientific research. Hence, nuclear weapons are not instruments of primitive civilizations. They simply have yet to be fully developed. The transformation of the southern sand realm due to nuclear conflict falls within the realm of the ordinary. Carl, do you know where the Shrine of Jumong is located? Xiubai, not dwelling on the topic of nuclear war, turned to Carl with a question that I do not know. Carl shrugged, his response inciting an overwhelming desire to deliver a merciless beating. You don't know? Then what are you doing leading us aimlessly through the desert? Xiubai stormed forward, seizing Carl and demanding. They were superhumans, but not immortal. Besides, martial artists have a significant daily requirement for water and food. In a desert, where resources are scarce, martial artists are not much better off than ordinary people. If they knew the destination, they could make a swift journey to seize the treasure. Yet Carl claimed ignorance? Oh, come now. Don't be so hasty, since the spirit of the great adventurer has guided us here. It surely indicates we will find the Shrine of Jumong. Carl offered no resistance, allowing Xiubai to shake him, responding with indolent nonchalance. Xiubai found himself at a loss, unable to resort to violence against him. On the journey, it is advisable to refrain from utilizing biological energy. When confronted by adversaries, it is best to resolve the situation with firearms. Otherwise, should your stamina wane, I shall undoubtedly abandon you. Carl chuckled as he embraced Xiubai. Both the martial artist's biological energy and Xiubai's inner vitality necessitate the transformation of energy, which, in turn, originates from sustenance. Although Xiubai follows the path of refining essence into energy, he is not yet capable of drawing energy from the natural world. I am aware. With a sudden motion, Xiubai discarded Carl, who resembled a lifeless salted fish, onto the ground. Carl, unfazed, rose and nonchalantly adjusted his hair. Does he fear the desolate desert? Not at all. Carl understands better than anyone the terrors of the desolate desert, and he has no certainty of leaving it alive. Yet, knowing this, why would he risk his life to seek the Shrine of Jumong? Carl's gaze fell upon Captain Liebert, who limped ahead to eye in those deep, captivating peach blossom eyes. There was a palpable concern. Surely, the Shrine of Jumong must exist. If not, we shall have to seek the sacred tree in Hedden Forest. I hope the fat scorpion will not hold it against me. Soon, the trio welcomed their first night after entering the desolate desert. In the sweltering heat of the day, the dangers of the cold night are far more perilous, for it is during this time that the predators of the desert are most active. Creatures that survive in the desert are often exceedingly formidable and fearsome, especially in a desert that has endured nuclear war. Moreover, the unshielded sky of the desert night is vast and boundless. Initially, one might marvel at such beauty, deeming the journey worthwhile. Yet gradually, the immensity of the desert breeds a profound sense of human insignificance, and solitude accompanies every moment of the desert wanderers, until the heart succumbs to despair. Certainly, this solitude should not affect the three of them. Captain Liebert and Carl have drifted upon the sea for a lifetime, perpetually facing the vast ocean. As for Xiubai, his years of cultivation render him impervious to such influences. Their only concern is the predators that emerge from their lairs in search of sustenance as night descends. Bang! Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot shattered the silenced eye. In the distance, a faint crimson glow erupted, accompanied by the sound of a creature collapsing. Wow! What an impressive shot! I never expected you to excel in firearms as well as martial arts, Carl exclaimed in astonishment. American Iaido, nothing to boast about. I once ventured to a foreign land. Xiubai returned the gun to his waist, his expression momentarily pausing before he gently shook his head. They had not brought an excessive amount of heavy weaponry this time. Possessing merely 3 specially crafted handguns, 1 flamethrower, a few rocket launchers, and a handful of specialized grenades. Initially, there had been a Gatling gun and an anti-material sniper rifle among their arsenal. However, since they were here to seek treasure, not to wage war, there was no need for such overwhelming firepower. American Iato? Is that also a form of martial technique? Carl inquired with curiosity. One might say, so that if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Xiubai discarded the withered shrubs and some unknown plants onto the ground. The temperature in the desolate desert night plummets below freezing. Although they can withstand it, some stamina will be expended. Making a fire the best choice, no need. I am not fond of violence. You can keep watch during the first half of the night, and I shall take over for the latter half. Should anything arise, awaken us. After Carl kindled the fire, he comfortably nestled into his sleeping bag for Captain Liebert. He did not immediately rest. Instead, he sat by the fire, allowing its glow to illuminate his scarred visage. Lost in thought, Captain Liebert, may I ask you a question? Xiubai ventured, noticing that the other had not yet succumbed to slumber. Captain Liebert, fixated on the flames, emitted a faint sound from his nose. Are you a king-level martial artist? Xiubai inquired, curious as he had sensed no indication of Captain Liebert's strength. Even the fleeting glimpse of the Black Sea King had revealed a torrent of life energy within him. No, Captain Liebert shook his head, continuing, I am a stellar-level martial artist. Stellar level. Xiubai was taken aback. It was a realm he had not encountered before. Silverwing. Is the stellar level the next tier after the king level? What are the standards for reaching this stage? Apologies, Master. My database contains only information on king-level martial artists. The subsequent realms have not been uploaded by my creator, Silverwing replied. Hearing this, Xiubai felt a tinge of regret. However, the fat scorpion had once mentioned that martial artists are divided into 2 stages, king level and the beyond. Thus, the stellar level must undoubtedly surpass the king level, reaching the realm beyond. Yet, he wondered just how formidable such martial artists could be. Nonetheless, since Captain Liebert is a stellar-level martial artist, why did he not intervene when the Black Sea King attacked him and the others? You must be wondering why I did not intervene when the Black Sea King assaulted us. Correct? Captain Liebert raised his gaze to the starry sky, speaking slowly. Xiubai nodded in affirmation. Because I was injured, Captain Liebert turned to glance at the sleeping Carl, then slowly rolled up the cuff of his right pant leg. On his calf, there was a peculiar wound. Half of the muscle in his lower leg had vanished, enveloped in a dark blue glow that continued to spread throughout his body. Long ago, I encountered a strange creature. Its power equally peculiar, unlike any ability I had previously known. Its physical form, spirit, and energy reached a terrifying level. Normally, any system possesses its own weaknesses. For instance, martial artists falter in the mental aspect, mages in physicality, and mechanics in energy, making them inferior to other professions. There are almost no systems that are strong in every regard. Of course, Xiubai is an exception, as his cultivation method does not belong to this world. During my battle with it, I was wounded in my right leg, yet I also severely injured it. Initially, this matter should have ended there. However, I gradually discovered that the injury it inflicted upon me was imbued with a terrifying destructive force that is utterly incapable of healing. Moreover, as time passes, this force begins to gradually dismantle my entire body, Captain Liebert said, reaching to pull open his shirt. The dark blue energy had already spread to this area. Beneath the dark blue energy, the flesh appeared corpse-like and decayed. Xiubai lowered his gaze slightly, speaking in a solemn tone. Does everyone know about your injury? I have not informed them. Yet Carl, being astute, likely already knows. Previously, he inquired about the location of Hedden Forest. Captain Liebert replied, lifting his eyelids and speaking in a detached manner. This child? Indeed, while Carl may appear somewhat mature, he is merely 18 years old, Captain Liebert stated. Xiubai turned his head to regard the face of the middle-aged man. He looks like he's 18. I would believe it if you said he was 38. Captain, perhaps we should change the subject. You mentioned earlier that Carl asked about the location of Hedden Forest. Can the sacred tree heal your injuries? Xiubai's lips twitched slightly as he diverted the topic. Continuing on this line of conversation would not be particularly beneficial to him. It cannot heal my wounds. Captain Liebert's eyes displayed no emotional fluctuations. He had long since grown indifferent to his own life or death. He merely hoped to set a few matters in order before he departed this world. It cannot? Captain, though I have never seen the sacred tree, I have encountered its descendants. The IT should possess incredibly potent life energy and therefore should not be incapable of healing your injuries. When Fat Scorpion was 10 years old, I sent him back to Hedden Forest, where I had the fortune to witness the sacred tree. The life energy of the sacred tree is immensely powerful, yet in the face of such destructive energy. Captain Lieber shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. When Fei Xie was merely 10 years old, he was sent back to Hedden Forest. Xiubai paused in surprise, casting a puzzled glance at Captain Lieber. Could it be that Fei Xie did not grow up in Hedden Forest? During Fei Xie's infancy, Hedden Forest had not yet been sealed off from the outside world. He ventured out with his parents, only to fall victim to an attack by the Nansha Federation, where his parents were brutally slain, and he narrowly escaped death. I happened to pass by and rescued him. As he grew, I realized he was of Hedden lineage, and I returned him to his home. Yet, for reasons unknown, he later sneaked out again. And what of Carl? Xiubai asked. Lowering his gaze, he seemed to grasp why the crew held such profound respect for this seemingly fierce and taciturn captain. Carl. He should be the last scion of a certain civilization. When I encountered him, he and his kin were defending an ancient relic against the plundering of the Nansha Federation, before his kin perished. They entrusted Carl to me. Captain Lieber's eyes narrowed slightly, uncertain of the truth of his words. That relic, is it the field? No wonder. At times, Carl appears to understand the operation of the field better than Captain Lieber himself. It turns out, this vessel is a treasure of his civilization. Indeed, individuals like Barton, along with many others aboard, are, to varying extents, orphans who suffered the massacre inflicted by the Nansha Federation. They sailed with me from a tender age. As Captain Lieber spoke, a look of loathing flickered in his eyes, only to gradually fade, replaced by a hint of warmth upon his fierce countenance, reminiscent of past memories. Thus, do you comprehend why I so fervently desire your inclusion aboard the field? I can somewhat surmise. Xiubai lowered his head, avoiding the captain's gaze, aware that he could not provide a satisfactory answer. Over the years, I have traversed nearly the entirety of the Nansha realm. And though I have visited other star systems a few times, I have never encountered anyone as extraordinarily gifted as you. Though you have not spoken of it, I can sense that your path as a martial artist is one untraveled by predecessors, destined to unleash unparalleled potential and a remarkable future. Captain Lieber regarded Xiubai with admiration and appreciation in his eyes. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that you possess a kind disposition. Kindness? Xiubai exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his head. He had never considered himself a benevolent person. Many people hold a rather rigid definition of kindness. It is not merely about being good to others. It is a warmth intertwined with resilience. Captain Lieber smiled faintly. Gazing intently into Xiubai's eyes, I have observed that when you exhibit closeness towards Fei Xie, Carl, Barton, Waken, and the other crew members, you always deliberately veil it with a layer of indifference and aloofness. Yet this is not the emotion you truly wish to convey. It merely serves as your armor. I am unaware of your past experiences and will refrain from uttering words of shared understanding. For without experiencing it, one can never genuinely empathize. I merely wish to convey that perhaps you should attempt to shed that armor, to truly open your heart and embrace the world around you. In doing so, you may find a semblance of spiritual redemption. Perhaps, spiritual redemption, Xiubai murmured, his expression subtly shifting. Take it. Captain Lieber extended his hand, energy swirling around the azure bracelet on his wrist, with a clang. A crystalline, translucent azure spear, as if imbued with the essence of the sea, materialized in his grasp. Captain, Xiubai gazed at the azure spear, hesitating to speak. I indeed require a formidable individual aboard, one who can continue to protect this group of children after my demise. Yet equally, in my eyes, you remain but a child. Entrusted to you is not to burden you with responsibility, nor to bind you to the ship out of guilt. You and Fei Xie, Carl, and the others are friends. Regardless of whether you ultimately join the crew, you will always be friends. Accept it, be it as a friend or as a crew member, and lend your hand to them in times of crisis. In that moment, Captain Lieber was no longer the fierce and silent legendary pirate, but rather an elderly man, Yearning to see his descendants safe, Xiubai slowly reached out, grasping the azure spear, a surge of energy instantly coursing through him. The flowing energy emanated a genuine sense of joy, even its movement accelerating several-fold. I understand now. Rest assured, I shall never stand by and watch them fall into peril. You need not worry too much. I have heard that Xiubai is the legendary, ancient god of spring and wood. Perhaps within the Xiubai temple, there exists a treasure capable of healing your wounds. Xiubai held the azure spear, channeling his energy to revert it to a bracelet, which he donned on his right wrist. This azure spear, an ancient relic belonging to the captain of the combat team aboard the field, was forged from materials and techniques unknown, extending a full 3 meters in its release state, yet shrinking down to the size of a bracelet when retracted. It bore some resemblance to mechanical folding technology, yet lacked any mechanical structures within, appearing as though crafted through ancient forging methods. Perhaps you should get some rest. I shall keep watch. Captain Lieber shook his head. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries and harbored no hope for healing. Very well. Xiubai understood that Captain Lieber was tormented by his injuries and unable to sleep. Thus he did not refuse. Maintaining a good state was essential to confront the battles that could arise at any moment. Morning broke. Captain Lieber awakened Xiubai, then laid down in the sleeping bag beside Karl, feigning slumber. Although Karl had guessed the severity of his injuries, he remained unaware that they had escalated to a point of constant torment. Captain Lieber did not wish to unduly worry Karl. This was the first time Xiubai chose not to practice in the evening after arriving at this place, instead enjoying a comfortable sleep. Perhaps it was the presence of a trustworthy elder keeping watch that allowed Xiubai to sleep soundly. He stood up, stretching leisurely. The desert morning was not as oppressively hot under the blazing sun as midday, nor as chillingly cold and treacherous as night. He gazed across the boundless expanse of yellow sands, illuminated by the dawn. It appeared as though cloaked in a golden veil. A gentle, cool breeze swept through, and the undulating dunes sparkled with mineral crystals, resembling countless radiant lines dancing in the air. It was akin to the flowing hair of a desert beauty beneath the veil. The wind meandered freely through the desert, gliding over the dunes, producing a faint whispering sound. Xiubai suddenly recalled a widely circulated saying. Perhaps this was the lost civilization extending its morning greetings to him. He exhaled slowly, gazing at the beauty that was utterly distinct from any other moment, feeling a sense of serenity wash over him. Subsequently, Xiubai approached Karl and roused him from his slumber. Why is it morning already? Did you not say to wake me during the latter half of the night? Karl, still bleary-eyed, sat up, suddenly realizing it was indeed morning. I saw you sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bring myself to wake you. Xiubai replied with a straight face, quietly telling a fib. Oh my darling, you truly touch my heart. Please do not do this again. It pains me. Karl emerged from the sleeping bag, leaning against Xiubai's broad chest, speaking in a teasing tone. However, before he could finish his words, he was playfully shoved into the sand. Wipe your eye boogers and saliva, then keep your distance from me. Xiubai flicked his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. This fellow has grown increasingly cheeky since becoming familiar. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Just say it. Why resort to violence? Karl rose to his feet, spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of sand, before going to awaken Captain Liebert. The trio, not ones for pretentiousness, did not squander their precious water resources on washing in the desert. They simply rubbed their faces and continued deeper into the desiccated wasteland. Shortly after their departure, a grotesque, bloodied figure, caked in grit, slithered into the camp. Pi, I have found you. The creature from that port has crossed the lost sea and followed us here. Meanwhile, in various directions of the barren desert, numerous vessels had arrived at the shore. Among these arrivals, one group had disembarked from the vicinity of the field. Remarkably, they had arrived in an aircraft. It is worth noting that under the harsh weather conditions of the lost sea, almost no aircraft could traverse it. The very fact that they succeeded indicates an extraordinary level of technological prowess. The aircraft slowly opened, revealing 3 figures clad in mechanical battle armor. Their armor was unlike that worn by the enforcers who had previously captured Xiubai. Nor did it resemble the standard battle suits of the Southern Sand Federation. It was far more advanced, far more formidable. Just by observing, one could sense the dangerous aura emanating from them. These individuals were not natives of the Southern Sand Realm. Captain, there are some natives over there. Should we eliminate them? One of the team members, whose bulky armor was outfitted with numerous heavy weaponry, inquired. The individual referred to as the captain wore a silver suit of armor, with a similarly silver mechanical long rifle slung across his back. He glanced at the natives aboard the field, shaking his head slightly. Conserve energy. Our objective this time is to recover the data lost on this planet and see if we can locate the remnants of the civilization known as Longxia. Though this place is backward, we are but 3 in number. We should strive to avoid drawing the attention of the local civilization. Baoxiong, your armor is equipped with excessive firepower. It will hinder your movements. Remain here to guard the ship. Should anyone dare approach, eliminate them immediately. Understood, Captain. Xiubai Lan, scout for any anomalies within a 2,000-meter radius. Yes, Captain. The team member dubbed Xiubai Lan appeared somewhat slender, with a purplish-black sniper rifle slung across her back, suggesting she was female. Then let us set forth. With that, the captain and Xiubai Lan swiftly entered the desert, leaving Baoxiong to stand guard. Meanwhile, aboard the field, Barton and the others warily observed Baoxiong. Barton, it seems these individuals are also headed for the desiccated desert. Should we send someone in to warn the captain and the boss? Fei Xie voiced his concern. Glancing towards the barren wasteland. No, Barton shook his head. The desiccated desert is too vast. Conventional trackers cannot monitor distances of that magnitude. There are no mechanics aboard to launch a satellite belonging to the Dead Hand pirate crew. Furthermore, even if we had a satellite, it may not be effective, as many civilizations buried within the desert possess operational technological devices. The energy emitted by these devices significantly interferes with various tracking systems. Thus, Xiubai and his group did not bring trackers. Sending someone into the desiccated desert recklessly would not only fail to locate them, but could also cost them their lives. Trust the captain and his crew. Besides, the desiccated desert is so expansive that the captain may not even encounter these individuals. At this moment, the trio within the desiccated desert remained unaware of the numerous explorers that had arrived from the outside. Even if they did know, they would have no inclination to pay them any heed, for they were confronting a colossal crisis. Xiubai, tell me honestly, have you been cursed by the sea and the desert? Carl gazed into the distance at the approaching dark realm, his voice trembling. Not only he, but even Xiubai himself found it peculiar that it was one thing to encounter storms in the Lost Sea, a place notorious for such phenomena. However, the storm they faced was exponentially stronger than a typical tempest. Now, having arrived in the desert, they were confronted with a black sandstorm that others might never experience in a lifetime. The ferocity appeared to be several times that of a conventional black sandstorm. What the hell is going on? Am I truly cursed? Stop rambling. We need to think of a solution. Xiubai spoke urgently, realizing that there was no vessel like the field to absorb the brunt of the pressure this time. Calm down, calm down. Carl remained composed, pulling a chicken leg from his backpack. What the hell are you doing? Get a grip, Xiubai exclaimed, swatting the chicken leg away and grabbing Carl by the collar. Wrong item, wrong item. Carl snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a device resembling an umbrella from his bag. Use this to dig into the ground, as deep as possible. With that, he dashed to retrieve the chicken leg. Mumbling about not wasting food, Xiubai took the device, placing the umbrella-like portion on the sand and pressing the button on the handle. A low hum filled the air as the machine gradually started, spinning faster and faster, rapidly clearing the sand on either side while boring downwards. However, this contraption could only dig a pit of just over a meter in depth. Beyond that, the vibrations would cause the sand to collapse back, and a meter is utterly useless. Xiubai turned to face the overwhelming black sandstorm that bore down upon them, a force capable of sweeping away sand for over 10 meters without a second thought. Reluctantly, he channeled his internal energy to form a barrier, shielding against the falling sand as he continued to dig deeper. After digging another meter or two, the device abruptly lost power and ceased spinning. Xiubai looked at Carl, who sheepishly scratched his head. Maybe it ran out of energy after being on too long. You activate the mechanical energy space. Activating mechanical energy space. The world before him shifted continuously, ultimately transforming into an endless abyss of darkness. Mechanical energy space activation successful. Silver wing. Activate body control. Understood, master. Xiubai regained control of his body. In this mode, he could manipulate his physical form within the mechanical energy space. However, entering this mode would alter the flow of time within the consciousness space. creating a discrepancy with the external world. Analyze the components of this device, then reactivate it using mechanical energy. Analyzing. Analysis complete. As Silverwing's voice faded, it immediately channeled Xiubai's internal mechanical energy into the device. With the infusion of mechanical energy, the device sprang back to life, spinning rapidly once more. Moreover, due to the enhancement from mechanical energy, its power surged beyond its original capacity. The debris flung away by the device's velocity struck Xiubai like bullets. Suddenly, the device seemed to collide with something solid, causing sparks to fly in every direction. It then shook violently, emitting black smoke before coming to a halt. Now, it was genuinely broken. Though the black sandstorm had yet to arrive, its howling could already be heard from afar. Countless grains of yellow sand danced in the air, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. It was certain that when the black sandstorm descended, the world would be engulfed in complete darkness. Xiubai had no desire to experience the ocean's fury only to be met with the desert's wrath. Hurry, get down. Captain Lieber and Carl hastily tore a piece of fabric to cover their mouths and noses before leaping down. The opening was sufficiently large. Ordinarily, 3 adult men carrying backpacks would not feel cramped. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Xiubai and Captain Lieber did not possess the physique typical of adult men. Both were martial artists. Captain Lieber, despite his injuries and age, had muscular build but was not overly developed. In stark contrast, Xiubai had honed his body to a state of supreme perfection in terms of strength, speed, resilience, and physique. This led to Carl getting wedged between him and Captain Lieber as he jumped down. Left with no choice, the trio quickly shed their backpacks, allowing Carl to hold his above his head, thus barely accommodating them. What followed was a surrender to fate. After Xiubai finished speaking, he dispersed his internal energy barrier, then thrust one hand forward, delivering a powerful punch against the sandy wall. Boom! The granules swiftly buried the pit, plunging the world into darkness and rendering breathing an arduous task. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Gradually, the piercing whistling subsided, and the desert returned to a state of tranquility. Master, the black sandstorm has passed. Upon hearing Silverwing's voice, Xiubai slowly opened his eyes and exited his meditative state. He propped himself against the ground, watching as yellow sand flowed away from his body. Upon standing, he realized both Captain Lieber and Carl were nowhere to be found. A wave of concern washed over him, mingled with a sense of relief. After digging a pit nearly 8 or 9 meters deep, it had been blown into such disarray by the black sandstorm. Had they remained above ground, they would have likely melded with the desert by now. Captain, Carl, Xiubai called out loudly, scanning the desolate expanse around him. Suddenly, from a distant sand mound, a figure shook off the sand and slowly stood up. It was Captain Lieber, though injured, as a martial artist. His physique was significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person, ensuring he had not perished in the black sandstorm. Xiubai, where is Carl? Captain Lieber approached unsteadily, his eyes filled with urgency. I don't know. I haven't seen him. Xiubai shook his head, continuing to search the surroundings while calling out Carl's name. That moment, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. Looking down, he discovered it was Carl's face, with a half-eaten drumstick still clenched in his mouth. Captain, Carl is here. Xiubai quickly dug Carl out of the sand and expended some of his water-based internal energy to heal him. Cough, cough. After a while, Carl slowly regained consciousness, staring blankly at the sky before turning to Xiubai and Captain Lieber, his eyes gradually regaining their spark. Hey. Cough, cough. I saved our supplies. Xiubai was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look, feeling a mix of emotion and speechlessness. You might as well see for yourself what you managed to save. Huh. Carl turned to see that he was clutching 2 shoulder straps of a backpack. As for the backpack itself, it had long since vanished. Cough, cough, cough. Where's my backpack? My enormous backpack. Carl sprang up, scanning the area frantically. Forget the backpack. Let's see what lies ahead, Xiubai said nonchalantly. In the distance, a structure brimming with technological essence re-emerged in the wake of the black sandstorm. The hard object previously unearthed was merely a portion extending from this building. The 3 of them strode towards the structure. But the door's opening mechanism had long lost its power. The door, composed of unknown materials, exhibited various degrees of damage due to the ravages of time. Boom. Xiubai punched the door, only to leave a slight dent. At such a level of degradation, It still possessed remarkable hardness. It was hard to imagine how formidable this building must have been in its prime. Xiubai extended his hand, and a cerulean spear materialized instantly. With a single thrust, the sharp tip pierced through the door. "Let us proceed." Xiubai widened the opening and stepped into the building. Captain Lieber followed closely behind, while Carl remained outside, gazing thoughtfully at the indistinct silver dragon emblem above the door. Why does that seem vaguely familiar? I feel like I've seen this insignia in a book somewhere. Carl scratched his head, but unable to recall, he eventually gave up and bent down to enter the building. The interior of the structure was exceedingly spacious, devoid of any furnishings, as if it had been constructed merely for amusement. The trio looked around but found nothing of use. Could there be a mechanism? Carl ventured forth, exploring the walls with his hands. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire building emitted the sound of mechanical operation, and a red light began to glow where Carl's palm rested. Scanning. B. Detection. A. Identity mismatch. B. Eliminate. Clang, clang, clang. The walls around them began to open, revealing numerous menacing weaponry systems that slowly extended from within. "Carl!" Xiubai shouted through gritted teeth. Carl offered an awkward smile and said, "Sorry, I had no idea this would happen. Let's hurry and run while it hasn't activated." "What else can we do?" Xiubai retorted, exasperated. Had the building's many mechanisms not been aged, Carl would have triggered their activation the instant he touched them, and they would have likely been riddled with bullets by now. The trio dared not linger, sprinting towards the entrance. "Wait, Master. I believe I've encountered similar systems in my memory database. If you return and use mechanical energy to access its interior, I shall see if I can disable it." Memory database? Upon hearing Silverwing's voice, Xiubai halted and turned back. "The memory database stores records of all events since my inception, unlike the data bank, which is where I upload and store knowledge." Silverwing explained. Xiubai nodded, placing his hand on the red light, allowing mechanical energy to surge within. Analyzing. Comparing with memory database. Retrieval complete. Modifying target program definition. In progress. Xiubai. Hurry up and go. Carl, who had reached the door, suddenly realized Xiubai had not followed. He turned back, his heart racing with anxiety. Modification successful. Buzz. The mechanical systems ceased operation, retracting back into the walls. With a resounding thud, the central floor of the building emitted an unpleasant grinding noise as it slowly shifted aside. Shortly thereafter, an elevator rose from within. "What? Xiubai, what is happening? What did you do?" Carl stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. "Perhaps it is simply that fate does not wish for me to perish here." Xiubai chuckled, stepping into the elevator. "Nonsense. If anyone is to be handsome, it should be me. Now tell me, how did you manage this?" Carl exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before running back. Captain Lieber smiled and shook his head, leaning on his cane as he followed. It seemed that Xiubai had taken his previous words to heart and was beginning to open up. Once inside the elevator, Carl continued to bombard Xiubai with questions about what had transpired. However, Xiubai refrained from explaining, instead communicating with Silverwing. "Master, the defense protocols employed by this building have long been obsolete. An MY creator had once tested this program on me, and that event remains in my memory database. Now, I have gained control over most of the building. Levels 1 to 4 are designated as rest areas, levels 5 to 7 for supplies, levels 8 to 11 are research laboratories, and level 12 houses the main computer. You may choose any level from 1 to 12. And I will operate the elevator to take you there, but I recommend heading to level 12 first." Level 12? Why? While rewriting the defense system and gaining control, I encountered resistance. This should be a retaliatory data attack conducted by another intelligent entity. The 12th floor is likely the location of the main computer, where the building's intelligence is most probably situated. From its resistance, I can ascertain that its capabilities are not particularly formidable. Once I locate its carrier, I can directly seize its database and memory storage. Thus, you will be privy to all matters concerning this edifice, along with any remaining research documentation. Excellent. Quite audacious. I like it. Let us proceed to the 12th floor. Upon finishing his statement, Xiubai activated the elevator, which immediately sprang to life. "What is happening? Help." Carl was startled and leapt onto Xiubai. Bang! Xiubai effortlessly executed a shoulder throw, slamming Carl onto the elevator floor. "It's merely the elevator starting up. No need for such alarm." How could you be a survivor of an ancient civilization? The elevator descended and came to a halt at the 12th level. Amidst the grinding sounds, the elevator doors slowly opened, and upon witnessing the scene outside, Xiubai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Holy cow! Before him stood a colossal computer, towering at 7 or 8 meters in height. Its body intermittently flickering with a faint luminescence. Silverwing, are you certain you can seize this contraption? Master, rest assured, possessing a powerful data carrier will indeed enhance the intelligence's capabilities. However, it is ultimately a relic of the past. Before me, it is utterly weak. Hearing Silverwing's unwavering confidence, Xiubai no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the control panel, dark gray energy erupting forth and surging directly into the massive computer's interior. The two intelligences engaged in a lopsided data battle within the virtual realm. Xiubai, what are you doing? You can operate such machinery? Carl inquired, somewhat perplexed. For a moment, Xiubai was at a loss for words. To assert that he could was misleading, as this device was unlike any computer he had ever known. He could not even find the power button. To deny his ability would require him to keep his hand on the control panel, which appeared rather peculiar. After contemplating for a moment, he decided against attempting to explain. Clearing his throat, he said, I am resonating with it. Yes, resonating. Once I achieve resonance, I will discern the true nature of this structure. Do you expect me to believe that? Carl, not one to be easily fooled, could not possibly accept such a far-fetched claim. Moreover, Xiubai was evidently a martial artist. Where would a martial artist acquire the capability to resonate with machinery? Suddenly, the energy transfer intensified for a brief moment before vanishing entirely. Master, I have returned. There is nothing particularly useful in its database, but within the memory storage lies something that even some advanced civilizations would covet. Do you wish for me to directly transfer this memory into your energy space? No. Could you play it back directly? I find myself in a rather awkward situation. Xiubai hastily replied, wishing to keep his identity as a mechanic concealed for the time being. Very well. Upon Silverwing's words, a holographic screen materialized from the control panel. In the upper right corner of the display, there were characters unfamiliar to Xiubai. At the center of the screen stood an individual clad in a research protective suit. The current date is year 7458 of the Star C calendar, January 17th, 4:00 a.m. Dark Energy Transportation Formula, 155996 Teach Human Trial. After stating this, the researcher stepped out of the frame, revealing an experimental table behind him, upon which lay a bound man. Xiubai. What is this? What is he saying? Carl asked in bewilderment, while Captain Libert displayed a similar expression of confusion. Xiubai paused momentarily, then realized that the translation device operates by detecting the brainwaves emitted by a person while speaking. Since the individual on the holographic screen could not be detected for brainwaves, translation was naturally impossible. He could understand it due to Silverwing's assistance in translation. Helplessly, he began to relay the information to Carl and Captain Libert. You actually understand this language? Hiss. Wait, you're 7458 of the Star C calendar? ISNT that over 6,000 years ago? Over 6,000 years. Xiubai's eyes widened in shock. Yes, we are located in the Nesha realm star, which belongs to the divine eternal star domain, and the divine eternal star system is governed by the Z9783 Cosmic Tribunal. The year the Z9783 Cosmic Tribunal was established in the divine eternal star domain is referred to as the first year of the Star C calendar. As for now, it is already year 13748 of the Star C calendar, meaning this building was erected 6,000 years ago. After Carl finished speaking, he suddenly fell into deep thought, as if recalling something significant. I remember now. Remember what? Xiubai and Captain Libert exchanged glances, both puzzled by the inquiry. Carl's expression turned grave as he spoke. Just now, I noticed a silver dragon emblem outside the door. At the time, it seemed familiar, but I couldn't recall where I had seen it before. Now I remember. It was during the invasion of our planet by the Silver Empire 6,000 years ago. That silver dragon is the insignia of their civilization. Previously, when Xiubai inquired about the Erango Kingdom and the Longxia civilization, Carl had mentioned that long ago, an extraterrestrial civilization descended upon this planet, initiating an invasion and massacre. That civilization was the Silver Empire. But wait, Xiubai, how do you understand the language of the Silver Empire? Carl looked at him with suspicion. In that instant, Xiubai revealed the unwavering resilience cultivated through years of martial arts training. His expression remained unchanged as he subtly showcased the translation bracelet he had forgotten to remove since emerging from the Black Sea abyss. The translation it provides. Yours cannot? No, could it be that my translation bracelet, being from the Black Sea abyss and manufactured by the Federation, has recorded the language of the Silver Empire? Xiubai feigned contemplation before speaking. Is that so? Carl nodded, still feeling something was amiss, but choosing not to delve deeper. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Xiubai was a Longxia person. He could not possibly be from the Silver Empire. The Silver Empire had a distinct characteristic. Their eyes, hair, or skin exhibited a silvery hue. Having spent so much time with Xiubai, if he were from the Silver Empire, it would have been impossible not to notice. It must be so. Let us continue watching. After Xiubai spoke, everyone turned their attention back to the holographic screen. Within the display, the researcher was conducting various data adjustments on the bound man. Phew, Xiubai secretly let out a sigh of relief, but soon his anxiety resurfaced. If the technology of the Silver Empire reached such heights 6,000 years ago, what about now? If the Silver Empire were to launch another attack on the Nansha Federation, Master, once a civilization develops to a certain extent, it becomes exceedingly difficult to make breakthroughs. Furthermore, within the cosmos, advanced civilizations deliberately suppress the technological progression of lower civilizations. Sometimes, a civilization may remain stagnant for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years without advancing their existing technology. 6,000 years is not particularly long in the grand scheme of civilization's history. Moreover, the current Nansha Federation has already gained recognition from the Cosmic Tribunal, making it impossible for the Silver Empire to declare war at will. Otherwise, they would face the Tribunal's sanctions. Therefore, you need not worry about this. Silverwing reassured him. Xiubai nodded slightly, understanding that his concern was not unfounded. After all, the world he once inhabited was entirely different from this one. With differing worldviews, the manner in which one contemplates matters can vary greatly. In his previous world, 6,000 years would be perceived as an exceedingly long time. Yet within the context of this world's civilization, 6,000 years barely qualifies as infancy. Suddenly, anguish screams erupted from the holographic display. The individual being experimented on grotesquely expanded and then contracted in the eyes of the onlookers, repeatedly inflating and deflating until, with a violent explosion, he burst apart, scattering blood and flesh across the floor. The researchers moved forward, silently documenting various data points. Subsequently, another individual was ushered in. This time, a child. The outcome mirrored that of the man. Countless individuals were thrust into the laboratory, and their fates culminated in the same harrowing cycle of painful inflation, contraction, and explosive demise. Even though the researchers' expressions were concealed by protective gear, the chilling indifference emanating from them was palpable to all present. They exhibited no concern for the lives of these individuals, relentlessly conducting inhumane experiments. This was solely because these people were not from the Silver Empire, but from the South Sand Realm. These accursed invaders. How dare they treat our ancestors in such a manner? Carl clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding as he glared at the luminous screen. Xiubai also furrowed his brow deeply. His homeland had once suffered the same fate at the hands of a cruel and inferior race. Thus, despite not being from the South Sand Realm, he could empathize that in the progression of civilization, the initiation of aggression against other civilizations is inevitable, but it is not unreasonable to commence war for the advancement of civilization. However, this is no justification for any civilization to unleash primal instincts, slaughter, or torture innocent civilians. This marked the 150,000th experiment concerning the dark energy formula, which signified that 150,000 innocent individuals from the South Sand Realm had been captured by the Silver Empire and ruthlessly slain as test subjects. And this was merely one base among countless others on the entire South Sand Realm. Silverwing, why must you make me witness these atrocities? Perhaps sensing Xiubai's emotional turmoil, Silverwing hastily deactivated the screen. Apologies. Master, I merely wish to inform you that this base has been the site of numerous scientific experiments. These experiments targeted technological projects that lower civilizations were barred from accessing by higher civilizations, many of which yielded certain results for the Silver Empire of Europe. For instance, dark energy, utilized not only by advanced mechanical engineers, but also as one of the fundamental components of the universe. It possesses immense power and potential for growth, with many advanced technologies relying on its assistance for composition and propulsion. So, does this imply that the Silver Empire had already derived the formula for dark energy and stored it in this base? Xiubai inquired. Indeed. Furthermore, I have also discovered the presence of neutron storms. Silverwing stated slowly. Neutron storms? What are they? Neutron storms are among the few star-destroying weapons in the universe that are permanently banned from use. They can enhance the mass of a star, leading to its internal collapse. Activating the electrons and protons within the star's atomic nucleus causes a neutron accumulation, transforming the star into a neutron star. Ultimately, by directing neutron radiation from the neutron star, all life within the target star system can be utterly annihilated. This is the neutron storm, one of the most terrifying star-destroying weapons known in the universe. What makes it even more dreadful is that the core manufacturing formula is not particularly difficult to develop for many capable civilizations. The Silver Empire has already mastered the neutron storm. Xiubai was utterly astounded. If they had indeed mastered the neutron storm, how had Longxiao managed to withstand the might of the Silver Empire? They did not, for while research on neutron storms had made progress, it had not been entirely successful. Moreover, the majority of the technologies at this base were not fully grasped by the Silver Empire. What do you mean? Xiubai inquired, somewhat perplexed. They had developed it, but not mastered it. I analyzed the memories within that intelligent core and deduced that the Silver Empire of that time must have encountered a critical situation during their withdrawal, failing to take the data from here. They likely utilized the technology to conceal the base, intending to return for extraction, but for reasons unknown, they never came back. As time passed, the energy reserves dwindled, and the base could no longer maintain its cloaking technology, gradually being buried beneath the sands. Thus, it is highly probable that the current Silver Empire does not possess these scientific achievements, Silverwing speculated. Hearing this, Xiubai felt a slight relief in his heart. By the way, Silverwing, since this base has existed for 6,000 years, why has its energy not yet been depleted? This is one of the Silver Empire's scientific accomplishments. They developed a device capable of preserving energy for extended periods, minimizing its automatic consumption. According to estimations, it should require another 1,000 years to be entirely exhausted. However, Master, we have activated the base's startup device. Its energy is depleting rapidly, and it will soon be completely drained. Prior to that, I advise you to head immediately to the research laboratories on levels 8 to 11 to extract the research data. The Intelligent Core's database did not include this data. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Upon hearing this, Xiubai hurriedly pulled the bewildered Captain Lebert and Carl towards the elevator. Meanwhile, outside the base, two figures appeared. Captain, is that building over there the research base constructed by our ancestors? Violet pointed towards the distant structure, her tone imbued with excitement. Indeed. The captain nodded, his battle armor's visor retracting to reveal a face with silver hair and silver eyes. Even his skin was silver. How is it exposed? After so many years, could it have been no? If the South Sand Realm had obtained our ancestors' research data, they wouldn't still be so weak. The base must have surfaced due to the recent sandstorm. The captain shook his head and spoke. That's a relief. Back then, our ancestors came to this planet to aid the natives in their development, but were invaded by a civilization called Longxiao. Our ancestors, unwilling to cause too much slaughter, kept retreating. Yet, unexpectedly, Longxiao seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, driving our ancestors away and initiating colonization of this planet. It is truly infuriating, Violet exclaimed in anger. Indeed, within this base lies the Silver Emperor I Intelligent Core, which was purchased from the Isle of Extraordinary Mechanisms. Its database and memory banks should contain records from that time. With these records, we can submit a war proposal to the Cosmic Tribunal and avenge our ancestors. The captain nodded affirmatively. It is a pity that the civilization known as Longxiao plundered the resources and then abandoned this planet, leaving only a portion of their people to continue colonizing the natives. These natives are no better, as they chose to develop alongside their former colonizers. Even if we seek revenge, it can only be partial. I truly hope that one day we can encounter the civilization known as Longxiao in the cosmos and settle all scores for our ancestors. Violet said through gritted teeth. That day will come. Master, two individuals have arrived outside. They appear to be from the Silver Empire. Silverwing suddenly interjected from the elevator. The holographic screen then illuminated, and Xiubai focused his gaze upon seeing the silver-haired, silver-eyed, and silver-skinned individuals. His heart skipped a beat. Why did they come now, of all times? Their arrival is undoubtedly to reclaim the research data left behind. And if they discover the three of us? A battle is inevitable. Although Captain Lebert is a stellar-level martial artist, he is gravely injured and at less than 10% of his strength. Should he engage, it would only exacerbate his injuries. As for Carl, Xiubai truly did not perceive any combat capability in him. This means that the burden of this confrontation falls solely on me, facing two adversaries. Yet, looking at the mechanical armor worn by the opposing figures, he did not feel optimistic about his chances. Captain Lebert, Carl, individuals from the Silver Empire have arrived outside, likely here to reclaim the base. Combat is unavoidable. You both head to the 6th floor to search for firepower equipment, while I will proceed to destroy all data in this base. We cannot allow them to take it back. On the 9th floor, the elevator halted, and Xiubai immediately made his decision, speaking to the two before charging into the experimental area, the Silver Empire. Carl and Captain Lebert's pupils constricted sharply as they gritted their teeth in anger. After witnessing the inhumane human experiments just moments ago, they were already filled with rage towards the Silver Empire. Now, they have delivered themselves right to our doorstep. The two ascended in the elevator towards the 6th floor, where firepower equipment was stored. Silverwing, can you control the defensive systems to hinder them? Yes, Master. I have already activated the self-destruct mechanism through the intelligent core below. Before the Silver Empire breaches our defenses, we can still extract one piece of scientific technology. Extract the dark energy formula. Xiubai gritted his teeth and ultimately opted for the dark energy formula. Among all the scientific achievements within this base, the most invaluable, without a doubt, were the dark energy formula and the neutron storm. The research on the neutron storm had not been entirely successful, making the dark energy formula the superior choice. Ahead lay Laboratory 917. On the surface, as the two approached the entrance of the base, their expressions suddenly changed. Captain, it seems someone has infiltrated the base. Judging by the marks on the door, they must have entered not long ago. You keep watch outside. I will handle them. Upon finishing his statement, the captain forcefully smashed open the door and strode inside. Tat 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 tat. Boom! As he stepped inside, the activated firepower devices on the walls immediately unleashed a torrent of fire upon him. Silverblade, activate the electromagnetic shield. The captain extended his right hand, gradually forming an electromagnetic field shield. All bullets and microgrenades were diverted by the shield, unable to inflict any harm upon him. Master, I have detected that Silver Emperor 1 has vanished. The individual who entered this base likely possesses brain technology. I am attempting to regain control of the base. The captain nodded, standing firm as he absorbed the firepower with his shield. It was not that he was unwilling to advance. Rather, the activation of his armor's shield rendered him immobile. Although the armor was robust, it would inevitably sustain some minor damage under such firepower. Uncertainty loomed about what might transpire next. He had to maintain the armor in optimal condition. Meanwhile, underground, as Xiubai extracted the dark energy formula, he received a reminder from Silverwing. Master, the individuals outside are attempting to seize control from me using brain technology. Can you resolve it? Certainly. They have yet to determine my existence. Their suspicion arises merely from the demise of Silver Emperor 1. I am currently setting a trap for them within the information network. Unfortunately, the creator deleted the virus code from my database. I am now reverse engineering it through the virus defense system. As soon as they fall into my virus-laden trap, I can induce a brief state of logical disarray. Silverwing's voice carried a sly undertone, reflecting its increasing intelligence. Well done, Xiubai responded with a cunning smile. In a short while, Silverwing's voice rang out again. Master, that artificial intelligence has fallen for the trap. It is likely under the impression that I am quite weak. The dark energy formula has also been completed ahead of schedule. However, it is only the core formula. To produce the complete formula, you will need to prepare numerous devices. Only the core formula. Never mind. This is sufficient for now. We can discuss the requirements later. Let us find a way to escape this place. Xiubai paused for a moment, then ceased his contemplation and boarded the elevator to locate Captain Lebert and Carl. The firepower devices gradually ceased, and the captain deactivated the shield. Master, the opponent indeed possesses brain technology and is attempting to set a trap to make me believe it is non-existent. However, it is too weak. I have forcefully breached the trap and gained control of the entire base. Yet, it seems they are aware of our presence and have activated the self-destruct mechanism, without the shutdown code from the original researchers. The self-destruct sequence will be irreversible. What? Can you deduce the code? The captain exclaimed anxiously that if the base is destroyed, not only will the truth of that era remain concealed, but the invaluable data left by our predecessors will also be lost. The hope for the rise of the Silver Empire will. Yes, but time is running out. Master, you must evacuate now. The destructive force of the base's self-destruction will severely damage the armor. At that moment, an elevator began to ascend slowly. The captain looked up, fury igniting in his eyes. Black hair, black eyes. A Longxia person. Damn Longxia people. What you did to our predecessors was unforgivable, and now you destroy their hard work. I will kill you. What nonsense are you spouting? Carl scoffed, raising the rocket launcher in his hands. Boom. Amid the explosion, flames engulfed the captain's figure. The intense heat and wind pressure surged towards the three. Xiubai positioned himself protectively in front of the two, gripping his right hand downward, and the azure spear materialized in an instant, dispersing the heat and wind pressure with a swift thrust. There is nothing that a rocket launcher cannot resolve. If there is, then it must be two. How is this possible? As Carl spoke, his voice suddenly rose in pitch, astonished. From the dissipating flames, the mechanical armor remained completely unscathed. The captain, having been struck by Carl's shell, felt his anger intensify, and he drew forth his silver mechanical spear, charging forward. Clang! Xiubai, wielding the azure spear, firmly blocked the captain's sweeping mechanical spear. Such power! Mechanic, martial artist. Different doubts arose simultaneously in their minds. Then, Xiubai and the captain retreated slightly, their gazes locked in a serious standoff. You are here for the data, are you not? I'm afraid I must decline. The data is securely stored within my brain, and even if destroyed, you will not obtain it, Xiubai stated coolly, subtly signaling behind him to Captain Liebert and Carl. Upon seeing this gesture, the two immediately understood Xiubai's intent. They were not the type to hesitate, swiftly making their way outside. Captain, two individuals have emerged. Should we eliminate them? Hearing the communication, the captain replied solemnly, no need. The data resides within the brain of the person before me. Killing those two might push him into a corner. Should he destroy the data, our mission would be thwarted. You keep him in your sights from outside, and at the opportune moment, fire twice to eliminate him while damaging the brain's carrier. Ensuring the data is not lost. If the brain's carrier is destroyed, it can induce a state of dormancy in the brain, allowing us to retrieve the data and replicate the information later. Xiubai watched the two departing figures, feeling a slight sense of relief. It appeared his earlier words had worked. Previously, due to Silverwing's alert, he was aware that there were two individuals, one of whom was a sniper. However, the opponent remained oblivious to the fact that he had already discerned their information. With the advantage of knowledge, he successfully secured Carl and Captain Liebert's safe departure. The next step was to devise his own escape plan. Longxia person, hand over the data, and I might consider sparing your life. The captain, brandishing his mechanical spear, pointed it menacingly at Xiubai. Oh, you truly believe such words? Xiubai retorted, thrusting the tip of his spear to the ground and lunging forward. The azure spear striking towards the captain's face with the ferocity of a sea dragon. Clang! The captain snorted coldly, his visor instantly covering his face as he thrust his spear to meet the attack. The two spears created trails of afterimages in the air, yet no sounds of collision were heard. Silver Wing and Silver Blade operated at full capacity, continuously marking the opponent's attack trajectories and potential subsequent maneuvers within their master's consciousness. In battles between pure mechanics, apart from the computational warfare between their respective brains, there was also a contest involving various mechanical devices and tactical arrangements. However, in combat between individuals like Xiubai and the captain, who primarily operated within a martial artist framework, the brain's role was predominantly to calculate attack paths. Although Silverblade was indeed inferior in basic computational power to Silver Wing, it possessed the mechanical armor as a carrier to enhance its computational abilities. Thus, for the time being, the two brains were evenly matched. Realizing this, Xiubai promptly shifted tactics, abandoning his earlier aggressive approach. As their figures intertwined, the azure spear was wielded with the swiftness of thunder and lightning. yet also with the languid grace of drifting clouds. The tempo of speed and slowness shifted and intertwined. While Silverblade could still compute all the attack paths, the captain could not react swiftly enough to every maneuver. However, if the kinetic energy space was activated now, the energy consumption might not last until the battle's conclusion. In an instant, pressure escalated. The captain found himself unable to adapt to Xiubai's combat rhythm, sustaining several strikes. Fortunately, the mechanical armor was sturdy, sustaining no significant damage. Nevertheless, the azure spear was far from harmless, leaving several marks upon the armor. The captain's expression shifted slightly. A standard forged spear could hardly inflict harm upon the armor, leaving only one explanation. Ancient relics. Silverblade. Activate 50 armor power. The captain spoke, his mechanical spear accelerating with sudden intensity. Its power multiplied several times. Bang! Xiubai was caught off guard and was violently launched away by a single thrust. His hand, gripping the spear, trembled slightly, and he felt a heaviness in his chest. Master, he has begun to activate the power of his battle armor. You should attempt to channel your internal energy into the spear. Silver Wing advised. Xiubai nodded. Feeling his internal energy roiling within, he infused his water element energy into the azure spear. Instantly, the spear radiated a brilliant light. The tip exuded an icy chill, sharp beyond measure. Again, Xiubai rose, striding towards the captain, but suddenly halted mid-step. As he pivoted, the spear whirled from his waist, slicing through the air towards the captain's chest. Clang! The captain reacted swiftly, parrying the attack with his spear. Yet he was jolted back half a step by the tremendous force. What terrified him the most was that the azure spear had penetrated the shaft of the mechanical spear. Xiubai, too, was astonished. He never expected that the azure spear, empowered by internal energy, could be so devastatingly sharp. In an instant, his water element energy surged violently. Behind him, a shadowy scene emerged, depicting a tumultuous sea roaring in a grim world. Break for me! Xiubai's arm muscles bulged as the translucent azure spear began to move. With a resounding clang, the mechanical spear cracked, splintering under the strain, ultimately shattering. Yet the azure spear retained its force, piercing straight towards the captain's chest. Observing this from outside, Violet, disregarding the captain's previous orders, aimed her firearm at Xiubai and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth, aimed directly at the interior of the building. Simultaneously, at the entrance, a grotesque creature smeared with dirt and blood suddenly leapt up. Skin. Pooh! Blood splattered as the creature collapsed, inadvertently deflecting the bullet, causing it to veer slightly off course. Xiubai swiftly adjusted his stance, blood erupting from his right shoulder. Nevertheless, the azure spear still thrust forward, though the injury to his shoulder diminished its power, merely managing to pierce the captain's chest in the blink of an eye. The situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Xiubai, unwilling to delay, bore the pain and advanced, seizing the captain, pressing the spear's tip against his throat. The captain felt the lethal sharpness penetrating through his battle armor, leaving him no choice but to clasp the two severed pieces of his mechanical spear in a paralyzed state. Bring out your people, or I will kill you immediately. Kill me, and you shall meet your demise as well. The captain retorted coldly, refusing to back down. Then let us perish together, Xiubai declared, poised to drive the spear into the captain's skull. Wait, a voice interjected as Violet approached the building's entrance, wielding a sniper rifle. Come out, just don't kill him. Go back. You know how vital the information is to the Empire. As long as you remain outside, he will not dare to kill me. Upon seeing this, the captain shouted immediately. He was not wrong. Xiubai had merely been bluffing Violet. Violet remained silent, her sniper rifle held aloft. She seems to care for you quite a bit, Xiubai remarked with a peculiar smile. The captain scoffed. I advise you to relinquish the information. I can guarantee your safe departure from here. Why do you speak with such confidence as though I am in your grasp? Xiubai scoffed, holding the captain hostage as he approached Violet. Hand me the rifle, or I will kill him. Don't. The captain felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. However, before he could finish, the spear tip had already penetrated his battle armor, grazing his throat. Give me the rifle, and I promise not to kill him, Xiubai said slowly, extending his other hand. How can I trust you? Violet's eyes flickered with hesitation, as if searching for an excuse. Trust? I am unlike you Silver Empire scoundrels. I am very trustworthy. With the despicable nature of your Longxia people, you dare speak of trust? Violet shot back coldly. Xiubai was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense was she spouting? However, prolonging the standoff would yield no benefits for him. Who knew if they had allies lurking nearby? I have no interest in a war of words with you. I will count to 3. If you do not hand over the rifle, I will kill him. 3, 2. Wait. I will give it to you. Violet, noticing the tension in Xiubai's hand, instantly faltered and surrendered the sniper rifle. Xiubai seized the weapon and kicked the captain towards Violet. Swiftly retreating from the building as he passed the entrance, he cast a glance at the mangled creature on the ground. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with it, yet could not recall from where. Silently, he uttered a thank you to his fallen comrade. After running several kilometers alongside Carl, where the winds had not yet dispersed their footsteps, he gradually slowed his pace upon seeing the two waiting ahead. Silverwing, how long can the virus you left in their intelligence core persist? Master, that virus was developed by the creator for experimental purposes and is not recorded in the intelligence core's virus defense database. In theory, as long as I do not activate it, it will remain undetected indefinitely. Next time we encounter them, we could devise a plan to acquire that battle armor as well, Xiubai mused, stroking his chin with a chuckle. Then, as if realizing something, he added, Hiss, Silverwing, do I seem a bit villainous right now? Taking their rifle and now hoping to seize their battle armor. From a certain perspective, you might be even more shameless than a villain. Damn, Carl, I was never like this before. Xiubai gritted his teeth as he looked towards Carl, who was waving at him. Meanwhile, within the base, the two watched helplessly as Xiubai vanished from sight, unable to do anything. One battle armor lay damaged, and another was disarmed. To recklessly engage again would likely lead to certain death. Captain, what should we do now? Violet's gaze fell, unwilling to look towards the captain. We can only let the behemoth find us. The captain sighed. Acknowledging that blaming Violet at this point was futile, he removed a device from his battle armor and tossed it to the ground. Upon landing, the device transformed, morphing into a peculiar mechanical centipede. Captain, why not have the behemoth bring in the aircraft? With an aircraft, that Longxia person is bound to be no match for us. No, the aircraft's energy can only suffice for a return trip. And it was my oversight. I never anticipated he would not only be immensely powerful, but also possess ancient relics. Next time we meet, I will activate the full power of my battle armor and crush him. With that, the captain set the destination on the control panel of the mechanical centipede. The centipede immediately began to move rapidly towards the coastline. At the coast, the behemoth felt an ominous premonition as he spotted the approaching mechanical centipede. He hurriedly approached to extract the message sent by the captain. When he learned they were unharmed, he finally relaxed. However, upon hearing that the captain had been defeated and Violet disarmed, he could not help but frown. Should I go over? The behemoth glanced at the aircraft, then at the field. The material of the aircraft was unique and secured with a safety system. Surely, these natives could not compromise it. With that thought, the behemoth resolved to proceed, opening the route set on the mechanical centipede's control panel, heading towards the Silver Empire's experimental base. Burton, is there no one guarding that area? Aboard the field, the corpulent scorpion stroked his chin, speaking with an insinuating tone. Bart turned his head, revealing a knowing smile. The two leapt off the field, striding towards the aircraft. However, just after a few steps, they abruptly halted. The aircraft had slowly activated its weaponry, aiming directly at them. Perhaps we should reconsider? The scorpion retreated a step, chuckling awkwardly. Let me think. Bart, undeterred, pondered for a moment before declaring, I've got it. Scorpion, maneuver the ship a bit further away. I shall draw 2 mutated whales from the depths. You mean? The scorpion's eyes widened in realization of Bart's plan that if they could lure the mutated whales here, the aircraft's defensive systems would surely engage them. Such firepower would be akin to mere tickling in the presence of the mutated whales. Yet, the ensuing attack would undoubtedly provoke the whales, which would either obliterate the vessel or swallow it whole. Although I am unaware of their intentions, once we enter the desert, we may find ourselves at odds with the captain and his crew. Lacking the means to assist, our only recourse is to pilfer from them while their backs are turned. As they spoke, the two could not help but emit a gleeful cackle of keek-keek. In the desolate expanse of the wasteland, Xiubai and his companions continued their aimless journey, still devoid of any clues as to the whereabouts of the Shrine of Juman. Nevertheless, Carl kept insisting that as long as the great spirit of adventure guided them, they would undoubtedly find it. This. Xiubai could only express his skepticism, though he felt powerless to alter the situation. Xiubai. That. Carl feigned shyness, his gaze fixated on the sniper rifle, drooling with desire. What's the matter? Xiubai turned his head, a playful smile gracing his face. You know, I lack combat prowess. If I could possess a firearm for self-defense. Good brother, why not lend me that sniper rifle you have on your back? Carl wrapped his arm around Xiubai's shoulder, raising an eyebrow in suggestion that you're pressing on my wound. Xiubai murmured softly that my apologies. Carl glanced down, realizing he was resting on Xiubai's shoulder, which had been pierced by a bullet, and quickly released his grip. I wouldn't mind lending it to you, but you must wait. That's fine. Thank you, big brother. Before Xiubai could finish his sentence, Carl had already snatched the sniper rifle from behind him. In the next instant, the rifle unleashed a torrent of electric currents, rendering Carl's eyes glazed, frothing at the mouth as he collapsed to the ground. First, let me change its permissions. Xiubai observed the twitching Carl on the ground, exhaling in exasperation. What are you so anxious about? Such technological weapons are equipped with their own safety nets. Unless the system is disengaged, they cannot be used. Initiate mechanical energy space. With a wave of his hand, Xiubai summoned a surge of mechanical energy, entering the realm of mechanical energy. This time, he opted not to seek Silverwing's assistance in altering the permissions, instead approaching the control panel independently. Although he primarily identified as a martial artist, he could not disregard the skills of a mechanic, who could predict whether one day Silverwing might face an assault from other intelligent systems, akin to the captain's silver blade, leading to paralysis. Moreover, as Xiubai's resources grew, he would undoubtedly embark on technological research. At that time, Silverwing would likely spend most of its time detached from him, immersed in the laboratory. Furthermore, once Xiubai's mechanical skills advanced, he could collaborate with Silverwing to enhance his combat capabilities as he engaged in his first independent operation of an intelligence system. Xiubai felt a surge of excitement, his hands gently resting on the control panel. His mind raced with the various operational methods and universal code programs previously imparted by Silverwing. Suddenly, his hands became a blur, furiously striking the control panel. The mechanical pianist made its debut. Lines of code flowed forth, connecting the mechanical energy to the sniper rifle. Above in the mechanical energy space, a virtual image of the sniper rifle emerged, being dismantled and reassembled, its safety system gradually dissolving. Safety system deactivated, redefining permissions, definition complete. Only when Silverwing's voice echoed did Xiubai cease his frenetic tapping on the control panel. Was I successful? Indeed, master, came the reply. Phew, that feels rather satisfying. Xiubai sighed in relief. Achieving success on his first attempt at independent control indicated he possessed a considerable talent. Exit mechanical energy space, returning his gaze to the desert. He found Carl still sprawled on the ground like a stunned fish. Here you go. Xiubai tossed the sniper rifle to Carl, only for it to clatter to the ground as Carl had already sprinted several hundred meters away. You really thought to electrocute me again? I won't fall for that, Carl shouted from behind a sand dune. I swear. You were shocked because that rifle had a safety system, which I have now disabled. Is that true? Carl, skeptical, cautiously approached and swiftly reached out to touch the rifle's body. Upon confirming the absence of electric currents, he finally relaxed and picked up the sniper rifle for inspection. Xiubai shook his head, moving closer to Captain Libert, whispering, Captain, we must devise a means to locate water and food. The previous black sandstorm swept away all our supplies, and we have gone far too long without sustenance. Particularly for me, the battle with the captain depleted some of my inner energy, and healing consumed more. Currently, the water-type inner energy within me is merely half of what it usually is. Retreating to the seaside was no longer an option. The forces of the Silver Empire would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Should they be ambushed during their retreat, it would spell disaster. Moreover, Violet's sniper rifle was a heavy-duty weapon, though the ammunition was conventional. Xiubai had still sustained severe injuries. His right shoulder's muscles twisted, and his bones were gravely compromised. Without a minimum of 10 days, complete recovery was unattainable. During this interval, he should ideally refrain from engaging in combat, as any exertion could exacerbate his injuries, risking significant long-term damage. Nightfall approaches. Captain Libert lifted his gaze to the sky, speaking softly. But your wounds, Xiubai realized the captain's intent, feeling a twinge of concern. Rest assured, as long as I avoid high-intensity battles, I shall be fine, Captain Libert replied, shaking his head gently. As night descended, Xiubai insisted that Carl return to his sleeping bag, assuring him he would awaken him in the latter half of the night. Soon enough, Carl succumbed to slumber. Captain Libert rose, nodded at Xiubai, and then vanished into the darkness. At his level of prowess, he could manipulate energy frequencies to vibrate the air, enabling prolonged flight. Watching Captain Libert disappear into the night, Xiubai slowly turned his gaze back to the flickering flames, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. This reliance on others, while somewhat warming, filled him with a deeper sense of resistance. Whether in the past or present, he had always preferred self-reliance. During his time in the abyss of the Black Sea, he had been the most formidable force, rarely facing threats to his life. Yet, upon departing the abyss, his strength seemed insufficient. Not to mention, if it came to close combat, neither Violet nor the captain could possibly contend with him. However, with the aid of technology, they could readily inflict grave harm upon him. Such inadequacy in power was alarming. In this place, one could never afford to let their guard down. Xiubai extended his hands, reflecting on the battle. Had it not been for the complex relationship between the captain and Violet, he would have had no chance of survival. Thus, strictly speaking, he had been the one to lose, regardless of whether the opponent is launching a frontal assault or executing a stealthy ambush, be it through technology or magic. Defeat is defeat, and loss is loss. There exists no justification. If one finds oneself lacking in strength, then one must diligently cultivate their abilities. If one cannot contend with technology, then one must devise a means to confront it head-on without succumbing. No individual is perpetually fortunate, and no one can consistently transform peril into safety after each defeat. At this moment, I seem to have reverted to the feeble version of myself from the past. Given this, I shall relinquish my current state of mind, by any means necessary, without fear, all solely for the sake of becoming powerful. Bang! Xiubai clenched his fist fiercely, the flames illuminating his resolute visage, and a subtle change flickered in his brows. Around 4 in the morning, a colossal shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Upon spotting the shadow, Xiubai immediately rose to his feet, on guard and ready to rouse Carl. The shadow drew nearer, and at a distance of several hundred meters, Xiubai finally discerned what it was, feeling a slight sense of relief. Captain Libert descended slowly, hoisting a gigantic beast beside the campfire. Boom! The beast hit the ground with a tremendous thud. Yet, despite the commotion, it had little effect on Carl, who merely mumbled a few words before turning back to snore. Captain Libert removed a several-meter-long shell from the back of the beast. Water? Captain, where did you find this water? Xiubai exclaimed, opening the shell to discover water tinged with a hint of blood, and he couldn't help but turn to inquire that I tracked a beast to find it. Many creatures in the desert source their water from there. It's about several thousand kilometers away, but it's quite peculiar. From that point onward, I only saw oases. I don't know. Cough, cough. Captain Libert suddenly turned pale, clutching his chest as he coughed violently, a few drops of blood seeping through his fingers. Captain, Xiubai hurriedly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest. Captain Libert waved his hand weakly, sitting down on the ground as dawn broke. Carl opened his eyes, only to find a massive, gray-white eye fixed on him. Instantly, cold sweat drenched his back. Dad, Xiubai, help! A wretched scream echoed throughout the desert. Soon after, peals of raucous laughter erupted from a distance. Carl turned stiffly to see Xiubai nearly collapsing from laughter, pounding the sandy ground. Realizing what had transpired, he became furious and picked up his sniper rifle, ready to take a shot at Xiubai. Hey, hey, hey! Why are you so worked up? It wasn't me, Xiubai shouted, quickly hiding behind the corpse of the beast. Come out. I promise not to kill you. Carl paid no heed, brandishing his gun, intent on confronting him. It was me, Captain Libert said nonchalantly. Carl froze, his face falling as he looked at the captain. Captain, scaring someone can be lethal. Why did you frighten me? Why scare you? You have no sense of vigilance. You sleep like a log regardless of the noise. So why do you think? Captain Libert shot Carl an exasperated glare. I was counting on you being here. Carl scratched his head, walking over to the fire, grabbing a piece of roasted meat, and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling, "Where did this come from? Xiubai. Did you? Isn't food enough to keep your mouth shut?" Upon hearing Captain Liebert speak, Carl shrank his neck, daring not to inquire further, and buried his head in his meal. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Carl conjured a blue card from thin air. Then, staring at the card with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Cough, cough, cough. Choking? Let me help." Xiubai moved behind him and slapped his back. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. "Xiubai, are you trying to kill me?" That slap nearly knocked Carl's brain loose. "I was saving your life. Had I been a second later, you might have choked to death. That shouldn't you thank me?" You. Carl was at a loss for words, finally regaining composure and holding up the blue card, declaring, "I won't hold it against you. The soul of the great adventurer has guided us." "What guidance?" Xiubai leaned closer, puzzled by the card, apart from the image of the Juma temple on the surface. He saw no other indications. Humph. Carl raised the card, testing it around. Suddenly, when the card pointed in a certain direction, it burst forth with dazzling light. "The Juma temple is over there? Over there?" Xiubai was taken aback, turning to look at Captain Liebert, who nodded slightly. When Captain Liebert returned yesterday, Xiubai had suspected that direction might be the Juma temple in the desert. It was normal for oases to appear. However, the emergence of an endless oasis was undoubtedly suspicious, as the oldest spring deity. Even if the temple was no longer tended to, the residual energy would surely allow the withered desert to sprout countless oases without difficulty. It now appeared that this conjecture was indeed correct. Having identified their destination, the group wasted no time. They cut several pieces of meat from the beast's carcass, filled its massive stomach with water, and set off towards that direction. 3,000 meters away from their camp, 3 individuals were covertly observing them. "Captain, why didn't you let me act just now? No matter how strong they are, they couldn't possibly withstand my barrage of firepower." The hulking figure, the violent bear, asked in confusion. No rush. Judging by their demeanor, they are likely searching for something. Since they have usurped our mission, I shall take their target as well. This way, we can leverage it to exchange information with them. After the previous battle, the captain no longer underestimated Xiubai and resolved to approach this adversary with utmost seriousness and caution. "Let us go. Follow them. Violet, keep constant tabs on their position." "Yes, Captain." The 3 ceased their conversation and trailed Xiubai and his companions from a distance. Behind them, a long-dead desert beast with gray-white eyes followed silently. Comrade Pi had somehow managed to borrow the corpse once more. This time, it would traverse thousands of kilometers across the desert in pursuit of its beloved Pi. Traversing thousands of kilometers through the desert posed a test of life and limits not only for ordinary individuals, but also for Xiubai and his fellow superpowers. In addition to the vast amounts of food and water consumed daily, they also faced the predators of the desert. However, whether due to the trio's newfound fortune or some other reason, they encountered no formidable desert predators until they reached the oasis belt 2 months later. "Oasis!" Carl exclaimed, rolling down the sand dune to the verdant area amidst the endless yellow sands. Curiously, despite not being a martial artist, Carl seemed to adapt to the desert better than Xiubai and Captain Liebert. After 2 months of trekking, both Xiubai and Captain Liebert appeared considerably worn, while Carl seemed perpetually full of energy. We finally arrived. Xiubai stood atop a sand dune, gazing at the vast oasis. Initially, he had thought Captain Liebert's words a bit exaggerated, but now it appeared there was no semblance of falsehood. The oasis resembled an entirely different realm, utterly disconnected from the desolate sands. Looking up, even the horizon was nowhere to be seen. The oasis teemed with other animals resting and drinking water. After replenishing their own supplies, Xiubai and his companions quietly circumvented these creatures, delving deeper into the oasis. It wasn't that they wished to disturb them, but rather that the water's edge often concealed exceptionally ferocious beasts, what dictates that one cannot engage in hunting or combat near a water source. Such a regulation seems wholly absent in the realm of nature. The more astute and formidable the beast, the more inclined it is to lie in ambush near such vital resources, awaiting the unsuspecting prey. Upon entering the oasis, Carl appeared considerably invigorated, his steps markedly quicker than before. Yet, beneath his excitement lay a shadow of concern. What if the treasures within the Temple of Jumong could not heal the captain's wounds? It was not just him. Even Xiubai occasionally cast glances at the captain. There is no cruelty greater than harboring hope, only to witness it shatter. However, Captain Libert had never pinned great expectations on this journey. His demeanor remarkably subdued, as if merely accompanying the two on a leisurely excursion. The card's radiance grew increasingly resplendent until they reached the very heart of the oasis, where the card suddenly shattered. "We have arrived," Carl proclaimed, surveying his surroundings. "Arrived?" Xiubai furrowed his brow, for there was not a palace in sight. How could this be? Had the spirit of the great adventurer lost its way? Did this place resemble anything like a temple? Xiubai shrugged and remarked to Carl, "Impossible. Since the guidance led us here, it must mean the temple is indeed nearby. If you doubt it, let us inquire of that child over there. He is sure to know." Just as Carl spoke, he was struck dumb in this desolate, withered desert. The appearance of a child seemed utterly illogical. It was, indeed, absurd. The barren sands had long since ceased to support civilization, and even with a patch of oasis, it had become a playground for the predators of the desert. How could a human exist in such a place? The three fixated their gaze and beheld a child with twin buns, reclining on the back of a green ox, lazily waving a willow whip, appearing utterly at ease. Yet, the more tranquil he seemed, the more vigilant the trio became, for they noticed, lurking within the thickets nearby, several terrifying beasts. These creatures exhibited no aggression. Instead, they languidly exposed their bellies. "Comrade Carl." Carl replied, bewildered. "It is your turn to contribute to the organization. Go on," Xiubai declared, abruptly kicking Carl forward. Xiubai!" Carl screamed, tumbling like a rolling gourd right to the feet of the green ox. He tightly closed his eyes, fearing to witness the gruesome scene of being torn apart by the beasts. Yet, after a long while, silence reigned outside. Slowly, Carl opened his eyes and found the child gazing at him from atop the green ox. On the child's youthful visage lay an inexplicable weariness. The beasts remained motionless, seemingly uninterested in Carl. "Hello." "Greetings, young transcendent," the child replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Carl's pupils dilated in shock. He was about to inquire further when Xiubai and Captain Libert approached. "Hello, young one. Do you know the whereabouts of the Temple of Jumong?" Xiubai asked with a warm smile. "Young one?" The child displayed a peculiar smile and nodded. "I know." "Then can you tell us?" "Why should I inform you of the Temple of Jumong's location?" The child turned away, resuming his leisurely repose atop the green ox. This response left Xiubai and his companions momentarily speechless. Unable to formulate a reply, the three fell into silence, pondering their reasoning. At that moment, Captain Libert stepped forward, gently rolling up his pant leg to reveal a ghastly wound. "Because I have sustained a grave injury." Upon seeing the wound, the child's calm eyes flickered with a ripple of emotion before returning to tranquility. "That injury of yours can allow you to survive for no more than 2 years. If you engage in combat carelessly, you may not live to see half a year. However, what you have suffered has little to do with me. It does not concern you. I simply wish to convey that since you know the location of the Temple of Jumong and can discern the state of my injuries, you must also be aware of whether there exists anything within the temple that could heal me. If such a thing exists, I am willing to pay any price you demand, but if not, please be forthright." Captain Libert continued, turning to Xiubai and Carl. "Are these two your sons?" The child sat up, his eyes imbued with an indescribable complexity. "Yes," Carl suddenly exclaimed, glancing at Captain Libert, "though I am not your biological son. I have long regarded you as my father. Had you not come to our aid during the perilous times of my clan, I would have perished at their hands. Without you, I would not be here today." "Carl." Captain Libert was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Carl's declaration. If Carl saw him as a father, how could he not view Carl as his own child? Not only Carl, but all the crew aboard the field also regarded Captain Libert as their paternal figure. Yet, this stern father was not adept at expressing his feelings. Suddenly, Carl knelt before the child, proclaiming, "For all these years, it has been the captain who has cared for me. No, not just me. We all rely upon the captain. Now, I wish for him to feel the support of our care. Therefore, if there exists anything that can heal the captain, regardless of the cost, I shall ensure he recovers. If you merely speak of existence, I would offer you my life." Hearing these words, the child fell silent, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. "Filial piety. I can inform you that within the Temple of Jumong, there indeed exists something that can heal him. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. That item may only prolong his life. True healing is nearly impossible. How can there be an injury in this world that cannot be healed? Carl exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The child did not respond, instead turning to Captain Libbert. The entity that inflicted this injury upon you, was it entirely dark blue, possessing a triad of essence, spirit, and energy in harmony? It exhibits virtually no weaknesses. Your attacks would be rendered ineffective, and when it strikes, it would obliterate your power. Why you? How do you know this? Captain Libbert was taken aback, regarding the child with surprise. That was a void creature. The one you encountered was likely just an infant. Otherwise, even in its juvenile stage, it would not be something your earthly celestial realm could withstand as far as I know, to heal injuries inflicted by void energy. There are few individuals or treasures capable of achieving such a feat across the entire universe. Therefore, it would be wise for you to relinquish such hopes. The Temple of Jumong is unnecessary. It would only serve to extend his suffering. The child shook his head, speaking with conviction. Upon hearing this, Carl turned to Captain Libbert, gritting his teeth as he declared, as long as a method of healing exists, I will search relentlessly. Please, tell me, where is the Temple of Jumong? Foolish child, the child sighed and spoke. In light of your filial devotion and his kindness, I shall reveal the location of the Temple of Jumong. However, you must also fulfill one of my requests. What request? Whatever it may be, I shall comply. Carl stepped forward, his voice resolute. I wish to hear the harmonious chorus of 100 birds once more. This place is splendid, yet devoid of birds. If you can allow me to hear that melody, I shall disclose how to enter the Temple of Jumong. A wistful longing glimmered in the child's eyes as he murmured. The chorus of 100 birds. Carl and Xiubai exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why the child desired such a sound. When you have made up your minds, call my name. Remember, the chorus of 100 birds must not be a recording made by technological devices. Such sounds lack authenticity. I wish to hear the birds fluttering and singing in this oasis. With that, the child mounted the green ox and gradually rode off into the distance. Wait, we still do not know your name. I am Ji-Chong. A flicker of unusual emotion flashed in Xiubai's eyes, confirming his previous conjectures. Upon first encountering the child, he felt a sense of familiarity with the figure before him. He began to recall information related to Jumong. According to legend, Jumong's true form is that of a being with a human face and the body of a bird, standing upon two dragons. Over time, it absorbed human faith and gradually transformed into a child with two buns atop his head, wielding a willow whip and riding a blue ox, also known as the Mangtong. Furthermore, Jumong is the eldest son of Xiaohao, the Western White Emperor, hence his original name should be Ji-Chong or Jintianchong. However, most people only know him by the names Jumong and Mangtong. Of course, if one were still unfamiliar, then one of Ji-Chong's renowned brothers would undoubtedly be well known. The third son of Xiaohao, Ji-Chong's younger brother, is combined with the offspring of the Emperor Hong clan, Chaos, the offspring of the Zhuanqiu clan, Tao Wu, and the offspring of the Jinyan clan, Tao Tai, forming the ancient Four Fiends. Qiongqi, Xiubai, why do you appear to recognize that child named Ji-Chong? Carl inquired, intrigued by the change in Xiubai's expression. Speaking of which, you could be considered acquainted with him. Xiubai replied with a slight smile. Ah, he is Jumong. Ah, Carl's mouth nearly dropped wide enough to fit a fist. The person just now was Jumong. No wonder he was so confident in leading them into Jumong's divine palace. It turns out that was his residence. Moreover, I also know why he wishes to hear the harmonious cries of 100 birds. Xiubai continued. Why? Because his father is Xiaohao. Xiaohao was born by the riverside, married a woman from the Fenghong clan in his youth, and became the leader of the Fenghong tribe, gradually rising to become the leader of the entire Dongyi tribe. Xiaohao's tribe had many clans named after birds, such as the Fengyao clan, Xianyao clan, Bojiao clan, and Qingyao clan, among others. Under Xiaohao's command, the civil and military officials were almost all of avian descent. The Feng clan was the most esteemed within Xiaohao's tribe, overseeing celestial calendars, agriculture, and serving as the tribe's high priest. The fishhawk was valiant, commanding the military. The Bogu was filial, overseeing education. The Tsong-Ing was just, managing criminal justice. At this time, Xiaohao was not yet the Western White Emperor, and due to his association with the white bird, he was referred to by other tribes as the King of 100 Birds. Later, Xiaohao was conferred the title of Western Golden Virtue Great Emperor and took his second son Jintian Gai. Known in legend as the Golden Deity, Autumn Deity, and Heaven's Punishment Deity Ruxiao, leaving the tribe. Upon his departure, he also sent his eldest son Jumong to serve as a subordinate deity to Fuxi, the Eastern Wood Virtue Great Emperor. This explains why Jumong, as the son of the Golden Virtue Great Emperor, became associated with the Wood Deity and Spring Deity. After becoming Fuxi's subordinate deity, Jumong never returned to his hometown and never saw his father Xiaohao or his brothers again. Thus, he yearned for the days spent in Dongyi, prompting his request to hear the harmonious cries of 100 birds once more. His willingness to assist Captain Libet and Carl likely stemmed from these memories of his inability to honor his parents. After absorbing this historical narrative, the group fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, Carl suddenly remarked, "Xiubai, didn't you say you followed a hermit since childhood and are completely unaware of matters concerning Longxia?" Xiubai was taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. Damn. How could I have forgotten this? I had previously told him I knew nothing about Longxia, yet now I seem to be well versed in matters regarding gods. How do I explain this? Should I tell Carl? Oh, I come from another place, a place almost identical to this realm called Longxia, so I just know? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Cough. Well, after leaving that hermit, I wandered for a time. And one day I came upon a mountain, just as a stone tablet fell down. I looked closely, and guess what? It had this historical account inscribed on it. Ha. Xiubai's laughter gradually morphed into a dry chuckle, finally fading into silence, for Carl was observing him with a gaze that seemed to say, "Keep fabricating. Xiubai, do you think I seem like a fool, someone who would believe anything you concoct? How could that be? Please remove the like from that. You are just a simpleton, aren't you?" Carl ceased speaking, lowering his head as if searching for something. "What are you looking for? Carl, let me help you. I am looking for a brick to bestow blessings upon you." It turns out simpleton is not a compliment. You wretched being have been deceiving me all along. Carl gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Xiubai. Wait, Carl, whether you believe it or not, regarding Longxia, I truly knew nothing before you informed me. Xiubai clarified. Carl fixed his gaze upon him, and after a long moment, he sighed. Fine, everyone has their secrets. If you do not wish to share, I will not press. The urgent matter is still to find a way to fulfill Jumong's request. Upon hearing this, Xiubai felt a sense of relief. He genuinely did not know how to explain the matter of his crossing over. After all, he himself was still unclear about what exactly had transpired. The harmonious cries of 100 birds, and it cannot be recorded using technological devices. Are we truly to sail back, bringing 100 species of birds across the lost sea? Carl sat dejectedly on the grass, genuinely at a loss for solutions. In truth, the harmonious cries of 100 birds need not necessarily involve real birds. Xiubai stroked his chin, speaking slowly. Oh, you have a solution? Carl's eyes lit up as he stood up to inquire. There should be one. Let me think for a moment. In the past, Xiubai had traveled countless renowned mountains and rivers to seek out hermits for martial arts training. He not only learned various skills from these hermits, but also acquired many peculiar abilities. One hermit taught him how to play the swona to produce the harmonious cries of 100 birds. However, where could he find a swona in this place? Back then, he never anticipated encountering such a situation. So he never learned how to make a swona. What to do? What else could create the harmonious cries of 100 birds? Xiubai continued to recall all matters related to the harmonious cries of 100 birds. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and stood up. I've thought of something. There exists a type of gun technique that can also produce the sound of 100 birds and may even imitate the cry of a phoenix. Gun technique? What kind of miraculous gun technique is that? Carl asked in astonishment. The 100 birds facing the phoenix gun. Xiubai activated the wristband on his arm, and a cerulean spear appeared in his grasp. However, I need to practice first. Back in the day, I found this technique too ostentatious and did not study it in detail. The 100 birds facing the phoenix gun is said to have been created by a gun master named Tong Yuan during the late Eastern Han period. However, historically, this individual does not exist. Many enthusiasts of the late Eastern Han to Three Kingdoms period believe Tong Yuan to be a fictional character from the classic romance of the Three Kingdoms. In reality, he is a character from Suzhou's storytelling of the Three Kingdoms, and there is no such figure in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. This raises the question, since Tong Yuan is merely a fabricated character. How does Li Xiubai possess knowledge of the 100 birds facing the phoenix gun he supposedly created? In truth, Li Xiubai himself is also puzzled. The hermit who taught him the 100 birds facing the phoenix gun did not even have the surname Zhao but was named Guan. He claimed to be a descendant of the Guan Yu lineage. This is rather intriguing, for Guan Yu's grandfather is Guan Yu, and his maternal grandfather is Zhao Yun. Viewed in this light, it is reasonable for the descendants of Guan Yu to possess the exceptional skills of both families. At that time, Li Xiubai not only learned the 100 birds facing the phoenix gun from this hermit, but also studied the incomplete pan Shi Qi Tin gun and the spring and autumn saber technique of Guan Eryi. However, while he learned them, he hardly ever put them to use. After all, in Li Xiubai's homeland, there was scarcely any need for ancient firearms or spring and autumn sabers. As for why Li Xiubai felt the 100 birds facing the phoenix gun was too ostentatious. It was because the descendant of Guan Yu taught him in a rather peculiar manner. In his words, the essence of the 100 birds facing the phoenix gun lies in first observing the postures of 100 birds, and then, while using the gun, controlling various factors such as speed, force, angle, wind direction, and body movements to mimic the flight patterns of 100 birds, thus producing the harmonious cries of 100 birds. Only by harmonizing with the cries of 100 birds can one invoke the final strike of the phoenix's cry. Upon finishing his words, the descendant of Guan Yu began to dance gracefully amidst the mountains and forests, wielding a long spear that pierced the air, producing melodious bird calls filled with joy. Yet, despite the fervor, the anticipated sound of the phoenix's cry remained elusive. At that moment, Li Xiubai felt darkness envelop his vision. What was the purpose of mastering such spear techniques? Must he perform acrobatics for his opponent before they even sparred? The descendant of Guan Yu, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, informed Li Xiubai that the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique required years of diligent practice to incorporate the sounds of 100 birds into the spear itself. At that point, with a mere flick of the spear, the harmonious chorus of birds could summon the phoenix's cry, obliterating the enemy's spirit. Yet, feeling inadequate and lacking the essence of his family's martial arts, he hoped that Li Xiubai could carry on this martial legacy. As a staunch materialist warrior, Li Xiubai scoffed at such notions. The idea of melding bird calls into a spear seemed utterly impossible unless forged from some extraordinary materials. Nevertheless, unable to resist the descendant's plea, he reluctantly accepted the challenge. Little did he know, what he initially dismissed would eventually prove to be invaluable. Silver Wing. Is this position capable of connecting to the network? Yes, master. Download a collection of videos featuring various birds for me. Once Li Xiubai received the videos, he settled down on the ground to scrutinize them. He was not particularly fond of birds, aside from the notions of chirping and delicate. He held no concrete impressions of them. Without any mental imagery, it was impossible for him to execute the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. Consequently, days slipped by, 4 or 5 to be precise. It was only after committing all the birds' forms and sounds to memory that Li Xiubai grasped his azure spear and began his experimentation. With a swift motion, the spear sliced through the air, producing a dull whoosh. The oriole's call was crisp, typically comprising 3 rapid notes, with a descending pitch at the end. Thus, Li Xiubai grasped the spear and executed a sudden thrust, swiftly transitioning to a leftward sweep. The spear's tip shattered the stillness, and amidst the friction, the oriole's song resonated. Carl, seated nearby in boredom, widened his eyes in astonishment. Could he truly mimic bird calls with a spear? Not just him, but the 3 members of the Silver Empire lurking in the shadows were equally bewildered. Captain, what on earth is he doing? Is he so idle that he spent 3 days simply figuring out how to use a spear to imitate bird calls? The bewildered bear asked, as they had arrived after Zhu Meng had departed. Unaware of the request that I don't know, but it must relate to our objective. We shall continue to wait. The captain, equally perplexed, could only shake his head in response. The eagle's call was bright and resonant. Featuring 2 elongated notes, Li Xiubai pivoted, striking the spear down in a manner reminiscent of the white crane spreads its wings from the foundational spear techniques, just before the spear tip touched the ground. He swiftly reversed the motion. Whoosh! This won't do. The power is too feeble. The spear sliced through the air, emitting a shrill sound, which clearly did not resemble the eagle's call. Adjusting his stance, Li Xiubai repeated the maneuver, this time unleashing all his strength from the grip to the spear tip in an explosive moment. A resounding eagle's cry drowned out the whoosh, echoing across the oasis. The crow's caw was deep and hoarse. Consisting of a single note, Xiubai stood firm with the spear, his waist twisting as if paralyzed, before sweeping the azure spear forth with one hand. Not fast enough. Again, different bird calls required distinct spear techniques. Yet, this was not the most challenging aspect. The most difficult part was that to produce certain bird calls, the spear's position needed to be immaculate. Any imbalance would inevitably lead to inaccuracies in the bird calls. Thus, Xiubai embarked on an unceasing training regimen, resembling a relentless machine, dedicating every moment to imitating bird calls with his spear, except during mealtimes. Another half-month passed since their departure from the seaside. The trio had spent nearly 3 months traversing the desert. By this day, Xiubai had managed to produce an increasing variety of bird calls, yet he still could not fathom the descendant of Guan Yu's notion of incorporating the sounds of 100 birds into the spear itself. As time progressed, Carl grew increasingly anxious and irritable. After all, when they had departed, he had instructed Barton to wait for only a month. If they did not return within that time frame, he was to leave. With Barton's nature, he would certainly not wait merely a month. Yet, no matter how hopeful he remained, 3 months would undoubtedly test Barton's limits, as the provisions aboard the ship would soon dwindle once the 3-month mark was reached. For the safety of his crew, Barton would surely lead them across the lost sea, leaving their return uncertain at that point. They would be trapped in the desolate desert. Carl contemplated crossing the desert alone to inform everyone to wait a little longer. But Xiubai cautioned him that the Silver Empire's forces were lying in ambush nearby. Any attempt to leave would result in an inevitable attack, intensifying Carl's feelings of worry and frustration. However, compared to Carl's restlessness, Captain Libert displayed remarkable composure, spending his days leisurely playing with animals in the oasis. Perhaps this was the demeanor of an elder. Days passed, and at last, Xiubai was able to produce the sounds of 100 birds with his spear. Yet the final phoenix's cry remained an enigma. The phoenix, a creature of legend. Having only encountered it in books, he was utterly at a loss as to how to replicate the sound of a phoenix. Never mind. The ability to summon the chorus of 100 birds was already sufficient to satisfy Zhu Meng's requirements. Standing firm with his spear, Xiubai prepared for one last practice, this time channeling his inner energy to amplify the volume of the bird's calls. First move, the oriole's crisp call. Thrust, a swift lateral movement. Inner energy flowing. The spear moved in harmony with his body. The image of the oriole danced in his mind as he deftly maneuvered the spear. Yet, at that moment, an ethereal oriole suddenly emerged from the spear. The unexpected sight caused Xiubai to halt mid-action, staring in awe as the illusory oriole, emitting a clear melody, soared into the distance before gradually dissipating. Xiubai, can you also wield magic? What is this? A technique for conjuring birds? Carl exclaimed in astonishment. Xiubai's lips twitched slightly, too weary to engage with him, as he once again wielded the spear to execute the eagle strike. With a resounding eagle's cry, the sound of wings flapping echoed above. Could it be? A sudden realization flickered in Xiubai's mind. He planted the azure spear into the ground and turned to Carl. Carl, look at me. Huh? Carl turned, puzzled as his gaze landed on Xiubai. The latter immediately crouched low, his feet planted firmly, fingers gripping the earth, his eyes igniting with fierce intensity. Roar. A tiger's roar reverberated through the land. Carl's heart jolted, fear flooding his senses as he screamed, "Oh my God!" and fled in the opposite direction. Just as he suspected, witnessing Carl's flustered retreat, Xiubai rose, the phantom of the Tiger King dissipating around him. He had previously wondered why the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique required not only the memory of bird calls, but also the observation of their forms. That it was only when he conjured the bird's illusion with his spear that he recalled the reason. In his early years, he had visited the masters of 2 martial arts schools with strikingly similar styles, Xingyi Quan and Xiangxing Quan. He discovered that the essence of Xingyi surpassed that of Xiangxing, while the form of Xiangxing surpassed that of Xingyi. Thus, after mastering both forms, Xiubai began to merge the essence of Xingyi with the form of Xiangxing, creating an entirely new martial art. No, it would be inaccurate to label it merely as martial art, for Xiubai did not blend the 2 schools' techniques, but instead selectively integrated elements from each. Strictly speaking, it could be termed a technique, a secret art capable of manifesting shapes that embody the spirit, which, when combined with Xiubai's inner energy, became a true manifestation of martial arts. In the past, Xiubai had speculated about the future of martial arts, yet he had never imagined that with the infusion of inner energy, martial arts could achieve such an astonishing level as to transform death into life. In truth, this ability had already manifested when he first embarked on the path of refining essence into qi. The Taiji water diagram embodies a similar capacity, albeit at a more advanced level, reaching the brink of the law. Unfortunately, at that time, Xiubai had not yet transcended the slight shackles that lay between martial prowess and martial arts. Consequently, he perceived this phenomenon merely as a normal occurrence of inner qi circulation, or perhaps as a distinction in the foundational powers of different worlds, which ultimately led him to overlook the deeper implications of the subsequent tsunami diagram. Little did he know, when the five energies converge towards the origin, the vitality born from the primordial essence can transform death into life. By endowing life with technique, martial arts can transcend the divine, bringing forth life and spirit, thus becoming true mastery. Those who possess the inner qi of water could have already granted the nascent manifestation of divinity the preliminary ability to transform death into life. Observing the current ethereal figure, it lacked some vitality and agility, likely due to a deficiency in the other four elemental energies. What a surprise it was! After over 2 months of cultivation, not only had he enhanced his physical foundation, but he also comprehended the elusive technique he had long struggled to grasp. Now, he could genuinely proclaim, "I practice martial arts." A faint smile graced Xiubai's lips. This harvest had rendered his journey worthwhile. Soon after, the oasis resounded with the melodic calls of birds, at times sweetly trilling, at others resoundingly vibrant, occasionally low and husky. Xiubai's figure danced, the azure spear becoming a conduit as birds erupted from the thickets. The spear whirled faster and faster, and the phantoms of birds, once sparse, began to multiply and swirl in a harmonious flight. Ultimately, 100 birds encircled the spear, hinting at a trend of unification. Suddenly, as if struck by a flash of inspiration, Xiubai gripped the spear with both hands, sweeping it from his waist to above his head. Amidst the twirling azure spear, the 100 birds reformed into a singular phantom of a phoenix. With a piercing cry, Xiubai abruptly halted, pointing the spear skyward. The phoenix unfurled its wings, fluttering its feathers, soaring toward the horizon. The azure light glided through the lofty skies, bestowing a serene tranquility upon the entire oasis. Countless beings prostrated themselves, feeling the overwhelming majesty of the divine beast. However, upon releasing this strike, Xiubai's complexion paled dramatically, and he leaned weakly on the spear, half kneeling on the ground. The phoenix form demanded an immense expenditure of stamina, energy, and mental fortitude. Alas, Xiubai warily scanned his surroundings. The silver-winged had sensed the presence of the silver blade nearby, indicating that the cohort from the Silver Empire had likely been lurking around. Given his current state, should they suddenly strike? At that moment, 3 figures gradually emerged from the distance. As the silhouettes drew nearer, Xiubai strained to maintain his composure, tightly clutching the azure spear and fixing his gaze in that direction. "Xiubai, I didn't expect you to possess such skills. Truly remarkable." Even before the figure's features came into focus, Carl's voice reached him. Phew. Upon hearing that voice, Xiubai finally exhaled in relief. The newcomers were none other than Captain Liebert, Carl, and Juman. Just moments ago, while Xiubai demonstrated the 100 birds seeking the phoenix spear in the woods, Carl had already summoned Juman. "You have fulfilled my request, and I shall honor my promise to escort you into the temple." Unexpectedly, Juman displayed neither excessive sorrow nor any other emotion, his gaze as tranquil as when they first met. Upon reflection, it was quite understandable. He had lost count of the years he had lived. Throughout his extensive existence, he had experienced countless farewells and reunions. Instances that could evoke emotional fluctuations within him were exceedingly rare. The desire to hear the chorus of 100 birds once more was merely a long-held obsession. Juman gently waved the willow whip in his hand, causing the space before the 3 to warp and collapse, revealing a passageway that on the other side of the passage, the magnificent temple could be faintly glimpsed. Upon witnessing this, Xiubai inwardly inquired, "Silver Wing, does Juman's technique have any scientific basis?" "I apologize, Master, but I am unable to analyze Juman. However, My database contains similar records. This appears to be a form of spatial folding technology. The willow whip serves as the key to unlock the sealing and concealment codes. Silver Wing elucidated that I see. Xiubai nodded, contemplating the potency of dark energy. Such power was indeed formidable, yet regrettably, he was not yet capable of mastering it. Xiubai, let us enter swiftly, Carl urged, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at the passage. Let us proceed. As the words left his mouth, Carl immediately dashed into the spatial passage, with Captain Liebert closely behind. Just as Xiubai prepared to follow, Jimin spoke once more. Junior, I appreciate your 100 birds seeking the phoenix. However, your technique is lacking. It produced the sound of 100 birds quarreling, which gives me a headache. Xiubai was taken aback, turning to Jimin, who regarded him with a bemused expression. That I apologize, senior. No matter. You have fulfilled a wish of mine. Junior, let me gift you something. Jimin spoke. He tossed the willow whip into the air. The whip floated gracefully towards Xiubai, and when it landed in his hand, it transformed into a wooden ring. Thank you. Xiubai accepted the ring and donned it, instantly feeling a surge of rich wood-based inner chi coursing through him, accelerating his primordial recovery rate. Junior, I hope you can inherit Jimin's strength well. In doing so, I shall not have failed him. Senior, isn't Jimin you? Xiubai hastily queried, perplexed by the implication. I am not I. He is not he. I am Jimin, but Jimin is not Ji-chong. I must take my leave now. This planet no longer requires my guardianship. I entrust the legacy to you. I have completed my final task. Henceforth, I shall traverse the dark dimension in search of those of my kin lost in the cosmos, and Ji-chong, should he still be alive. Junior, I hope that one day, we may meet again in the universe. The dark dimension? Before Xiubai could finish his thought, Jimin's voice grew increasingly ethereal, ultimately seeming to merge into another realm. Master, the dark dimension is the dimensional space where dark energy resides, and those who can traverse the dark dimension. I suspect that the Jimin you encountered is, in truth, an entity akin to me. Silver Wing suddenly interjected an intelligence core. Silver Wing, are you suggesting that the esteemed Jimin was not a real person, but rather the intelligence core of Ji-chong? Xiubai's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired. Indeed, although I cannot analyze it, my database indicates that among entities traversing the dark dimension, the likelihood of it being an intelligence core is the highest. Upon hearing Silver Wing's words, a hypothesis began to blossom in Xiubai's mind that if Jimin were indeed an intelligence core, then the 5 emperors, Yellow Emperor, Green Emperor, Red Emperor, White Emperor, and Black Emperor, might very well be code names for 5 superintelligence cores. Each would represent the intelligence core of one of the great emperors, tasked with overseeing their respective domains, just as those formidable deities in mythology also embodied the technological essence of their core identities. Good heavens, Xiubai was taken aback by this notion. Yet, the truth would only reveal itself when he ventured into the cosmos, encountering those remnants of the Longxia civilization, watching the vanishing spatial passage. Xiubai no longer hesitated, hastily stepping inside. Captain, from afar, a burly figure concealed within the woods called out. Keep up, the captain commanded, leading the two into the spatial passage with swift strides. That moment, the lizard-like creatures outside the oasis seemed to sense something amiss and raced into the oasis. In the final second before the spatial passage vanished, they charged in with great urgency. Meanwhile, in a port city belonging to the Federation, on the streets, a short, hunched figure gently lowered his hat, weaving left and right until arriving at a house. Knock, 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 knock. He rapped out a special code on the door. A few seconds later, a burly man opened a narrow gap in the door, allowing the figure to enter. Golden Mouse, what is the situation? The diminutive figure removed the garments that concealed his identity, revealing himself to be none other than the Golden Mouse who had parted ways with Xiubai and the others. Inside the room, aside from Saint Ao, the others present were the same individuals who had disembarked earlier. Steel Fong, brothers from the Northern District. During this period, they remained at the port where they had disembarked, anxiously awaiting the recovery of the Northern District Administrator's injuries. However, it seemed that this group was entangled in some dire predicament. This is troubling. The Federation has issued a warrant for our capture. The sole silver lining is that the Federation is unaware of how many of us have managed to escape. The warrant lists all personnel from the Black Sea prison. Jean Laoshu let out a sigh and addressed the others. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Jean Gang pounded the table with a fist, irate. The Black Sea prison was obliterated by the Black Sea King. Logically, the Federation should have no reason to suspect that anyone could have escaped. After all, the matter concerning the Dead Hand pirate crew was known only to this group. Moreover, within the Black Sea, the existence of surveillance technology is strictly prohibited, so it is natural that they are unaware of the Dead Hand pirate crew's prior presence at the Black Sea prison. Do you think it could be Sheng Ao? Jean Gang pondered, gritting his teeth. Sheng Ao? He has no reason to betray us. He also escaped from the Black Sea prison, did he not? I see that he is listed as a wanted criminal on the warrant as well. Jean Laoshu remarked, perplexed. No, there is something you do not know. Sheng Ao may not be a genuine prisoner of the Black Sea Xiubai, and I had our suspicions about him. We believed he and the cursed demon were, in fact, agents of the Federation, albeit belonging to rival factions. Their infiltration of the Black Sea prison was likely to procure something of significance. Jean Gang could not help but recall that man. Endowed with formidable power and exceptional intellect, if he were here, surely he would not allow us to find ourselves in such a predicament. Suddenly, the pale Northern District Administrator, resting in the corner, slowly sat up and raised a hand adorned with a neural interface. The communication from Sheng Ao. What? A-ing, quickly connect and see what he has to say. If he is indeed responsible for this, Jean Gang spoke, then sighed deeply. Even if Sheng Ao is behind this, what can we do? He is a high-ranking marshal of the Federation. Even though he has been declared a wanted criminal for some reason, his situation is undoubtedly different from ours. As for us, we are struggling merely to survive, let alone seek vengeance against Sheng Ao. Aing is the title used for the Northern District Administrator. Whether it is his real name remains unclear to the others. They simply refer to him as Aing and call his brother Xiaoguang. Aing connected the communication, and Sheng Ao's visage appeared on the screen. Compared to before, Sheng Ao's chiseled features now bore the marks of weariness and age. He expressed remorse as he addressed the group. You must have received news of the warrant by now, right? I am sorry. While contacting my superiors, I was intercepted by adversarial forces, and I have implicated you. During the communication, Sheng Ao refrained from elaborating further and succinctly conveyed the circumstances to the group. Humph, Jean Gang scoffed and replied, is an apology of any use? After all, the warrant is merely a scrap of paper to you. There will always be someone to protect you. It is only us inferior beings who are in danger of having our lives threatened by this warrant. Sheng Ao fell silent, his expression filled with even greater guilt. I know that anything I say now is futile. But please believe me, in 3 hours, my people will come to the port to escort you. Once you are on the ship, you will be taken to a very safe location where the Federation will not be able to find you. However, Xiubai, Xie, and Ken, I am aware of the communication codes of the boss. After a moment's hesitation, Jean Laoshu chose to trust Sheng Ao and spoke up. Very well, I will inform Xiubai and the others to be cautious. We shall meet in 3 hours. I will tell you everything. Sheng Ao said slowly on the screen. It better be so. Jean Gang's expression darkened. He was currently very displeased with Sheng Ao if he had not exposed their group. Once Aing recovered, he could have pursued his scholarly ambitions. Now, not only was pursuing dreams out of the question, but survival itself was also in jeopardy. I am sorry. Sheng Ao's voice was soft as the communication was severed. Sheng Ao stepped aside and removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing a delicate visage. Dispatched the Huangsha squad to retrieve them. The effeminate man placed the mask into a protective solution and instructed his subordinates. Yes, Minister, should we ensure the Huangsha squad takes care of them on the way? One subordinate made a gesture across his throat. No, bring them back safely. That one called Xiubai is a Longxia person. Longxia individuals always possess inexplicable strength and wisdom. If he cannot be eliminated in one strike, it will undoubtedly lead to numerous repercussions. Keeping his friends alive is essential to devising a strategy to locate him again. The effeminate man input Xiubai's communication code into the neural interface, searching for the last signal's location. Yes, Minister, since we have already locked onto all the escapees from the Black Sea prison, should we not retract the warrants for the other prisoners? After all, with so many escapees, it could easily incite public panic. One subordinate continued to inquire. Until we capture Xiubai, Xie, and Ken, there is no need to alter the warrants. Only by doing so can we lower their guard. As for public panic, a bunch of ignorant fools. What does it matter if they panic? The effeminate man sneered, and simultaneously received a response from the neural interface. Master, according to my searches in the network, the last location of the signal was deep within the withering desert. The specific coordinates are uncertain, as the withering desert is rife with interference signals. What was retrieved was the location where Xiubai had connected the network to search for videos of birds. It was the only instance during his entire journey to the withering desert where he accessed the network. Little did he expect that this connection would become the enemy's opportunity to locate him. The withering desert? What could he possibly be doing there? The effeminate man furrowed his brow slightly and then swiftly made his way to a room within the base. Inside the room stood a robust figure, wearing an odd device on his head. Surrounding him were many researchers analyzing the data extracted from the device. Minister, awaken Sheng Ao's consciousness. I have some questions for him. As the effeminate man spoke, the mask of the device slowly opened, revealing a bloodied and disfigured face. This man was the true Sheng Ao, though his skin had been flayed and fashioned into a human mask. Sheng Ao's consciousness gradually became clear, and he opened his eyes, his vision awash in crimson. Sheng Ao, do you know why Xiubai went to the withering desert? The effeminate man immediately inquired upon Sheng Ao's awakening. After speaking, he did not wait for Sheng Ao's reply, but turned to the researchers. Minister, there are fluctuations in his consciousness. However, the data indicates that he seems unaware of Xiubai's purpose for traveling to the withering desert. The researchers completed their data analysis and looked up to report. Unaware? The effeminate man gently cracked his knuckles. Could it be that his suspicion was correct, and the secret of Longxiao within the Black Sea prison was indeed taken away by this individual named Xiubai? Minister, we have just extracted a segment of information from Sheng Ao's memory regarding the ship that rescued them. The researchers continued to know. Who rescued them? The Dead Hand pirate crew. Moreover, among these fugitives, Fei Xia was once a member of the Dead Hand pirate crew. And when Sheng Ao departed from the field, the fugitive Hua Kuan also joined this pirate crew. And what of Xiubai? The effeminate man inquired nonchalantly. Xiubai. At that time, it seems he did not join. He merely left with the Dead Hand pirate crew. In other words, he may have joined them now. The effeminate man's brow furrowed tightly. If Xiubai had indeed joined the Dead Hand pirate crew, then it would be imperative to snatch him from that old rat Adelon. Adelon, instruct General Lingqi to lead a third-tier fleet to the outskirts of the Lost Sea, await the Dead Hand pirate crew, and negotiate with Liebert Adelon. If he is willing to hand over Xiubai, that would be splendid. If not, the port city. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Jin Gang and his companions stealthily approached the vicinity of the port. Is that the ship St. Ao sent to pick us up? Jean Laoshu pointed at the vessel docked at the harbor, its hull emblazoned with a crimson trident. Indeed, the crimson trident is the emblem of the family belonging to Marshal Osman of the Federation. It seems St. Ao is affiliated with Marshal Osman's faction. Let us proceed. Suddenly, Ayan, supported by Xiaoguang, turned pale and grasped Jin Gang and Jean Laoshu's arms. Wait, something is amiss. I sense a sniper is targeting us. Why would St. Ao send someone to retrieve us while also arranging for a cough? Sniper, we may have fallen into a trap. Ayan, overwhelmed with emotion, inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to cough uncontrollably. There is no time, St. Ao. You are indeed a traitor. Jin Gang realized the situation, but he had already noticed the individuals aboard the ship waving towards them. Fleeing now would be futile. That he scanned his surroundings and fixed his gaze on Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, do you remember that big brother from before? Yes, brotherly Xiubai. The small figure of Xiaoguang, hiding behind Ayan, nodded. Do you recall the communication code that Grandpa Jin mentioned earlier? Jingang's lips moved as he continued. I remember. Xiaoguang nodded again, seemingly grasping what was about to unfold. Ayan reached back and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Xiaoguang, your brother is injured and cannot escape. Neither can Brother Jin Gang and Grandpa Jin. Now, our survival depends on you. The sniper is on the top floor of that blue and white building to our left. I will count to 3, and you must immediately employ the concealment technique I taught you to blend into the crowd. Then find a way to contact Xiubai and inform him of everything. Do you understand, brother? Xiaoguang looked up, his eyes filled with fear. Ayan understood his brother's disposition, yet given the circumstances, he had no other options. They could not escape. Only Xiaoguang could. So 3, 2, 1, run. In the final second of the countdown, Xiao Wang gritted his teeth and dashed into the throng, his diminutive figure swiftly vanishing amidst the crowd as he ran. He utilized the concealment technique to alter his clothing and blend into the sniper's blind spots. Unbeknownst to him, as he employed the technique, a peculiar energy began to emanate from him, distorting everything around him. Meanwhile, the Huangsha team noticed Xiao Wang's escape and hurried to join the others. Sniper, where did that child go? Captain, I lost sight of him. What? Brother, Jin Gang, Grandpa Jin. Xiao Wang continued to run, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Bang! Suddenly, it felt as if he collided with something, and in that instant of being flung back, the strange energy around him dissipated, revealing his form once more. Subsequently, a delicate, fair hand lifted him up. Little one, why did you bump into me? A melodious voice resonated, evoking a sense of warmth within. Wu, I am sorry. I must save my brother. Wu, Xiao Wang, oblivious to everything else, continued to wipe his tears and speak. Save your brother? The woman clad in silver armor, with an exquisite visage, paused momentarily and turned to the burly men behind her. The burly men shook their heads frantically. Your Excellency Luoxin. This has nothing to do with us. Please, let me go. Those who captured my brother, are still pursuing me. Xiao Wang pointed toward the crowd behind them, crying as he searched for something. Did your brother commit any wrongdoing? No, it was another big brother who deceived us. I believe you. Luoxin gazed into Xiao Wang's eyes with a gentle smile. She then handed Xiao Wang to the burly men behind her, who understood her intentions and quickly placed Xiao Wang among them to shield him. The Huangsha team soon approached the group, eyeing the burly men as if they were concealing something, instantly arousing suspicion that I suspect you are harboring a fugitive. Get lost, the leading burly man coldly interjected. We are a federal unit and do not wish to. The captain's words abruptly halted, terror gradually rising in his eyes, for he had spotted the distinctive constellation tattoos gleaming on the burly men's arms. I am sorry. I did not realize you were the Star Plunderers. Please, forgive my rudeness, esteemed Star Plunderers, the captain stammered, trembling. That I said, get lost. Yes. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately prostrated himself on the ground. A distinguished team from the Federal Intelligence Security Department was genuinely rolling away on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the burly men burst into laughter. Before Luoxin, they were meek rabbits, but before others, they were the most fearsome tigers, for they were members of the Star Plunderers Legion. Xiao Wang ceased his tears. Watching the Huangsha team rolling on the ground while glancing at the striking silhouette, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beautiful sister, could you please save my brother? Although your brother has done no wrong. The Queen does not permit us to interfere in matters unrelated to dark civilizations. Thus, despite my desire to assist you, I am unable to do so. Luoxin turned her head, playfully pinching Xiao Wang's cheek with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang slowly lowered his head. He did not comprehend what the beautiful sister was saying, but understood that she was rejecting him. Then, may I borrow your communicator? At the Juman Temple, Xiubai stepped out from the spatial passage, glancing around but finding no sign of Captain Liebert or Carl. Random teleportation, perhaps. Did I arrive late? The surroundings were exceedingly vast, and the source of illumination remained a mystery. He kept surveying, only to discover no exits or entrances in sight. What does this mean? Did Senior Juman place me in a coffin? Xiubai scratched his head, just as he was about to search the nearby walls for any mechanisms. An enigmatic figure materialized before him. This figure, save for its pair of indifferent eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to him in both appearance and height. Could it be? Xiubai rubbed his chin, suddenly recalling a scenario he had encountered in certain documents. However, before he could ponder further, the doppelganger before him underwent a transformation. He noticed a blue light emanating from the area corresponding to the doppelganger's kidneys. Subsequently, the other 4 vital organs gradually illuminated with colors corresponding to the 5 elements. What does this signify? Xiubai was taken aback. As per the documents, this should lead to a confrontation with his inner demon. Master, this is... Silverwing's voice carried a tone of astonishment, but it abruptly halted mid-sentence, as if experiencing a system crash. What? Silverwing? I don't know, but I feel like I recognize this technology. Master, I sense issues with my memory and databanks. Silverwing, as an intelligent system, often utilized terms like estimate and approximately. But it seemed that the concept of feeling was being expressed for the first time. For as an intelligent system, all judgments were based on data, and the notion of approximately could be employed. Whereas feeling was an unquantifiable concept, Xiubai, perplexed, merely instructed Silverwing to troubleshoot the situation while he approached to further investigate the doppelganger. Examining oneself. It was a rather peculiar sensation. This is the 5 elements. The Juman temple belongs to the wood element. Why does a manifestation of the 5 elements appear? Could it be that I was not randomly teleported, but rather intentionally sent here by Senior Juman? What could be Senior Juman's purpose in bringing me here? Xiubai was utterly perplexed, and after a moment of contemplation, he reached out to touch the radiant light that represented the element of water. Suddenly, with a hum, the 5 elements began to interweave, revealing 8 profound patterns. This is, Xiubai furrowed his brow slightly. The metal element transformed into Qian and Dui, the earth element into Kun and Jin, the wood element into Zhun and Sun, the water into Kan, and the fire into Li. Truly, the 8 trigrams. Immediately, the 8 trigrams began to merge, giving rise to 4 distinct powers. Xiubai reached out to touch them. Information regarding these 4 powers flooded his mind. The Qian and Dui trigrams represented the sun, the Kun and Jin trigrams denoted the moon, the Kan and Sun trigrams symbolized the lesser yang, and the Zhun and Li trigrams represented the lesser yin. This constituted the 4 symbols. As the 4 symbols fused together, a pattern he found immensely familiar emerged. The 2 instruments of Taiji. No, it was the diagram of the 2 instruments. In the yang instrument, the sun was depicted as a fish, with the lesser yang as the fish's eye. In the yin instrument, the moon was illustrated as a fish, and the lesser yin as the fish's eye. Furthermore, the yin and yang had not merged into one, but rather remained distinct, one above the other. This illustrated the ascent of the pure qi of the 2 instruments and the descent of the turbid qi. Only when the 2 instruments are unified, with the sun containing lesser yin and the moon containing lesser yang, can the true Taiji diagram be realized. To provide a simple analogy, within the 2 instruments, the sun, moon, lesser yang, and lesser yin correspond to the binary values 00, 01, 10, and 11. When these values are separated, they represent the 2 instruments. When 0 and 1 become indistinguishable, it signifies Taiji, just as Xiubai was pondering. The diagram of the 2 instruments transformed into the Taiji diagram. At this moment, he finally comprehended that this room had been intentionally orchestrated by Zhu Meng to lead him here, the reason being his self-created cultivation method. The Wuzhigong, Zhu Meng, in some manner, had learned of Xiubai's practice of this unfinished technique, and thus brought him to this place to bestow upon him insights that would allow him to master Wuzhigong. What is Wuzhigong? Wuzhigong represents the formless and the shapeless, the silent and the colorless, the beginningless and the endless, the indefinable, embodying the concept of infinite potential. Xiubai's Wuzhigong remained in an unfinished state because he realized that if he were to create this technique based on his initial ideology, the further he progressed, the more it would diverge from foundational theory. The original concept of Wuzhigong was to reverse the principles of the human body against the infinite, before the current universe came into existence. The world possessed 5 forms, known as the pre-heavenly 5 Tai. Only in the boundless void of the universe does one encounter the state called Taiji, formless and intangible. It is defined solely by the pre-heavenly Qi. A state of the universe more primordial than chaos, referred to as Taichu. Tangible yet without substance, invisible to the senses, it denotes the primordial state of the universe before the heavens and the earth were formed. Term Taishu, the state of the universe consisting solely of primordial matter, is known as Taisu. The state of the universe where yin and yang are undivided is called Taiji. What Xiubai sought to achieve was to elevate himself to the realm of Taiji, then return to the pre-heavenly 5 Tai, ultimately reaching the state of Wujiji. He had contemplated how to attain Taiji. Although the path he was currently traversing was based on the inner elixir path, a new path of his own creation, the names of the realms remained unchanged. It was still the refining of essence into Qi, the refining of Qi into spirit, the refining of spirit into emptiness, and the refining of emptiness to merge with the Tao. Upon merging with the Tao, one reaches the realm of Taiji. Taiji, within its circle, encompasses all things in the world. All things, indeed, are the Tao. Merging with the Tao signifies incorporating all methods of the world into oneself. Achieving this step means glimpsing the realm of Taiji. In simple terms, many sages depicted in novels belong to the realm of Taiji. Within the circle of Taiji, which is their universe, they can effortlessly manifest myriad laws with a wave of their hand, rendering them nearly invincible. This is the realm of Taiji. However, it is incompatible with science, and therein lies the dilemma. Xiubai had no idea how to integrate the so-called way of all things into himself until he recently devised the method of merging with the Tao through the refinement of emptiness. This method involves utilizing form and intent to manifest the power of all things. Yet, this raises a question. Human effort is ultimately finite. How can he live to see the day when he has fully manifested all things? Longevity remains the paramount issue. Of course, he could continuously acquire knowledge in biotechnology to create technological drugs capable of enhancing genes and cells to extend lifespan. Yet, the same problem persists. Human effort is finite. And relying solely on biotechnology for transformation will eventually lead to the limits of modification. At that point, he would still face death. In the known universe, the only method of achieving immortality through technology, rather than life energy, lies in mechanical ascension. However, after undergoing mechanical transformation, he would lose his physical body. How could he then integrate all things into himself and subsequently transcend to the realm of Wujiji? It seems he would merely become a heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, Xiubai recognized his predicament and provided him with a direction for contemplation. The 5 elements encapsulate the fundamental essence of heaven and earth. As long as I base my abilities on the 5 elements, I can manifest all powers related to them. From there, I can derive the way of all things and ultimately distill it within myself. Touching upon the realm of Taiji, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiubai's eyes. Although he still had not fully clarified the path of cultivation ahead, he had at least gained a definitive direction. As long as he had a direction, he would surely perfect Wujigong, of course. Before embarking on this journey, he needed to complete the refinement of essence into Qi, ensuring that he possessed all 5 elements. As if aware that Xiubai had attained enlightenment, the unknown imitation of Xiubai, crafted by some advanced technology, slowly began to fade away. In the space where it vanished, a passage leading out of the divine temple appeared. It seemed Xiubai had no intention of providing Xiubai with any additional treasures. Perhaps to prevent him from relying too heavily on external forces, or perhaps because he believed Xiubai had already received the greatest gift. In the oasis, Xiubai emerged from the spatial passage. Finding no sign of Captain Librat or Carl, they were likely still within the divine temple, acquiring their respective treasures. Hence, Xiubai settled down, sitting cross-legged on the ground, contemplating the intricacies of Wujigong while awaiting the return of the 2. Master, while you were in the divine temple of Xiubai, an unknown communication code attempted to reach you multiple times. Would you like to return the call? Silverwing's voice broke the silence. Seemingly back to normal. Just moments ago, while he was in Xiubai's divine temple, a separate space, he could not receive communications from the Nansha Federation. Unknown communication? Could it be the Golden Mouse? Return the call. Understood. Silverwing complied, and a luminous screen materialized before Xiubai. As the communication was returned, a stunning visage appeared within the light. Even with Xiubai's composure, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his poise. Who are you? Xiubai furrowed his brow, as he did not recognize this individual. Could this world also employ a message-in-a-bottle style of communication? Are you the Xiubai that Xiaoguang is searching for? The beautiful woman gazed at him with curiosity, offering no response to his inquiry. Xiaoguang? Who is Xiaoguang? I am Xiubai, but I do not know you, nor do I recognize anyone named Xiaoguang. Have you dialed the wrong number? Xiubai shook his head and spoke. Immediately, the luminous screen shifted to the side, revealing a small boy sound asleep. The younger brother of the Northern District's administrator? Xiubai exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth was happening? He was here, but where were the others? Xiaoguang, wake up. The beautiful woman gently nudged the young boy, speaking softly. Sister Luoxin, let me sleep a bit longer. Xiubai Gij, Xiaoguang, rubbing his sleepy eyes, sat up abruptly and caught sight of the peculiar expression on Xiubai's face within the screen. Northern, your name is Xiaoguang, right? Where are the others? Your brother, Golden Mouse, King Kong, and Saint Ao, Gij, Wu, Gij, and the others have been captured. Xiaoguang began to cry anew, but don't cry yet. Xiaoguang, please tell me what happened, Xiubai urged. hastily offering comfort. Subsequently, Xiaoguang recounted all the events that had transpired recently in fragmented sentences. Upon hearing everything, Li Xiubai fell into a contemplative silence. He sensed that there was something amiss with the situation, yet the scant information he possessed left him unable to analyze it effectively. Li Xiubai Gij, can you save my brother and everyone else? Xiaoguang's voice trembled as he fought back tears. Rest assured, I will rescue your brother and the others. Xiaoguang, please hand the communication back to that sister. Okay, Xiaoguang nodded earnestly, shifting the luminous screen to Luoxin's face. Luoxin gazed at Li Xiubai, her beautiful eyes blinking gently, yet she remained silent. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoguang. Could I trouble you to continue looking after him for a while? I am currently in a desolate desert, and it will take me several months to return. Li Xiubai pressed his lips together, speaking in a serious tone. Are you from the Longxia people? Luo Xian did not immediately respond to Li Xiubai's request. Instead, she began to speak of Longxia. I suppose so. Suppose so? Luo Xian gazed at Li Xiubai, then continued. The Queen forbids us from meddling in the affairs of other civilizations at our whim. That my assistance to Xiaoguang, while awaiting your communication, has already breached this rule. However, the Queen has also stated that Longxia once aided us. Without Longxia, our civilization would never have been established. Since you are of Longxia, I am willing to assist you. Upon hearing her words, Li Xiubai gradually exhaled. Feeling relieved if she had refused to help, he would have truly been at a loss. Xiaoguang alone could not possibly evade the Federation's search. Thank you. I will wait for you 3 months. After 3 months, I must take those marauders away, no matter what. Luo Xian concluded and abruptly terminated the communication. Li Xiubai was taken aback, not due to her disconnecting the call, but because he could not comprehend her words. It was only in such moments that he felt the limitations of his knowledge. Master, the Marauder Legion is the most fearsome organization in the universe. Their notorious reputation is widespread, nearly permeating every corner of the known universe. Silver Wing, understanding his master's thoughts, spoke up. Have you encountered them before? No, master. I just searched online. Li Xiubai's lips twitched slightly. Was this the legendary interdimensional Baidu? Originally, this organization consisted of a single individual known as the Marauder. He once claimed that the universe harbored an ultimate secret, hidden within various celestial bodies, and that discovering this secret would grant one dominion over the ultimate universe. Gradually, more individuals, drawn by the allure of the Marauder, joined the quest for the ultimate universe, and thus the name Marauders became associated with the organization. Their method of collecting secrets was through the annihilation of celestial bodies. It is rumored that the Marauder possesses a nearly infinite celestial map. The Marauder has charted constellations for all the cosmos, and every Marauder bears a constellation mark, signifying the locations they are destined to destroy and from which they will collect secrets. Silver Wing continued. Are you serious? Li Xiubai's pupils constricted sharply. In the universe, constellations are a vague concept. Some constellations may contain only a few to several hundred celestial bodies, while others may encompass thousands or even billions. This implies that certain Marauders might destroy billions of celestial bodies over their lifetimes. It is important to note that even the destruction of a single celestial body is no simple task. The power of the Marauders is incalculable. This is all information from the cosmic network, with an accuracy exceeding 80. Wait, the woman named Luo Xian just mentioned she would take a group of Marauders away. How formidable is she? Li Xiubai asked in astonishment. This, I cannot estimate. Just then, as Li Xiubai conversed with Silver Wing, a spatial portal reappeared, and Captain Libert and Carl emerged, although it was unclear where they had ventured within the temple. Captain Libert appeared significantly healthier, suggesting he had secured the treasure spoken of by Zhu Meng. Hey, Li Xiubai, did you not enter, or have you already come out? I didn't see you inside. Carl inquired. Puzzled, I went to another part of the temple. This must have been arranged intentionally by Senior Zhu Meng. Li Xiubai replied. Oh. Wait, why are there still people here? As Carl was speaking, the spatial portal opened once more. The three turned to see 3 figures. Weakened, tumbling out of the portal and collapsing to the ground, motionless. Judging by their battle-worn armor, they seemed to have endured a cataclysmic battle. Aren't these the individuals we encountered in the Silver Empire ruins? Carl approached and lifted the captain's helmet. It appeared they had been placed in some perilous situation by Senior Zhu Meng. Li Xiubai smiled faintly. gripping his azure spear, ready to end the lives of the three. Wait, Master! Individuals who undertake interstellar missions have their life signs monitored within the Silver Empire. Should they perish here, the Silver Empire will be notified immediately. Doh. Haha. I see that Xiubai's face gradually took on a mischievous smile upon hearing this. Silverwing was increasingly understanding him, or rather, understanding Carl's cunning. Carl, quickly, while they are unconscious, strip them of their armor. Xiubai stepped forward, explaining why they would not kill them as he spoke. Carl immediately grasped the implication and moved to remove the armor. In a short while, the armor of the three was disarmed by Silverwing's security system and donned by Xiubai and his companions. Wait, why am I wearing female armor? Carl complained, clad in violet armor, his face displaying reluctance. That is compatible with the sniper rifle. Did you not bring the AI? Xiubai, wearing the captain's armor, queried Captain Libert, and Carl. I brought it, but why not take this person's AI? Carl pointed at the captain. Haha, I still have use for his AI. Let us move. Xiubai raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. With that, the three activated their armor's propulsion systems and sped towards the shore. After some time, the spatial portal opened once more and a creature murmuring skin emerged from within. It was no longer the desiccated lizard's form, but had assumed a humanoid skeleton. Faintly, it seemed something was burning within its skull's eye sockets. A few days later, at the shore, when Xiubai and his companions beheld the field ship, the colossal weight that had been pressing upon their hearts finally lifted. If the ship were lost, all their fortunes would be of no consequence. Barton, Fat Scorpion, you haven't left, Carl exclaimed excitedly, waving at the three. Humph. Had it not been for the captain and the coach also entering, I would have certainly left you here. You fool, Barton huffed, yet the joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Heh. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Carl climbed aboard the ship, embracing Barton. Get off. Get off. Have you found the temple? Of course. You should know who I am. I am the great adventurer's soul, the appointed king of adventure. Carl tossed his hair dramatically, brimming with arrogance. Bring it here. Bring. What? Carl looked at Barton's outstretched hand, confusion etched across his face. Did you not enter the temple? Where are the treasures? Barton's voice boomed, drawing the attention of the crew, who quickly surrounded Carl. Dozens of eyes fixated on him, and should he dare utter a negative word, he would undoubtedly face a brutal beating. This. Carl stammered, at a loss for words. As the crew began rolling up their sleeves, Captain Libert quickly interjected. All right, this is not Carl's fault. Our primary purpose for entering the temple was to seek treasures for my healing. What? Captain, you are injured. When did you sustain this injury, and why did you not inform us? Are there treasures within the temple that can heal your wounds? As soon as Captain Libert finished speaking, the crew immediately expressed their concern. What treasures? All of that is forgotten. No amount of riches is more important than the captain's well-being. I found it. My injuries have improved. Captain Libert smiled gently at the worried crew. Yet, he had lied. While the treasure had indeed been found, it was as Zhu Meng had stated. This treasure could only alleviate his injuries and slightly prolong his life. It could not fully heal him. Upon hearing this, the crew erupted in cheers, turning their ire toward Carl for having concealed the captain's injury. This scoundrel is wearing armor. Strip it off him. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Xiubai seized the opportunity to kick Carl in the rear twice. Then approached Captain Libert, who was in the process of removing the bear warrior armor. Captain, is something the matter, Xiubai? Along the journey, Captain Libert has come to know Xiubai more deeply, developing a fondness for the boy that has altered his manner of address. Could I trouble you to escort me back to the port where my friends disembarked? Of course. But, could you share the reason with me? On the return journey, Captain Libert sensed an unease in Xiubai's demeanor. Though the boy's battle armor obscured his features, now, having shed the armor, Captain Libert clearly observed the worry etched in Xiubai's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Xiubai chose to reveal the circumstances. For both Facia and Waken were also listed among the wanted. Just take me to the port. This matter concerns the Federation, and I alone. Suddenly, Captain Libert placed a hand on Xiubai's shoulder. Do you recall what I once told you? You are a remarkable child, yet due to certain circumstances, you have developed a habitual veneer of detachment and solitude. Over the past few months, not just I, but Carl, Facia, and everyone aboard have come to regard you as true family. As family, We cannot stand by and watch you venture into danger alone, but if you doubt me, ask them." Upon hearing this, Xiubai slowly turned his head. The crew, having ceased their playful banter, gazed resolutely in their direction. "Boss, were it not for you, I would have perished in the abyss of the Black Sea. My life belongs to you, Phaecia, and now you expect me to watch you face peril all alone? I cannot abide by that. Indeed, boss, Phaecia and I have followed you since the abyss of the Black Sea. You shall always be our leader." Phaecia and Waken, the first to become acquainted with Xiubai, immediately expressed their stance. "Xiubai, do not dismiss this matter lightly." Carl, bruised and battered, rose unsteadily, his words somewhat garbled. "Exactly. Coach, the martial arts and knowledge you have imparted over these past months are treasures even those raised from childhood would hesitate to share. Yet you have offered them freely, and we shall not simply stand by as you confront the dangers of the Nan Sha Federation alone." Barton and the crew echoed loudly. "But, no buts. Do you grasp the significance of the Dead Hand Pirate's name?" Captain Liebert fixed his gaze upon Xiubai's eyes and continued. "Many believe it to be a fearsome title meant to intimidate others, but only we understand its true meaning. Dead Hand signifies a solemn oath of life and death. Hand in hand with family, the Dead Hand Pirates will never abandon a single family member." Xiubai was taken aback by the words, and before he could respond, Captain Liebert waved his hand decisively. "Carl, prepare to navigate. Barton, raise the anchor and set sail. Waken, check the cannon ammunition. The Nan Sha Federation will undoubtedly lay traps along our route. Everyone, prepare to set off." "Aye, Captain." The crew responded in unison, promptly attending to their tasks. Xiubai watched the bustling crew, a complex yet warm expression dawning in his eyes, as the shadow in his heart began to dissipate. Soon, the field ship, under the crew's deft control, gradually sailed into the lost sea. Heading towards the original port, just half a day after the Dead Hand Pirates departed, 3 figures clad in light garments arrived at the shore. "Violent Bear, where is our aircraft?" The captain pointed at the empty shore, his finger trembling slightly. I don't know." Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the ground violently. The trio turned in horror to see a monstrous creature resembling a bull with antlers, akin to a gigantic eagle, land nearby. Upon the creature's back stood a man cloaked in swirling black mist. The man gently caressed the creature and then seemed to receive some distressing news. "Dragon Hawk, are you saying that the temple of the divine Mang has vanished?" Fury and malevolence laced the man's voice as he slowly turned to face the 3. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, throwing the 3 to the ground. "Go," the man commanded coldly. As Dragon Hawk took flight, disappearing into the horizon, leaving behind the Silver Empire trio, the captain trembling as he extended his charred, smoking hand, seemingly attempting to grasp Dragon Hawk and the man, with his last vestiges of defiance. He muttered his grievances before losing consciousness. The temple of the divine Mang has disappeared. What does that have to do with me? At the junction of the Lost Sea and the Crimson Reef. 2 months prior, a high-ranking fleet of the Nan Sha Federation inexplicably anchored here and has not departed since. The local populace has long since fled with their families, fully aware that lingering here would spell doom for them all. "General Lingqi, we have waited for over 2 months. Could it be that the Dead Hand Pirates have departed from another location?" On the deck, a resolute woman approached the armored man, speaking in hushed tones. General Lingqi gazed out at the sea, not immediately responding to his deputy's inquiry. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, "What significance does that hold for us?" But the deputy hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Lingqi, I understand your fury regarding Marshal Osman's arrest, but if we fail to intercept the Dead Hand Pirates, it is very likely that Minister Sorska will. I have said, this has nothing to do with us. It was Sorska who ordered us to wait here. If we do not intercept them, that is his concern, not mine." Upon hearing General Lingqi's words, the deputy felt a surge of indignation and spoke up. "Lingqi, there is no point in directing your ire at me. I am merely reminding you that if we fail to intercept the Dead Hand Pirates, Sorska might well use that as grounds to attack you in Congress. Avi, do you comprehend what you are saying? If he wishes to attack me, let him. I shall never willingly do their bidding. What is with your strange behavior today, persistently urging me to serve that lapdog of Sorska? Have you forgotten the mission of the Red Revolutionary Army?" General Lingqi turned to question coldly. "That I have certainly not forgotten. However, what if I told you that Saint Ao is in Sorska's clutches?" What? Why did you not inform me sooner? General Lingqi was taken aback, ready to stride towards the control room, but Avi seized him firmly. Let go. Do you know why I did not tell you earlier? It is precisely because I understood that with your character, once you learn of this, you would recklessly rush to save Saint Ao. Avi spoke gravely. And what then? You would find yourself captured too. We three were raised by our teacher from childhood. I too wish to rescue Saint Ao. Yet I know we cannot. We value each other too much. Should only one of us be captured. No matter the torment endured, we would steadfastly resist. But if two of us are taken, Sorska will undoubtedly use the life of one to coerce the other into revealing everything. Hearing Avi's words, Lingqi abruptly ceased his struggles. He collapsed onto the ground. Despondent. Are we to abandon Saint Ao? Alas. Avi sighed softly and sat beside Lingqi. When we first arrived, did you see the fear in the eyes of those common folk? All of it was fear, despair. The Red Revolutionary Army, once cherished by the people, was the most radiant beacon in their hearts. As long as the Red Revolutionary Army exists, hope will forever reside in the hearts of the people. But now, everything has changed. Long Xia is gone. The kingdom of Arango has fallen. The revival of the kingdom of Arango and the re-establishment of the Red Revolutionary Army is the lifelong aspiration of our teacher and us. Now that our teacher has been arrested, we are the only ones who can continue to fight for it. Thus, we must never allow the Federation to uncover our true intentions. If you were the one captured by Sorska, would you wish for us to rescue you? No. Lingqi slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with anguish. I wouldn't know either. Saint Ao must think the same. This mission to intercept the deadly hand pirates is both a test from Sorska and a part of our scheme. If we fail to accomplish our task, the consequences are unimaginable. Furthermore, I suspect you haven't thoroughly examined the mission list, have you? Ivy leaned against the ship's wall and spoke up. Lingqi remained silent, for he indeed had not looked at it. His arrival here was entirely orchestrated by Ivy. This task primarily involves capturing the fugitives from the Black Sea prison. Wasn't the Black Sea prison destroyed by the Sea King? How could anyone possibly escape? Lingqi questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Ivy shook her head in resignation. Let me finish. Among these fugitives from the Black Sea prison, there is one named Xiubai, who is a Longxia person. Sorska's audacity to capture Saint Ao without a care, coupled with the arrest of our teacher by the Congress, indicates that Saint Ao did not find that item in the Black Sea prison. If we wish to continue fulfilling our mission, we must seek alternatives. Since Xiubai is a Longxia person, he may hold the key to valuable information. Thus, our interception of the deadly hand pirates serves not only to placate Sorska, but also to uncover new leads. I don't quite understand how the arrest of our teacher and Saint Ao relates to whether Saint Ao completed the mission, Lingqi asked, bewildered. You need not understand. With your intellect, grasping the intricacies of political struggle is beyond your capability. Just know that we must intercept the deadly hand pirates. Leave the rest to me. We've been spotted. Carl, holding a telescope, announced slowly in the distance. A reconnaissance ship was approaching. Then let us not take a detour. I am eager to engage these federal lackeys in a proper battle. A sinister grin spread across Barton's face, his arm muscles bulging. Calm down. What if they are coming with an aircraft carrier fleet? Are you prepared to take them on with your bare hands? Carl rolled his eyes. Surely not. Continue onward, and wait for the main fleet to catch up. Fat Scorpion, check on what Xiubai is doing and tell him to prepare. The enemy is coming, Carl shouted. Fat Scorpion nodded and made his way towards the cabin. Meanwhile, Xiubai was in his room practicing the method of returning to the innate state of his liver. Although he had lost the sacred tree offspring and the vine forbidden fruit provided by Ryandan, months of arduous training had allowed him to make significant progress, having received the vine ring from Zhu. He was now on the verge of attaining the second layer of wood element internal energy. Within his inner vision, the verdant wood element internal energy continuously coalesced back into his liver. Gradually, blue and green internal energies manifested around Xiubai, intertwining and converging. This was the manifestation of water nurturing wood. The fusion of water and wood invigorated him, rapidly healing the various injuries he had sustained from martial arts practice. Moreover, he felt an astonishing enhancement in his vitality. In other words, his lifespan had increased. The wood element internal energy, embodying the essence of life and vitality, equated to a surge of life energy. Xiubai opened his eyes, observing the emerald energy in his hands. Had it not been for the vine ring gifted by Elder Zhu, Completing the wood element return to innate state would have taken him an exceedingly long time. Nonetheless, he still harbored numerous questions about the stage of refining essence into energy. For instance, he possessed water element internal energy, but was unable to manipulate water. Logically, possessing water element internal energy should grant him control over anything related to water. However, the water element internal energy's transformation into tsunami force had never exhibited such abilities. This left him somewhat perplexed. Must my cultivation method encompass all 5 elements to truly harness the powers of the 5 elements? Xiubai murmured to himself, then nodded slightly. It must be so. Although I possess the power of the 5 elements, I have not allowed them to cycle and generate one another, hence my inability to manipulate anything related to the 5 elements. Boss, the fleet of the Nansha Federation has discovered us. They are likely to attack soon. At that moment, Fat Scorpion's voice called from outside. Hearing this, Xiubai slowly rose, but inadvertently shattered the floor beneath him. Acquiring water element internal energy was the result of years of cultivation, allowing him to wield that power with finesse. However, the wood element internal energy was different, due to the vitality of wood. His overall physical capabilities had doubled, and the quality of his body had significantly improved. Let this fleet be an opportunity to familiarize myself with my newly acquired powers. Xiubai removed the ship ring, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Upon reaching the deck, all crew members were already prepared, waiting for the enemy's main fleet to catch up before deciding whether to engage or retreat. Xiubai. I heard from Fat Scorpion that you have commanded battles before? Captain Lebert inquired. Yes, Xiubai did not deny it and nodded directly. Then you shall be in command this time. I am old and shall refrain from participating in battle. I will take my rest, Captain Lebert said with a slight smile, making his way toward the cabin. The crew exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They're here. The scale suggests it's a high-level fleet, not an aircraft carrier fleet. We can fight, Carl exclaimed excitedly while peering through the telescope. This guy is also a battle fanatic. I never noticed it before. Master, the Nansha Federation's high-level fleet comprises a 10,000-ton air defense battleship, 3 cruisers, 5 frigates, and 2 attack-type conventional submarines, along with numerous attack vessels. Silverwing promptly reported without needing a reminder. Wow, did I assassinate their entire high command? Xiubai clicked his tongue, then called out to Carl. Carl, you take the helm and oversee all operations on board. Vacan, you are in charge of firepower deployment. Fat Scorpion and Barton, you will handle boarding and underwater operations. Each of you will wear one of the 3 cognitive watches we brought back. I have already connected them to my cognitive watch and opened a temporary battle channel. We won't don our battle armor just yet. Conserve energy until I give the command. Understood. The crew did not inquire about the origin of Xiubai's cognitive watch. They each donned the Silver Imperial Trio's cognitive watches. Xiubai, what will you be doing? Carl asked, steadying the ship's helm at me. Xiubai walked to the edge of the field ship, smiling slightly as he spread his arms and leaned over the sea. I will attack their interior. Although his water element internal energy had not yet reached the level of complete control over water powers, it granted him numerous advantageous abilities related to water. For instance, his speed and strength in water would increase, unaffected by water resistance. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to operate the water element internal energy, Silver Wing, activate reconnaissance mode, and enable radar evasion mode. Notify me immediately if you detect any enemy submarines. Xiubai radiated a cerulean glow as he swiftly swam towards the depths of the ocean. Ordinary individuals would find it challenging to dive to depths of hundreds of meters, even while wearing specialized pressure-resistant suits. However, Xiubai was different. His physical prowess was already formidable, and with the assistance of water element internal energy, he felt little discomfort even at depths of 1,000 meters. On the communication channel, Carl was directing the crew to deploy underwater mines, while the field ship's mines were primarily designed to counter large surface fleets. For submarines lurking beneath the water, defensive measures were limited. Thus, Xiubai intended to dive deep and eliminate those 2 submarines. Master, I have located them, 2,000 meters to your right front. Do you require a mechanical intrusion into their control systems? Silver Wing inquired within Xiubai's consciousness. How much mechanical energy remains? Silver Wing was not equipped with powerful reconnaissance devices. Its ability to detect submarines from 2,000 meters away was solely due to the release of mechanical energy. While expending mechanical energy, It also had to ensure that Xiubai remained undetectable by the enemy's sonar, which was a significant drain on resources. Currently, there is 24 mechanical energy remaining. Infiltrate the opponent's control system. Render it temporarily incapacitated and immediately activate reconnaissance and anti-radar mode. Xiubai can indeed supply energy to the Silver Wing, but the generation of this energy is closely linked to cellular activity. Excessive production may lead to cellular fatigue. This battle has only just commenced, and there's no need to expend such considerable power. Understood, Master. I am currently breaching the enemy's control system. 3, 2, 1. Xiubai, wielding a cerulean spear, coiled his body like a spring poised to unleash its force. The moment the countdown on the Silver Wing concluded, he transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the water towards a submarine 2,000 meters away. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the cerulean spear resonated with a crystalline sound, and elongated blades extended from either side of its tip, morphing into a three-pronged trident of azure hue. This ancient relic had always eluded Xiubai's understanding due to the intricacies of its craftsmanship. He knew, however, that infusing it with inner energy would sharpen its edge, and now it revealed an additional capability. When submerged, it could transform into a trident. Gripping the trident tightly, Xiubai unleashed a torrent of aquatic inner energy, twisting his waist as he spun rapidly through the water. In an instant, he became a whirlpool beneath the waves, sweeping everything in his vicinity into a vortex. Then, a flash of blue light darted through the water. Boom! The two submarines were brutally pierced in half. Xiubai, holding the azure trident, cast a calm glance at the submarine that was desperately sealing its breached compartments and ascending towards the surface. He chose not to pursue further. Each of these submarines measured around 130 meters, and completely annihilating them with his whirlpool technique would require a significant expenditure of energy. Instead, he aimed merely to compromise their hulls, forcing them to surface. A submarine rising to the surface would be akin to an assassin exposed to sunlight. Stripped of all deterrent power, Xiubai propelled himself with inner energy, evading underwater mines as he ascended to the ocean's surface. Yeah, Barton, I've pierced two submarines. They are now rising. I've marked the coordinates. Find a way to disarm their weapons. I must deal with the fleet behind us. Yes, boss. Yeah, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately responded. Along with Barton and the crew, donning the specialized diving suits of the field and swiftly heading underwater. Xiubai, do you require assistance? We are still clearing mines to obstruct the enemy's advance. The voice of Carl came through the comms. Wait a moment, Xiubai replied, channeling his inner energy into the Silver Wing. 30, 50, 70, Silver Wing. Activate mimicry anti-detection mode. After issuing this command, Xiubai donned his ship ring once more and continued through the channel. Carl, bring the field closer. Whack in. Once Carl reaches the designated position, immediately provide fire support to cover my approach to that battleship. If I am not mistaken, the enemy commander is located there. In any warfare, the most effective and swiftest tactic is a decapitation strike. Certain space-based weapons, for instance, were designed specifically for this purpose. Once intelligent beings learn of their commander's demise, they invariably descend into panic and confusion. For example, if Xiubai, Captain Xiubai, or Carl were to fall, the entire field would lose all combat capability, for it is not merely the brain that is lost, but the entire strategic framework. Received. Xiubai, make sure to wear your ship ring. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Watch me, boss. On the deck, Wacken waved his hands, urging the crew to load the cannons. Wait, deadhand pirates. We come to negotiate, not to fight. A youthful voice emerged from the Nansha Federation fleet. Boss, what should we do? Wacken, poised to issue the order to fire, inquired through the comms. Negotiate. The fleet is practically stuffed into my mouth. Let us give them a taste of cannon fire instead. Xiubai, concealed within the fleet, had no desire for negotiation. On the deck, upon receiving the order, Wacken immediately waved his hand. The boss says, forget negotiation, fire. Ha ha. The crew burst into laughter as dark cannonballs were swiftly discharged. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannonballs soared towards the fleet, they erupted, transforming into colossal swords of 100 meters, crashing down with tremendous force. The field had no conventional cannonballs. All projectiles morphed into various forms of energy assaults. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the conventional attack vessels of the Nansha Federation were completely sunk, and the frigates and cruisers sustained varying degrees of damage. This was the terrifying power of ancient relics. The Dead Hand pirates could roam the Nansha Federation with such impunity, and the field was instrumental in their legendary status. General Lingqi, retaliate. If we wait any longer, we may not only fail to locate Xiubai, but might not even survive. Ivy voiced urgently. In the control room, Lingqi promptly issued the counterattack order. Aside from the electromagnetic main cannon, engage all other firepower immediately. The weaponry on each ship gradually activated, targeting the direction of the field. Torpedo tubes and anti-ship missiles were all prepared for launch. However, Carl, controlling the field, merely smirked, revealing a dark golden card in his hand, emblazoned with the image of the field. The crew chuckled, their faces reflecting mocking disdain as they gazed at the Nansha Federation fleet. Lingqi had never clashed with the Dead Hand pirates. No, most of the living in the Nansha Federation had never encountered the Dead Hand pirates. Thus, their capabilities remained largely unknown. Carl inserted the dark golden card into the helm, and a colossal dark golden phantom, wielding a trident, slowly appeared above the field. It brandished the trident, pointing gently towards the Nansha Federation fleet. Instantly, the recently launched weaponry lost all power, plummeting straight towards the fleet. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted forth, delivering a devastating blow to the Nansha Federation fleet, which also found their electronic control systems in disarray. Lingqi's expression changed dramatically, his biological energy surging as he shouted to the entire fleet. Everyone, switch to manual mode and retreat. He never anticipated the Dead Hand pirates' combat prowess in the sea would be so fearsome, nearly neutralizing most of their technological equipment. To defeat them, only royal-tier powers could be dispatched for overwhelming individual combat. At this moment, Ivy also realized that Sorska had intended for her and Lingqi to intercept the Dead Hand pirates. Beyond her own calculations, it was likely that he also planned to use the Dead Hand pirates to eliminate them. Trying to flee? At that moment, from the side of the main battleship, a figure wielding a cerulean trident burst through the water, leaping onto the deck. Face ya, Barton. After disabling the weapon systems, unleash everything on them. I have boarded the enemy's command ship, rat-a-tat-tat. As soon as Xiubai issued his command, he was engulfed by a torrential storm of bullets. The cerulean trident spun rapidly, creating a cascade of sparks as it deflected and repelled most of the bullets. The few that breached his defenses merely left shallow white marks upon his body. When it comes to destructive capacity and explosive force, water and wood inner energies may not rival metal and fire. But in terms of enhancing the physical body, the former two not only match, but vastly exceed the latter. Bullets rained down upon the deck from all directions, yet they were all intercepted by that central azure trident silhouette. Xiubai continuously waved the trident, inching closer to the control room. Lingqi and Ivy, hearing the commotion outside, hurriedly exited the control room. Xiubai, we are not your enemies. We can discuss this. Discuss? Rest assured, we will have our discussion. But only after I capture both of you. Xiubai glanced at the two, realizing they were the commanders of the entire fleet, and immediately quickened his pace. In truth, while technology is undeniably powerful, in close combat, personal strength remains the most valuable asset. After all, one cannot simply fire a cannon and risk hitting both foes and allies alike. Can they? We cannot allow this to continue, Ivy urged. Lingqi, manually activate the wicker cannon. Don't kill him, just incapacitate him. After Lingqi said this, he drew the dual batons forged from alloy strapped to his back and jumped off the deck, charging directly at Xiubai. Cease fire. On the deck, the combatants beheld General Lingqi charging into the battlefield, instantly ceasing their barrage of fire. Are you taking the field personally? Xiubai observed Lingqi, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He held a rather low opinion of the martial artists from Nansha realm, deeming their martial skills utterly inferior and not worthy of being his adversaries. Humph! Lingqi, perceiving the disdain in his opponent's eyes, felt a surge of fury ignite within him as he swung his twin staves with a whistling ferocity towards Xiubai. Clang! Xiubai executed a precise thrust, skillfully wedging the twin staves between the prongs of his trident. Subsequently, an immense force surged through his arms, compelling Lingqi to retreat violently. Bang! In a mere instant, Xiubai had brutally pinned Lingqi against the ship's wall with the trident, released the general. Suddenly, a nearby martial artist dashed forward. But Xiubai couldn't be bothered to even glance in his direction. With the swiftness of lightning, his left hand shot out, seizing the man's throat, while his right hand maintained pressure on Lingqi with the trident. The tip of the trident advanced inch by inch, poised to pierce Lingqi's throat. Strength, speed, reflexes, and technique. None of them match mine. Where do you find the audacity to challenge me? Lingqi's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as his hands gripped the twin staves, trembling violently in a desperate struggle against the approaching trident. Although he was the weakest among the three, he still considered himself above average compared to most martial artists from Nansha realm. Yet, why did he feel as feeble as a fledgling chick when confronted by this man? The skirmish hadn't even reached a conclusion, and he found himself on the brink of death. He too was a martial artist of the sub-king level. How could this man surpass him by such a vast margin? Even a prodigy like Xiubai would likely. Lingqi felt an insistent numbness and pain coursing through his hands, unable to withstand the pressure of the trident any longer. Helplessly watching as death loomed ever closer. No, I cannot perish here. Suddenly, Lingqi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes burning with crimson intensity, fixating intently on the indifferent Xiubai. The vital energy within him surged violently, as if some shackles had been momentarily unbound. Again? Xiubai's lips twitched slightly. Possessing the wood element inner energy had heightened his perception of life. He could naturally sense that Lingqi was undergoing some form of transformation. If he wasn't mistaken, it was likely akin to Xiubao's brief genetic awakening. But what sort of absurdity was this? Why could others unleash their life force so effortlessly, while he had to toil diligently through cultivation? He too desired an eruption of power. Xiubai felt bitter, yet he understood that his steadfast cultivation would solidify his foundation. When the time came for him to explode with power, it would be all the more thorough and formidable. Lingqi gradually pushed against the trident, his surrounding energy morphing into life energy, while the twin staves in his hands shimmered before transforming into azure water element staves. In an instant, Lingqi's figure vanished, reappearing behind Xiubai. The water element staves swung gently. However, when Xiubai raised his trident to intercept, he was met with a ferocity akin to confronting a tsunami. Boom! The sheer force sent Xiubai hurtling backward, crashing through the ship's wall and plunging into the deep sea. Cough, cough. A vivid crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth as Xiubai summoned the water element inner energy beneath his feet, standing upon the surface of the sea in an instant. The wood element inner energy restored all his injuries. This granted him a measure of confidence. Such recuperative ability meant that as long as he wasn't struck in a vital area, engaging in a battle with Lingqi, who had briefly awakened his genes, was not out of the question. Just then, the ocean began to churn violently. Lingqi slowly raised the water element staves, and from the depths of the sea, two colossal water columns, each hundreds of meters high, emerged. If you're that formidable, why not challenge the heavens? Xiubai looked up and couldn't help but utter a curse. Nevertheless, at this juncture, a martial artist would never retreat. Xiubai ceased holding back any inner energy, pouring it frantically into the azure trident. Suddenly, he sensed something. It seemed he could manipulate the ocean through the trident, an ancient relic. Xiubai raised the trident, and a massive trident formed from the gathered seawater emerged from the ocean's surface. However, it was not as terrifying as Lingqi's, if that were the case. Xiubai struck the trident, setting it into a rapid spin, as countless avian silhouettes flashed through his mind. Then, he planted his feet on the water's surface, his form continuously shifting, the chorus of 100 birds resounding throughout the sea. Gradually, the birds circled above the whirling trident. Xiubai felt waves of fatigue wash over him, abruptly halting his movements and pointing the trident skyward. Caw! A phoenix's cry echoed, causing the multitude of birds to bow their heads. The seawater trident transformed continuously, morphing into a colossal azure phoenix standing 100 meters tall. The phoenix spread its wings, soaring into the heavens. Then, with the infusion of vibrant wood element inner energy, the phoenix erupted with boundless vitality, as if it had come to life. Go! Xiubai brandished the trident, and the phoenix soared high. Simultaneously, the two gigantic water columns came crashing down. In an instant, the sky was filled with raging water elements, an endless torrent of energy coalescing into radiant azure waves. Caw! Another phoenix's cry rang out as the massive water columns shattered, and the seawater cascaded downward in a torrential rush.